Hey guys, in today's video, I'd love to hear your thoughts, so be sure to subscribe and leave a comment below. The Appalachian Trail had always been a bucket list item for me. I'd spent months poring over maps, reading trail journals, and mentally preparing for the grueling trek. Finally, last fall, I carved out a week, packed my gear, and drove down to Georgia to start my adventure. The crisp mountain air was invigorating as I stood at the trailhead, the iconic signpost marking the southern terminus of the AT looming before me. Sunlight dappled through the dense canopy of trees, painting shifting patterns on the forest floor. It was beautiful, serene, and exactly what I'd imagined. My first day was everything a hike should be. The trail wound gently uphill, and the autumn foliage was a riot of reds, oranges, and yellows. Squirrels chattered from branches overhead, and the occasional rustle in the undergrowth hinted at deer or other unseen creatures. I made good time, stopping for lunch by a clear, babbling stream. As afternoon wore on, the trees grew taller, the shadows deeper. The cheerful sounds of the forest seemed to fade, replaced by a heavy silence. It wasn't an empty silence, but one that felt watchful, uncomfortable. I told myself it was just my imagination, the isolation getting to me. I pushed on, determined to reach my planned campsite before nightfall. The trail started to climb more steeply, switchbacks cutting into the side of a ridge. The light was fading fast now, the forest floor swallowed by shadow. I pulled out my headlamp, its beam cutting a narrow tunnel through the gloom. That's when I heard it. A sound, not quite a growl, not quite a scream. It was low, guttural, and seemed to vibrate through the very ground beneath my feet. My heart hammered against my ribs. I stopped, headlamp sweeping nervously through the trees, but saw nothing. Just the dark, silent woods. Probably just a bear, I muttered, trying to sound confident even to my own ears. Bears were common in the Appalachians, I knew. But this didn't sound like any bear I'd ever heard. It was wrong. I started walking again, faster now, the unsettling sound echoing in my mind. The trail twisted and turned, leading me deeper and deeper into the darkening woods. The feeling of being watched intensified, prickling the hairs on the back of my neck. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made me jump. Then up ahead I saw it, a flicker of light through the trees. Relief washed over me, a campsite, maybe other hikers. I hurried forward, pushing through the last thicket of rhododendrons. The light wasn't a campfire. It was a glow, pale and unnatural, emanating from a small clearing. And in the center of the clearing, something was moving. Something tall and gaunt, silhouetted against the eerie light. It swayed back and forth, its form indistinct, but undeniably there. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through me. This wasn't a campsite, and that wasn't a hiker. I didn't wait to see more. I turned and ran, back down the trail, the guttural sound echoing behind me, closer now, and definitely not a bear. My hiking trip to the Appalachian was a deadly mistake, I realized with chilling certainty. And part one was just the beginning. Panic lent wings to my feet. I scrambled back down the trail, branches whipping in my face, lungs burning in the cold air. The guttural sound was definitely pursuing me now, a rhythmic, dragging noise accompanying it. It was faster than I thought, impossibly fast for something so gaunt and indistinct. My headlamp bounced wildly, illuminating fleeting glimpses of the trail roots, rocks, fallen leaves. I tripped, stumbled, catching myself just before I fell headlong. Behind me, the dragging sound grew closer. I risked a glance over my shoulder. Through the trees, I saw it again. The pale glow in the silhouetted figure, impossibly elongated and spunly, moving with an unnatural jerky gait, it was gaining on me. My breath hitched in my throat. This was no bear, no animal I knew. This was something else. Something wrong with the woods. I pushed myself harder, legs pumping, heart hammering. The trail seemed to twist and turn endlessly, mocking my desperate flight. I could feel the cold dread seeping into my bones. A primal fear that whispered of being hunted. The dragging sound was almost upon me now. I could hear the snapping of twigs, the rustling of leaves right behind me. Hot, ragged breath hitched in my ears. It was so close. I risked another glance. This time, the headlamp caught it clearly for a horrifying instant. It wasn't just tall and gaunt. Its limbs were too long, grotesquely jointed, ending in hands that looked like skeletal claws. Its head was a pale blur, featureless in the eerie light, but I could sense of eyes. Empty, hungry eyes fixed on me. I screamed. A raw, animal sound torn from my chest, and threw myself sideways off the trail, plunging into the dense undergrowth. Thorns tore at my clothes, branches clawed at my skin, but I didn't care. Anything was better than staying on the trail, staying in its path. I scrambled through the underbrush, pushing through thickets of rhododendrons, stumbling over fallen logs. The dragging sound paused, confused for a moment, then resumed, crashing through the woods to my right, trying to cut me off. It knew where I was going. It was hunting me. Desperation fueled me. I scrambled uphill, hoping to break line of sight, to lose it in the dense foliage. The ground grew steeper, the trees thicker. I was clawing my way up a near vertical slope now, pulling myself hand over hand, ignoring the pain in my muscles, the burning in my lungs. Finally, I reached a small rocky outcrop, a narrow ledge overlooking the forest. I collapsed onto the cold stone, gasping for breath, heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. Below, the forest was a sea of black shadows, broken only by the pale, unnatural glow that still pulsed in the clearing far below. The dragging sound had stopped. Silence descended again, heavy and oppressive. But this time, it wasn't watchful. It was listening, waiting. I knew it was still out there, somewhere in the darkness, patient, hunting. And I was trapped on this ledge, exposed, vulnerable. My hiking trip to the Appalachian was a deadly mistake, and part two was turned into a fight for survival. I had to find a way out. But where could I go? And what was that thing in the woods? Trapped on the ledge, I knew I couldn't stay there. The cold was seeping into me, and the creature was still out there listening, waiting. I had to move to try and find a way back to the trail. Back to what? Civilization. Safety. I wasn't even sure what direction the trailhead was anymore. Taking a shaky breath, I stood up, headlamp beam jittering across the rocks. The ledge was narrow, barely wide enough to walk on, and the drop on either side was sheer and dark. It was a precarious path, but it was the only one I had. I started to move along the ledge, slowly, carefully, each footstep measured. The rock was rough and cold beneath my boots. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the scent of pine and damp earth and something else. Something acrid, faintly metallic, that made my stomach churn. As I moved further along the ledge, it began to descend, sloping downwards into a shadowed ravine. The trees here were even taller, their branches intertwined overhead, blotting out almost all the remaining light. It was like walking into a tunnel of living wood. The air grew colder, heavier. The silence intensified, pressing in on me, broken only by the soft crunch of my boots on the rocky path and the frantic pounding of my own heart. I strained my ears, listening for any sound of pursuit, but there was only silence. Too much silence. Then I saw it again, the pale glow deeper in the ravine now, flickering between the trees ahead. It was closer than before. Much closer, and this time there were more of them. Two, no, three, maybe more pale glows, moving slowly, deliberately through the trees. They were surrounding me, cutting off my escape. I was being herded, driven deeper into their territory. Terror choked me. I stumbled, nearly losing my footing on the narrow ledge. The metallic scent grew stronger, sickeningly sweet now, mixed with a faint, musky odor that made my skin crawl. Whatever those things were, they were close. I had to do something. I couldn't outrun them, not in this terrain. Maybe I could hide. Desperate, I scanned the rocky walls of the ravine, searching for any kind of shelter, and then I saw it, a narrow opening in the rock face, almost hidden behind a curtain of moss and vines. A cave. Small, dark, but maybe it could offer some temporary refuge. Without hesitation, I scrambled towards the opening, tearing away the vines, squeezing myself through the narrow entrance. The cave was small, cramped and smelled of damp earth and something else as something ancient and stale. But it was dark, blessedly dark, a refuge from the pale glows and the hunting things outside. I huddled in the deepest shadows of the cave, turning off my headlamp, plunging myself into absolute blackness. The silence here was profound, broken only by the sound of my own ragged breathing. I closed my eyes, trying to slow my racing heart to calm the panic that threatened to overwhelm me. But even in the darkness, I could still sense them outside. Listening. Waiting. The metallic scent drifted into the cave, stronger now, almost overpowering. And then I heard it. A new sound, different from the guttural growl, but even more chilling. A soft, wet scraping sound, just outside the cave entrance. Something was scratching at the rock, probing, testing. It knew I was here. It was toying with me. My breath hitched in my throat. This was it. There was nowhere else to run, nowhere else to hide. My hiking trip to the Appalachian was a deadly mistake and was about to become my end. Scraping stopped. Silence descended again, heavier than ever. Then, slowly, deliberately, the pale glow began to seep into the cave entrance, illuminating the darkness inch by agonizing inch. And I knew with chilling certainty that whatever was coming next, there was no escape. My Appalachian hike was not just a mistake, it was a death sentence. The Nevada desert shimmered under the relentless August sun. We were 4 friends crammed into a slightly too small SUV, windows down, the dry, hot wind whipping through our hair. Caleb was driving, as always, his usual mix of classic rock blasting from the speakers. Maya navigated, her nose buried in a crumpled map, occasionally glancing at her phone, which stubbornly refused to find a signal. Liam, in the passenger seat, was filming everything with his vintage Super 8 camera, obsessed with capturing the authentic desert vibe. And then there was me, Sarah, wedged in the back between Liam and a cooler full of lukewarm drinks, trying to ignore the growing sense of unease prickling at the edges of my excitement. We were on a classic American road trip, chasing Route 66 nostalgia and quirky roadside attractions. But Caleb, ever the adventurous one, had insisted on adding a detour Silver Gulch, a ghost town he'd read about online. Supposedly haunted, he'd said with a grin, perfect for a spooky night. Maya had rolled her eyes, Liam had cheered, and I just shrugged, trying to keep an open mind. I loved ghost stories, but something about the way Caleb had said, haunted, sent a shiver down my spine that wasn't entirely from anticipation. After hours of driving through increasingly desolate landscape, we finally turned off the main highway onto a barely, their dirt road. The SUV bounced and rattled, kicking up plumes of dust that hung in the air like ghostly shrouds. The temperature seemed to rise another 10 degrees, and the landscape became even more stark, just scrub brush cacti, and the endless shimmering heat haze. Then, cresting a low rise, we saw it. Silver Gulch. It wasn't what I'd expected. I'd pictured tumbleweed and saloon doors swinging in the wind. Something out of a Western movie. But Silver Gulch was quieter stiller, more decayed. A cluster of weathered wooden buildings together in a shallow valley, baking under the sun. Paint peeled from the clapboard siding, roof sagged, and windows were dark, empty sockets staring out at the desert. A rusted sign at the edge of town, barely legible, proclaimed, Silver Gulch Est, 1888, population once thrived. An unsettling silence hung over the town, broken only by the whine of the wind and the occasional creak of loose wood. It felt heavy, oppressive. Even Caleb, usually so boisterous, seemed to quiet down as we drove slowly down the main street, if you could call it that, past the skeletal remains of shops and houses. Whoa, Liam breathed, his camera whirring. Creepy. Maya consulted her map again. Town's supposed to be centered around the old mine, she said, pointing to a dark gash in the hillside looming behind the buildings. Silver Strike Mine. Closed down after a cave in, 100 years ago. And that's when the strange occurrences started. Caleb added, his grin returning, though it seemed a little forced now. Locals say the miners are still down there. Trapped, restless. He parked the SUV in front of what looked like the remnants of a general store. We got out, stretching our stiff limbs, the heat hitting us like a wall. The silence of the ghost town seemed to press in even more outside the car. Dust crunched under our boots as we started to explore. The buildings were mostly empty shells, filled with dust and the ghosts of forgotten lives. We peered into darkened windows, imagining what it must have been like when Silver Gulch was alive. A bustling mining town, full of hope and dreams, now just bones in the desert. As the afternoon wore on, the shadows grew longer, stretching across the dusty streets like grasping fingers. The wind picked up, whispering through the broken windows and swaying the loose boards, creating an eerie, sighing sound. The temperature began to drop, but the oppressive feeling in the air only seemed to thicken. All right, Caleb said, clapping his hands together a little too loudly. Who's ready to set up camp? We're sleeping under the stars tonight, ghost town style. Liam whooped, Maya just nodded, but I hesitated. Looking around at the gathering dusk, the empty buildings, the looming mine shaft on the hillside, I felt a cold knot of dread tighten in my stomach. Something about Silver Gulch felt deeply wrong. More than just a ghost town, it felt hungry. My hiking trip to the Appalachian was a deadly mistake I'd realized before. And now, standing in Silver Gulch, I couldn't shake the feeling that this detour might be an even bigger one. We chose to set up camp in what was left of the town square, a relatively open space in front of the old saloon. Caleb and Liam, fueled by bravado and cheap beer, immediately started exploring the saloon, its swinging doors long gone, interior open to the elements. May, ever practical, began unpacking supplies and organizing our makeshift campsite. I wandered off on my own, drawn by a morbid curiosity to the edge of town, towards the dark mouth of the Silver Strike mine. The mine entrance was a gaping hole in the hillside, framed by rotting timbers and piles of loose rock. A rusted metal sign warned DNGR, keep unstable ground. But it was the silence emanating from the mine that was truly unnerving. It wasn't just the absence of sound, it felt like sound itself was being swallowed by the darkness within. A chill wind seemed to gust from the mine entrance, even though the air was still and heavy everywhere else. It carried that same metallic, acrid scent I'd noticed earlier, now tinged with something elsey, something like decay. I shivered, pulling my jacket tighter around me, even though the temperature was still mild. Find anything interesting? Caleb's voice startled me, breaking the oppressive silence. He and Liam emerged from the saloon, grinning, Liam still filming. Just the mine, I said, gesturing towards the dark opening. It's creepy. Creepy good, right? Caleb clapped me on the shoulder too enthusiastically. Come on, let's get a fire going. Spooky stories are always better by firelight. We gathered firewood from fallen branches and scraps of wood we found around the town. As dusk deepened, the shadows stretched and twisted, turning familiar shapes into menacing figures. The wind picked up again, whispering through the empty buildings, sounding almost like voices. Maya got a small campfire going in the center of the square. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows that played tricks on our eyes, making the dilapidated buildings seem to shift and sway. As darkness fully descended, the stars began to appear, blazing with an unnatural brilliance in the clear desert sky. It should have been beautiful, peaceful. But in Silver Gulch, even the stars felt cold and distant, watching us with indifferent eyes. We ate a quick dinner of sandwiches and chips, the fire crackling and spitting, our voices hushed in the surrounding silence. Caleb, trying to lighten the mood, started telling ghost stories he'd found online about Silver Gulch. Tales of miners trapped in the cave and their spirits haunting the town. Strange lights seen flickering in the mine shaft, whispers carried on the wind. Liam ate it up, filming Caleb with relish, his eyes wide with manufactured fear. Maya remained skeptical, picking at her sandwich, but even she seemed a little on edge, her gaze constantly flicking towards the shadows beyond the firelight. I listened to Caleb's stories, but my unease was growing, solidifying into a cold dread. It wasn't just the ghost stories. It was something in the air, the oppressive silence, the way the shadows seemed to move and watch. It felt like Silver Gulch was aware of us, and not happy we were here. As Caleb finished his last ghost story, the fire suddenly popped and flared, sending a shower of sparks into the night sky. In the brief flash of light, I saw something move in the shadows at the edge of the square. Just a flicker, a fleeting impression of something tall and gaunt, disappearing back into the darkness between the buildings. I blinked, heart pounding. Did you guys see that? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Caleb and Liam were too busy laughing at the end of the story to notice. Maya frowned. See what? Just Shadow Sarah. You're getting spooked. No, I saw something, I insisted, but even to my own ears, I sounded unsure. Maybe it was just my imagination playing tricks on me in the darkness. But then, the wind shifted again, and the whispering sound intensified, swirling around us, no longer just the wind in the buildings, but something else. Something murmuring, just at the edge of hearing, in a language I didn't understand, but that resonated deep in my bones, a language of dust and shadows and long-buried secrets. And this time I wasn't the only one who heard it. Liam stopped laughing, his camera dropping slightly in his hand. Maya's eyes widened, her gaze fixed on the darkness beyond the firelight. Even Caleb's boisterous grin faltered, replaced by a flicker of genuine unease. The fire crackled again, casting dancing shadows that seemed to writhe and twist into monstrous shapes. And the whispers grew louder, closer, swirling around us in the night. Nightfall had come to Silver Gulch, and just the beginning of the true horror. We were no longer alone. The whispers intensified, swirling around us, no longer just at the edge of hearing, but pressing in, a chorus of voices just below the threshold of understanding. The firelight danced wildly, casting grotesque shadows that stretched and contorted, mimicking the shapes of the dilapidated buildings, or perhaps something else. Liam, his bravado finally gone, fumbled for his phone, desperately trying to get a signal. Maya, her face pale in the firelight, grabbed a heavy branch from the woodpile, holding it like a weapon. Even Caleb, his usual cocky demeanor vanished, stared wide-eyed into the darkness, his bravado replaced by a primal fear I mirrored in my own heart. What is that? Liam stammered, his voice trembling. His phone remained stubbornly blank. I don't know, Caleb whispered back, his voice hoarse. But I don't like it. The whispering coalesced, taking on a semblance of form, a low, guttural chanting that seemed to vibrate in our chests, resonating with something deep and ancient within us. The metallic, decaying scent intensified, thick and cloying, making it hard to breathe. And then the shadows moved. Not just the dancing shadows of the firelight, but the deeper shadows between the buildings, the shadows under the eaves, the shadows clinging to the very earth itself. They began to writhe and coalesce, detaching themselves from their sources, taking on shapes, elongated, gaunt, vaguely humanoid shapes, just like the fleeting glimpse I'd seen earlier. They emerged slowly, silently, from the darkness, drawn by the firelight, or perhaps by us. Their forms were indistinct, shifting and wavering like heat haze, but their presence was undeniable, a cold, heavy weight pressing down on us. I could sense them now, not just see them, a feeling of ancient malice, of hunger, of something utterly alien and wrong. There were more than I'd thought. Dozens. Maybe more, surrounding the square, ringed around us, cutting off any escape. Their pale, indistinct forms seemed to absorb the firelight, dimming the flames, casting us into an encroaching twilight. Run, Caleb yelled, finally snapping out of his fear-induced paralysis. He grabbed Maya's hand, pulling her to her feet. Liam and I scrambled up after them, adrenaline surging through us, overriding the terror, replacing it with a desperate instinct to survive. We didn't have a plan, no direction, just the primal urge to flee. We ran blindly, stumbling away from the dying fire, plunging into the darkness between the buildings, hoping to break through their encirclement. But they were faster than they looked. As we ran, the shadows shifted, blocking our path, hurting us, guiding us deeper into the ghost town, away from the open desert, towards the looming darkness of the Silver Strike mine. The chanting grew louder, closer, the guttural voices swirling around us, laced with a new sound now, a dry, rasping sound, like bones scraping against stone. The ground beneath our feet seemed to shift and crumble, the dust swirling up around us, choking us, blinding us. We were separated in the chaos. I lost sight of Caleb and Maya almost immediately. Liam stumbled and fell behind, his camera clattering uselessly on the dusty ground. I kept running, blindly, desperately weaving between the skeletal buildings, the whispers and chants echoing in my ears, the rasping sound drawing closer, closer. I burst out of the buildings and found myself at the foot of the hillside, facing the gaping maw of the Silver Strike mine. The pale glows pulsed within the mine entrance, beckoning, drawing me in. Behind me, the shadows were closing in, their indistinct forms writhing and shifting, their chanting a deafening chorus. There was nowhere else to go. No escape. Just the mine, the darkness, the whispers. With a sob of despair, I stumbled towards the mine entrance, drawn in by the irresistible pull, the chilling certainty that this was where it was always leading, where Silver Gulch wanted us to be, inside. Claimed, as I crossed the threshold of the mine, plunging into absolute darkness, the rasping sound was right behind me, close enough to touch. And then, I heard it clearly, for the first time, not whispers, not chants, but words, spoken in a voice that was ancient and cold as the desert night, a voice that seemed to come from the very rocks themselves. Welcome home. The voice rasped, and the darkness swallowed me whole. The desert wind howled through the empty buildings of Silver Gulch, carrying with it the whispers of the lost miners, the chanting of the shadows, and the faint, metallic scent of dust and decay. The fire in the town square had burned down to embers, casting no light, offering no warmth. Silver Gulch was silent again, waiting, patient. The gulch had claimed us, and part 3 was the end, for us at least. But in the silence, in the shadows, the whispers continued, waiting for the next travelers to stray from the highway, to take a wrong turn, to stumble into the deadly embrace of the ghost town. Silver Gulch always welcomes new guests. While some hikers begin their Appalachian Trail journey at Amicalola Falls State Park, we opted for the official start point at Springer Mountain. It was supposed to be the trip of a lifetime. Just me, my best friend Mark, and 79 miles of pristine wilderness stretching through the heart of Georgia, culminating in the ascent of Blood Mountain, the highest peak on the Georgia section of the AT. We'd been planning this for months, poring over maps, meticulously packing our gear, and dreaming of conquering the legendary trail. We even consulted AT Camp to find a less crowded start date and ensure we had the best possible experience. Mark, ever the optimist, was practically bouncing off the walls with excitement as we set off. He'd even brought along his battered acoustic guitar, convinced we'd be serenading fellow hikers around a campfire beneath the stars. I, on the other hand, was battling a knot of anxiety in my stomach. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, a sense of foreboding that clung to me like a damp fog. The first few days were uneventful. We fell into the rhythm of the trail, our boots crunching on the fallen leaves, the sun dappling through the dense canopy overhead. We shared stories, laughed at each other's jokes, and marveled at the breathtaking scenery. The Appalachian Trail in Georgia is known for its challenging climbs and stunning views, and it certainly lived up to its reputation. Despite the pleasant weather so far, we knew the mountains could be unpredictable. The thought of sudden snowfall or treacherous conditions added an edge of uncertainty to our journey. We encountered a few other hikers along the way, mostly seasoned through hikers with weathered faces and miles in their eyes. They shared trail wisdom, warned us about upcoming challenges, and regaled us with tales of their own adventures. One grizzled old-timer, with a beard that reached his chest, gave us a particularly chilling account of a strange encounter he'd had deep in the woods. He spoke of an unnatural stillness, a feeling of being watched, and a fleeting glimpse of something moving just beyond the trees, something that didn't belong. I tried to dismiss it as an old man's ramblings, but his words lingered in my mind, adding to the growing unease I felt. We also met a young woman named Sarah hiking solo with a determination that belied her small stature. She was heading north, like us, and we shared stories and trail snacks as we walked for a while. Mark, naturally, was smitten, and I could see him trying to subtly impress her with his knowledge of local flora and fauna. Sarah, however, seemed more interested in the trail itself, her eyes constantly scanning the path ahead, as if searching for something. As we ventured deeper into the wilderness, the trail became increasingly isolated. The cheerful chatter of birds was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the rustling of leaves and the occasional crack of a twig. The once familiar forest began to feel alien, the trees looming over us like silent sentinels. One evening, as we were setting up camp near a secluded stream, Mark noticed a strange marking carved into the trunk of a nearby oak tree. It was a crudely drawn symbol, unlike anything I'd seen before, a series of intersecting lines and circles that seemed to pulse with an eerie energy. Mark, ever the skeptic, dismissed it as the work of a bored hiker, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was something more sinister, a warning perhaps, or a sign that we were not alone. That night, as I lay in my tent, listening to the wind whispering through the trees, I couldn't sleep. The feeling of being watched intensified, and imagined eyes peering at me from the darkness beyond the thin nylon walls of my tent. Every creak and groan of the forest sent shivers down my spine. I longed for the comfort of civilization, the reassuring glow of streetlights and the distant hum of traffic. But here, in the heart of the wilderness, we were utterly alone, vulnerable, and exposed. The next morning, the oppressive atmosphere seemed to have lifted. Sunlight streamed through the trees, birdsong filled the air, and the forest felt welcoming once more. We convinced ourselves that our fears had been amplified by the darkness and the isolation. Mark joked about the symbol, calling it Appalachian graffiti, and we set off with renewed vigor. However, as the day wore on, the unsettling feeling returned. We started noticing things that seemed out of place, a misplaced rock cairn, an unnatural bend in a branch, footprints that appeared and disappeared without a trace. The forest seemed to be watching us, its silence heavy with unseen eyes. We reached a particularly dense section of the trail, where the trees grew close together, their branches intertwined overhead, blocking out the sun. A sense of claustrophobia washed over me, and I felt a prickle of fear on the back of my neck. Mark, too, seemed uneasy, his usual cheerfulness replaced by a grim silence. Suddenly, we heard a rustling in the undergrowth. We froze, our hearts pounding in our chests. The rustling grew louder, closer, and then a figure emerged from the trees. It was Sarah, the solo hiker we had met earlier. She looked pale and shaken, her eyes wide with terror. "You have to turn back," she gasped, her voice trembling. "There's something out there, something evil." We exchanged worried glances. Sarah was clearly terrified, but we couldn't make sense of her warning. "What do you mean?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "What did you see?" Sarah hesitated, her gaze darting nervously towards the trees. "I don't know how to explain it," she whispered. "It's like a shadow, but it moves like a living thing. It has no eyes, but it can see you. It has no voice, but it can whisper your name." Mark scoffed. "A shadow. Come on, Sarah, you're scaring yourself." But Sarah shook her head vehemently. "No, it's real. I saw it. It was watching me, following me. I barely escaped." Her words sent a chill down my spine. The old man's story. The symbol on the tree, the strange occurrences on the trail, it all seemed to be connected. We were not alone in these woods. We tried to convince Sarah to hike with us, to find safety in numbers, but she refused. "It wants me," she said, her voice hollow. "I can't lead it to you." And with that, she turned and disappeared back into the dense undergrowth, leaving us standing there, alone and afraid. We continued on, our pace quickening, our senses heightened. The forest felt alive with unseen threats, the shadows deepening with every step we took. We were no longer enjoying the hike. We were just trying to survive. As dusk approached, we decided to make camp early, seeking refuge in a small clearing surrounded by towering pines. We built a fire, hoping the flames would ward off whatever lurked in the darkness. But the fear remained, a constant knot in our stomachs. That night, I lay awake in my tent, listening to the crackling of the fire and the whispering of the wind. The feeling of being watched was almost unbearable. I imagined Sarah alone in the darkness, hunted by the shadow she had described. Suddenly, I heard a scream. It was a blood-curdling shriek, filled with terror and pain. It came from somewhere in the distance, but it echoed through the silent forest, sending shivers down my spine. "Mark." I scrambled out of my tent and rushed towards his, my heart pounding in my chest. His tent was empty. The scream echoed again, closer this time, and I knew with a chilling certainty that it was Mark's voice. Panic surged through me. I grabbed my flashlight and ran towards the sound, stumbling through the undergrowth, my breath catching in my throat. The scream came again, weaker now, and I followed it, deeper and deeper into the darkness. I emerged into a small clearing, bathed in the eerie glow of the moon, and there in the center of the clearing I saw him. Mark was lying on the ground, his body contorted in pain, his face a mask of terror. And standing over him, a shadowy figure, tall and menacing, its form shifting and swirling like smoke. I froze, my blood turning to ice. The shadow turned towards me, and I saw it, a glimpse of something ancient and evil, something that should not exist. And then it spoke, its voice a chilling whisper that seemed to come from the depths of my soul. I stumbled back, my foot catching on a root, sending me sprawling to the ground. The flashlight slipped from my grasp, its beam dancing wildly across the clearing. I scrambled to my feet, my eyes frantically searching for the shadow, but it was gone, vanished into thin air. I rushed to Mark's side, my hands trembling as I checked for a pulse. Nothing. He was gone. The shadow had taken him. Tears streamed down my face as I knelt beside my friend's lifeless body. The fear that had been building inside me for days finally erupted, a wave of terror that threatened to consume me. I had to get out of there, escape the darkness and the evil that lurked within it. I scrambled to my feet and ran, blindly, through the forest, the memory of Mark's scream and the chilling whisper of the shadow echoing in my ears. I didn't know where I was going, just away from the horror I had witnessed. I ran until I could run no more, my lungs burning, my legs aching. I collapsed on the forest floor, my body racked with sobs. I was alone, lost, and hunted. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the trees, I slowly regained my senses. I had to find help, get back to civilization. But how? I was lost deep in the wilderness with no idea which way to go. Then I remembered Sarah. She had been heading north. If I could find the trail again, maybe I could follow her path, find my way out of this nightmare. I stumbled to my feet and began searching for the trail, my eyes scanning the forest floor for the familiar white blazes. After what seemed like an eternity, I found it. The trail. My lifeline. I followed the trail north, my pace slow and unsteady, my body exhausted and my mind still reeling from the horrors of the night. The forest felt different now, the trees no longer welcoming, but menacing, their shadows hiding unseen dangers. I walked for hours, the silence of the forest broken only by the sound of my own footsteps and the occasional rustle of leaves. I was starting to lose hope, my energy fading, my fear growing with every step I took. Then I saw it. A figure sitting by the side of the trail, Sarah. She looked up as I approached, her eyes filled with a mixture of relief and sadness. "You made it," she whispered. I collapsed beside her, my body shaking with exhaustion and relief. "Mark the shadow," Sarah nodded no. I saw it. We sat there for a long time, two survivors of a nightmare, sharing our grief and our fear. Sarah told me how she had managed to escape the shadow, how she had been running ever since, hoping to find someone, anyone, to help her. Together, we continued north, our pace slow but determined. We were no longer just hiking the Appalachian Trail. We were escaping it, fleeing the darkness that had claimed our friend. We walked for days, our bodies aching, our minds haunted by the memories of what we had seen. But we kept going, driven by the hope of reaching civilization, of leaving the nightmare behind. Finally, we emerged from the forest, stumbling onto a dirt road. A car approached in the distance, its headlights cutting through the morning mist. We flagged it down, our hearts pounding with relief. The driver, a kindly old woman, took us to the nearest town, where we contacted the authorities and reported what had happened. They searched the forest, but they never found Mark's body. The shadow had taken him, leaving no trace. I returned home a changed person, haunted by the memories of my hiking trip to the Appalachian Trail. The once familiar forest now held a dark secret, a chilling reminder of the evil that lurked within its shadows. I never went hiking again. The crisp mountain air whipped through my hair as I wrestled with the tent poles, the sun already sinking below the horizon. "Need a hand, James." Ava's voice was laced with amusement as she effortlessly secured her own tent nearby. I gritted my teeth, my city slicker fingers fumbling with the unfamiliar equipment. "Just a sec," I muttered, finally managing to snap the last pole into place. This was supposed to be our escape. A chance for me and Ava, my adventurous girlfriend, to trade the urban jungle for the real deal Yosemite National Park. We'd spent weeks meticulously planning this trip, poring over trail maps, comparing lightweight gear, and even practicing our bear bag hanging techniques. We were both experienced hikers, confident in our abilities to navigate the wilderness. But as the last rays of sunlight faded, casting long, eerie shadows across the campsite, a prickle of unease ran down my spine. The drive to Yosemite had been a blur of scenic highways and excited chatter. We'd marveled at the towering sequoias, the sheer granite cliffs, and the cascading waterfalls. We'd even spotted a small herd of wild horses grazing by the roadside, their manes flowing in the wind like something out of a dream. But now, with the darkness closing in, the idyllic scenery seemed to take on a more sinister edge. Our campsite, nestled beside the Merced River, was undeniably beautiful. The sound of rushing water was a constant, soothing presence, and the air was thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. We'd cooked a simple meal over a crackling campfire, sharing stories and laughter as the stars began to pepper the inky canvas above. But as the flames died down, a chilling silence descended upon the forest. It was a silence so profound, so absolute, that it felt almost unnatural. Zipping ourselves into our tent, we snuggled close for warmth. The sounds of the forest resumed, the rustling of leaves, the hoot of an owl, the distant cry of a coyote. But beneath these familiar sounds, there was something else. A subtle, almost imperceptible shift in the atmosphere. A feeling of being watched. I tried to shake off the feeling, attributing it to my overactive imagination. But deep down, a knot of anxiety began to tighten in my chest. We were not alone in this wilderness. Something was out there, lurking in the shadows. Something ancient and malevolent. And as I drifted off to sleep, A terrifying premonition gripped me. This hiking camping trip was a deadly mistake. The night was a symphony of unsettling sounds. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent shivers down my spine. Sleep was a distant memory, replaced by a gnawing sense of dread. Ava, thankfully, seemed oblivious to my growing fear, her breathing slow and even beside me. I envied her peaceful slumber, wishing I could dismiss the unease that clung to me like a shroud. Hours crawled by. The moon, a pale disk in the inky sky, cast long distorted shadows that danced and writhed around our tent. I imagined eyes peering at us from the darkness, unseen creatures with predatory gazes. The feeling of being watched intensified, and I found myself holding my breath, straining to hear any sign of movement outside. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream ripped through the night. It was a sound of pure terror, raw and primal, and it sent a jolt of adrenaline coursing through my veins. Ava bolted upright, her eyes wide with fear. "What was that?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "I don't know," I replied, my heart pounding in my chest. We scrambled out of the tent, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. The scream had come from somewhere deeper in the woods, but there was no sign of any struggle, no further cries for help. An eerie silence descended upon the campsite. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. We stood there, frozen in fear, our flashlights illuminating nothing but the dense undergrowth and the towering trees. Then we saw it. A figure, shrouded in shadow, standing at the edge of the clearing. It was tall and gaunt, with unnaturally long limbs, and its head was tilted at an unsettling angle. It didn't move, didn't make a sound, but its presence was enough to send a wave of terror washing over us. We fumbled for our bear spray, our fingers trembling with fear. But before we could react, the figure vanished into the darkness as quickly as it had appeared. We were left alone once more, surrounded by the oppressive silence of the forest. Ava was shaking uncontrollably, her face pale with fear. "We need to leave," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "We need to leave now." I nodded, my own fear mirroring hers. We scrambled back into the tent, throwing our belongings into our backpacks. We didn't bother taking down the tent, didn't care about leaving a trace. All that mattered was escaping this place, this cursed forest that had become our nightmare. As we fled the campsite, the first rays of dawn began to paint the sky a pale gray. But the rising sun offered no comfort, no sense of safety. We knew that whatever lurked in those woods, whatever had let out the terrifying scream, was still out there, watching us, waiting for us to make a mistake. This hiking camping trip was a deadly mistake, and we were running for our lives. The rising sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, but the beauty of the dawn did little to quell the terror that gripped us. We stumbled through the wilderness, our bodies exhausted, our minds reeling from the horrors of the night. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden danger, every whisper of wind a sinister message. We had abandoned the trail hours ago, our desperate flight leading us deeper and deeper into the unforgiving wilderness. Thorns tore our clothes, branches whipped our faces, and the uneven terrain threatened to send us tumbling down hidden ravines. But we pressed on, driven by the primal instinct to survive. Ava, usually so sure-footed and confident, was now a shadow of her former self. Her eyes were wide with fear, her face pale and drawn. She stumbled frequently, her strength waning with every passing hour. I supported her as best I could, my own fear masked by a desperate need to protect her. We had no food, no water, and no idea where we were going. The forest had become a labyrinth, its paths twisting and turning, leading us in circles. We were lost, alone, and hunted. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the heat became oppressive. Our throats were parched, our lips cracked and bleeding. We stumbled upon a small stream, its water a lifeline in the desolate landscape. We drank deeply, the cool liquid offering a momentary respite from our ordeal. But our relief was short-lived. As we knelt by the stream, a movement caught my eye. There, on the opposite bank, stood the figure from the night before. It was closer now, its details more horrifyingly clear in the daylight. Its skin was a sickly gray, stretched taut over its skeletal frame. Its eyes were black pits, devoid of any emotion. And its mouth was a grotesque gash, filled with rows of needle, sharp teeth. We scrambled to our feet, our bodies fueled by a fresh surge of adrenaline. We fled once more, our escape a desperate scramble through the undergrowth. The creature followed, its movements unnaturally swift and silent. We were running out of time. Our strength was fading, our hope dwindling. We stumbled into a small clearing, a circle of sunlight piercing the dense canopy above. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches gnarled and twisted like the limbs of a demon. As we collapsed at the base of the tree, our bodies spent, our minds broken, the creature emerged from the shadows. It approached slowly, its gaze fixed on us with a chilling intensity. This was it. The end of our journey, the culmination of our deadly mistake. We closed our eyes, waiting for the inevitable. But the attack never came. Instead, a voice, raspy and ancient, filled the clearing. "You are not welcome here," it whispered. "This is not your place." We opened our eyes to see the creature standing before us, its form shimmering, its edges blurring. It was fading, dissolving into the very air around us. And then it was gone. We were left alone in the clearing, surrounded by the silence of the forest. We had survived, but at what cost? The memory of the creature, the terror of the night, would forever haunt our dreams. Our hiking camping trip was a deadly mistake, and we would carry the scars of that mistake for the rest of our lives. It was supposed to be a fun weekend getaway, a chance to escape the city and enjoy the beauty of nature. My friends Ashley, Josh, and I had been planning this hiking trip to the Appalachian Trail for months. We were all experienced hikers, having tackled challenging trails like the time we got caught in a blizzard in the Rockies. But something about this trail felt different. Locals told us stories about missing hikers and strange occurrences on the trail, but we dismissed them as folklore. We were confident that we could handle anything the trail threw at us. Ashley, with her fiery red hair and infectious laugh, was the life of the party. She was always up for an adventure, and she had a knack for finding the best campsites. Despite her cheerful facade, Ashley had a deep-seated fear of the unknown, a fear she masked with bravado. Josh, with his quiet demeanor and dry wit, was the voice of reason. He was always prepared for anything, and he had a calming presence that made us feel safe. He carried a worn, leather-bound journal with him, filled with notes and sketches from his past adventures, a habit he developed after a near-death experience climbing Mount Rainier. And me, I was the photographer of the group, always looking for the perfect shot. I loved capturing the beauty of nature, and I was excited to document our journey. I had a new camera for this trip, a top of the line mirrorless model that I was eager to put through its paces. We set off on a Friday morning, full of excitement and anticipation. The trail was a tapestry of vibrant greens and earthy browns, the air thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dancing shadows on the forest floor. We hiked for hours, the only sounds our own footsteps and the occasional chirp of a bird. As the sun began to set, we found a clearing and set up camp. The scent of wood smoke filled the air as we built a fire, the crackling flames casting a warm glow on our faces. We cooked dinner, sharing stories and laughter as the stars emerged in the darkening sky. It was the perfect start to our trip. Little did we know that this idyllic scene would soon turn into a nightmare. The next morning, we woke to a dense fog that had rolled in overnight, blanketing the forest in an eerie silence. The once vibrant colors of the trail were muted, the trees looming like shadowy figures in the mist. A sense of unease settled over us, a feeling that something was amiss. Ashley, usually the first one up, was unusually quiet, her laughter replaced with a nervous fidgeting. Josh, ever the pragmatist, suggested we wait for the fog to clear before continuing our hike. But I, eager to capture the ethereal beauty of the fog-laden forest, convinced them to press on. We set off into the mist, our footsteps muffled by the soft earth. The fog was so thick that we could barely see more than a few feet ahead, the trail markers our only guide. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the occasional drip of water from the leaves. As we hiked, I noticed that the trail markers seemed to be getting further apart, the path becoming less defined. I mentioned this to Ashley and Josh, but they dismissed my concerns, their confidence shaken but still present. Suddenly, Ashley stopped dead in her tracks, her eyes wide with fear. "Did you hear that?" she whispered, her voice trembling. We listened intently, but all we could hear was the pounding of our own hearts. Then we heard it again, a low growl, deep and guttural, coming from the depths of the fog. It was unlike any animal sound I had ever heard before. Fear gripped us, our blood turning to ice. We huddled together, our flashlights cutting through the mist. searching for the source of the sound. The growl grew louder, closer, and then we saw it. A pair of eyes, glowing red in the fog, emerged from the trees. They were huge, predatory eyes, filled with a malevolent intelligence. A monstrous shape began to take form in the mist, its outline shifting and distorted. Panic surged through us, our instincts screaming at us to run. We turned and fled, stumbling blindly through the fog, the growls echoing behind us. We scrambled to our feet, adrenaline masking the pain of our injuries. The creature lunged at us, its claws raking the air. We dodged just in time, the creature's weight crashing into the undergrowth. We didn't look back, our only thought escape. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs ached, the growls fading into the distance. Finally, we stumbled out of the fog, the trail marker a welcome sight. We collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, our bodies trembling with exhaustion and fear. We had survived, but at a cost. Ashley had a deep gash on her arm, and Josh was limping badly, his ankle twisted. My precious camera, was gone, lost in the chaos of our escape. We made our way back to the trailhead, our minds reeling from the encounter. We reported the incident to the park rangers, but they dismissed our story as a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and the dense fog. They showed us reports of other hikers who had similar experiences, their stories dismissed as well. We left the Appalachian Trail that day, forever scarred by the experience. The idyllic weekend getaway had turned into a fight for survival. We had faced the unknown and lived to tell the tale, but the memory of those glowing red eyes in the fog would forever haunt our dreams. The Appalachian Mountains stretched out before us, a tapestry of deep greens and blues under the vast summer sky. It was the first day of our annual camping trip, and excitement crackled in the air like the impending campfire. There were 5 of us, Dave, Eric, Ava, Sally, and me, Jenny. We'd been friends since high school, and this yearly escape into the wilderness had become a sacred ritual. This year, we'd ventured deep into the heart of the Appalachians, seeking a secluded clearing Dave had discovered on a solo hike a few months back. It was perfect, a hidden gem nestled amongst towering pines, with a crystal, clear stream gurgling nearby. As we set up our tents, laughter and chatter filled the air, a comforting symphony against the backdrop of rustling leaves and chirping crickets. With the last tent staked, we turned our attention to the campfire. Dave, ever the outdoorsman, had already gathered an impressive pile of firewood. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, we huddled around the growing flames, the warmth chasing away the evening chill. 5 chairs, one for each of us, encircled the fire, their silhouettes stark against the flickering light. We were halfway through a round of beers, sharing stories and jokes, when I noticed it. A 6th chair. It sat slightly apart from the others, as if inviting an unseen guest to join our circle. My heart skipped a beat. Where did that come from? I blurted out, my voice laced with confusion. Everyone looked at me, then at the chair, their faces mirroring my bewilderment. We only brought 5, right? Sally asked, her voice a nervous tremor. We all nodded, a sense of unease creeping into our cheerful gathering. Each of us had brought our own chair, carefully chosen for comfort and portability. There was no reason for a 6th to appear. Dave, ever the pragmatist, tried to rationalize it. Maybe we miscounted, he offered, but the doubt in his eyes betrayed his words. We skirted our memories, retraced our steps, but the mystery remained. There was no logical explanation for the extra chair. As darkness deepened, the shadows from the surrounding trees stretched and danced, twisting into grotesque shapes in our peripheral vision. The once comforting crackle of the fire now seemed to whisper secrets in an unknown tongue. The air grew heavy with a palpable sense of dread, and the laughter died in our throats. Who started the fire? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The question hung in the air, unanswered. None of us could recall who had struck the first match. A wave of dizziness washed over me, and I felt a cold sweat prickling my skin. Suddenly, Sally gasped, her eyes wide with terror. I think the person standing behind Jenny did it, she stammered, pointing a trembling finger towards me. I whipped around, my heart pounding in my chest, but there was nothing there. Only the impenetrable darkness of the forest, watching us with unseen eyes. The unspoken realization dawned on us all. We were not alone. Fear began to gnaw at us, slowly but surely, as we tried to come to terms with the eerie situation. Someone or something was with us in this isolated wilderness, an unseen entity that seemed to mock us with its ghostly presence. We decided to stick together, huddled as close as we could. We pulled our chairs closer to the campfire, as if the flickering flames could somehow shield us from whatever lurked in the darkness. We talked, our voices trembling, trying to break the unnerving silence with forced stories and jokes. But our laughter sounded hollow and insincere. Ava started telling a ghost story she had once heard, a story about a group of hikers who had vanished without a trace in these very woods. She spoke of local legends about wandering spirits and supernatural creatures that haunted these mountains. Her words sent chills down our spines, and we couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. As she was speaking, a sudden scream pierced the night. A blood-curdling scream that echoed through the forest, filled with pain and terror. We jumped to our feet, hearts pounding in our chests. We grabbed our flashlights and scanned the surroundings, but there was nothing there. Only the darkness, which seemed to be closing in. "What was that?" Dave asked, his voice shaky. I don't replied, tears welling up in her eyes. "But I'm scared." We sat huddled around the fire, afraid to move. Fear had paralyzed us. We didn't know what to do or where to go. We were trapped in a nightmare that we couldn't wake up from. And then we heard footsteps. Footsteps approaching. Heavy and steady footsteps. Someone or something was walking towards us. The footsteps grew louder, closer, sending shivers down our spines. We gripped our flashlights, their beams dancing nervously in the darkness. The fire, our only source of light and warmth, seemed to shrink under the oppressive weight of the approaching presence. Then a figure emerged from the shadows, tall and gaunt, with long, slender limbs that moved with an unnatural fluidity. Its skin was pale and sickly, almost translucent in the firelight. Its eyes were black and empty, like the void of outer space. It had a mouth full of sharp teeth, and I could see its ragged breathing as it approached. We were paralyzed with fear, unable to move or speak. The creature stopped just outside the circle of our chairs, its gaze sweeping over us like a predator sizing up its prey. Then it spoke. Its voice was a low, guttural growl that seemed to come from the depths of the earth. "You have disturbed my rest," it said. "No, you will pay the price." Panic erupted. We scrambled to our feet, knocking over chairs and scattering in all directions. The creature lunged, its long arms reaching out to grab us. I tripped and fell, the flashlight slipping from my grasp. I lay there, helpless, as the creature loomed over me. But then, something unexpected happened. The creature hesitated, its gaze fixed on something behind me. I turned my head and saw Ava standing there, her eyes glowing with an eerie light. She raised her hand, and a bolt of energy shot out from her fingertips, striking the creature in the chest. The creature screamed, a sound that was both terrifying and strangely beautiful, staggered back, its body convulsing. Then it vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a faint smell of sulfur. We were stunned, speechless. Ava, who had always been the quietest and most reserved of our group, had somehow saved us. But how? And what was that creature? As dawn broke, we packed up our things and left that cursed clearing. We never spoke of what happened that night, but the memory of it haunted us forever. We knew that we had stumbled upon something ancient and evil, something that lurked in the shadows of the Appalachian Mountains, waiting for its next victims. And we knew that we were lucky to have escaped with our lives. Hi, I'm Alex, and I just got back from what was supposed to be an epic solo hiking and camping trip to Yosemite National Park. I've been planning this for months, ever since I saw those stunning photos online, the granite cliffs, giant sequoia trees, and those crystal clear waterfalls. I needed to disconnect, get away from the city noise, and breathe some fresh mountain air. Nature. I thought Yosemite would be the perfect place. I'm not a newbie when it comes to hiking. I've done a fair share of trails around California, but Yosemite was always the big one, the ultimate challenge. I packed my best gear, studied the maps, got all the permits, and felt like I was ready for anything. I decided to go for a 3-day, 2-night backpacking trip, aiming for some of the less crowded trails on the park's eastern side. The drive up was amazing. As I got closer, the landscape started changing, and those massive rock formations began to appear. It was breathtaking. I arrived at the trailhead early Friday morning, feeling pumped and ready to go. The weather was perfect, sunny, crisp, and that mountain air was as fresh as advertised. The first few hours of hiking were incredible. The trail wound through pine forests, and every now and then, I get a glimpse of those iconic Yosemite views. I even saw a deer grazing peacefully in a meadow. I set up my first campsite near a small creek, just as the sun started to dip behind the mountains. Everything felt right, peaceful. Exactly what I needed. That night, though, things started to feel a little off. It started subtly. Just little noises in the woods. I'm used to animal sounds when camping, but these were different. Not the usual rustling of leaves or the hooting of owls. These were heavier, like something big moving around in the trees. I told myself it was probably just a bear or maybe a mountain lion and tried to ignore it. I made sure my food was properly stored in a bear canister, zipped up my tent, and tried to get some sleep. But the noises kept getting louder, closer. And then there were other sounds. Something like scraping, like claws on bark, maybe. And then a low, guttural growl that definitely didn't sound like any animal I knew. My heart started pounding. I grabbed my headlamp and cautiously unzipped the tent flap, peering out in the darkness. Nothing. Just trees, shadows, and the beam of my headlamp reflecting back at me. I scanned around, listening intently, but all I could hear was the wind rustling through the pines and the creek babbling nearby. Maybe I was just being paranoid. Maybe the solitude was getting to me already. I zipped the tent back up, telling myself to relax. It was just my imagination running wild. I was in Yosemite, after all. Probably just some overactive squirrels. Yes, that's all it was. I tried to sleep again, but the unease lingered. The forest felt different now. Less welcoming. More watchful. I tossed and turned for hours, the strange noises occasionally returning, always just on the edge of hearing, always just out of sight. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I drifted into a fitful sleep. But even in my dreams, I could hear those sounds. The heavy footsteps, the scraping, the growling. And something else too. Something I couldn't quite place. Something almost like whispering. I woke up before dawn, feeling tired and strangely anxious. The forest was quiet again, bathed in the soft pre-dawn light. Birds started to chirp. Everything seemed normal. But that feeling of unease, that prickling sensation on the back of my neck, it wouldn't go away. Something was wrong. Terribly wrong. And I had 2 more days to go. I decided to shake off the weirdness of the previous night and focus on the day ahead. Sun was coming up, the air was crisp and clean, and the trail was calling. I made a quick breakfast, packed up camp, and started hiking again. The plan for today was to reach a higher elevation point with panoramic views and set up camp near a lake I'd read about. The morning hike was beautiful. The trail climbed steadily, winding through granite boulders and open meadows. The views were getting more and more spectacular with every step. I tried to push the creepy night sounds out of my head, focusing on the scenery and the physical challenge of the hike. For a while it worked. I even started to feel like myself again, the initial excitement of the trip returning. Around midday, I stopped for lunch at a viewpoint overlooking a vast valley. It was exactly the kind of view I'd come to Yosemite for. Towering cliffs, waterfalls cascading down, and miles of untouched wilderness stretching out before me. I sat there for a long time, eating my sandwich and just soaking it all in. It was moments like these that made all the planning and effort worthwhile. But even in the bright sunshine, with that incredible view, a little seed of unease remained. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but something felt wrong. The forest seemed too quiet, too still. Even the birds seemed to have gone silent. As I continued hiking in the afternoon, the trail started to change. It became narrower, steeper, and the trees grew closer together, blocking out more and more of the sunlight. The forest grew darker, and the air felt heavier, colder. It was still beautiful in a wild, untamed way, but the peacefulness from the morning was gone, replaced by a sense of foreboding. Then I started noticing things on the trail, strange markings on the trees. Not like animal scratches, but deliberate, almost carved symbols. They were simple, geometric shapes, triangles, lines, but they looked old, weathered, like they'd been there for a very long time. I tried to take photos, but my phone signal was non-existent out here, and I didn't have a proper camera. The unsettling feeling grew stronger with each step. It wasn't just the sounds from the previous night anymore. It was something else. Something in the air, a sense of being watched, of being unwelcome. I reached the lake late in the afternoon. It was beautiful, nestled in a high mountain basin, surrounded by towering pines. But even the beauty felt tainted somehow, overshadowed by the growing dread that was settling over me. I found a secluded spot near the lakeshore and started setting up camp. As I worked, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig made me jump. I kept scanning the tree line, expecting to see something. I didn't know what, but I knew something was out there. The sun started to set, casting long, eerie shadows across the lake. The temperature dropped quickly, and a cold wind started to whisper through the trees. I hurried to finish setting up camp, wanting to get inside my tent before darkness completely fell. Just as I was zipping up the tent, I heard it again, that scraping sound. Closer this time. Much closer. It was coming from just outside the tree line, maybe 50 feet away. And then the heavy footsteps, pounding on the ground. Moving towards me, my breath hitched in my throat. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through me. This wasn't squirrels. This wasn't bears. This was something else. Something predatory. I froze listening, heart hammering against my ribs. The footsteps stopped just outside the trees. The scraping continued closer now, right at the edge of the clearing. And then a new sound, a soft, wet sniffing, like something was smelling the air, smelling me. I held my breath, paralyzed with terror, listening to the sounds getting closer, circling my campsite in the growing darkness. Whatever was out there, it was definitely not friendly, and it was definitely interested in me. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I just lay there in my tent, listening to the sounds circling me. The sniffing, the scraping, the heavy footfalls just beyond the trees. It felt like an eternity, but it was probably only minutes. Minutes that stretched out into an unbearable, terrifying stillness. Then the whispering started. It was faint at first, barely audible over the wind and the rustling leaves. Just a low murmur, like voices carried on the breeze. But it grew louder, clearer, weaving its way into my ears, into my mind. It wasn't in any language I knew. It was something older, more primal. Syllables that resonated deep in my bones, filled with a chilling, alien intent. The whispers seemed to come from everywhere at once, surrounding the tent, pressing in on me. They spoke of things I didn't understand, but somehow I felt them. Felt the cold dread seeping into my soul, the sense of ancient malice directed right at me. Suddenly, the scraping stopped. The footsteps ceased. The sniffing faded away. The only sound was the whispering, now louder than ever, and the frantic pounding of my heart. I was trapped, paralyzed by fear, waiting for something. Then the tent shook, not violently, but a slow, deliberate tremor, like something large was leaning against it. The whispering intensified, swirling around me, and the tent fabric pressed inwards, as if something heavy was pushing against the outside. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for whatever was coming. The pressure increased, the tent poles creaking and groaning. I could feel something massive right outside, its presence suffocating, overwhelming, and then a sound right next to my ear, so close it made me jump, the sharp, wet crack. Tent ripped. A long, jagged tear appeared in the fabric right beside my head. Cold night air rushed in, and through the opening I saw it. Just an eye at first. Huge, yellow, gleaming in the darkness, reflecting the faint starlight like a predator's eye in the night. It was close, inches away from my face, staring right at me through the ripped tent fabric. Then, more of it came into view, a massive head, vaguely canine, but distorted wrong, covered in coarse, matted fur the color of shadow and earth. Long, pointed teeth glinted in the darkness and thick. Black claws scraped against the tent fabric, tearing it wider. The whispering intensified, pouring out of the creature, filling my head, drowning out everything else. It was a voice, but not a voice. More like a feeling, a raw, predatory intent projected directly into my mind. It spoke of hunger, of claiming, of belonging. I screamed. I don't remember screaming, but I must have. Everything after that became a blur of terror and adrenaline. I scrambled backwards, kicking at the creature, tearing at the tent fabric, desperate to get away. Somehow, I managed to rip a bigger hole in the tent and scramble out the back. I didn't stop to think, didn't stop to grab anything. I just ran blindly into the darkness, crashing through the undergrowth, stumbling over roots and rocks, the creature's guttural growls, and the relentless whispering echoing behind me. I ran for what felt like hours, adrenaline fueling my flight, terror driving me onward. I didn't know where I was going, didn't care. Just away. Away from the lake, away from whispers, away from the creature. Eventually, exhaustion took over. My lungs burned, my legs ached, and I collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. I was still deep in the woods, surrounded by trees and shadows, but the sounds of pursuit had faded. For now, I huddled there for the rest of the night, shivering in the cold, too terrified to move, too exhausted to run further. As dawn finally broke, painting the sky with pale light, I slowly, cautiously, started to make my way back towards the trail. The hike out was a nightmare. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every rustle of leaves made me jump. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see those yellow eyes, to hear those chilling whispers again. But there was nothing. Just the silent, watchful forest. I finally reached the trailhead late Saturday afternoon, hours later than planned. I stumbled into my car, locked the doors, and didn't stop driving until I was miles away from Yosemite. Miles away from those woods. I'm home now. Safe, I think. But I can still hear the whispers sometimes, in the quiet moments, just at the edge of hearing. And I still see those yellow eyes in my nightmares. I don't know what it was out there. Some kind of animal. Something else. I don't want to know. I just know I'm never going back to Yosemite. Never going back into those woods. Some places are beautiful, yes. But some places are just deadly. And some mistakes you just don't come back from. My name is Jake, and I guess you could say I'm the reason we were all there that weekend. Every year, me and my buddies try to find a new spot for our annual camping trip. This year, I'd picked Great Smoky Mountains National Park. I'd seen some pictures online, misty blue mountains, ancient forests, looked like the perfect place to get away from it all, you know. So, there we were, 4 of us crammed into my old Jeep, heading deep into Tennessee. There's me, Jake, always the planner. Then there's Chris, my best friend since kindergarten, the quiet, observant type. We had Marcus, the jokester of the group, always ready with a dumb pun or a loud laugh. And rounding us out was Emily, Chris's girlfriend, who was way tougher than she looked, despite being the only one of us who actually read the park's safety guidelines. We arrived late Friday afternoon, the sun already dipping behind the trees, casting long shadows that made everything look a little spooky even then. We found our campsite, a secluded spot near a creek that gurgled and whispered like it was telling secrets. Unloading the gear, Marcus was already cracking jokes about bears and mountain lions, while Emily meticulously checked our food storage, making sure everything was properly sealed. Chris just stood there, quiet as usual, looking up at the darkening woods, a thoughtful frown on his face. As the last light faded, we got a fire crackling, the flames snapping and popping, throwing sparks up into the night sky. We sat around it, the warmth chasing away the evening chill, the smell of pine and wood smoke filling the air. Marcus started in on a ghost story he'd heard about these mountains. Something about a hiker who'd vanished without a trace, leaving only his boots behind. Typical Marcus, always trying to amp up the scare factor. "Relax, dude," Emily said, rolling her eyes. "We're fine. It's a national park, not some haunted wilderness." "Yeah, but still," Marcus grinned. "Imagine if." He didn't get to finish his sentence because just then, a twig snapped in the woods beyond the firelight, and we all went silent, every nerve on high alert. It was probably just some animal, a deer or a raccoon, but out here in the dark, with the shadows dancing all around us, it sounded like something else entirely. Something watching. We all froze listening. The fire crackled, mocking the silence that had fallen over us. Then, another snap, closer this time. Marcus, for once, was speechless, his eyes wide and fixed on the tree lane. Even Chris seemed a little on edge, his usual calm replaced by a subtle tension in his shoulders. "Probably just a deer," I said, trying to sound casual, but my voice came out a little too high-pitched even in my own ears. I grabbed a thick branch from the woodpile, just in case. Emily, ever practical, reached for the flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating the trees at the edge of our campsite. Nothing, just leaves rustling in the slight breeze, shadows playing tricks on our eyes. See. Nothing, Emily said, letting out a nervous laugh, but she kept the flashlight clutched tight in her hand. We all tried to relax, to go back to the easy banter of before. but the mood had shifted. The woods felt different now, less welcoming, more watchful. We ate dinner, mostly in silence, the sounds of the forest amplified in the stillness. Every rustle, every hoot of an owl made us jump. Marcus, despite his earlier bravado, kept glancing nervously into the darkness, his jokes replaced by forced, uneasy chuckles. Even the fire seemed to be burning lower, its light struggling to hold back the encroaching shadows. Later, as we were getting ready for bed, I heard it again. A soft padding sound like footsteps on leaves, circling just beyond the edge of the firelight. I nudged Chris, who was already lying in his sleeping bag, staring up at the tent ceiling. He heard it too. We both lay there, listening, our hearts pounding against our ribs. "Think it's a bear," I whispered, my voice barely audible above the crackling fire. Chris shook his head slowly. "Doesn't sound like a bear." "Mountain lion." Another head shake. Too light and too deliberate. Deliberate. That word hung in the air between us, heavy with unspoken dread. It wasn't just a random animal wandering through the woods. This felt intentional, like something was out there, circling us, studying us. The padding sound stopped, replaced by an unnerving silence that stretched on and on. I strained my ears, trying to hear anything, but there was nothing. Just the whisper of the creek, the crackle of the dying fire, and the frantic beat of my own heart. Whatever it was gone. Or maybe it was just waiting. Sleep was impossible that night. Every time I drifted off, some sound from the woods would jolt me awake again. The wind seemed to pick up, rustling the leaves and branches, turning the forest into a whispering, sighing entity that surrounded us. I kept imagining eyes out there in the dark, watching us from between the trees. When morning finally came, it was a pale, gray dawn, the sky heavy with clouds. The woods looked different in the daylight, less menacing, but still altered. The feeling of being watched hadn't gone away, it had just receded, lurking beneath the surface. We ate a quick breakfast, no one saying much. Even Marcus was subdued, his usual energy replaced by a quiet nervousness. Emily kept glancing around, her eyes scanning the trees, the creek, the shadows that still clung to the edges of the campsite. Chris was just silent, his gaze distant, like he was listening to something we couldn't hear. "Let's hike to Klingman's Dome today," I suggested, trying to inject some enthusiasm into the group. "Get some views, Maybe clear our heads." It was supposed to be the highest point in the park, a popular spot with an observation tower. I figured being around other people, even just for a little while, might help shake off the unease that had settled over us. Everyone agreed, though without much excitement. We packed up our day packs, doused the fire, and started off down the trail. The woods were thick and silent, the air heavy and damp. The path wound upwards, switchbacking through ancient trees, the sunlight struggling to penetrate the dense canopy. As we climbed higher, the feeling of being watched intensified. It wasn't just a feeling anymore, it was almost a presence, a weight in the air. Every now and then, I'd catch a flicker of movement at the edge of my vision, a shadow shifting between the trees, but when I turned to look, there was nothing there. Then we heard it again. The padding sound. The soft footsteps on leaves, but this time closer, much closer. It was keeping pace with us, just off the trail, moving through the undergrowth. We stopped, all of us listening, our breath held tight in our chests. The sound stopped too. Silence. Then a twig snapped, right beside the trail, just a few feet away. We all jumped back, our hearts leaping into our throats. And then we saw it. Not an animal, not a bear, not a mountain lion, not anything we could name. It was tall and gaunt, its skin pale and stretched tight over sharp bones. Its eyes were black pits, and its mouth was a jagged tear in its face, filled with teeth that were too long, too sharp. It stood there motionless, watching us, and a low, guttural growl rumbled from deep within its chest. We didn't scream, we didn't move, we just stared, frozen in terror, at the thing that had been circling us in the dark, the thing that had been watching us from the woods. It took a step closer, and another, and then it lunged. My name is Ethan, and I've always been a sucker for the outdoors. There's just something about being surrounded by nature, away from the hustle and bustle of city life, that really recharges my batteries. So when my friends Sarah and Josh suggested a camping trip to the Great Smoky Mountains National Park, I was immediately on board. We planned the trip for late October, hoping to catch the last bit of fall foliage before the real cold set in. Sarah, ever the planner, booked us a spot at the Elkmont campground. She'd read online that it was one of the best campgrounds in the park, nestled right along the little river and surrounded by old growth forest. Josh, on the other hand, was in charge of gear and food. He's the kind of guy who's always prepared for anything, sometimes to an almost comical degree. He showed up at my place the morning of our departure with enough camping equipment to outfit a small army, and enough food to last us a week, even though we were only going for a long weekend. The drive to the Smokies was beautiful. As we got closer to the park, the landscape transformed into rolling hills covered in vibrant shades of red, orange, and gold. The air grew crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. By the time we reached Elkmont, the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the campground. Our campsite was perfect. It was secluded, surrounded by tall trees that muffled the sounds of other campers, and just a short walk from the river. We quickly set up our tents, started a fire in the fire pit, and began unpacking. The crackling flames and the gentle murmur of the river created a cozy and peaceful atmosphere. As darkness fell, the woods around us came alive with the sounds of the night. Crickets chirped, owls hooted in the distance, and the wind rustled through the leaves. We sat around the fire, roasting marshmallows and telling stories, the kind of easy camaraderie that only comes from years of friendship. It was getting late, and the fire was starting to die down when we heard it. A sound from the woods, beyond the circle of firelight. It was a low, guttural growl unlike anything I'd ever heard before. It sent a shiver down my spine, and I could see in Sarah and Josh's eyes that they'd heard it too. We fell silent, listening intently. The growl didn't come again, and after a few minutes, we started to convince ourselves that it was just a bear, or maybe coyote. Still, a sense of unease settled over our little campsite, a feeling that we were no longer alone in the woods. We decided to call it a night soon after, each of us retreating to our tents. Lying in my sleeping bag, I stared up at the canvas, listening to the sounds of the forest. The normal night sounds were still there, but now they seemed different, somehow amplified, and tinged with a subtle, underlying menace. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, made me jump. Sleep didn't come easily that night, and as I drifted in and out of consciousness, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us from the darkness, something that was definitely not a bear or a coyote. The next morning, the unease from the previous night felt like a distant dream. The sun was shining, birds were singing, and the forest seemed to have shed its nighttime menace. We emerged from our tents, blinking in the bright morning light, and started making breakfast. Probably just my imagination, I said, trying to sound nonchalant as I poured coffee. You know how it is in the woods at night. Every little sound gets amplified. Sarah nodded, though she didn't look entirely convinced. Maybe, she said. But that growl, it really didn't sound like any animal I've ever heard. Josh, ever practical, shrugged. Could have been anything. Mountain lion, maybe. Or even a boar. They can make some pretty weird noises. He busied himself flipping pancakes, the smell of maple syrup filling the air. We spent the morning hiking along the little river trail. The scenery was breathtaking. The river rushed and tumbled over moss-covered rocks. Sunlight dappled through the trees, and the air was fresh and clean. We hiked for hours, enjoying the beauty of the Smokies, and gradually, the unsettling feeling from the previous night began to fade. By afternoon, we were back at the campsite, tired but invigorated. We decided to explore the old Elkmont ghost town, just a short walk from the campground. Elkmont was once a logging town and later a resort community, but it was abandoned after the national park was established. Now, the old buildings stood as silent, decaying reminders of a bygone era. We wandered through the deserted streets, peering into the empty cabins in the old Appalachian clubhouse. The silence was eerie, broken only by the creak of floorboards and the whisper of wind through broken windows. There was a strange atmosphere about the place, a sense of lingering history and forgotten lives. Sarah, who was fascinated by ghost stories, was in her element. She told us tales of the town's past, of loggers and wealthy families who once vacationed here, and of rumors of hauntings and strange occurrences. Even Josh, usually skeptical, seemed a little unnerved by the atmosphere. As the afternoon wore on, the shadows in the ghost town grew longer and darker. A chill wind began to rustle through the trees, and the sky overhead turned a heavy, ominous gray. It felt like a storm was brewing. We decided to head back to the campsite. As we walked, the wind picked up, whipping through the trees and carrying with it a low, moaning sound. The temperature dropped sharply, and the forest seemed to grow darker and more menacing with each step. Back at the campsite, we hurried to secure our tents and gather firewood before the storm hit. The wind howled through the trees, and the first fat raindrops began to fall. We huddled under the small tarp we'd strung up, watching as the sky opened up and the rain poured down in sheets. The storm raged for hours. The wind shrieked, the rain hammered against the tarp, and thunder echoed through the mountains. The fire, which we'd struggled to keep going, finally succumbed to the deluge, leaving us in near darkness. And then above the roar of the storm we heard it again, the growl. But this time it was closer, much closer. It seemed to be just beyond the edge of our campsite, in the thick darkness of the storm-lashed woods. It wasn't just a growl this time. It was accompanied by other sounds, heavy footsteps, crashing through the undergrowth, branches snapping else, a wet, dragging sound like something heavy being pulled through the mud and leaves. Fear, cold and sharp, gripped me. This was something animal different, something wrong. Sarah grabbed my arm, her eyes wide with terror. "What is that?" she whispered, her voice trembling. Josh, his face pale in the flickering light of our lanterns, just shook his head, his usual bravado completely gone. The sound circled our campsite, getting closer and closer. The growling intensified, becoming more guttural, more animalistic, yet somehow also intelligent, like whatever was out there was toying with us, enjoying our fear. Then, the dragging sound stopped right at the edge of the firelight. We held our breath, straining our eyes to see into the darkness, our hearts pounding in our chests. And then we saw it. Or rather, we saw them. Two figures, just beyond the reach of the rain, standing at the edge of the woods. They were tall and gaunt, their forms vaguely humanoid, but twisted and distorted. Their skin was pale and slick, glistening in the rain, and their eyes glowed with a cold, malevolent light. They stood there, motionless, watching us. And then one of them raised a hand, long and skeletal, with claws instead of fingernails. It pointed directly at our campsite, and then it opened its mouth, and from its throat came a sound that was not a growl, not an animal sound at all. It was a whisper. A wet, rasping whisper that carried on the wind, cutting through the storm. And though we couldn't make out the words, we understood the intent. It was hunting us, and it was inviting us to play. The whisper hung in the air, chilling us to the bone. We were paralyzed by fear, staring at the two figures at the edge of the woods. The rain continued to lash down, blurring our vision, but there was no mistaking what we were seeing. These were not animals. These were something else entirely. Something ancient and malevolent that had been lurking in the shadows of the Smokies. Josh was the first to break the spell. He scrambled backwards, bumping into the fire pit, sending embers scattering in the rain. "Run," he yelled, his voice hoarse with terror. "Just run." Without hesitation, we turned and fled. We didn't know where we were going, didn't have a plan, only the primal instinct to escape. We plunged into the darkness, away from the campsite, away from the glowing eyes and the whispering figures. The forest was a chaotic blur of trees and shadows in the storm. Branches whipped at our faces, roots tripped us, and the rain plastered our hair to our foreheads, stinging our eyes. We stumbled blindly through the undergrowth, the sounds of the storm and our own ragged breaths filling our ears. Behind us, we could hear them. The heavy footsteps, the snapping branches, the wet dragging sound growing closer. They were pursuing us relentlessly, effortlessly. We were no match for them in this terrain, in this storm. We were prey, and they were hunting us. We ran for what felt like hours, our lungs burning, our legs aching. We didn't dare stop, didn't dare look back. We just driven by pure, unadulterated terror. Eventually, we burst out of the trees and into a clearing. Ahead, through the rain, we could see the faint glow of lights. The campground. Salvation. We stumbled towards the lights, our pace quickening as hope surged through us. We could hear other campers now, distant voices muffled by the storm. Civilization. Safety. As we reached the edge of the campground, we glanced back. half expecting to see the figures emerge from the trees behind us. But the woods were dark and silent, swallowed by the storm. They weren't there. Or at least we couldn't see them. We didn't stop running until we reached the relative safety of the campground road. Other campers, huddled under their awnings, stared at us as we stumbled past, soaked to the bone, mud splattered, and gasping for breath. We must have looked like we'd seen a ghost. We didn't stop until we reached the campground restrooms, a solid concrete building that felt like a fortress compared to the flimsy tents we'd left behind. We collapsed inside, shivering and shaking, the adrenaline slowly fading, leaving behind a hollow, aching fear. We spent the rest of the night huddled in the restrooms, unable to speak, unable to sleep. The storm raged on outside, but the sounds of the forest no longer seemed quite so menacing within the concrete walls. But the image of those figures, those glowing eyes, those whispering voices, were burned into our minds. As dawn finally broke, the storm began to subside. The rain softened to a drizzle, and the wind died down to a sigh. We emerged from the restrooms, blinking in the pale morning light, and looked back towards the woods. The forest was still there, silent and indifferent, concealing its secrets behind a veil of mist. It looked deceptively peaceful in the morning light, but we knew better. We knew what lurked within its depths. We packed up our campsite in a daze, moving like automatons. We didn't speak, didn't look at each other. We just wanted to get out of there, to leave the Smokies behind and never look back. We drove away from Elkmont in silence, the rising sun casting long shadows behind us. The beautiful scenery that had charmed us just days before now seemed ominous, tainted by the horror of the night. We never spoke of what we saw that night, not really. We tried to rationalize it, to explain it away as some kind of hallucination brought on by fear and exhaustion. But deep down, we knew the truth. We had encountered something real, something ancient and terrifying. Something that dwells in the hidden places of the world. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls outside my window, I still hear that whisper in the darkness inviting me to play. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that it's still out there, waiting in the woods, waiting for us to come back. My name is Alex, and I've always been a city person. Concrete jungles, traffic noise, and the constant hum of electricity, that's my comfort zone. Nature, trees, wildlife. Appreciated from afar, preferably through a screen. But my best friend, Chris, is the opposite. He practically breathes fresh air and considers a weekend without hiking a weekend wasted. So, when Chris suggested a camping trip to Yellowstone National Park, I hesitated, a lot. "Come on, Alex," he'd said, his eyes shining with outdoorsy enthusiasm I could never quite understand. Yellowstone, geysers, hot springs, wildlife, it'll be epic? Epic was not the word that came to my mind. Terrifying, maybe. Beers, definitely. But Chris is persistent. And after weeks of relentless persuasion, I caved. Plus, he promised to handle all the nature stuff, which in my book meant setting up the tent and dealing with bugs. My only job was to show up and try not to get eaten by a wild animal. So here I am, standing at the edge of a sprawling pine forest in Yellowstone National Park. The air is crisp and smells piney. Okay, I'll admit, it's kind of nice. Chris is currently wrestling with the tent poles, muttering about idiot-proof instructions that are clearly not idiot-proof. Sunlight filters through the trees, dappling the forest floor in golden light. It actually looks peaceful. All right, tense up. Chris announces triumphantly, wiping sweat from his brow. First hurdle cleared. Now, let's find a good spot for the fire pit. He gestures towards a designated fire ring a few yards away. As we start gathering firewood, a sudden rustling in the bushes nearby makes me jump. Relax, it's probably just a squirrel. Chris chuckles, but his eyes scan the trees anyway. Even he, the nature enthusiast, seems a little on edge. The sun begins to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. The forest is getting darker, and the temperature is dropping rapidly. We've got a fire going now, crackling merrily, casting flickering shadows that dance around us. Chris is humming some campfire song, and I'm trying to convince myself that this isn't so bad, maybe even enjoyable. Then a sound cuts through the peaceful crackle of the fire, a howl. Long, mournful, and chillingly close. It's not like any dog howl I've ever heard. This is wilder, deeper, and laced with something else. Chris stops humming, his cheerful demeanor vanishing instantly. He stares into the darkness beyond the firelight, his face pale. Coyote, I whisper, trying to sound casual even though my heart is pounding. Chris shakes his head slowly. That's not a coyote. The howl echoes again, closer this time. And this time, I hear something else mixed in with it. A low, guttural growl. Something big, something hungry. We both stare into the darkness, the firelight suddenly feeling very small, very fragile against the vast, unknown wilderness of Yellowstone. And for the first time, a cold dread creeps into my city-bred bones. Maybe, I pick, wasn't the right word for this trip after all. Maybe survival is more like it. The fire crackled, the only sound brave enough to challenge the deepening silence after that howl. Chris grabbed a thick branch from our wood pile, holding it like a makeshift spear. I, on the other hand, just froze, my eyes darting nervously into the inky blackness beyond the firelight. Beer. I managed to croak, my voice barely a whisper. Chris still looked pale, but he was trying to regain his composure. Beers grunt, they don't howl like that. And that growl, it was low, Alex. Too low for a coyote. Too wrong. He edged closer to the tree-lined branch held out in front of him. Hello, he called out, his voice wavering slightly despite his attempt at bravado. Is anyone there? Silence. Only the snapping of the fire answered him. We waited, hearts pounding in our chests, for what felt like an eternity. Nothing. Maybe it was just far away. I offered weakly, desperately wanting to believe it. Chris lowered the branch slightly, but his eyes remained fixed on the woods. Maybe, he said, but he didn't sound convinced. Still, that was weird. We stayed like that for a while, huddled around the fire, jumping at every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves. The playful shadows cast by the flames now seemed menacing, twisting familiar shapes into monstrous figures in the periphery. The forest, which had seemed peaceful just moments ago, now felt actively hostile, like it was watching us with unseen eyes. Eventually, the silence stretched on, unbroken. The fire began to die down, embers glowing like malevolent eyes in the darkness. Chris, ever the pragmatist, decided we needed to try and sleep. We're probably just spooked, he said, though he still sounded uneasy. Animals make weird noises in the woods. We're safe in the tent. Just keep your headlamp handy, okay? Headlamp won't help if something decides to rip through the tent. I muttered, but I grabbed my headlamp anyway. Crawling into the tent felt like entering a flimsy cocoon of false security. The nylon walls seemed paper, thin, offering no real protection against whatever was out there. We lay side by side in our sleeping bags, listening intently. The forest was no longer silent. Now it was filled with subtle sounds. The whisper of wind through the pines, the chirping of crickets, the distant hoot of an owl, and something else. A soft padding sound, like something moving just beyond the edge of our campsite. Too heavy for a squirrel, too deliberate for a deer. It circled us slowly, rhythmically, just out of sight. Did you hear that? I whispered, my voice trembling. Yeah, Chris breathed back, equally tense. Just stay quiet. Maybe it'll go away. We held our breath, straining to hear over the frantic thumping of our own hearts. The padding sound continued its slow, methodical circle. Then it stopped. Silence descended again, heavier and more oppressive than before. Just when I thought I could finally exhale, a new sound pierced the stillness. A low, wet sniffing right outside the tent wall. It was close. Too close. I could practically feel the presence of whatever was making that sound, just inches away from us. My breath hitched in my throat. I could feel Chris stiffen beside me. Neither of us moved. Neither of us spoke. We were frozen, trapped in our flimsy tent, listening to something unknown sniffing around us in the darkness. The sniffing continued for what felt like an eternity then, just as suddenly as it stopped. Silence again. But this silence was different. It wasn't empty. It was charged, expectant, like the woods themselves were holding their breath, waiting for something to happen. And then I heard it. A new sound, distinct from the padding and the sniffing. A soft scratching on the tent wall, right by my head, like claws, gently, tentatively testing the fabric. My blood ran cold. This wasn't a curious animal. This was deliberate. This was something investigating us. Something that knew we were here, inside this thin nylon shell. The scratching stopped. And then a new sound, the most terrifying sound of all. A whisper right outside the tent, so low I almost didn't catch it. But I did, and the words, though barely audible, chilled me to the bone. Are you scared? The voice raspy, guttural, not quite human, not quite animal. It was something in between, something wrong. And it was right outside our tent, waiting. Are you scared? The whisper hung in the air, a chilling question that didn't need an answer. My breath hitched, trapped somewhere between my lungs and my throat. Beside me, Chris was a statue, rigid and unmoving. We were both paralyzed, not just by fear, but by the sheer unnaturalness of it. Animals didn't talk. Animals didn't whisper. Animals didn't ask if you were scared. The silence stretched again, thick and suffocating. Then the scratching returned, more insistent this time, like claws testing the strength of the tent fabric. I squeezed my eyes shut, wishing I could disappear, wishing I was back in my city apartment, surrounded by the comforting drone of traffic. Suddenly, Chris moved. Not violently, but deliberately. He reached slowly for his backpack, fumbling for something inside. My eyes snapped open. What was he doing? Was he crazy? Did he think fighting back was an option against whatever that was? He pulled out his headlamp, switched it on, and then, with a deep breath that sounded shaky even to my own ears, he unzipped the tent flap. Chris, no, I hissed, grabbing his arm, but he shook me off gently. We can't just sit here and wait. He whispered back, his voice tight with fear, but surprisingly firm. We need to see what it is. He was right. Staying in the tent was just prolonging the terror. At least facing it, even if it was the stupidest thing we could do, felt like taking back some control. He unzipped the flap fully and shone the headlamp into the darkness. The beam cut through the night, illuminating the immediate campsite. Empty. Just the fire pit, our scattered firewood, and the trees looming at the edge of the light. Hello. Chris called out again, his voice stronger this time, laced with a desperate kind of defiance. Show yourself. Silence. Then a rustle in the trees to our left. Chris swung the headlamp towards the sound. Nothing. Just shadows dancing among the pines. It's gone. I breathed, relief washing over me in a dizzying wave. Maybe it was just the wind playing tricks. Chris didn't answer. He kept the headlamp trained on the woods, slowly panning it across the tree lane. And then he stopped, the beam fixed on something just beyond the firelight. My eyes followed his gaze. At first I saw nothing. Just more trees, more shadows. Then I saw them. 2 points of light reflecting back at us from the darkness eyes. Large, luminous, and burning with an unnatural intensity. They weren't animal eyes. They were too bright, too focused, too intelligent, and they were watching us, waiting. Chris slowly raised the branch again, pointing it towards the eyes. What are you? He demanded, his voice trembling slightly, but still holding its ground. What do you want? The eyes didn't move. They just stared, unwavering, burning holes into the darkness. Then a slow, deliberate step. And another. Whatever was out there was moving closer, emerging from the shadows. It was tall, impossibly tall, its form still obscured by the darkness beyond the firelight. But as it stepped further into the clearing, I started to make out shapes. Long limbs, too thin, too angular. A hunched posture like something ancient and weary. And then the head. Not animal, not human, but something in between, elongated and grotesque, with those burning eyes fixed on us. It stepped fully into the firelight, and I finally saw it in its entirety. It was humanoid, but twisted wrong. Its skin was pale and stretched tight over sharp bones. Its limbs were too long, ending in clawed hands that scraped against the ground as it moved. And its face, it was vaguely human in shape, but the features were distorted, pulled into a grotesque parody of a face. And those eyes, they were the worst part. Burning with a cold, predatory light, it stood there, silent, watching us. Then it spoke the same raspy whisper from before, but louder now, clearer. You are in my woods. Its voice sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold night air. This wasn't an animal defending its territory. This was something else. Something that considered these woods its own, in a way that went beyond simple ownership. Chris, bless his nature, loving heart, still tried to reason with it. We didn't mean any harm. He stammered, branch still held out defensively. We're just camping. We'll leave in the morning. The creature tilted its head, those burning eyes never leaving us. Leave. It whispered, the word drawn out like it was tasting the sound of it. No, you are here now. It took another step closer. and I could see its mouth, a lipless gash filled with rows of sharp, needle-like teeth. A low growl rumbled from its chest, deeper and more menacing than before. This wasn't about territory. This wasn't about fear. This was about something else, something hungry. Something that saw us not as intruders, but as prey. And in that moment, staring into those burning eyes, I understood. There were no rules of camping that could save us here. No bear spray, no loud noises, no handing food bags. We had stumbled into something ancient, something wild, something that played by rules we didn't understand. Rules of the wild, older and darker than any we could imagine. And we were about to learn them the hard way. The creature took another step, and the fire crackled again, a final, desperate burst of light against the encroaching darkness. And then the darkness moved. Hey Reddit, long-time lurker, first-time poster. Figured I'd finally share this story since it still freaks me out to this day. It happened last summer. Me and my buddies, we planned a camping trip to Yellowstone. We're all in our early 20s, college was finally done, and we wanted to celebrate with some time in the great outdoors. There was me, Mark, the planner of the group, always making spreadsheets and double checking reservations. Then there's Chris, my roommate, the comedian, always cracking jokes even when they weren't landing. And lastly, Sarah, Chris's girlfriend, who is probably the most level-headed person I know, and definitely the most outdoorsy of us all. We picked Yellowstone because, well, it's Yellowstone. Geysers, hot springs, wildlife, the whole package. Sarah had been before with her family and swore it was incredible. We booked a campsite near the Firehole River. Seemed like a good central location to explore from. The drive up was pretty uneventful, just hours of highway and bad gas station coffee. We arrived late afternoon. The sun was starting to dip behind the mountains, casting long shadows across the pine trees. The air was crisp and smelled like pine and damp earth. That classic mountain smell. We found our campsite easily enough. It was decent, a fire pit, a picnic table, and enough space for our 2 tents. We quickly got to work setting up. Chris, of course, supervised while Sarah and I wrestled with the tent poles. Once the tents were up, we started gathering firewood. Anyone else feeling watched? Chris asked, glancing around the trees. A twig he'd picked up, pretending to be a rifle. Relax, drama queen. Sarah chuckled, hoisting a log twice the size of Chris's twig. It's just the woods. Animals probably checking us out. I shrugged. Probably just bears wanting our snacks. I joked, trying to lighten the slightly uneasy feeling I was starting to get myself. We got a decent fire going as darkness really settled in. We cooked up some burgers and swapped stories, mostly reminiscing about college and joking about future plans. The fire crackled. The stars were starting to pop out above the trees, and for a while everything felt perfect. Just us, the wilderness, and a weekend of freedom. It wasn't until later, when we were huddled around the dying embers of the fire, that things started to feel off. It was subtle at first, just a feeling, a prickle on the back of my neck. But then, it got stronger, like we weren't alone anymore. It started with sounds, just little things at first. A twig snapping in the woods beyond the firelight. An animal rustling in the underbrush. Normal camping noises, right? But they seemed closer than they should be, and they kept happening even when we were being quiet. Did you hear that? Sarah whispered, poking the fire with a stick, sending sparks flying upwards. Chris, who had been mid-joke, stopped and listened. Yeah, something's out there. He lowered his voice, suddenly less jokey. Probably just a deer or something. I strained my ears trying to pinpoint the sounds. It wasn't just one thing. It was like movement. Around us. In the darkness just beyond the reach of the fire. Maybe we should put some more wood on. I suggested, feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. We piled more logs onto the fire, the flames leaping higher, pushing back the darkness a little. The fire crackled and popped, and for a few minutes, the sounds from the woods seemed to recede. Then we heard it, not just a rustle or a snap. This was different. It was a slow, deliberate crunch of leaves, like someone was walking just outside the circle of firelight. And it was getting closer. We all froze, staring into the darkness, the flames dancing in our eyes. The crunching stopped. Silence. Just the crackling fire and the sound of our own breathing. Hello? I called out, my voice sounding weak even to my own ears. Is anyone there? Silence. Chris grabbed a burning branch from the fire, holding it out like a torch. Maybe it's another camper wandered off trail, he said, but his voice was shaky. Sarah shook her head slowly. Campsites are pretty spread out here, Mark, and everyone's supposed to stay on marked trails after dark. The crunching started again. Closer this time. Definitely closer. It was slow, deliberate, and heavy. Like someone was taking their time, not trying to be quiet at all. Chris took a step forward, the burning branch casting flickering shadows in the trees. Who's there? Show yourself. The crunching stopped again. But this time the silence felt different. It felt thick. Heavy, like something was holding its breath, listening to us. Then a new sound. A soft, almost whispery sound, like breathing. Heavy breathing. Right at the edge of the firelight. We all held our breath, staring into the darkness, our hearts pounding in our chests. The fire crackled. The stars glittered above and we waited. Listened. For whatever was out there just beyond the light. The breathing was ragged, wet-sounding, like something was struggling to breathe. It was so close now we could almost feel it. The air grew heavy, charged with something we couldn't name but could definitely feel. Fear. Primal, gut-wrenching fear. Slowly, hesitantly, a figure stepped into the edge of the firelight. At first, it was just a shape distorted by the flickering flames and shadows, tall. Too tall, and gaunt. Unnaturally thin. As it moved fully into the light, we could see it. It was a man. Sort of, human-shaped anyway. But wrong. Terribly wrong. He was dressed in tattered clothes, ripped and stained, like he'd been wandering in the woods for weeks. His hair was long, matted, and greasy, hanging down past his shoulders, obscuring most of his face. But it was his skin that really got to me. It was pale, almost translucent, stretched tight over sharp bones. Veins showed blue and prominent beneath the surface, like a roadmap of something dead. His eyes were the worst. When he finally lifted his head and the firelight caught his face, I saw them. Black. Completely black. No whites, no pupils, just two empty black sockets staring at us. And they were fixed on us, unblinking hungry. He opened his mouth and a rasping sound came out like rocks grinding together, not words. Not even close to words. Just a guttural, inhuman noise. Chris, bless his idiotic bravery, stepped forward again, still holding the burning branch. You okay, man? Need help. He was trying to sound normal, but his voice cracked halfway through the sentence. The figure didn't respond to Chris's words. It just kept staring, those black eyes fixed on us. Then, slowly, deliberately, it started to move again. Towards us, it shuffled forward, one slow, dragging step at a time. Each step was accompanied by that crunching sound, even on the soft pine needle duff of our campsite. It was like he was dragging something heavy with him. Something unseen. Sarah grabbed my arm, her fingers digging into my skin. I could feel her trembling. I was trembling too. Chris was still holding the burning branch out, but his hand was shaking so badly the flames were flickering wildly. We should go. Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible. I nodded, my throat too tight to speak. Go where? I didn't know anywhere was better than here, but we started to back away slowly, keeping our eyes fixed on the figure. It kept coming, that slow, relentless shuffle. The breathing was louder now, closer. We could smell him now, too. A cloying, sickly sweet smell like rotting meat and damp earth. We stumbled backwards, away from the fire, into the darkness of the trees. We didn't run, couldn't run. We were frozen, paralyzed by fear, backing away step by agonizing step as the figure shuffled closer and closer, the black holes of its eyes burning into us. We kept backing away, further and further into the woods, the firelight shrinking behind us until it was just a tiny orange glow in the distance. And still, we could hear it, the crunching, coming after us, into the dark. We didn't stop running until we reached the park road, miles from our campsite, hours later, just as the first hint of dawn was starting to lighten the eastern sky. We flagged down a ranger patrol, babbling about a stranger, about the woods, about the feeling of being watched. They listened, their faces grim, but I could see the doubt in their eyes. Probably just a bear, folks. Or maybe you just spooked yourselves. Maybe. But I know what we saw, what we felt. And I know we weren't alone out there. Not at all. We never went back to that campsite. Never went camping again, actually. And to this day, whenever I'm in the woods, I still get that feeling, that prickle on the back of my neck. Like something is watching, waiting. just beyond the edge of the light. That's my story. So yeah, don't go camping in Yellowstone, maybe. Or if you do, just be careful who you invite to your campfire, even if you don't realize you invited them at all. My name is Alex, and I guess you could say I'm a bit of a sucker for the outdoors. When my friends suggested a camping trip to Acadia National Park for spring break, I was the first to say yes. I mean, who wouldn't want to spend a week surrounded by granite peaks, crashing waves, and evergreen forests? Plus, Acadia is supposed to have some of the darkest night skies on the East Coast. I was picturing nights filled with stargazing and campfire stories. There were four of us going: me, my roommate Ben, and our friends Sarah and Emily. Ben is the planner of the group, always meticulously organizing everything from gear lists to trail maps. Sarah is the adventurous one, always pushing us to try new things, whether it's cliff jumping or backcountry skiing. Emily is Emily. She's a bit quieter than Sarah and me, more into books and photography, but she's always up for an adventure as long as there's coffee involved. We drove up to Maine in Ben's Subaru, which was packed to the brim with tents, sleeping bags, backpacks, and enough trail mix to feed a small army. The drive itself was beautiful, especially as we got closer to the coast. The air smelled like pine and salt, and the views were incredible. We arrived at Acadia in the late afternoon and set up camp at Blackwoods Campground. It was already starting to get chilly, but the sun was still shining, filtering through the tall trees. "This is awesome," Sarah said, breathing in deeply as she stretched after the long drive. "I can already tell this is going to be an epic trip." Emily nodded, already snapping photos with her camera. "The light is perfect right now." Ben, ever practical, was unpacking the car. "All right, let's get organized. I've got the tent locations marked on the map. Alex, you and I will take Site A, Sarah and Emily. You're in B." We quickly set up our tents and started gathering firewood. The campground was pretty empty this early in the season, which was actually kind of nice. It felt like we had the whole forest to ourselves. As dusk began to settle, we got a fire going, the flames crackling and spitting as they devoured the dry wood. We roasted hot dogs and marshmallows, telling stories and laughing as the sky deepened to a velvety black. Later, as we sat around the dying embers, Sarah pulled out her phone. "Did you guys know Acadia is supposed to be haunted?" she said, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Ben rolled his eyes. "Here we go." "Seriously?" Sarah insisted, pulling up a webpage. "Listen to this. Acadia National Park is known for its stunning beauty, but also for its eerie history. From ghostly shipwrecks off the coast to unexplained disappearances in the dense woods, Acadia has more than its fair share of spooky tales." She read on, recounting local legends of phantom hikers and strange lights seen flickering in the forests at night. Emily shivered dramatically, pulling her sweater tighter around her. "Okay, maybe we should stick to stargazing," she said, but I could tell she was secretly intrigued. I just laughed. "Come on, guys, it's just campfire stories." "But hey," I added, glancing around at the dark woods surrounding our campsite, "keeps things interesting, right?" Little did I know how right I would be. That night, as I lay in my sleeping bag, listening to the wind rustling through the trees and the distant sound of the ocean, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone in those woods. And it wasn't just squirrels and raccoons I was worried about. There was something else out there, something unsettling. Sleep didn't come easy that night. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sounded amplified in the darkness. I kept imagining those phantom hikers Sarah had read about, silently watching us from the shadows of the trees. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I drifted off, but my sleep was fitful, filled with strange, unsettling dreams. I woke up to the smell of coffee and bacon. Ben, ever the early riser, was already up and cooking breakfast over the campfire. The sun was just beginning to peek through the trees, casting long shadows across the campsite. The air was crisp and cold, but the promise of a new day was in the air. "Sleepyhead," Ben said, handing me a mug of coffee. "You look like you didn't get much sleep." "Yeah, not really," I admitted, taking a grateful sip of the hot coffee. "Just weird dreams." Sarah and Emily emerged from their tent yawning and stretching. "Smells amazing, Ben," Sarah said, grabbing a plate of bacon. "So," Emily said after a few bites, Anyone hear anything weird last night? She glanced around the campsite, her eyes a little wider than usual. Sarah and I exchanged a look. Weird how? Sarah asked, playing it cool, but I could tell she was thinking about the ghost stories too. I don't know, Emily said, shrugging. Just noises. Like footsteps, maybe, outside the tent, Ben snorted. Probably just animals, Em. Squirrels, raccoons, deer. This is the woods, remember? Yeah, maybe, Emily said, unconvinced. We finished breakfast and started packing up for a day hike. Ben had planned a rut up Cadillac Mountain, the highest point in Acadia, for panoramic views of the park and the ocean. As we laced up our hiking boots, I couldn't shake the feeling that Emily wasn't the only one who had heard something strange the night before. I had a nagging feeling myself, a sense of unease that went beyond just campfire-induced jitters. The hike up Cadillac was challenging but beautiful. The trail wound through forests of pine and birch, opening up to stunning views of Frenchman Bay and the Porcupine Islands. We scrambled over granite ledges and passed by crystal clear streams. The higher we climbed, the more expansive the view became. By the time we reached the summit, we were all a little breathless, but the vista was worth it. We spent an hour at the top, taking photos and soaking in the scenery. The wind whipped around us, carrying the scent of pine and the distant cry of seagulls. From up there, Acadia stretched out before us in all its wild beauty, a tapestry of green forests, blue ocean, and gray rock. It was breathtaking, but even in the bright sunshine, a sliver of unease lingered in the back of my mind. As we started our descent, Sarah, who was in the lead, suddenly stopped dead in her tracks. "Wait a minute," she said, her voice hushed. "Do you guys hear that?" We all froze, listening. At first, there was only the sound of the wind and the rustling trees. Then I heard it. A faint sound carried on the breeze. A rhythmic, scraping sound, like "Is that digging?" Emily whispered, her eyes wide again. Ben frowned, tilting his head. Digging. What would be digging up here? We started walking again, slowly, cautiously, following the trail. The scraping sound grew louder, clearer. It was definitely digging, a steady, rhythmic scrape against earth and rock. And it was coming from just off the trail, deeper in the woods. Sarah, ever the adventurous one, started to veer off the path. "Let's check it out," she said, her voice a mix of excitement and apprehension. "Sarah, maybe we should stick to the trail," Ben said, sounding a little nervous for once. "Come on, Ben, don't be such a scaredy cat," Sarah teased, but she hesitated, glancing back at us. I felt a prickle of unease crawl up my spine. The woods around us suddenly seemed darker, the shadows deeper. The scraping sound was insistent, relentless, and undeniably unnatural. Maybe we should just go back to camp," Emily said, her voice barely above a whisper. I looked at Ben, then at Sarah, then into the darkening woods. The scraping sound continued, closer now, it seemed, and for the first time, a real, cold fear began to creep into my heart. Something was out there in the woods, and I had a feeling it wasn't just digging a hole. A shiver ran down my spine. "Yeah, maybe Emily's right," I said, my voice sounding weaker than I intended. "Let's just head back." Sarah hesitated for another moment, her adventurous spirit clearly battling with a newfound sense of unease. But the persistent, unsettling scrape of digging seemed to tip the scales. "Okay," she said finally, turning back towards the trail. "Camp sounds good." We started walking quickly, almost jogging back down the path. The scraping sound, however, didn't fade. It seemed to follow us, echoing through the trees, always just out of sight. We didn't talk. Each of us lost in our own thoughts, the silence broken only by our hurried footsteps and the relentless digging. The feeling of being watched intensified. Every shadow seemed to move. Every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps approaching. I kept glancing back over my shoulder, half expecting to see something emerge from the trees. But there was nothing, just the deepening shadows and the constant, rhythmic scrape. We practically stumbled back into our campsite, the familiar sight of our tents and the dying embers of the fire a welcome relief. But even the relative safety of the campsite, the unease lingered. The digging sound was still there, fainter now, but still audible, coming from somewhere deeper in the woods surrounding the campground. "Okay," Ben said, trying to sound reassuring, but his voice was tight. "Definitely animals. Probably just a bear digging for roots or something." "Bears don't dig like that," Emily said, her voice trembling slightly. That's too rhythmic, too deliberate. Sarah was pacing around the campsite, her brow furrowed. I don't like this, she said. I really don't like this. Then let's pack up. I said, the words tumbling out before I could stop them. Let's just leave. Now, Ben looked at me, surprised. Leave? But we just got here, and we haven't even hiked half the trails I planned. I don't care about the trails, Ben, I said, my voice rising. I just want to get out of these woods. Something's not right here. Emily and Sarah nodded in agreement. Even Sarah, the most adventurous of us, looked genuinely scared. Ben looked at our faces, and for the first time since I'd known him, he seemed to waver. He was a planner, a rational thinker, but even he couldn't deny the palpable sense of dread that had settled over our camp. All right, he said, finally sighing. All right, we'll pack up, but we're doing it in the morning. It's almost dark, and I'm not packing up camp in the dark because of some noises. I wanted to argue, to insist on leaving right then and there, but I knew Ben was right about one thing. Packing up camp in the dark would be a nightmare. And maybe, just maybe, it was just animals. Maybe we're all just being paranoid, letting Sarah's ghost stories get to us. Okay, I said, reluctantly. Morning. First light. We ate a quick, silent dinner, the campfire casting flickering shadows that seemed to dance and writhe in the darkness. The digging sound had stopped, but the silence that replaced it was even more unsettling. It felt heavy, expectant, like something was holding its breath, waiting. As darkness fell completely, we retreated to our tents. Sleep was even more elusive than the night before. Every creak of the tent fabric, every sigh of the wind, made me jump. I lay there, eyes wide open in the darkness, listening, waiting, my heart pounding in my chest. Then I heard it again, faint at first but unmistakable. The scraping, digging, closer now. Much closer. It was right outside the campsite, just beyond the circle of dying embers. I held my breath, listening intently. The digging grew louder, more frantic. It wasn't rhythmic anymore. It was ragged, desperate, punctuated by sharp, cracking sounds like bone against stone. And then I heard another sound, a low, guttural growl rising from the darkness, a sound that was not animal, not human, but something ancient and hungry and utterly terrifying. I scrambled for my phone, fumbling in the dark, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip it. I had to wake Ben, Sarah, Emily. We had to get out of here. But as I fumbled with the power button, trying to turn on the screen, the tent fabric beside my head ripped open with a tearing sound. I froze, my blood turning to ice. Something was right outside my tent, something big, something close, and then I saw it. A hand, not a human hand, long skeletal fingers tipped with claws like obsidian shards, pale, bone, white skin stretched tight over protruding knuckles. It reached through the ripped fabric, grasping, searching. The scariest thing about camp, it's not the ghost stories. It's not the dark woods or the strange noises. It's the realization that sometimes the stories are real. And sometimes what's digging in the woods isn't looking for roots. It's looking for you. My name is Alex and my sister Sarah, and I just arrived in Yosemite National Park. We're here for the summer, staying at our grandparents' old house just outside the park's main valley. Grandma and Grandpa moved to Florida years ago, but they kept the house, saying it was important to hold on to our family history. Honestly, I think they just couldn't bear to part with it. It's been empty for years, and Sarah and I drew the short straw, or rather volunteered, naively thinking it would be an adventure to come up here and get it ready to sell. The drive up here was beautiful, I'll give it that. Yosemite is breathtaking. Towering granite cliffs, giant sequoia trees that look like they touch the sky, and this crisp, clean air that smells like pine and something else is something welder. But as we got closer to the house, the feeling shifted. The towering trees seemed less majestic and more watching. The air got colder, even though it's July. We finally turned onto the long, winding driveway leading to the house. It's much more secluded than I remembered from childhood visits. The trees are thicker here, almost blocking out the sunlight, and the air is heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Sarah, who's usually glued to her phone, actually put it down and stared out the window, a rare sight. This place is creepy, she said, her voice barely whisper. Don't be dramatic, I replied, trying to sound braver than I felt. But even I had to admit, the house looming at the end of the driveway looked less like a welcoming family home and more like something out of a horror movie. The paint was peeling, the porch sagged, and the windows were dark and empty, like eyes staring out from the shadows. A shiver ran down my spine, and I suddenly wished we'd chosen Florida instead. The inside of the house was worse than the outside. Dust lay thick on everything, and the air was stale and musty. It smelled old, not just in a vintage way, but like something had been decaying here for a long time. We opened windows to air it out, but the heavy, damp smell just seemed to cling to the walls. Sarah and I started to explore, room by room. The living room was filled with heavy, dark furniture covered in sheets. The kitchen was surprisingly modern. Grandma had renovated years ago, but even the stainless steel appliances looked grimy and neglected now. Upstairs, the bedrooms were small and cramped, with sloping ceilings and unsettling shadows in the corners. My grandparents' bedroom was the creepiest. It was at the end of the hall, overlooking the woods behind the house. The wallpaper was faded and peeling, patterned with these weird, swirling shapes that seemed to move in my peripheral vision. And there was this heavy, oppressive feeling in the room, like the air itself was pressing down on you. Sarah refused to go inside. "I'm not setting foot in there," she declared from the hallway, her eyes wide. "Sat room, it feels wrong." I tried to tell her she was being ridiculous, but I didn't want to go in there alone either. Finally, we decided to tackle it together. We pushed the door open and stepped inside, bracing ourselves. The room was cold, colder than the rest of the house, despite the summer heat outside. The bed was neatly made, but the sheets were yellowed with age. On the nightstand, there was a small, framed photo of Grandma and Grandpa when they were young, smiling and carefree. It felt strange to see them like that in this room, which felt so heavy and sad. Then I noticed something else on the nightstand, tucked behind the photo frame. It was a small wooden box, intricately carved with symbols I didn't recognize. It looked old, older than the house itself. Curiosity overriding my unease, I reached out and picked it up. It was surprisingly heavy for its size. As my fingers closed around the box, the temperature in the room seemed to drop even further, and I thought, just for a moment, I heard a faint whisper, like the rustling of dry leaves, coming from somewhere deep within the shadows of the room. Sarah gasped. "What is that?" she whispered, pointing at the wooden box in my hand. I shrugged, turning the box over in my fingers. The carvings were strange, swirling lines and sharp angles that didn't seem to form any recognizable pattern, yet they felt significant somehow. The wood itself was dark and smooth, almost like polished stone. "I don't know," I said, my voice a little shaky. "Found it on the nightstand." I tried to open it, but the lid was firmly shut. There was no latch, no hinges visible, just the seamless carved wood. I ran my fingers along the edges, searching for a way to open it. "Maybe it's locked," Sarah suggested, still standing nervously in the doorway. "Doesn't look like it," I replied, applying a bit more pressure to the lid. Still nothing. It was as if the box was sealed shut, not by a lock, but by something elsey, something intentional. Suddenly, the air in the room seemed to thicken, and the shadows in the corners deepened. The faint whisper I thought I'd heard before returned, louder this time, a dry, rustling sound that seemed to come from all around us. Sarah grabbed my arm, her nails digging into my skin. "Alex," she breathed, her eyes wide with terror. "Did you hear that?" "Yeah," I said, my heart pounding in my chest. "What is that sound?" The whispering grew louder, swirling around us, and the temperature in the room plummeted. We could see our breath misting in the air. The shadows seemed to writhe and twist, and the swirling patterns on the wallpaper seemed to actually move now, like they were alive. Panic flared in my chest. Something was definitely wrong. This wasn't just an old, creepy house. There was something else here, something malevolent. "We need to get out of this room," I said, my voice tight with fear. Sarah didn't need to be told twice. We backed away from the nightstand, keeping our eyes fixed on the wooden box in my hand, and stumbled out of the bedroom, slamming the door shut behind us. We leaned against the closed door, panting, listening to the frantic thumping of our own hearts. The whispering stopped as soon as we left the room. The air in the hallway felt warmer, almost normal. But the oppressive feeling, the sense of dread, still lingered, clinging to us like the musty smell of the house. I looked down at the box in my hand. It was just a box, a small wooden box. But it felt heavy, not just in weight, but with something else, as something dark and ancient. And I had a terrible feeling that whatever was inside, or connected to it, was now very much aware that we were here. We retreated downstairs, the wooden box still clutched in my hand. We sat in the living room on one of the sheet-covered sofas, trying to catch our breath and make sense of what had just happened. "What do you think it is?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling slightly. "I have no idea," I admitted, turning the box over and over. "But I don't like it. I think it's what's making this house so creepy. Maybe we should just leave it," Sarah suggested, her eyes darting nervously towards the stairs. "Just put it back and pretend we never saw it." I hesitated. Part of me desperately wanted to do just that. To put the box back, leave the house, and never look back. But another part of me, the part that was always too curious for my own good, needed to know what was inside. "No," I said finally, my voice firmer this time. "We can't. Not now. We need to know what this is." Sarah groaned. "Are you crazy? That thing is bad news. I can feel it." "Maybe," I said, "but maybe if we know what it is, we can get rid of it. Or at least understand what's going on." I looked at the box again, running my thumb over the strange carvings. There had to be a way to open it. I tried twisting the top, sliding the sides, even gently prying at the seam with my fingernail. Nothing worked. The box remained stubbornly sealed. Frustration mounting, I slammed the box down on the coffee table, and as I did, I heard a faint click. Sarah and I froze, staring at the box. Slowly, almost hesitantly, I reached out and touched the lid again. This time it moved. With a soft whisper-like sound, the lid slid open, revealing the dark interior of the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a small object. It was hard to make out in the dim light, but as I reached in and lifted it out, I saw what it was. It was a key. Not a modern key, but an old-fashioned one made of tarnished metal, with intricate carvings along its shaft that echoed the symbols on the box. It felt cold to the touch, colder even than the box itself. As I held the key, a wave of dizziness washed over me, and the whispering sound returned, louder than ever, swirling around us like a whirlwind. But this time it wasn't just whispering. This time I could almost make out words, faint and distorted, but words nonetheless. They seemed to be coming from the key itself, or perhaps from somewhere deeper within the house, carried on the chill air. And as the whispers grew stronger, coalescing into a chilling, sibilant murmur, I understood what they were saying. They were saying, "Open it." I looked at Sarah, her face pale with terror, her eyes fixed on the key in my hand. She shook her head slowly, pleadingly. "No, Alex, don't. Please don't." But the whispers were growing louder, more insistent, filling my head, drowning out Sarah's voice, drowning out my own fear. "Open it. Open it. Open it." My hand moved as if of its own accord, the key turning in my fingers. And then on the side of the wooden box, almost hidden amongst the swirling carvings, was a tiny keyhole, no bigger than the head of a pin. It was almost invisible, but now, with the key in my hand, it seemed to glow faintly, beckoning me closer. The whispers reached a fever pitch, a chorus of voices urging me on. "Open it. Open it now." My heart hammered in my chest, a frantic drumbeat against the rising tide of dread. But the curiosity, the need to know, was too strong to resist. Slowly, deliberately, I raised the key and inserted into the tiny keyhole. There was a soft click, and the box sprang open, and then darkness. It's funny the things that catch your attention, isn't it? Out of the millions of stories out there, the endless stream of news and noise, certain ones just stick. They burrow under your skin, a persistent itch in the back of your mind that you can't quite scratch. For me, it's always been the strange ones, the cases that don't quite add up, the whispers in the dark corners of the internet that hint at something else. My name's Alex, by the way. Just Alex. I've always been drawn to the unexplained, the mysteries that make your hairs stand on end. Maybe it's a morbid curiosity, or maybe it's just a need to understand the things that go bump in the night. Whatever it is, it led me here, to Yosemite National Park. Yosemite. Even the name sounds majestic, doesn't it? Towering granite cliffs that scrape the sky, waterfalls that plunge hundreds of feet, ancient sequoia trees that have stood for millennia. It's the kind of place that makes you feel small and significant in the face of something truly immense and powerful. And it is powerful. You can feel it in the air, in the silence that's so deep it almost hums. But there's another feeling too, a subtle undercurrent that runs beneath the postcard, perfect scenery, something watchful. I came to Yosemite for a break, a chance to disconnect and breathe in some fresh air. But as always, my mind started to wander, drawn to the shadows lurking just beyond the sunlight. I'd been reading about Yosemite before my trip, soaking up the guidebooks and hiking blogs, when I stumbled across them. 3 cases. 3 particular incidents in Yosemite's long history that just didn't sit right. They were all different, separated by years, seemingly unconnected. But something about them, some faint, unsettling thread pulled me in. There was the disappearance near Bridal Veal Fall, shrouded in mist and whispers of an old Miwok legend about an evil spirit named Po, who lures people to their doom. Then there was the strange account from a park ranger about finding a campsite abandoned, everything left behind, with no sign of struggle, just gone. And finally, the chilling story of the severed hands found in a meadow, with no bodies, no explanation, just hands. 3 particular cases, whose backstories compelled me to dig deeper. And now, standing here in Yosemite Valley, surrounded by the overwhelming grandeur of nature, I can't shake the feeling that I'm closer to something. Something hidden, something old, something waiting. The first case, the one that initially snagged my attention, was the disappearance near Bridal Veal Fall. It happened back in 1988. A young woman named Sarah Holloway, 22 years old, vanished without a trace while hiking alone near the falls. It was a sunny afternoon in July, peak season in Yosemite. The trail to Bridal Veal Fall is popular, usually bustling with tourists. Yet, no one saw anything. One minute Sarah was there, snapping photos of the cascading water, the next gone. The official report, of course, leaned towards accidental fall. Bridal Veal Fall is beautiful, but the rocks around it can be slippery, especially with the mist. They searched for days, park rangers, volunteers even searched dogs. Nothing. No body, no belongings, not even a stray hiking boot. It was as if she'd simply dissolved into the mist itself. But it was the local angle that really made the hairs on my neck prickle. Bridal Veal Fall, you see, has a Miwok named Po. No. And no isn't just a name for a waterfall. It's the name of a vengeful spirit in Miwok legend, a being said to lure people to their deaths with its beauty, then snatch them away into the mists. A spirit of the underworld hungry for souls. I found a few old articles online, local newspapers mostly, that mentioned the legend in passing, usually in a dismissive tone. Just local folklore, they'd say. Tragic accident, nothing more. But reading between the lines, I could sense a different current. Whispers in online forums, comments on old blog posts, people who lived in the area, or claimed to talking about Poe, or know with a hushed reverence, a genuine fear. They spoke of strange mists that weren't natural, of voices carried on the wind, of a feeling of being watched near the falls even on the brightest days. Skeptical, sure, but intrigued. Standing at the base of Bridal Veal Fall myself, now the air thick with spray, the roar of the water deafening, I could almost understand it. There is something otherworldly about this place. The mist swirls and dances, taking on shapes in the corner of your eye. The sunlight struggles to penetrate the dense spray, creating an ethereal, almost dreamlike atmosphere. It's beautiful, yes, but also unsettling, like the veil itself is thin here, and something could reach through. I spent hours at Bridal Veal Fall that day, watching the water, listening to the wind, trying to feel something. I didn't see any ghosts or hear any voices, but I did feel a sense of unease, a prickling awareness that I wasn't alone, even amidst the other tourists. And I kept thinking about Sarah Holloway vanishing into thin air, swallowed by the mist. Accident maybe, but the legend lingered, a chilling possibility that refused to be dismissed that night. Back at my campsite, nestled amongst the towering pines, I started digging deeper into the second case, the abandoned campsite. And that one, in its own way, was even stranger than the vanishing woman at Bridal Veal Fall. The case of the abandoned campsite happened much more recently, just a few years ago in 2021. This one wasn't a disappearance, not exactly. No one vanished, at least not in the traditional sense. But what they left behind, or rather, how they left it, was profoundly disturbing. It was late autumn, October. The crowds in Yosemite had thinned out. The air was crisp and cool, tinged with the scent of pine and damp earth. A park ranger, doing a routine patrol of a less traveled area near the Merced River, stumbled upon it. Campsite number 12 in the Upper Pines campground. Normally, this campground is booked solid during peak season, but in October, it's much quieter. Campsite 12 was supposed to be empty that night, according to the reservation logs. But it wasn't. The tent was pitched, a sturdy-looking dumb tent, the kind serious campers use. A campfire ring was there, cold ashes scattered within, and scattered around the campsite everything else. Cooking gear, backpacks, sleeping bags, clothes, food containers, all the paraphernalia of a weekend camping trip. It was all just left, as if the occupants had simply stood up and walked away, leaving everything behind. The ranger, a seasoned veteran named Ben Carter, told the local sheriff's department it was the strangest thing he'd ever seen in his 20 years in the park. He'd seen abandoned campsites before, sure. Sometimes people cut their trips short due to weather or injury, leaving behind a cheap tent or some forgotten supplies. But this was different. This was everything. Expensive gear, personal items, even car keys were found tucked into a backpack pocket. And there was no sign of struggle, no indication of foul play. Just abandonment. The campers were identified as a couple from San Francisco, Mark and Emily Chen, both in their early 30s. They were experienced hikers, known for their meticulous planning and love of the outdoors. Their car was still in the parking lot, right where they'd left it. Their phones, wallets, IDs, everything was in the tent. It was as if they had stepped out for a moment and simply never come back. A full-scale search was launched, of course. Again, park rangers, volunteered dogs. Search days turned into weeks. Nothing. No trace of Mark or Emily Chen. The campsite yielded no clues, no notes, no sign of what might have happened. The food in the containers was still fresh, suggesting they hadn't been gone long. The campfire was cold, but not rained out, indicating they'd left on a clear night. What could make two experienced campers abandon everything, walk away from their lives, and vanish into the wilderness without a word, bear attack? Unlikely, no signs of animal activity. Kidnapping in the middle of a busy campground, leaving all their possessions behind. Equally improbable. Accident. Possible, but again, why leave everything? The case baffled everyone. It went cold quickly. The Chens became another Yosemite mystery, a footnote in the park's long and sometimes unsettling history. But Ranger Carter, I read, was never quite the same after finding that campsite. He spoke of a feeling of wrongness, a sense that something unnatural had occurred there. He mentioned a silence in the woods that day, deeper than usual, a silence that felt hungry. Sitting by my own campfire now, the flames crackling and spitting, casting dancing shadows on the surrounding trees, I can almost feel that silence myself. The normal sounds of the forest, the rustle of leaves, the chirp of crickets, the distant rush of the river seem muted tonight, as if something is holding its breath, listening. And I can't help but wonder, what did Mark and Emily Chen hear in that silence? What did they see that made them leave everything behind and run? Or were they taken? And if so, taken by what? Tomorrow I'm heading to the meadow to investigate the third case, the one about the severed hands. And somehow I have a feeling that's where things are going to get really strange. The meadow. Ah, the meadow. Even the word itself conjures up images of peace, tranquility, wildflowers swaying in the breeze. Yosemite has many meadows, pockets of open space nestled amongst the granite giants, offering breathtaking views and a sense of serene isolation. The one I was heading to is called El Capitan Meadow, known for its stunning vista of, you guessed it, El Capitan. But it's also known for something else, something far less idyllic. It's known for the hands. The story of the severed hands is the oldest of the three cases, dating back to 1975. It's also the most gruesome, the most overtly wrong. Unlike the other two, this one wasn't a disappearance or an abandonment. This was dismemberment. It was early spring May. The snowmelt was in full swing. The meadows were lush and green, bursting with new life. A group of hikers, venturing off trail in El Capitan Meadow, stumbled upon them. Two human hands, severed cleanly at the wrists, lying side by side in the grass as if carefully placed. No bodies were ever found. No other remains, no bloodstains, just the hands. They were male hands, identified later through dental records as belonging to a local man named David Miller, a nature photographer known for his landscape shots of Yosemite. He'd been reported missing a few weeks prior, after failing to return from a solo photography trip. The police investigation went nowhere. No witnesses, no suspects, no motive. Why just the hands? And why leave them so conspicuously in the middle of a meadow where they were almost certain to be found? It made no sense. Theories abounded, of course. Animal attack. Highly unlikely. Animals don't typically sever hands so cleanly and leave them untouched. Murder. Possible, but again, the hands alone. It was bizarre, theatrical almost, like some macabre message. The case of the severed hands became a local legend, a dark stain on Yosemite's pristine beauty. People whispered about cults, about ritual killings, about something inhuman. And El Capitan Meadow, once a popular spot for picnics and photography, gained a reputation. People started avoiding it, especially after dusk. They said the meadow felt tainted, that a coldness lingered there, even in the summer sun. Standing in El Capitan Meadow now, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the grass, I can feel it. A coldness. Not just the temperature, which is starting to drop as evening approaches, but a deeper coldness, an emptiness in the air, a sense of something missing, or perhaps something taken. I walked to the spot where the hands were found, according to the old newspaper articles I'd read. It's just grass now, ordinary meadow grass, indistinguishable from the rest. But as I stand there, looking around, I can't shake the feeling that something happened here, something terrible. The majestic view of El Capitan, usually so inspiring, feels almost mocking now, a silent witness to some unspeakable horror. And then I see it, just at the edge of the meadow, where the trees begin, something glinting in the fading light. I walk towards it, my heart starting to pound in my chest, its small metallic, half buried in the leaves. I kneel down and brush away the debris. It's a camera, an old film camera, the kind David Miller would have used. Tarnished, weathered, but unmistakably a camera, and clutched tightly in the strap, tangled amongst the leather something else. Something bone, white. I carefully pull it free. It's small, finger-sized, perfectly smooth and white, like polished ivory, but it's not ivory, it's bone. A finger bone. A human finger bone. And as I stare at it, lying in the palm of my hand, a wave of icy dread washes over me. The three cases. Bridal Veal Fall, the abandoned campsite, the severed hands. They aren't separate incidents. They're connected. By something here in Yosemite. Something ancient, something hungry, something that takes pieces. Pieces of people. A woman swallowed by mist, a couple stripped bare of their lives. A photographer reduced toe hands. The sun dips below the horizon, plunging the meadow in a shadow. The air grows colder, the silence deeper, heavier. And I hear it then, a faint whisper on the wind, carried from the trees, from the rocks, from the very earth itself. A whisper that sounds like a Poe. Oh no. And I know with chilling certainty that I've dug too deep, that I've stumbled onto something I shouldn't have, that the itch in the back of my mind has led me to a place where answers are not meant to be found. And that in Yosemite, in this beautiful, terrifying place, some mysteries are best left undisturbed before they reach out and take a piece of you too. My name is Alex, and I guess you could say I'm a sucker for adventure. That's probably why I ended up agreeing to this crazy roommate situation in the first place. When my buddy told me about a job opening at Yosemite National Park with employee housing, I jumped at the chance. Fresh air, stunning views, and a break from city life. Sign me up. The only catch was the roommate, a guy named Eddie. I didn't know Eddie before moving into the tiny cabin they gave us. He was already there when I arrived, unpacking a duffel bag that looked like it had seen better decades. Eddie was tall and lanky, with eyes that seemed to dart around even when he was talking to you. He had this nervous energy about him, like a hummingbird trapped in a jar. "Hey, you must be Alex," he said, extending a hand that was surprisingly cold. "I'm Eddie." "Nice to meet you, man," I replied, shaking his hand, excited to be here. Eddie just nodded, his gaze drifting towards the window overlooking the towering pines outside. "Yosemite's something else," he murmured more to himself than me. The cabin was basic, 2 twin beds, a small desk, and the scent of pine needles clinging to everything. Outside, though, was breathtaking, even from our little clearing. I could see the granite faces of El Capitan and Half Dome in the distance, bathed in the golden afternoon light. "We're going to have a blast here, Eddie," I said, trying to sound enthusiastic. He turned back to me, a faint, almost unsettling smile playing on his lips. "Oh, I think we will, Alex. I really do." The first few weeks were pretty normal, all things considered. We settled into our jobs. I was at the visitor center. Eddie worked maintenance and explored Yosemite in our downtime. Hiking trails, taking photos of waterfalls, the usual tourist stuff. Eddie was quiet, kept to himself mostly, but he wasn't unfriendly. Just odd. He had these strange habits. He'd wake up before dawn every single day and go for these long walks in the woods. He'd come back smelling like damp earth and pine, his eyes even more wide and restless than usual. When I asked him where he went, he'd just shrug and say, "Exploring." Then there were the noises. Our cabin was deep in the employee housing area, surrounded by trees. At night, it got dark, like pitch black, can't see your hand in front of your face, dark and quiet, except for the sounds of the forest. But sometimes there were other sounds. Scraping, rustling, like something big moving around outside. Once I swore I heard something tapping on the cabin walls. A slow, rhythmic thump, thump, thump. "Did you hear that?" I asked Eddie one night, sitting up in bed. The tapping had started again. He was already sitting up, perfectly still, staring at the wall. "Hear what?" he said, his voice flat. "The tapping, like something's outside." He just blinked slowly. "Must be the wind," he said, and lay back down, turning away from me. But there was no wind that night. And the tapping kept going until I finally drifted off to sleep, or at least something like sleep. It felt more like being suspended in a state of anxious awareness, listening to the sounds of the woods and the unsettling silence of my roommate. Things started to get weirder after that night. The tapping continued almost every night, sometimes louder, sometimes softer, but always there. Eddie's walks got longer too. He'd leave even earlier, before the faintest hint of dawn, and sometimes not return until well after dark. He became even more withdrawn, if that was possible. Meals were eaten in silence, conversations dwindled to single words. The air in the cabin felt heavy, thick with unspoken tension. One Saturday, I decided to hike the trail to Mirror Lake. It was a popular spot supposed to be beautiful, and I needed to get out of the cabin, away from the oppressive atmosphere. I invited Eddie, hoping to break through his shell a little. "Want to hike to Mirror Lake?" I asked, as he was meticulously cleaning his hiking boots, something else he did obsessively. He paused, his eyes flickering up to mine. "Mirror Lake," he repeated like he was tasting the words. Then he shook his head slowly. "No, I don't think so. You go ahead." "You sure?" "It's supposed to be amazing." He just shrugged again, turning back to his boots. "I have other plans," he mumbled, so I went alone. The hike was stunning, just like everyone said. The trail wound through towering pines, sunlight dappling through the leaves. Mirror Lake itself was breathtaking, reflecting half dome in its still, clear surface. But even surrounded by the beauty, I couldn't shake off the unease that had settled over me back at the cabin. As I started heading back down the trail, I noticed something odd. Off the main path, deeper in the woods, there was a faint trail barely visible. Curiosity got the better of me. I veered off the marked trail and followed the fainter one. It twisted and turned, leading me deeper into the trees, away from the lake and the other hikers. The air grew colder, the sunlight less frequent. Then I saw it. A small clearing hidden amongst the trees. And in the center of the clearing, something glinted in the dim light. I stepped closer, pushing aside branches, and my blood ran cold. It was a pile of bones. Animal bones mostly, I think. Deer, maybe, and smaller things. But mixed in with the animal bones were things that didn't look quite right. Smaller bones, more delicate. And something else, something pale and smooth, that I couldn't quite identify. A wave of nausea washed over me. I backed away slowly, stumbling, heart hammering in my chest. I had to get out of there. I had to get back to the cabin. And I had to know what Eddie was really doing on his early morning walks. I practically ran back to the cabin, the image of that bone pile seared into my mind. My hands were shaking, and I felt sick to my stomach. When I got back, Eddie was there, sitting on his bed, meticulously sharpening a small, silver knife. He looked up as I came in, his eyes strangely bright. "You're back early," he said, his voice almost a purr. I couldn't keep it in any longer. "Idiot, I went off the trail today, near Mirror Lake. I found something." He stopped sharpening the knife, tilting his head slightly, found something he repeated innocently, a clearing with bones. Lots of animal bones, but other things too. "Eddie, what's going on?" He set the knife down carefully on the bedside table. Then he stood up and walked over to the window, looking out at the darkening woods. For a long moment, he didn't say anything. The tapping started again, faint but insistent, from somewhere outside the cabin walls. Thump, thump, thump. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and steady. Yosemite, it's a special place, Alex. Old, powerful. Things linger here. What things, Eddie? What bones? I pressed, my voice trembling slightly. He turned away from the window, facing me fully for the first time since I'd gotten back. His eyes were wide, pupils dilated, and that unsettling smile was back, wider this time. The woods, they have their own ways, Alex. Their own needs. And sometimes they ask for things. He took a step closer, and I instinctively backed away, bumping against the desk. The tapping outside grew louder, more insistent, like whatever was out there was getting closer too. T-U-M-P, yesh, T-U-M-P, and T-U-M-P. The tap, and I whispered, fear tightening its grip around my throat. That tapping, it's you, isn't it? Out there in the woods every night. Eddie's smile widened further, becoming something truly chilling. Not me, Alex, he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Book us. The woods and I, we listen to each other. We understand each other. He took another step, and I could see the silver knife glinting on the table beside his bed. The tapping was deafening now, shaking the very walls of the cabin. T-U-M-P, Edra, T-U-M-P, T-U-M-P. And tonight, Alex said, his eyes locking onto mine, the woods, they're asking for something new. My roommates and I, we weren't exactly the outdoorsy type. Our idea of nature usually involved a picnic blanket in Central Park, or maybe a slightly ambitious hike if someone suggested it after one too many beers. So when I, Sarah, suggested a trip to Yellowstone National Park for our spring break, I was met with a mixture of blank stares and outright skepticism. Yellowstone. Seriously. Mike, ever the pragmatist, was the first to voice his doubts, adjusting his glasses with a sigh. Isn't that like bear country and jacers that could, explode? Jessica, always glued to her phone, looked from scrolling through Instagram, her brow furrowed. Will there be Wi-Fi? Because if I can't post pictures of, Old Faithful or whatever, what's the point? David, as usual, remained quiet, observing us with his unnervingly calm gaze. He was the enigma of our little roommate group, always there, always present, but somehow always just out of reach. You never quite knew what David was thinking, which I suppose was part of his strange charm. Despite their initial hesitations, I managed to convince them. I painted a picture of majestic mountains, steaming geysers, and bison roaming free. I promised Instagram-worthy views, beer, safe hikes maybe, and a break from our cramped city apartment. And surprisingly, they caved. Maybe it was the promise of escape, or maybe they were just tired of my relentless enthusiasm. But a week later, we were crammed into my beat-up Subaru, windows down, heading towards Wyoming. The drive itself was an experience. As we got closer to Yellowstone, the landscape transformed. Towering pines replaced city buildings, and the air grew crisp and clean, carrying the scent of pine and something else, something faintly sulfurous that tickled my nose. Even Mike, Mr. Skeptic, had to admit the scenery was impressive. Jessica was already snapping pictures out the window, and even David seemed a little more animated, his eyes scanning the passing wilderness with an intensity I hadn't seen before. We arrived at the park late in the afternoon, the sun beginning to dip behind the jagged peaks. The air was cooler now, and the sulfurous smell was stronger, a constant reminder of the volcanic activity simmering beneath our feet. We checked into a small, slightly run-down cabin just outside the park's south entrance. It wasn't fancy, but it was quaint in a slightly unsettling way. The kind of place that felt like it had stories etched into its log walls, stories you weren't sure you wanted to hear. As we unpacked, a strange silence fell over us. Different from our usual comfortable roommate quiet. It was a silence filled with the vastness of the wilderness around us, the rustling of unseen things in the woods, and the low, constant hum of the earth itself. Yellowstone was definitely different from Central Park. And somehow I had a feeling this trip was going to be different too. The first night in the cabin was restless. It wasn't just the unfamiliar creaks and groans of the old wood settling, or the rustling sounds outside that could have been anything from a curious raccoon to something far less benign. It was a feeling, a subtle unease, that seemed to seep from the very walls of the cabin. Jessica complained about the lack of phone service almost immediately. Seriously, 0 bars. What is this, the Stone Age? She paced around the small living room, phone held aloft like some sort of desperate antenna, before finally collapsing onto the worn couch with a dramatic sigh. Mike, predictably, buried himself in a guidebook about Yellowstone, muttering about geothermal features and volcanic history. David just sat by the window, watching the deepening twilight paint long shadows across the trees, his expression unreadable. I tried to lighten the mood, suggesting we play cards or tell stories, but my enthusiasm fell flat. The silence in the cabin felt thick, almost suffocating. Even the crackling fire in the hearth seemed to emphasize the quiet rather than dispel it. As darkness fully enveloped the park, the sounds of the wilderness intensified. The wind whispered through the pines, sounding almost like hushed voices. We heard the distant howl of a coyote, mournful and lonely, and the chirping of crickets that seemed to grow louder and more frantic as the night wore on. Every sound was amplified in the stillness, each rustle and snap making us jump. Around midnight, I woke up to a strange sound. It wasn't the wind, or an animal, or the cabin settling. It was a rhythmic tapping, like fingernails gently drumming on wood. Tap, 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 it seemed to be coming from the wall behind my bed. I lay frozen, heart pounding, listening intently. Tap, 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 it was slow, deliberate, and utterly unnerving. I nudged Jessica, who was sleeping in the other bed in our room. "Jess, wake up," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Do you hear that?" She groaned and rolled over, pulling a pillow over her head. "Hear what?" "Go back to sleep, Sarah." I hesitated, unsure if I was imagining it. But then tap, 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 it came again, clearer this time. "Jessica, seriously, listen." I hissed, shaking her shoulder harder. She finally peeled one eye open, looking at me with bleary annoyance. What is it?" Just then the tapping stopped. Silence descended again, heavy and absolute. We both held our breath, straining our ears. Nothing. "See, nothing," Jessica mumbled, turning back over. "Probably just a branch hitting the wall. Go to sleep." But I couldn't sleep. I lay there in the darkness, listening, waiting. The tapping didn't return, but the feeling of unease lingered, a cold knot in my stomach. I stared at the wall, imagining something unseen on the other side, something listening back. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I drifted into a fitful sleep, filled with disjointed dreams of dark forests and whispering sounds. When I woke up the next morning, the cabin was bathed in the pale light of dawn. The tapping was gone, and the sounds of the wilderness seemed less menacing in the daylight. But the feeling remained, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, a sense of being watched. And as I looked around at my still, sleeping roommates, I couldn't shake the feeling that something in Yellowstone, something in this cabin, was not quite right. This trip, I realized with a growing sense of dread, was turning out to be different in ways I hadn't imagined. Daylight in Yellowstone was deceptive. The sun streamed through the cabin windows, painting cheerful patterns on the log walls. The air smelled fresh and pinny, the sulfurous tang less pronounced. For a moment, the unease of the night before seemed to dissipate, like a bad dream fading with the morning light. We decided to start our exploration with a visit to Old Faithful. It was the quintessential Yellowstone experience, the postcard image, and even Jessica seemed grudgingly interested in seeing a geyser erupt. After a quick breakfast of instant coffee and granola bars, we piled back into the Subaru and drove into the heart of the park. The geyser basin was already bustling with tourists. We joined the throngs of people milling around the boardwalk, cameras clicking, voices buzzing with anticipation. The air here was thick with the smell of sulfur, a constant reminder of the volatile forces simmering beneath the surface. Steam vents hissed and bubbled, and the ground felt strangely warm underfoot. We found a spot near Old Faithful and waited. The predicted eruption time drew closer, and the crowd grew thicker. A sea of faces all turned towards the cone of the geyser. Then, with a low rumble that vibrated through the ground, it began. A plume of scalding water shot skyward, erupting with a roar that drowned out the chatter of the crowd. It was a truly impressive sight, a raw display of nature's power. Jessica, predictably, was busy filming the eruption for her non-existent phone service. Mike was engrossed in explaining the geological mechanics of geysers to anyone who would listen. David, however, was different. He stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the erupting geyser. His face pale and drawn, he looked almost afraid. As the eruption subsided and the crowd began to disperse, I noticed David was still staring at the geezer, his brow furrowed. David, you okay? I asked, touching his arm. He flinched as if startled out of a trance. Yeah, fine, he said quickly, his voice tight. Just thinking. He wouldn't elaborate, and I didn't push it. But his reaction had been strange, unsettling. It wasn't just the awe that everyone else was feeling. It was something darker, something almost like recognition. We spent the rest of the day exploring the geyser basin, walking along the boardwalks, marveling at the colorful hot springs and bubbling mud pots. But the earlier feeling of unease had returned, amplified by David's strange behavior and the constant, pervasive smell of sulfur. It felt like the park itself was breathing, a vast, ancient entity watching us with cold, indifferent eyes. Back at the cabin that evening, the atmosphere was even heavier than the night before. Jessica was sulking about the continued lack of Wi-Fi. Mike was still reading his guidebook, but he seemed more subdued, less enthusiastic. David was even quieter than usual, retreating into a corner of the living room, staring out the window at the deepening darkness. As dusk settled, the wind picked up, howling around the corners of the cabin, rattling the windows. The fire in the hearth crackled and spat, casting dancing shadows on the walls. And then we heard it again. Tap, 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 the rhythmic tapping, faint but distinct, coming from the wall. This time it wasn't just me. Jessica froze mid-complaint, her eyes widening. Mike lowered his guidebook, his brow furrowing. Even David turned from the window, his head cocked, listening intently. Tap, 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 it continued, slow, deliberate, and undeniably real. What is that? Jessica whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Mike frowned. Probably just the wind, he said, though his voice lacked conviction. But it wasn't the wind. The tapping was too regular, too rhythmic, too deliberate. It was like something was trying to communicate, tapping out a message in the silence. As we all listened, frozen in place, the tapping grew slightly louder, more insistent. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. Silence descended again, broken only by the howling wind and the crackling fire. But this time, the silence felt different. It felt expectant, like the tapping wasn't just a random noise, but a prelude to something else. Something we weren't prepared for. Something in Yellowstone, I realized with a chilling certainty, was trying to get our attention. And I had a terrible feeling we were about to find out what it wanted. The silence after the tapping stopped was the most terrifying silence of all. It was a pregnant silence, heavy with anticipation, like the air before a lightning strike. We stood frozen, eyes wide, listening to the wind howl outside, the fire crackle in the hearth, and the frantic beating of our own hearts. Then it started again. But this time it wasn't tapping. It was a scratching. A slow, deliberate scrape, scrape, scrape against the wall behind the couch where David was sitting. David stiffened, his eyes widening in the firelight. He slowly turned his head towards the wall, his face ashen. The scratching continued, closer now, louder, as if whatever was on the other side was moving. Scrape, scrape, scrape. It was definitely coming from inside the wall, not outside. And it was moving closer to us, circling the room, the sound tracing a path along the log walls. Jessica let out a choked whimper, scrambling back from the sound, bumping into Mike, who was also backing away, his guidebook forgotten on the floor. I felt a cold dread wash over me, paralyzing me in place. Only David remained still, his gaze fixed on the wall, his expression shifting from fear to something elsey, something like horrified fascination. The scratching reached the wall behind Jessica and Mike, then moved towards me. Scrape, scrape, scrape. I could feel the vibrations in the floorboards, the sound resonating in my bones. It was getting louder, closer, and I could hear other sounds now, faint rustling, like dry leaves being dragged across the floor, and a low, wet hissing. Suddenly, the scratching stopped directly behind me. The silence returned, but this time it was shattered by a new sound, a voice. Whispering, just barely audible, but undeniably a voice, coming from the wall right behind my head. It was a low, guttural whisper, like air escaping from a punctured lung. I couldn't make out words, just sibilant sounds, like Sest and Haka, but somehow I understood. It wasn't speaking to me, it was speaking about me. About us. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, the sibilant sounds morphing into something that sounded almost like words. Distorted, broken, but words nonetheless. I thought I could hear my name, Sarah Sarav, and then Jessica's, Jessica and Mike's Mimicky, and then, finally, David's. But David's name was different. It wasn't whispered, it was called. David, the voice rasped, a low, yearning call that seemed to vibrate deep within my chest. David come home, and then David moved. He stood up slowly, his eyes wide and unfocused, a strange smile spreading across his face. He started walking towards the wall, towards the whispering voice, towards the scratching sound. David, David, what are you doing? I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. Jessica and Mike were huddled together, watching him with wide, terrified eyes. David didn't answer. He just kept walking, his movements stiff and unnatural, like a puppet being pulled by invisible strings. He reached the wall, the spot where the whispering seemed to be coming from, and stopped. He placed his hand flat against the rough log, his smile widening, becoming almost manic. David, no! Stop! I screamed, finally finding my voice. I lunged forward, grabbing his arm, trying to pull him back. But his arm was cold, impossibly cold, and rigid like ice. He didn't even seem to notice me. David. The voice whispered again, closer now, right on the other side of the wall. And then the wall began to move. Not the whole wall, just a section of it, right in front of David. The logs seemed to warp and twist, the wood groaning and splintering. A dark, viscous liquid began to seep from the cracks, smelling of sulfur and something else, something rotten, something organic. And then the wall opened. Not like a door, but like flesh tearing open, a gaping maw appearing in the solid wood. A wave of heat and a sickeningly sweet, putrid smell washed over us. And from the darkness within the wall, something reached out. It was long and pale, impossibly thin, with too many joints, ending in a hand, if you could call it that, with long, skeletal fingers tipped with black, glistening claws. The hand reached for David's face, and he leaned into it, his smile ecstatic, his eyes closed as if in bliss. Jessica screamed a high-pitched, piercing shriek that echoed through the cabin. Mike stumbled backwards, tripping over the rug and falling to the floor with a thud. I stood frozen, watching in horror as the hand touched David's face, and he began to melt. It wasn't melting like ice cream in the sun. It was dissolving. His skin seemed to liquefy, his features blurring, his body losing its shape, flowing like wax towards the opening in the wall. The whispering voice grew louder, a chorus now, a cacophony of sibilant sounds and yearning calls, pulling David into the darkness. In seconds, he was gone, swallowed by the wall, absorbed into the darkness, leaving behind only a lingering stench of sulfur and rot, and the echoing screams of Jessica and the whimpering of Mike. The opening in the wall remained a dark, oozing wound in the cabin's wood, radiating heat and a palpable sense of hunger. The whispering had stopped, replaced by a low, satisfied hum that seemed to emanate from the very earth beneath us. Jessica and Mike were huddled together, sobbing, pointing at the wall, babbling incoherently. I stood there numb, staring at the empty space where David had been, the dark stain spreading on the log wall. We had come to Yellowstone for an escape, for a break from the city, for Instagram-worthy views. We had found something else entirely, something ancient, something hungry, something that had been waiting in the heart of the wilderness, patiently tapping, scratching, whispering, until one of us finally answered the call. And now, in the silence of the cabin, broken only by the crackling fire and the wind howling outside, I knew with chilling certainty that Yellowstone had claimed one of us. And I had a terrible feeling that it wasn't finished yet. This strange roommate trip, I understood, wasn't just a deadly mistake. It was just the beginning. My name is Jake, and I'm what you call a creature of habit. Every morning starts the same alarm at 6:00 a.m., a quick shower, black coffee, and then without fail, 2 minutes of teeth, cleaning with my trusty Sonopulse 5000 electric toothbrush. It's a silly thing to be particular about, I know, but the rhythmic hum and the promise of purely whites just sets my day right. So, when my girlfriend, Emily, suggested a spontaneous weekend trip to Yellowstone National Park, my first thought wasn't about geezers or grizzly bears. It was, will I have access to an outlet to charge my toothbrush? Emily, bless her adventurous heart, just rolled her eyes. Jake, seriously, we're going to be surrounded by the wonders of nature, and you're worried about your toothbrush. It's not just a toothbrush, I argued, packing my bag. It's essential. Besides, I added with a grin, gotta keep these chompers sparkling for all those scenic photos. She laughed and shook her head, but secretly, I think she appreciated my quirks. We were opposites in many ways. Emily was spontaneous, loved the outdoors, and thrived on the unexpected. I was not. I preferred routine, the comfort of my apartment, and knowing exactly what to expect. That's probably why we worked a balance of chaos and order. The drive to Yellowstone was breathtaking. Towering pines, snow-capped mountains in the distance, and the crisp, clean air. Even I had to admit, nature had its charms. We checked into our cozy cabin just outside the park's west entrance as dusk began to settle. The cabin was rustic but comfortable, electricity included, thankfully. Sonapulse 5000, mission accomplished. After unpacking, we decided to take a short evening stroll before it got too dark. Emily, armed with a park map and infectious enthusiasm, led the way. "We're close to the Midway Geyser Basin," she announced, pointing to a spot on the map. "Let's just get a sneak peek at Grand Prismatic Spring before the crowds descend tomorrow." The air grew cooler as we walked, the scent of pine needles and damp earth filling our nostrils. Even in the fading light, Yellowstone was undeniably beautiful. But there was something else too, an undercurrent, a feeling I couldn't quite place. Maybe it was the vastness of the wilderness, or the strange, almost sulfurous smell that occasionally drifted on the breeze. Or maybe it was just my city's slicker nerves acting up. As we approached the Midway Geyser Basin, steam curled up from the earth, ghostly fingers reaching into the twilight sky. The boardwalks were deserted at this hour, and an eerie silence hung in the air, broken only by the occasional hiss of escaping steam and our own hushed footsteps. We peered over the edge of the boardwalk at a smaller hot spring, its water a murky, unsettling gray. "Kind of creepy, right?" Emily whispered, a hint of thrill in her voice. "Just atmospheric," I replied, trying to sound nonchalant, though a shiver had crept down my spine. I suddenly felt very far from my comfortable routine, very exposed in this wild, primeval place. Back at the cabin, as Emily busied herself making hot chocolate, I retreated to the bathroom. Time for my evening ritual. I reached for my Sonapulse 5000, plugged it into the outlet by the sink, and pressed the power button. Nothing, I frowned, checked the outlet, tried another one. Still nothing. Dead. My electric toothbrush, the anchor of my day, had betrayed me. Panic, irrational as it was, began to bubble in my chest. It was just a toothbrush, I told myself. But the silence in my hand felt wrong, ominous even. Emily entered, 2 steaming mugs in hand. Trouble in toothbrush paradise. She teased, noticing my expression. I forced a laugh. "Yeah, looks like it's kaput. Guess I'm roughing it toothbrush-wise this weekend." She handed me a mug, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "Welcome to the wilderness, Jake. Maybe you'll discover you can survive without your electric security blanket." I managed to smile, but as I sipped the hot chocolate, staring out at the darkening woods beyond the cabin window, a cold unease settled over me. It wasn't just about the toothbrush. It was something else, something in the air, something in this strange, beautiful, unsettling place. And I had a sinking feeling that my little toothbrush malfunction was just the first sign of things going very, very wrong. The next morning, the sun streamed through the cabin windows, painting the wooden walls in warm, golden light. Despite the lingering unease from the night before, the bright morning air felt like a fresh start. Emily was already up, humming cheerfully as she made coffee. Morning grumpy, she chirped, handing me a steaming mug. "Sleep okay without your buzzing buddy?" I took a sip, the coffee strong and bitter. Surprisingly, yes, though I still feel off. "Just wilderness withdrawal," she teased. "Come on, let's hit Grand Prismatic early before the crowds get insane." The Midway Geyser Basin in daylight was a different beast altogether. The steam plumes were thicker, more voluminous, rising like ethereal beings from the vibrant, otherworldly landscape. The Grand Prismatic Spring itself was breathtaking, a kaleidoscope of impossible colors. Rings of fiery orange, brilliant yellow, and deep, mesmerizing blue, all swirling and steaming under the clear Wyoming sky. We walked the boardwalk, snapping photos and marveling at the thermal features. Emily was in her element, pointing out different types of hot springs and geysers, rattling off facts from the park brochure. I tried to match her enthusiasm, but a persistent disquiet gnawed at me. It wasn't just the toothbrush anymore. It was everything. The silence felt too heavy, the air too still. Even the vibrant colors of the spring seemed somehow unnatural, almost aggressive. As we walked, I noticed something else. Other tourists, or rather, the lack of them. It was early, yes, but for such a popular spot, it felt strangely deserted. A few solitary figures dotted the boardwalks in the distance, but there was none of the usual chatter, no excited exclamations, just an unsettling quiet. Eam, I said, lowering my voice. Have you noticed how empty it is? She paused, looking around. Oh, yeah, I guess it's a bit quiet. Maybe it's just early. Or maybe, I murmured, a darker thought creeping in. Something's keeping people away. She scoffed. Don't be ridiculous, Jake. It's Yellowstone. What could scare people away? I didn't have an answer, but the feeling intensified as we continued our walk. We reached a smaller, less spectacular hot spring, tucked away slightly off the main boardwalk. It was a pool of milky, gray water, almost identical to the one we'd seen the night before. As we approached, a faint, metallic scent drifted on the breeze, acrid and unpleasant. Hugh, what's that smell? Emily wrinkled her nose. Sulfur, probably, I said, though it smelled different, sharper, somehow. Like blood. I peered into the murky water. It was difficult to see anything in the cloudy depths, but as my eyes adjusted, I thought I saw something beneath the surface. A shape. Pale and indistinct, but definitely there. Yeem, I said again, my voice barely a whisper. Look in the water. Do you see that? She leaned closer, her brow furrowed. See what? Just gray water and weight. Yeah. Is that something white? We stared, transfixed, as the shape slowly, almost imperceptibly, shifted in the murky depths. It was long and thin, vaguely organic, and as it moved, a faint ripple disturbed the surface of the gray water, releasing another, stronger wave of that metallic, blood-like smell. Suddenly, Emily gasped, recoiling back from the edge of the boardwalk. Oh my God, Jake. I think that's a hand. My heart leaped into my throat. I strained my eyes, focusing on the shape in the water. And then I saw it too. The unmistakable outline of a human hand, pale and bloated, fingers splayed out in the murky depths. A wave of nausea washed over me. The unsettling quiet, the deserted boardwalks, the strange smell, the unnatural colors of the springs, it all clicked into place with horrifying clarity. Something was wrong. Terribly, terribly wrong. We need to get out of here. I stammered, grabbing Emily's arm. No, we need to tell someone. She was pale, her eyes wide with fear. But what is it? What happened? I don't know. I said, pulling her back towards the main boardwalk, my voice trembling. But I don't want to find out. We practically ran back towards the parking lot, our footsteps echoing eerily in the unnatural silence. The vibrant beauty of Yellowstone, which had seemed so captivating just moments before, now felt menacing, sinister. The steam plumes looked like ghostly warnings, the colorful springs like poison pools. And the silence felt like the prelude to something truly terrifying. As we reached the car, I fumbled for the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip them. Emily was breathing heavily, her eyes darting around nervously. We were alone, completely, utterly alone. And in that moment, surrounded by the silent, steaming wilderness, I knew with chilling certainty that my broken electric toothbrush was the least of my worries. Our weekend trip to Yellowstone had just become a fight for survival. We scrambled into the car, locking the doors with a frantic click. My hands were still shaking as I jammed the key into the ignition, the engine sputtering to life with a sound that, under normal circumstances, would have been mundane, but now felt like a lifeline. I threw the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel as we backed out of the parking spot, and sped back towards the park entrance. Did you see it clearly? Emily asked, her voice tight with fear. The hand. Was it really? I don't want to think about it, I said, my eyes glued to the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone chasing us. We need to get to a ranger station. Tell them what we saw. The drive to the west entrance felt like an eternity. The park, once beautiful and intriguing, now seemed to leer at us from the side of the road. Towering trees became menacing figures, shadows stretched like grasping claws, and every rustle of leaves sounded like a whispered threat. We passed no other cars, saw no other people. The radio crackled with static, offering no comfort, no news, just an unsettling silence punctuated by bursts of white noise. Finally, we reached the west entrance station. Relief flooded me as I saw the familiar wooden structure, the sign proclaiming Yellowstone National Park West Entrance. But even the ranger station seemed deserted. The entrance booth was empty, the gate arm raised and motionless. No rangers, no other cars, just silence again. "This isn't right," Emily whispered, her voice trembling. "Veer is everyone." I pulled the car up to the booth and honked the horn, long and loud. Silence. I honked again and again until the sound echoed unnervingly through the empty landscape. Still nothing. "Maybe they're just inside," I said, trying to sound optimistic, but the knot in my stomach tightened. I put the car in park and cautiously opened the door, stepping out into the unnerving stillness. The air was heavy, thick with that metallic blood-like scent. No stronger, almost suffocating. "Hello," I called out, my voice echoing in the emptiness. "Ranger. Is anyone here?" Only silence answered. Emily joined me, her face pale and drawn. We walked towards the ranger station building, the wooden planks of the walkway creaking ominously under our feet. The door was slightly ajar. I hesitated, a primal fear gripping me. What if whatever was in that hot spring was here too? Taking a deep breath, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The ranger station was dimly lit, the air inside stale and cold. Desks were overturned, chairs scattered, paper strewn across the floor. It looked like chaos, like people had fled in a hurry. "Oh my God." Emily breathed, her hand flying to her mouth. "What happened here?" We moved further into the station, our footsteps echoing in the eerie silence. On one desk, a radio lay on its side, static hissing from the speaker. On another, a half-eaten sandwich sat abandoned, attracting a swarm of flies. And then I saw it. On the wall, scrawled in what looked like dried blood, a single word. Began DRNK. The blood drained from my face. "Don't drink." What did that even mean? Don't drink what? The water, the coffee, the hot chocolate Emily had made last night. Suddenly, a sound pierced the silence. A low, guttural moan coming from somewhere deeper within the station. My blood ran cold. We froze, listening, hearts pounding in our chests. The moan came again, closer this time, followed by a shuffling sound, like something dragging itself across the floor. "Jake," Emily whispered, her eyes wide with terror. "What is that?" I didn't know, but I knew, with every fiber of my being, that we didn't want to find out. "Run," I hissed, grabbing her hand and pulling her back towards the door. "Just run." We burst out of the ranger station and sprinted back to the car, adrenaline surging through our veins. The moaning sound followed us, growing louder, closer. I fumbled with the keys again, my hands slick with sweat, finally managing to unlock the door. We dove into the car, slamming the doors shut just as something crashed against the side of the building with a sickening thud. I didn't look back. I just started the engine, slammed the gas pedal, and we roared out of the west entrance, leaving the deserted ranger station and whatever was inside it behind us. We drove, not stopping, not speaking, just fleeing the silent, terrifying wilderness of Yellowstone and the chilling message scrawled in blood. DONTRINK. But drink what? And what in God's name was happening in that park? The questions haunted me, swirling in my mind like the murky, gray water of that cursed hot spring, as we sped away from what was supposed to be a relaxing weekend getaway, and into a nightmare I couldn't even begin to comprehend. We drove for hours, not stopping until the sun had begun to set again, casting long, eerie shadows across the highway. We were miles away from Yellowstone, far outside the park boundaries, but the silence of the wilderness still clung to us, a chilling residue of what we'd experienced. Finally, we pulled into a small town, finding a brightly lit diner that felt like a haven of normalcy in the encroaching darkness. Inside, the clatter of plates and the murmur of conversation were almost overwhelming after the oppressive quiet of Yellowstone. We ordered coffee, our hands still trembling as we held the warm mugs. The waitress, a friendly woman with tired eyes, gave us a sympathetic smile. "Rough day?" she asked, noticing our pale faces. Emily managed a weak smile. "You could say that." We didn't tell her about the hand in the hot spring, or the deserted ranger station, or the blood-scrawled warning. It sounded too insane, too unbelievable, even to our own ears. Instead, we focused on the mundane, the comforting routine of ordering food, of being surrounded by other people, of simply being away from Yellowstone. As we ate, I couldn't shake the image of that word, burned into my mind. DONTRINK. Don't drink what? It had to be the water, right? Yellowstone was famous for its thermal features, its hot springs and geysers. What if the water was contaminated? But contaminated with what? Something that could drive people away. Something that could turn a ranger station into a scene of chaos. Something that could leave things floating in hot springs. I pulled out my phone, my fingers still clumsy as I typed in Yellowstone National Park water contamination. The search results were sparse. Mostly routine Park Service announcements about keeping a safe distance from thermal features, warnings about bacteria in untreated water sources. Nothing about widespread contamination, nothing about hands in hot springs. Then I refined my search. Yellowstone National Park illness outbreak. This time, a few articles popped up, mostly local news reports from the past few days. Headlines like, Unexplained illness spreads in Yellowstone region. Park officials investigate mystery sickness. Tourists report bizarre symptoms after Yellowstone visit. My blood ran cold as I scanned the articles. The reports were vague, filled with official-sounding reassurances, but the underlying message was clear: something was happening in Yellowstone. People were getting sick, exhibiting strange symptoms: nausea, disorientation, hallucinations, even violent outbursts. And it seemed to be spreading rapidly. One article mentioned that the illness was suspected to be waterborne, possibly linked to the park's unique geothermal activity. Another quoted a park ranger anonymously who hinted at something unnatural happening in the thermal basins. Unnatural. That word resonated with the chilling unease I'd felt in the park, the sense that something was fundamentally wrong. Suddenly, a thought struck me, so obvious, so terrifyingly simple that I almost missed it. Emily, I said, my voice hoarse. The hot chocolate last night. You made it with cabin water, right? Her eyes widened in dawning horror. Yes, I boiled it, of course, but yeah, it was just tap water from the cabin. Oh God, Jake, do you think? A wave of nausea washed over me, stronger than before. The metallic taste in the air, the blood-like smell, the warning. Dionduran K. It wasn't just about drinking from the hot springs. It was about drinking anything in Yellowstone. The water itself was the source, the carrier, the vector of whatever sickness, whatever thing was infecting the park. And then I remembered something else. Something small, seemingly insignificant, but now, in the cold light of this horrifying realization, profoundly disturbing. My electric toothbrush, Sonopulse 5000, and it had stopped working. Dead. No power. In a cabin with electricity. It made no sense. Emily, I said, my voice barely a whisper. Remember my toothbrush? It stopped working. Just died. In the cabin. She looked at me, confusion and fear warring in her eyes. Yeah, so. Maybe just broke. Nope, I said, my voice trembling. I don't think so. Think about it. Electric toothbrush. Water. Cleaning teeth water. Understanding dawned in her eyes, stark and terrifying. Oh my God, she breathed, her voice barely audible. You don't think the water, it's its effect in electronics. It was a leap, a wild, irrational leap. But in the context of everything we'd seen, everything we'd felt, it made a horrifying kind of sense. The unnatural silence, the deserted park, the violent illness, the creature in the hot spring, the blood-scrawled warning, and now my dead electric toothbrush. All connected. All pointing to something wrong with the water. Something that wasn't just making people sick, but something else. Suddenly, I felt a strange tingling sensation in my mouth, on my teeth, a faint metallic taste, almost like electricity. My heart leaped into my throat. I looked at Emily, her eyes wide with panic, mirroring my own terror. We'd drunk the hot chocolate. We'd used the cabin water. We'd been exposed. The waitress returned with our food, her cheerful smile now seeming grotesquely out of place. We stared at the plates, suddenly revolted by the sight of food, by the very act of eating, of drinking, of living. Because now I understood. It wasn't just a deadly mistake to bring my electric toothbrush to Yellowstone. It was a deadly mistake to drink the water. And we had. The tingling in my mouth intensified, spreading through my jaw, up into my face. I could feel something changing, shifting inside me. A cold dread washed over me, a certainty that this was just the beginning. Our weekend trip to Yellowstone hadn't just been a deadly mistake. It had been a one-way ticket to something unimaginable. And it all started with a broken electric toothbrush and a cup of hot chocolate made with cursed water. And now, as the lights of the diner seemed to flicker and dim, and the friendly chatter around us faded into a distant hum, I knew. with chilling certainty that the nightmare had only just begun. Hey everyone, long-time lurker, first-time poster. I need to get this out there even if no one believes me. Maybe especially if no one believes me. My name is Ethan Blackwood. Last fall, September 2023 to be exact, I was hitting rock bottom at 36. Sold off most of my stuff, crammed what was left into my truck, and drove straight into the thickest part of the West Virginia Appalachians. I was chasing something, peace, maybe. Redemption, right? What I found was a living nightmare. I grew up in Charleston. Parents split when I was a kid. The usual back and forth between houses until I was old enough to ditch both. Drank too much, popped too many pills, lost jobs, lost friends. Managed to clean up, sure, but this feeling always stuck with me like I was broken somehow. My life felt like a constant replay of screw-ups. So I got this idea in my head to escape. Go off-grid, life self-sufficient. Wrestle my demons in the wilderness. Maybe then I'd find some quiet. Dumb, I know. That's how I ended up buying a tiny, overgrown plot of land deep in the mountains. End of a dirt track so rough it didn't even have a name. Arrived late afternoon. Cabin was ancient, basically a single-room shack with a porch that sagged like it was about to give up on life. But I felt a tiny spark of hope, stupidly enough. My dog Blue, he's an Australian Shepherd mix, smarter than half the people I know, jumped out of the truck, nose twitching. Checking out the perimeter. Blue's always been a good judge of vibes, people, places, you name it. If something's off, he lets me know. He didn't bark that first day, so I took it as a win. First few days were quiet, just settling in. Not many folks out there, but on my second morning, this scruffy dude rolls up. Name's well, he called himself Silas. Looked like he'd been chewed up and spat out by the sun. Maybe 40, maybe older, hard to tell with that weathered face, and eyes that jumped around like they were expecting trouble. He knew drawls, leaning against a porch post, making the whole thing groan. Paranoia practically radiated off him. Made me uneasy right away. "Nim's Silas," he says, sticking out a hand like it was a dare. Calloused rough as sandpaper. Heard the hammering, figured I'd say hey. We talked mostly about nothing, just standing there on the creaky porch while Blue watched him like a hawk. I told Silas about my brilliant plan, live off the land, find myself, all that glitchy crap. He took off this beat, up hat, let out a dry chuckle. Used to think the same way, he says, shaking his head. Being out here 10 years, give or take. His eyes went distant for a second, then snapped back, wild. Seen things, you watch yourself, Ethan Blackwood. Sometimes these hills, they got a life of their own. I wrote it off as mountain superstition, maybe too much time alone with the squirrels. Thanked him for stopping by, and he shuffled off. But here's the thing, he kept looking over his shoulder as he walked away. Like something was about to come tearing out of the woods after him. First red flag waving right in my face, and I completely missed it. Weeks went by, and I fell into a routine. Sunrise, haul water from the creek, basic chores, chop wood. Early afternoon, hunting or foraging. Sundown back in the cabin, reading by lantern light or crashing early. Slept better than I had in years in the city. Blue seemed good too, usually dozing in the corner of the cabin every night. Peaceful, right? Wrong. The weirdness started about a month in. Woke up one morning, went outside, and bam, strange symbols burned into the cabin wall. Spirals inside circles, thick black charcoal that scorched the wood. No footprints, no sign of anyone around. See anyone last night, boy? I asked Blue like he'd suddenly start talking. He just whined head low, nose pointed towards the woods. Grabbed my shotgun, spent half the morning combing the woods around the cabin. Nothing. No tracks, no dropped trash, nada. Probably just bored local kids. I told myself, but my gut was twisting. Drove to the nearest gas station that afternoon, 40 minutes down a winding mountain road to resupply. Clerk was a middle-aged woman, friendly enough, toothy grin that didn't quite reach her eyes. Told her I was living way out in the woods. Shouldn't be living so far out alone. She says, her voice dropping a little. Some folks do, but they see things, hear things. Wouldn't elaborate, and I didn't push it. Just paid for my stuff and got the hell out of there. Couple nights later, bam. Woke up to Blue going ballistic, barking like someone was kicking down the door. Hard, frantic hammering. Grabbed the shotgun, heart hammering harder. No lights outside, no lantern glow, just pitch black. but Blue wouldn't shut up. Threw the door open, and there, at the edge of the trees, I saw him. Figure standing in the shadows. Old man wearing tattered overalls, wide-brimmed hat pulled low. Even in the dark, I saw his eyes, reflecting the moonlight. Two smoldering embers in the blackness. Yelled something stupid like, "Get out of here." Figure just tilted his head, grinned, and it wasn't a friendly grin, then vanished back into the trees. Too fast. Unnaturally fast. Stood there on the porch for a while, shotgun shaking in my hands, Blue pacing and whining. Eventually, we went back inside, barricaded the door, and I sat up all night waiting for dawn. That was it. That was the night my whole find peace fantasy went up in smoke. Whatever I'd come to the mountains for, it was gone, crushed by something else, something dark and real. Next morning, I knew I had to talk to Silas again. Scratched down directions to his place, turn at the Crooked Oak, 2 miles. Rusty mailbox, mountain directions are about as helpful as a screen door on a submarine. Somehow I found his cabin, half hidden behind a ridge, smoke curling from the chimney, so at least I knew he was home. Silas answered the door with a rifle in his hands, blinking at the daylight like I dragged him out of a cave. His place was rank, smelled like old wood rot and sore sweat. Jars of pickled stuff lined dusty shelves, and every window was coated in grime. Felt like stepping back in time, and not in a good way. Told him what happened. The symbols, the old man at the tree line. His face went even darker, if that was possible. "You saw Old Man Leland." He mutters, voice barely above a whisper. "Oh." "Who's Old Man Leland?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Silas's eyes darted around the room like the walls had ears. "Some folks call him the devil." He practically spits the word out. "Not quite a ghost, not quite a man. Been around these hills forever. Way I heard it, he shows up when folks got darkness in them. Feeds on it." He swallowed hard, Adam's apple bobbing. "Ain't saying I believe all that, but I do. Devil in the Appalachians. Insane, right? But something in Silas's voice, the haunted look in his eyes, it got to me. He leans in, voice dropping even lower. "You gotta be careful, Ethan. He'll test you. Twist your mind. Shoe neighbors go mad. Heard their screams at night. He shudders. And them local authorities." He spits into a dusty corner. "The ain't no help. Some folks say they're in on it." Left his place feeling like I'd swallowed a brick. Devil in the woods. Crazy mountain talk, but Silas was genuinely terrified. Blue stuck to me like glue the whole hike back, tail tucked. That evening, I went full paranoid. Reinforced the door and windows. Cabin was hardly Fort Knox, but it was better than nothing. 3 days passed, quiet, too quiet. Blue slept normal, and I actually started to wonder if I was losing it. Maybe it was just my imagination. Then, I went to the creek to get water one afternoon and found it. Weathered campsite in a small clearing. Tent collapsed, half buried in leaves. The smell hit me first. Rotting meat, thick and gag-inducing. Dried blood smeared the tent flap. Inside, sleeping bags, clothes scattered around, battered cooler. Still latched shut. Morbid curiosity, I guess, made me open it. Wish I hadn't. Slabs of rotting meat. Deer. Something else. Couldn't tell them what to know. Stomach churned. Scanned the area for footprints, any sign of the campers. Nothing. Just the woods. Silent and watching. Hurried back to the cabin, water forgotten. That night, every little noise outside made me jump. Wind in the trees, branches cracking, bats fluttering overhead. Each one sounded like footsteps or breath in my ear. Dawn couldn't come fast enough. Drove to Cass the next morning, that tiny unincorporated speck of a town, to report the campsite. That's how I met Sheriff Alan Boggs. Big guy, late 50s, thick mustache, permanent scowl carved into his tanned face. He listened to my story, nodding slow, jotting notes on a little pad. "Son," he says, "drawl thick as molasses. We'll check it out. But you gotta remember, folks out here are rough. They hunt, they drink, they fight. Sometimes people get hurt. Ain't always a big mystery." By Preston, there was blood. "Smelled terrible. We'll look." He repeats, giving me this long, searching stare that made my skin crawl. "You got a phone at your cabin, Ethan." Shook my head. "No landline, no cell reception." "All right. Keep your nose clean. If we find something, we'll let you know." Turned away, already bored with me. Bad feeling washed over me, like my words were just going to vanish into some filing cabinet, never to be seen again. Next night, the banging started. Loud, frantic pounding. Jumped out of bed, heart in my throat, shotgun up. Blue went nuts. Threw the door open, Silas, on my porch. Half sobbing, face smeared with blood. Stumbled inside, collapsed into my wooden chair, shaking so hard he could barely talk. He's in my head, he whispers, voice cracking. Can't shut him out. Silas, what happened? I knelt down beside him. He pulls up his sleeve. Deep scratches Gotch's forearm, raw and bloody, like he'd done it himself. I saw him, Ethan. Old man Leland, in my cabin. Woke up, and he was at the foot of my bed, smiling. He shudders again. The walls, they were bleeding, Ethan. Dripping with blood. Tried to calm him down. Hallucinating, maybe. Some kind of trick. But a part of me believed him. Blue paced the floor, ears flat, like he was waiting for something else to burst through the door. Silas's eyes flicked to my shotgun, then back to me. He mutters, can't let him take me. Before I could figure out what he meant, he lunged. Grabbed my shotgun off the table. Silas, wait. I reached for him, but he shoved me back, stronger than he looked. Barrel went under his chin. He looked at me, tears streaming down his face. I'm sorry, he whispers. Then he pulled the trigger, ears ringing, blood spraying across the old wood floor. Mine went blank. Blue howled a long, gut-wrenching sound, staggered back, almost fell onto the bunk. Minutes, hours passed before I could move. Insane. Silas had just gone insane. Fear, maybe. Thought that was the only way out. Wrapped his body in an old tarp, dragged him outside, dug a grave behind the cabin. Tears burning my eyes the whole time. Darkness pressed in. I prayed. Never prayed in my life before, but I did that night. Barely slept. Sometime around dawn, I found myself standing over Silas's fresh grave, still holding the shovel. That's when I saw it. Loose dirt shifted just a little, like something inside was trying to move. First panic thought, he's alive. Impossible. I'd seen him pull the trigger. Still blood went ice cold. Edged closer, ignoring the pounding in my chest. Dirt rippled again, a bulge forming, then stopped. Scrambled back inside, locked the door, and spent the morning curled up in a corner, shotgun aimed at the door. Told myself it was just my mind playing tricks. Animal tunneling. But deep down I knew. Silas's soul wasn't resting. By midday I forced myself to check the grave. Disturbed. No footprints, no animal tracks. Like my imagination had conjured the whole thing in the pale morning light. Still couldn't deny what I'd seen. In that moment, I started to spiral. Days blurred. Supplies running low, but I was too terrified to drive back to town. Every night, I barricaded the cabin, set lanterns by the windows. Blue was on edge too. Sometimes he'd just stare at the door, growling at nothing. Fourth night after Silas heard a sound outside. Scraping, like nails on the cabin walls. Then a moan. Low, drawn out, filled with so much sorrow it made my skin crawl. Mustered the courage to crack the door, shotgun ready. Silhouette at the edge of my property near Silas's grave, eyes adjusted to the starlight. And I saw him. Silas, naked. Mud-caked skin stretched tight over his bones. Gaping wound where the shotgun had done its work. Yet he was upright, moving. Stumbled a few steps closer, arms jerking like a puppet. Slammed the door shut, sank to my knees, covered my ears. But I still heard him. Ethan. Ethan, you let me wet. Gurgling voice, not quite Silas's voice. Something started thudding against the door. Bang, bang, bang. Fired once through the wood. Thudding stopped. By the time I found the guts to open the door again, nothing. Just the scorched symbols on my cabin wall. Quiet hush of the wind. No blood trail. No footprints. Enough was enough, had to get out. Before dawn, I was moving. Loaded, blew into the truck, grabbed what I could carry, and sped down that rutted track. Practically blowing out a tire on the rocks. Didn't care. Had to get out of those woods. Made it as far as the old county road when I saw flashing lights ahead, blue and red. Sheriff Boggs's cruiser. Relief washed over me, stupidly rolled down the window. Sheriff. I shouted, voice cracking with panic. There's something out here. Silas is dead. He killed himself in my cabin, and he's out there, walking around. Boggs looked at me, calm as could be, then raised a hand. Signal. Two uniformed guys, deputies probably, stepped out from behind his cruiser, rifles aimed right at me. I'm sorry, he drawled. We can't let you leave. What? I stammered. He opened my door, yanked me out. One deputy grabbed my keys, the other flashed zip ties. Blue growled deep in his chest, but a quick jerk of a rifle, and they dragged him out of the truck. shoved him into a cage in the back of the cruiser. "You folks, you don't understand. There's something going on out there. You gotta help me," shouted I, struggling. Boggs just spat on the ground, right at my feet. "We know exactly what's out there," he said, quiet, cold. "And we can't afford you stirring up a panic. This forest has secrets, always has. Best you keep quiet." Kicked, yelled, fought, but they just wrestled me into the back of a second vehicle. From there, we drove deeper into the woods. Road got worse, more ruts than anything else. Finally, they ordered me out near this lonely clearing. Place felt like it was erased from the map. Removed the zip ties, shoved me down onto the ground. Boggs gave a curt nod to his deputies. "Show him," he says, voice flat, devoid of anything human. They led me to a pit hidden behind a cluster of boulders. The smell hit me first. Death, so thick and rotten it forced bile up my throat. Bottom of the pit was filled with bodies, various stages of gone, some fresh, some long rotted. Men, women, maybe kids. Lost count, vision blurring with tears. That's what happens to folks who don't follow the rules, Boggs says, standing at the edge of the pit, looking down at me like I was trash. "So, unless you want your bones down there too, you'll stay put and keep your mouth shut." He and his men climbed back into their vehicles, drove off, leaving me there with a busted flashlight, no weapon, no dog, no water, just horror for company. Stumbled around for hours, dehydrated, half insane from what I'd just seen. By nightfall, I collapsed near a trickle of a stream, drank like an animal, ignoring the metallic taste. Limbs screamed, mine drifted in and out. Silas's last words, the old man in overalls, old man Leland, the devil himself. If Silas was right, at some point, flashlight beam cut through the darkness, figure approaching. Tense, ready to fight, but it was a park ranger. Green uniform, wide-brimmed hat, name patch on his chest. Bolton. Relief surged through me. "Help me," I croaked. "Sheriff Boggs kidnapped me, took my dog. There's a pit of bodies." Ranger Bolton frowned. "Help me up." "Easy, friend. Let's get you somewhere safe." Guided me to a small ranger hut quarter-mile away. Inside, minimal gear, radio, some first aid stuff. Legs shook so bad I sank onto a bench while he rummaged for water. "Thank God," I sighed. "We got a call for backup? FBI, state police, someone who'll do something." Bolton turned, and the expression on his face wrong, like he was wearing a mask. "Ethan," he says, voice lower, raspier. "We both know how this goes." I jerked upright. "Wheat, how do you know my name?" His eyes flickered. Split second, they went from warm brown to a blackness that seemed bottomless. "You saw my sign on your cabin," he said, voice twisting, layered like multiple voices at once. "You saw me at your window, you heard me in the woods, old man Leland." Heart hammered, adrenaline spiked. Grabbed the nearest thing, a heavy flashlight ready to fight. Bolton's body jerked, unnatural, limbs contorting. "They all feed me, Ethan." He hisses, smile stretching too wide. The fear, the blood, even Silas, especially Silas, took a step closer. Swung the flashlight connected with the side of his head. He stumbled, let out a guttural snarl, then coughed. Spitting black bile from his mouth. Didn't wait. Scrambled out the door. Heat came after me. Footsteps heavy on the wooden floor. Scraping nails on the doorframe as he chased me. Dashed into the trees, branches tearing at my face, lungs burning. Heard the ranger's laughter echoing behind me through the forest. But he was slower now. Wounded. Or maybe not fully settled in the host body yet. Sky lightened. Realized I was nearing my own cabin again. Smoke drifting above the tree line. Heart sank. Cabin on fire. The closer I got, the more I realized it's someone else's fire. Followed the smell of burning wood, and then I saw it. Cabin engulfed in flames. Collapsed to my knees, tears springing to my eyes. Everything I owned gone. My dog, no. Blue wasn't inside. Sheriff Boggs' men had him. Crawled to a safe distance, heat pressing against my face. That's when I saw movement in the flames. Figure inside the inferno. Looked like Silas. Just standing there, staring at me with hollow sockets. Then blinked, gone. Replaced by swirling fire. Shock, exhaustion, everything crashed down at once. Staggered back into the woods, hours later, half a day. Found a lonely stretch of dirt road. To my surprise, unmarked SUV parked there. 3 men in dark suits standing around, scanning the area. One approached me, voice all authority. "Sir, we need you to step away." He began, then paused, eyes widening as he took in my condition. What happened to you? Told him everything. Disjointed, half-sobbing mess. He exchanged a look with another suit. They ushered me into the back seat. One asked my name, scribbled notes on a pad. Others spoke softly into earpieces. Realized. Federal agents. FBI. Relief flooded me. Finally, someone with real power to stop this. Told them about the campsite, the pit of bodies, Sheriff Boggs, the monster, Old Man Leland. They listened, faces grim. Man with the pad looked at me sympathetic. "We'll take care of this, Mr. Blackwood," he said. "You'll be safe now." Stepped away, conferred with the others. Overheard fragments. The containment media blackout can't let this get out, Sue. Black helicopter roared overhead, disappeared beyond the trees. Men guided me into this SUV, drove towards the local station. Instead of going inside, they parked behind it. Two vanished into the building while the not-a-pad guy stayed with me. "Can I have some water, please?" I rasped. He handed me a bottle from a cooler. Tasted stale, but I didn't care. Asked about Blue. Sheriff Boggs took him. Agent nodded like he'd heard it all before. "We'll do what we can." Eventually, the other agents returned. One passed a sheet of paper to the notepad guy. Saw him glance at it, nod, then turned to me. "We're going to place you in protective custody while we investigate. You'll be transported out of state for your own safety." Relief, gratitude, and a strange sense of dread, all at once. Part of me wanted to trust them, but my gut reminded me how much was at stake, how deep this thing might go. If Old Man Leland really was the devil, would the FBI even matter? Drove out of the county. Sat in the back, half-numb, battered, silent. Just before crossing the state line, SUV pulled over at a rest stop. Agent next to me stepped out to make a call. Moments later, second black SUV roared up. Men exchanged brief words. One pointed at me. Next thing I knew, they were telling me, "Wait here." Another agent took the driver's seat. Man wearing sunglasses. Glanced back, tight smile. "Let's go, Mr. Blackwood." Started the engine. Other agents had disappeared. Drove on in silence. Asked questions. Where we're going. Had they found Blue? No answer. Just stared at the road, expression unreadable behind the tinted lenses. 30 minutes later, SUV veered off onto a quiet side road. Past a sign. Road closed, maintenance. Vehicle stopped near a row of tall pines. Agent turned to me, removing his sunglasses. Eye as black as pitch. Same hollow void I'd seen in the Ranger. Voice layered, rippling through the confined space. "There's no escaping. Ethan, you. Not for your dog. Not for anyone." Panic. Lunged for the door, locked. He slid over the seat, like a snake, pinned me down. Inhuman strength in his grip. Vision blurred, adrenaline flooded my body. Managed to shove him away just enough to scramble across the seat, unlock the door. Tumbled out onto the dirt, rolled, came up running. Expected him to burst out, chase me, glanced back. SUV empty. Driver's door hanging open, no sign of him. Spun in circles, scanning the tree line. Nothing. Every nerve on fire to know how long I wandered. Hours, maybe a day. Found a highway, real traffic, Simmons roaring past, out of state plates. Flagged down a startled couple in an old pickup. They took one look at me, filthy, bleeding, wild-eyed, but something in them recognized desperation. Didn't ask questions, just gave me a ride to a nearby motel. Checked in under a fake name, paid with the last of my cash. Clerk stared, wide-eyed, but said nothing. Spent the night in a locked, windowless room, only light from a flickering lamp. Body bruised, mind replaying horrors. The pit, Silas's reanimated corpse, the black-eyed Ranger. Fully expected to wake up to FBI, local cops, or Old Man Leland himself, but dawn came quiet. For a moment I believed I was finally free. Months now. Back in Charleston. Renting a tiny studio near the interstate. No job. Too paranoid to settle. Still don't know what happened to Blue. Thought of him locked in some cage, or worse, at tears at my Saul. One morning, found mail slipped under my door. No return address, just my name, spelled right. Hands shook opening it. Single slip of paper fell out. Neat, precise handwriting, you can never leave. Ethan. Bob Blue, lying by the couch, started growling, hackles raised. Felt a presence behind me, in the corner where the light didn't reach. Turned. Nothing there, just a shadow, vaguely man-shaped, flickering for a heartbeat before dissolving. That's when it hit me. Old Man Leland. The devil. Whatever you want to call him. He's still here, with me. Maybe he's been with me my whole life, feeding on my guilt, my darkness. Maybe that's why I went to the Appalachians in the first place. Drawn like a moth to a flame. Haven't slept well since. Every time I close my eyes, I hear Silas's broken voice. See the pit, the campsite, the black-eyed ranger. And I know, someday, city or doesn't matter, I'll have to face him again. Worst part is not knowing how many others are caught in this. Sheriff Boggs, the FBI, the whole damn Appalachian forest, all part of some living, breathing evil that defies logic, defies law. Only truth I know. Can't escape him. Not truly. Can only wait. Gun loaded. Dog at my side for the next knock on the door. Next grin at the edge of the trees. Because if old man Leland wants me back, he'll find a way. And I'm not sure I have the strength to deny him a second time. My name is Ethan Hayes. I'm 27 years old, and what I'm about to tell you happened last August. Not a single night has passed since then that I haven't laid awake, wondering how I'm even alive to tell this story, if I'm truly alive at all. I'm not sure who's going to believe this, but I need to get it out. I need to speak it aloud, or it's going to swallow me whole, just like that Louisiana Bayou almost did. It started with a road trip. Me, my girlfriend Sarah Jenkins, and our friends Mike T.J. Davis and his girlfriend, Ashley Rodriguez. T.J. and I were tight since high school. He'd done a little time in parish jail for petty theft. Me, I went straight into the Marines and came back with a side of PTSD that clings to me like a shadow. Sarah, who's 25, is a freelance photographer. She lives for abandoned places. Ghost towns always has her camera hanging around her neck. Ashley, 26, was studying to be a nurse sweet, always caring, and the last person you'd ever expect her to fly. We were supposed to beeline to Baton Rouge for a music festival, but TJ, always chasing a thrill, talked us into a detour through Shadow Bayou. He'd found it on some online forum, buzzing with urban legends about a red-eyed preacher who, preached to the dead. Sarah was hooked the second she heard it, and Ashley was too nice to say no. Me, I just wanted to drown out the bad memories from my time in the Marines. The drive-in was okay at first. Winding roads, tall cypress trees rising out of the swamp, all waterlogged and eerie, beautiful. But the deeper we got, the worse the GPS went. It flickered. Cut out, then started spitting out gibberish. Sarah tried her phone, same thing, no signal. TJ just shrugged, said we'd hit the main highway eventually. Then we saw at a busted-up gas station on the side of the road. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, drawing in fat moths that smacked against the bulbs with these dull thuds. A skinny, wrinkled guy was behind the counter. Didn't even look up when I went in to pay for gas. He just mumbled, "Don't stay in Shadow Bayou after dark. You won't like the congregation." I tried to press him, asked what he meant. He just shook his head, eyes all wet and wide. Then he finally looked at me, really looked, and said, "Lost souls always find their way here." The way he said it, the tone, it made my gut clench. We should have turned back right then. But TJ just laughed it off. "Local superstition," he said. "They love messing with out-of-towners." Sarah wanted photos of the swamp, so we kept going. She was practically hanging out the passenger window, snapping pictures. The swamp seemed to close in around us, the road shrinking until branches scraped against the car on both sides. A heavy quiet settled over everything. My mind started drifting back to patrol nights overseas. The stillness felt like the quiet before an ambush. That's when I noticed it. We passed the same busted sign for the Bay Bistro twice. I stopped the car, asked if anyone else had seen it. TJ admitted we were definitely going in circles. Ashley started complaining about feeling sick, which wasn't like her. She was always the calm one, the caretaker. But she looked pale, clammy. We decided to turn back, but the moment I turned the key, the engine cut once and died. TJ jumped out, popped the hood, nothing obvious. I tried the ignition again, nothing. Sarah checked her phone again, zero signal. Even the radio was just static. Then something else cut through. Just for a split second, a voice so deep it vibrated in my chest, whispering, "Lost souls always find their way home." Then just static again. A sinking feeling hit me. We were in deep trouble. I had to keep it together for Sarah. She was strong, but I knew how fast fear could unravel you in a place like this. We decided to walk. The road was just cracked asphalt, weeds growing through every crack. In the distance, we saw something that looked like an old wooden church. Doors hanging open, candles flickering inside. Ashley said her head was pounding, but TJ coaxed her, a long arm around her shoulder. Sarah took some photos of the church from a distance. We must have been about 100 yards away when the smell hit us. Rotting meat, like something left out in the sun too long. I glanced to the right of the road where the swamp water was thick with algae, and my stomach lurched. Half sunk in the muck were bones, human bones, tied to a gnarled cypress trunk, mouth stitched shut with black thread. I couldn't even speak. Sarah started snapping photos, but her hands were shaking so bad, I doubted they'd be clear. Ashley turned and puked in the bushes. TJ just muttered, "Holy crap, this is messed up." We backed away, but the stench seemed to follow us. Then a figure appeared in the open doorway of the church. He wore a faded black suit, slick with mud at the hem. Even from a distance, he was too tall, too thin, like someone had stretched him out. But the worst part, his eyes. They glowed red like embers in a dying fire. "Welcome," he called out, his voice echoing unnaturally loud. "We've been waiting for you." I felt Sarah grab my arm. TJ let out a nervous laugh. "Nope, no way." He turned to leave, but Ashley lurched forward, eyes locked on the church, like she was hypnotized. "Jess," TJ said again, louder this time. She mumbled something about needing to see inside, that it was calling her. The second she said it, the church bell rang out, a dull, metallic clang that made my skin crawl. We yelled for Ashley to come back, but she was already heading up the porch steps. I rushed forward to grab her, but the tall man with the red eyes blocked my way. "Please," he said politely. "The sermon is about to begin." For a second, I was back in Afghanistan, pinned down by enemy fire. My heart hammered like it would explode. I wanted to shove him aside, but a voice in my head whispered, "Don't do it. Touch here. Ashley, get back here." TJ shouted from behind me. He tried to force his way past the preacher, but the man didn't even budge. TJ might as well have slammed into a brick wall. The preacher smiled, teeth too white, too sharp. Ashley disappeared inside. Sarah squeezed my hand and whispered, "We have to get her." So I took a step forward, locked eyes with the preacher. To my surprise, he stepped aside, gesturing for us to enter. TJ and I exchanged shrugged look. I guess we don't have a choice. We followed Ashley and Sarah close behind. Inside, the church was lit by hundreds of half-melted candles. The pews were packed, but the congregation wasn't alive. Corpses, dressed in moth-eaten Sunday best, sat propped up, hollow-eyed, bodies in all stages of decay. The smell hit me like a punch to the gut. I gagged, pulling my shirt up over my mouth. Sarah gasped, snapping another photo on reflex. Even though her hands were shaking so badly, the picture was probably blurred beyond recognition. At the front of the aisle, Ashley was kneeling on the bare floor. She wasn't looking at the preacher. She was staring at the largest corpse in the front pew, a man in a tattered gray suit, missing an eye and half his jaw. Her lips moved, like she was repeating something he was saying. Ashley, TJ said, approaching cautiously. He reached out, bent to put a hand on her shoulder. Before anyone could blink, she spun around. Her eyes were completely black, inky pools swallowing up the light. Her face twisted into a grin I'd never seen her make, a horrifying, unnatural stretch of her lips. And she was strong, impossibly strong. She grabbed TJ by the throat, lifting him clean off his feet until he was dangling in the air, kicking and sputtering. "TJ," Sarah screamed. I rushed forward, adrenaline spiking. But Ashley flung him aside with one hand like he weighed nothing. He crashed into a poo, the old wood splintering under the impact. TJ coughed, choking, struggling to breathe. I was about to tackle her, to do anything to stop this, when she moved again, faster than any human should be able to. She pinned TJ to the broken pew, her nails digging into his neck, drawing blood. He looked at me, eyes wide with terror, pleading. "What have you done to her?" I yelled at the preacher. He didn't answer, just watched, smiling that same chilling smile, like a proud parent watching their kid in a school play. Ashley opened her mouth, and a voice that was definitely not hers came out, low and growling. She belongs to the faith now. With a sickeningly swift motion, she twisted TJ's neck. The crack echoed off the church walls. Sarah shrieked and I froze, my blood turned into ice. TJ was dead before he even hit the ground, his eyes still wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling. The entire congregation of corpses seemed to shift in unison, a silent, rustling movement, like they were leaning in to get a better view. "Run," I shouted, grabbing Sarah's arm, yanking her towards the door. Ashley and that thing inside her let out a sharp, rasping laugh. The preacher didn't try to stop us, just gave a slight nod, like, go ahead, try. We burst back out into the swampy air, lungs burning, hearts hammering. The sun was gone now, the sky bruised purple in the twilight. My mind was spinning. TJ was gone, snuffed out in seconds by the woman he loved. Sarah was sobbing, breath coming in ragged gasps. I forced myself to keep moving, to think. We sprinted for the main road, or what we hoped was the main road. But that's when we saw them, figures in black suits, all tall and gaunt like the preacher, blocking our path. Moonlight glinted off something in their faces, their eyes. They glowed with the same dull red light. I tugged Sarah's arm, veering off the road, plunging into the swamp. The ground sucked at our shoes, thick mud pulling us down with every step. Mosquitoes swarmed our faces, biting, buzzing. In the distance, I heard the church bell toll again, the sound echoing through the trees, followed by Ashley's laughter, low and guttural, definitely not Ashley. The stench of rot was back, stronger now, and we stumbled upon more remains hanging from the branches, bones, human again, carved with strange markings that seemed to ready in the dim light. We pushed on until we found a patch of land that was relatively dry. Sarah collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably. I had her close, my own heart pounding against my ribs. We were lost. No idea where we were, no idea if those things were still following. My brain screamed, find help, find something. Then I saw them, headlights, cutting through the trees along a dirt path, maybe half a mile away. Come on, I whispered, pulling Sarah up. Let's head there. We stumbled through the undergrowth, ignoring the cuts from thorny vines, the sucking mud, the oppressive fear. Eventually, we broke through to an old, single-lane road and parked along it a row of black SUVs. Men in dark windbreakers milled around, FBI printed in bold letters across their backs. Relief washed over me so powerfully it almost made me buckle. Over here, I shouted, my voice cracking. One of them turned, shining a flashlight in our direction. A tall agent, clean-shaven with a face like stone, stepped forward. Sir, Mom, are you injured? Sarah was still sobbing, trying to explain, telling him we'd been attacked, that TJ was dead, that Ashley was possessed. The agent's eyebrows flicked up, just a fraction. He motioned to another agent to come over. They took us aside, tried to calm us down, but something was off. They had that same vacant expression I'd seen on the gas station attendant, polite but unblinking. Then another agent walked past, carrying jugs of gasoline, heading in the direction of the church. That's when it hit me. They weren't there to rescue anyone. These people. The first agent said, his voice flat, "We're probably squatters in an abandoned building. Are you sure about what you saw?" I started to protest, to tell him about the preacher, about Ashley, about TJ, about the bones, but he cut me off. "Let's get you taken care of." His voice was too level, too controlled. Two more agents appeared, wearing gloves, holding thick plastic zip ties. Before I could react, they grabbed Sarah, twisting her arms behind her back. "What the hell?" I screamed, lunging at them. But the tall agent smashed the butt of his rifle into my stomach. Air exploded out of me. I doubled over, gasping, as they yanked Sarah away, her eyes wide with terror, locked on mine. The agent knelt beside me, leaning in close. His breath smelled like stale coffee. "There's nothing here," he said, his voice a low, menacing purr. "Nothing but an old condemned church. No need to cause a stir, right?" My mind spun. Cover up. This had to be a cover up. I remembered the local stories about missing people in Shadow Bayo, the rumors that nobody ever found the bodies. I tried to stand, but pain lanced through me, white hot. Suddenly, Sarah twisted out of the grip of one of the agents. She grabbed the rifle from his hands with surprising ease and pointed it right at me. At first, I thought she was aiming past me at the agents, maybe. But then I saw her eyes, they were black, just like Ashley. "Sarah," I whispered, stepping backward, hands raised. I wanted it to be a trick of the light, some kind of nightmare playing out in front of me. But then she bared her teeth, staring at me with a cold, alien hatred. "I can hear the preacher in my head," she said, her voice trembling, but with an unnatural depth, like multiple voices layered on top of each other. "The sermon isn't over." Then she lunged forward, jamming the rifle barrel into my gut. I felt a searing pain explode as her finger tightened on the trigger. The agents shouted, scattering. I collapsed onto my knees, clutching the burning wound. She crouched down next to me, that twisted grin stretching her lips wider. "The sermon isn't over," she repeated, her voice echoing in my ears. Then she stood and walked calmly after the fleeing agents, who were already stumbling over themselves in terror. I lost sight of her as my vision blurred, the swampy ground rushing up to meet me. My next clear memory is seeing flames in the distance, orange and flickering, licking at the night sky. The FBI. They were setting the church ablaze. I don't know how long I lay there in the mud, drifting in and out of consciousness. The world swam in out of focus, pain lancing through me with every breath. Eventually, I felt hands on me, someone dragging me. Hushed voices swam around me. Through half-shut eyes, I saw him, the gas station attendant from earlier, crouched over me. He was pressing something rough and scratchy against my stomach, trying to stop the bleeding. I was too weak to resist, too weak to even speak. He just whispered, his voice barely audible above the crackling flames in the distance. "You should have turned around." Then darkness swallowed me whole. When I woke again, I was propped against a tree at the edge of a paved road. Dawn light was filtering through the cypress trees, painting long shadows across the asphalt. My side felt stiff, crusted with dried blood, but the wound had been crudely bandaged with strips of some kind of rough fabric. In the distance, thick black smoke still curled into the sky from where the church had been. The FBI vehicles were gone. No sign of Sarah, TJ, or Ashley. Nothing but the distant crackle of the fire and the oppressive silence of the swamp. I stumbled back towards the old gas station, hoping maybe anyone could help. But when I reached it, the door was locked, the fluorescent lights dead. Peering through the dusty windows, the interior looked completely abandoned. Tables overturned, shelves bare, no sign of recent use. It made no sense. Had I imagined the attendant? Was he just another ghost in this cursed place? Eventually, after what felt like hours, a young hiker in a beat-up pickup truck came by. He saw my bandages, the blood-soaked fabric clinging to my side, and his eyes widened in shock. He rushed me to a hospital in the next county, no questions asked. At the hospital, I told the nurses everything, the church, the preacher, how the FBI had taken Sarah. They exchanged worried glances, looked at me like I was raving mad. A local sheriff's deputy came by, listened to my story, shaking his head slowly. "We'll check it out," he said, his voice flat with disbelief. I knew they wouldn't find anything, and they didn't. A few days later, once I was stable enough to sit up without passing out, men in dark suits arrived at the hospital. FBI, or so they said. They told me TJ, Ashley, and Sarah were missing, that I was the sole survivor of a vehicular accident near Shadow Bayou. They told me not to worry about anything else, just to focus on getting better. Then they left as quickly and silently as they'd come. I was discharged with nowhere to go, no one to call. The only piece of evidence I had was Sarah's camera, which had somehow ended up in my bag. But when I checked it, the memory card was wiped clean. All that's left is this story. My ragged scar, a constant reminder of the rifle barrel pressed against my gut, and the nightmares that jolt me awake night after night. In those nightmares, I see red-eyed figures standing at the foot of my bed, beckoning me, whispering invitations to attend the midnight sermon. Sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, I can still hear Sarah's voice echoing in my head, cold and distant. "The sermon isn't over." I've told my story to a few people, doctors, therapists, even a couple of cops. Most just shake their heads, offer condolences for my lost friends, or politely suggest I seek further psychiatric help. Some roll their eyes outright, dismissing it as a hallucination brought on by trauma and blood loss. But if you're reading this, please heed my warning. Shadow Bayou isn't just another backwoods legend. Whatever hunts there, whatever that preacher and his congregation truly are, they're real. And there are people in high places, people wearing badges and driving black SUVs, who seem determined to keep it hidden, to silence anyone who stumbles too close to the truth. So if you ever find yourself on that winding road, if your GPS glitches and your cell service dies, if you see an abandoned gas station or a busted sign for the Bayou Bistro turnaround, get back in your car. Drive as far and as fast as you can. Because believe me, once the sermon starts in Shadow Bayou, it never really ends. This is my story. I pray it serves as a warning. My name is Jake and I'm 33, October 2023. Yeah, last year. Feels like a lifetime ago, but trust me, some stuff you just can't shake off. Back then, my life was a mess. Fresh off a journalism job gone wrong. Think story blew up in my face, not in a good way, and basically I was adrift. City life felt suffocating. The only constant was my dog, a loyal golden retriever named Champ. He's a good boy, always has been. I needed to disappear, like properly vanish for a bit. So, I planned a hiking trip to Khao Sok National Park here in Thailand. Beautiful place, right? Lush rainforest, ancient limestone cliffs, the works. But I was aiming for a spot way off the tourist trail, a place locals whispered about Shadow Valley. Looking back, the name should have been a massive red flag. Shadow Valley. Even in Thai, the name had this heavy, ominous vibe. Locals talked about it in hushed tones, legends of disappearances, weird stuff happening, the whole shebang. And journalist in me, rational me, said it was all just campfire stories. Spoiler alert, rational me was dead wrong. The morning I set off was perfect, clear sky, crisp air, the kind of day that makes you feel alive. The road to Kyo Sok wound through rubber tree plantations and past these crazy limestone mountains jutting out of the jungle. Shadow Valley itself was supposed to be deeper in, more remote. Exactly what I was craving. I dug up a few things online about the valley, mostly local blogs and forum posts. Legends, rumors, yeah. But also a few unnerving mentions of actual people going missing. The name kept popping up in connection with unexplained stuff. My journalistic senses were tingling, but I told myself it was just my brain making connections where there weren't any. Remote places always get these kinds of stories, right? I parked my rented pickup truck near this overgrown trailhead, looked barely used. Slinging my backpack on, I whistled for Champ. He bounded out, tail wagging, nose going a mile a minute, sniffing all the new smells. The rainforest opened up before us, a green maze of towering trees and thick undergrowth. I could hear a river rushing somewhere in the distance. Felt peaceful. Too peaceful, maybe. The first hint that something was off came about an hour into the hike. We were still on a barely there trail, and Champ kept stopping, ears twitching, head cocked, scanning the trees to our left. I figured maybe a monkey or some kind of jungle cat. Then suddenly it was like someone hit the mute button on the world. The cicadas stopped buzzing. The birds went silent. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. The rainforest went dead quiet. My own footsteps sounded deafeningly loud in the silence. For a split second, I thought I heard something, a faint sound, like a cry, maybe a woman's voice, far away. When, through the trees, I muttered myself, trying to sound convincing even to my own ears. We pushed deeper. Eventually, the barely there trail opened into a small clearing next to a dry reverb. Perfect. It was late afternoon by then. I decided this was camp for the night. I started setting up my tent, trying to ignore the weird feeling creeping up my spine. Champ sniffed around, whined a bit restless. I told myself he was just adjusting to the new smells, the unfamiliar jungle. But that silence, that unnatural hush, it was getting to me. I was wrestling with the tent poles when I heard it, twigs snapping nearby. Champ instantly went into guard dog mode, a low growl rumbling in his chest. I froze, heart hammering. Then a figure stepped out of the dense trees, a man, late 40s, maybe early 50s, wearing a faded green fishing vest, surprisingly not camo. He wasn't carrying a rifle, but he had a serious-looking machete strapped to his belt. Sawasdi crap, he said, lifting a hand in a way. Didn't expect to see anyone camping this deep in here. Relief washed over me. Just a local. Sawasdi crap, I replied, trying to sound casual, not like my heart was about to jump out of my chest. Jake. This is Champ. Just getting away from it all. He nodded, his eyes lingering on my gear backpack tent. Name Samchai, he said. I collect herbs in these parts. Herbs. Okay. Unusual for Farron to come to Shadow Valley. Samchai continued, his gaze a little too intense for comfort. Especially alone. Heard the stories, I admitted, trying for a light tone. But I'm not easily spooked. He gave a short, humorless laugh. If you're looking for peace, maybe wrong place, Farang. Shadow Valley Jiao. Temperamental. Jiao. That word for fierce, aggressive, even haunted. Something in his voice put me on edge. It wasn't a threat, exactly. More like a warning, an unspoken one. Then he started in on the local lore, just like in the online forums. How the valley was cursed, bad spirits, ancient battles, all that jazz. He talked about weird mists that rolled in suddenly, Strange sounds in the night. I listened, journalist brain clicking into gear, filing it all away just in case. He tipped his head in a slight nod. Take care, Jake. Be careful where you camp. Don't go too deep into the valley after dark. Champ watched him melt back into the trees, still bristling slightly. I tried to tell myself Samchai was just a cautious local, maybe a bit superstitious. But that uncomfortable knot in my stomach didn't loosen. Something felt off. About him. About this place. I couldn't put my finger on it. Not yet. That night, the rainforest silence became suffocating. No crickets chirping, no night birds calling. Just the low whisper of the breeze through the leaves. Around midnight, Champ woke me with a soft whine. I unzipped the tent, grabbed my flashlight, and shone it towards the tree line. Then it happened. A scream ripped through the air. So sudden, so piercing, it made me drop the flashlight. Sounded like a woman in absolute terror. Distant, but echoing off the trees, bouncing around the valley. My heart lurched into my throat. Champ flattened his ears, trying to scramble out of the tent, whimpering. I grabbed his collar. No, boy, stay. The scream died as quickly as it had started. I held my breath, waiting for something to follow. Footsteps, rustling leaves. Another cry, nothing. The night fell silent again, but it was a different kind of silence now. A deeper hush. Like the rainforest itself was holding its breath. I sat there, wide awake until dawn, adrenaline coursing through my veins. I'd covered some messed up stuff in my time as a journalist. Screams weren't exactly new to me. But that sound, that scream, it made my skin crawl, like it didn't belong to anything living. When morning finally crawled over the horizon, painting the sky in streaks of orange and pink, I packed up camp, intending to move on. Part of me wanted to bolt, get the hell out of Shadow Valley altogether. But another part, that stubborn journalist instinct, dug its heels in. I'd come here for solitude, yeah, for clarity maybe. But now I needed to know. Where did that scream come from? As I hiked deeper into Shadow Valley, the terrain started to get rougher. The trees grew taller, blocking out more of the sunlight, and the undergrowth became this tangled mess of vines and ferns. Their trail pretty much vanished altogether. By midday, even the sun was struggling to punch through the thick canopy, casting these weird, dappled shadows on the forest floor. I found a tiny stream, more like a trickle, and decided to follow it uphill. Figured water was always a good bet. Every now and then, I'd catch this faint, sickly sweet smell on the breeze, like something rotting. Couldn't place it, but it definitely wasn't pleasant. Maybe just decaying leaves and jungle stuff, I tried to tell myself. But it added to the overall feeling of unease. This sense that something was wrong with this place. Not even 30 minutes later, Champ suddenly went ballistic, barking like crazy, hackles raised, pulling hard on his leash. He charged ahead, nose glued to the ground, sniffing something out. My heart started pounding again. Champ, easy boy, what is it? When I caught up to him, I saw what had him spooked. Half buried in the mud near the stream, almost hidden by leaves, was a book. Not just any book, a journal. Old, judging by the water damage and the way the pages were all warped and stained. Leather cover was cracked and peeling. Curiosity, that journalist's curse, kicked in hard. I carefully picked it up, trying not to tear the fragile pages. It was damp, smeared with dirt and mud. Flipped it open, my fingers trembling slightly. Most of it was illegible, the ink blurred and faded by water and time. But some words, some phrases, they jumped out at me, even in the dim light filtering through the trees. Not her scream. That phrase was repeated over and over, scattered across different pages. I keep hearing it-ick. Then, she's whispering my name, creepy. Seriously creepy. Then another line scrawled in shaky handwriting. Saw her reflection in the water. And finally underlined, almost frantic, why won't anyone believe me? My pulse was hammering in my ears as I read. Was this from someone else who'd heard that scream? The scream from last night. What the hell had happened to them? Champ winded, nudging my hand with his wet nose, pulling me forward. He was restless, anxious. Yeah, boy, me too, I muttered, shoving the journal into a Ziploc bag in my backpack, suddenly feeling like I was wading into something way deeper and darker than I'd bargained for. We followed Champ as he pushed through the undergrowth, heading uphill away from the stream. The trees were getting thicker, the air heavier, almost suffocating. Then we crested a small ridge, and the trees suddenly thinned out, and there it was. What was left of a house or a cabin, maybe. Collapsed, roof caved in, walls half rotted, blackened wood sticking out like broken bones against the green jungle. The stench hit me first. Rot. Death. Stronger here, closer. Then I saw it. The body. A woman. Lying half in, half out of the rubble of the collapsed cabin. She was wearing hiking boots, faded jeans, a t-shirt, clothes that looked recent. A few months old, maybe. Maybe less. Her limbs were twisted at unnatural angles, like a broken doll. And her face frozen, an expression of absolute screaming terror. Mouth wide open, eyes staring blankly at the sky, like she'd died mid-scream. Just like the scream I'd heard last night. I clamped a hand over my nose and mouth, fighting back the urge to vomit. This wasn't an accident. No way. Scratches on the nearby trees, deep gouges in the wood of the cabin. It looked like she'd been trying to fight her way out. Desperately. Escape something. My mind reeled, trying to find a rational explanation. Animal attack. But the terror on her face, it was something else. Something primal. Something inhuman. Then I noticed a small, faded backpack near her waist. Rummaged through it, my hands shaking so badly I could barely work the zipper. Inside, a wallet. Driver's license. Maura Keene. The name jumped out at me. Maura Keene, missing person. I remembered reading something about it online a while back. Woman gone missing in Khao National Park. Ozarks, no, wait, wrong continent, wrong forest. Khao Sok, Thailand. Maura Keene. This was her. This was where she'd ended up. It took every ounce of willpower I had not to just turn and run. Flee. Get the hell out of Shadow Valley and never look back. I'd reported on crime scenes before. Yeah, seen some gruesome stuff. But this out here in the middle of nowhere, with no one around for miles, it felt different. Horribly personal. But then, something flickered inside me, that old spark, the reporter's drive. The need to know. To uncover the truth. I couldn't just walk away. Not now. Maybe I could at least document the scene. Take photos with my phone. Get a signal somehow. Contact the authorities. Do something. I reached for my phone, fumbling in my pocket. And that's when I saw it, out of the corner of my eye. A flash of movement. In the shards of a broken mirror, propped against the decaying cabin wall. In its reflection, a woman, standing behind me, gaunt pale. Her eyes black hollows, and her lips parted. In a silent scream, I spun around, heart leaping into my throat. No one. Empty forest. Just trees, shadows, the oppressive silence. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped my phone. It clattered on the ground. When I picked it up, the reflection was gone. But the feeling that icy dread it remained, like a cold hand gripping my shoulder. Champ barked again, ears flat against his head, backing away from the cabin. That was it. Final push. I needed to get out of here. Now. I decided to try and find a more accessible route back to the trailhead, back to my truck. Maybe drive into the nearest town, report this. Anything but stay in Shadow Valley. But as I turned to retrace my steps, back the way we'd come, I ran into some chai again. He was crouched near a giant tree, fiddling with something on the ground. A snare trap, maybe. You okay? Faring, he asked, glancing up, noticing my face. Pale, probably. You look like you've seen a ghost. There's a body. I managed, my voice hoarse. A woman. In a collapsed cabin. We need to tell the police. Samche's expression flickered. Something crossed his face. Fear, guilt? Hard to tell. I warned you, he said quietly, his eyes fixed on the ground. I warned you not to go exploring. Shadow Valley, cursed place. This isn't about curses. I snapped, anger pushing back some of the fear. A woman is dead. We need tow. He raised a hand, cutting me off. Don't you worry, Faring. I help you out. Let's get you back to the road first. Then we figure out police. Despite every instinct screaming at me to run, to get away from him, from this whole valley, I was exhausted. Rattled. And he knew the area. Maybe he could get me out faster. So, against my better judgment, I agreed. We started walking, side by side, Champ trailing close behind, still uneasy. Samchai led me onto a narrower path, heading deeper into the trees, following the contour of the hills. But after almost an hour of walking, I realized we weren't heading north. Not towards the trailhead. We were going deeper into Shadow Valley, the vegetation growing denser, the silence heavier. Wait, I said, stopping abruptly. Where exactly are you taking me? He paused. The tension in his posture was suddenly unmistakable. Shortcut, he said gruffly, not meeting my eyes. But we have to go through part of the valley that's not safest. You need me to guide you. Champ let out a low growl, a warning rumble deep in his chest. I tightened my grip on his leash. Something was definitely seriously off. I think I'll find my own way, I said, slowly stepping backwards, putting distance between us. Not wise, Faring. Samchai replied, his voice suddenly hard, steel underneath the surface politeness. He was blocking the path. There are things in these woods you can't face alone. I got twisted with alarm. For a moment, we just stared at each other, my mind racing what to run, fight, reason with him. Then, in a blur of motion, Samcha swung his machete, not at me, not directly, but he swung it out, blocking the path, the blade glinting in the dim light. The implied threat was crystal clear. I had to bring someone, he muttered, his face contorted, not with anger, but with fear, desperation. If not you, then me. I stood frozen. Deal. Deal with what? His eyes darted around, wild, panicked. I don't know what she is, but she leaves me alone if I bring her others. You shouldn't have come here alone, Faring. For a split second, time seemed to slow down. Then Champ lunged. Teeth bared, a furious snarl, latching onto Samchai's arm. Samchai howled, dropping the machete. It skittered across the ground. Adrenaline exploded in my veins. I sprang forward, adrenaline pumping like crazy. Grabbed the machete where it had skittered on the ground. Fumbled with it, my hands slick with sweat. Samchai's elbow slammed into my shoulder, pain shot through me, but I managed to scramble out of reach, stumbling backwards. Champ was still going at him, a snarling, furry whirlwind, trying to tear Samchai's arm off. Finally, Samchai landed a desperate kick that sent Champ flying, yelping backwards. Before Samchai could recover, I reacted. Didn't even think, just pure instinct. I snatched the hunting knife from his belt, a big, nasty-looking thin, and with trembling hands, I drove it into his side, more out of pure survival instinct than any conscious intention to hurt him. Samchai staggered, a choked gasp escaping his lips, collapsing to his knees. Eyes wide, filled with both pain and sheer, unadulterated terror. Blood bloomed through his green fishing vest, spreading rapidly. You have no idea, he rasped, each word a struggle. What's coming, she'll find you. I backed away, chest heaving, still clutching the bloody knife. You brought this on yourself, I whispered, even though I knew he probably couldn't hear me. The wind shifted again, rustling through the leaves, and then there it was, that scream, echoing through the trees. But this time it wasn't distant. It sounded impossibly close, right on top of us. Samchai's face went ashen. He clutched at his wound, letting out a ragged, wheezing breath. Then, right before my eyes, something yanked him backwards, into the undergrowth, with a force that shouldn't have been possible. He screamed once. A single, awful cry that cut off abruptly. Leaves and branches rustled violently for a moment, then silence. Complete, utter silence. My heart hammered so loudly I thought it might burst out of my chest. Champ whimpered, pressing himself against my leg, trembling. We had to run, now. I lost all sense of direction in my panic. We tore through the woods blindly, branches whipping at my face, thorns tearing at my clothes. The terrain was getting steeper, more jagged. The rainforest, it felt alive, with an almost predatory intent, pushing me deeper, deeper into the valley, actively keeping me from finding a way out. Every time the wind gusted, I swore I heard that wailing scream, closer now, always closer. Eventually, exhausted, lungs burning, I stumbled into a small clearing, and there it was, a crumbling stone foundation. Looked like it had once been a small shrine or maybe a spirit house. Half-fallen walls, moss-covered stones, rotting wood scattered around, abandoned long ago. I stumbled inside, chest heaving, gasping for air, trying to collect myself. The air inside was damp, heavy with the smell of mildew and decay. A single beam of sunlight pierced through the broken roof, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. Then I noticed it, the news, hanging from a rotted rafter. Swaying slightly, even though there was no breeze inside the crumbling shrine. It looked old, the rope frayed and rotten in places. But it was still there, hanging. My mind conjured up horrible images of what might have happened in this place, what kind of rituals, what kind of sacrifices. Champ's ears went flat. He let out a low growl deep in his throat, gaze fixed on something behind me. I turned slowly, dread pooling in my stomach. And that's when I felt its ice-cold hands gripping my shoulders, slender corpse-like. I couldn't see them, but the sensation of frigid fingers digging into my skin was unmistakable. A voice, faint echoing, whispered my name. Jakey. My vision blurred. A suffocating dread washed over me, paralyzing me. I tried to scream, but no sound escaped my throat. The last thing I registered before everything went black was a fleeting glimpse of movement at the edge of my vision. A woman, in ragged burial cloth, standing in the doorway of the shrine. Her mouth was open, the edges of her lips cracked and blackened, as though she had screamed her voice raw centuries ago. Then darkness. I regained consciousness lying face down in the dirt. Outside, it was almost dark, the sky a deep bruised purple. My head throbbed and my shoulders felt bruised, aching. Champ was gone. Nowhere in sight, panic hit me in waves. Champ. I called, my voice hoarse, barely a whisper. The only response was my own voice echoing back from the trees. I stumbled to my feet, fighting dizziness, and staggered out of the old shrine. The rainforest had grown eerily still again. The dryness in my mouth felt like chalk, and my limbs were shaky, weak. Hours must have passed. I forced my feet to move, calling for Champ as I went, stumbling blindly through the gathering darkness. My flashlight flickered, the batteries dying, casting weak, pathetic circles of light. I cursed under my breath. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig made me jump, expecting that spectral figure to appear again, or Samchai to come lunging out of the shadows, somehow still alive. But neither did. At some point, the land sloped downwards and I recognized something, a faint trail, a real trail, not just animal tracks. Small miracle. I followed it, pushing through exhaustion, the rising terror over Champ's disappearance, and this overwhelming sense of emptiness gnawing at me. If I lost him too, then up ahead through the trees I saw it. Headlights, flickering through the leaves. Stumbling forward, almost falling, I practically collapsed onto a dirt road. A pickup truck was parked there, engine idling, headlights casting long, dancing shadows. Relief flooded me. Maybe I could get help. A figure stepped out of the truck. Uniform, Sheriff. Sheriff Prazzett, according to the name tag. Older man, late 50s, maybe, with graying hair peeking out from under his wide-brimmed hat. "Who there?" he said, catching me as I stumbled towards him, swaying on my feet. "Easy now. You look half dead." "Sheriff," I gasped, trying to get the words out. "There's a body in a collapsed shrine. There's a man out there, he tried to kill me and there's something else of my dog he's missing we need." "It's all right," Sheriff Prazzett said, patting my shoulder, his tone calm but oddly detached. "Let's get you to the station, get you patched up." I nodded, too drained to protest. He helped me into the passenger seat of the truck. The warmth from the heater hit my aching body, and I almost sagged with relief. I told him everything in a rush of words, stumbling over myself, more keen. The journal, Samche's betrayal, the screams, the thing in the shrine. He listened without interrupting, his expression unchanging, occasionally glancing in the rearview mirror, scanning the dark forest behind us. When we arrived at the ranger station, a small, run-down building with just a couple of rooms, he guided me inside. I half expected to see deputies, radios crackling, some sign of official activity, but it was completely empty. He ushered me into a back room, telling me he'd get some medical supplies. Something about the whole setup felt wrong. Off. I stood there, scanning the bare walls. No posters, no official bulletins, just blank, peeling paint. Then, out the back window, I spotted it. A battered old pickup truck, parked behind the building. My heart skipped a beat. It looked exactly like Samche's truck. Before I could process that, Sheriff Prazzett reappeared, carrying a first aid kit. "We'll see about that woman's remains," he said, his tone careful, measured. "But I want you to take a breath, Farang, and consider maybe you got turned around out there. Maybe you saw things that weren't really there." I stared at him. "I know what I saw." He gave me a thin, tight smile. "Look, people go missing around here sometimes. Tourists wander off trail. Accidents happen. The official reports, they explain most of it." He paused, paced a few steps, like he was calculating his next words. "You sure you really saw a body?" "I have photos. I counted, remembering my phone." I reached for my backpack only to realize it was gone. Vanished. I must have dropped it while running or after I blacked out in the shrine. My stomach sank. "Don't you worry," Sheriff Prazett said, his voice low, almost conspiratorial. We'll let folks know you're safe. But the rest, he trailed off, leaving the implication hanging in the air. The rest would be quietly buried, just like all the other strange disappearances in Shadow Valley. Andrew flared, cutting through the fear. Why would you cover this up? I demanded. That woman Maura Keene, she deserves justice. He grabbed my arm. Not hard, but firmly enough to make me realize I wasn't free to leave. Shadow Valley has its secrets, Farron, and that suits the people around here just fine. Something roams these woods. Something we can't do a thing about. Except keep outsiders from stirring it up. I wrenched my arm free, heart pounding. My eyes darted to the door, gudging the distance. But Sheriff Prazett casually positioned himself between me and the exit. Just then, a tortured howl echoed from outside. My breath caught in my throat. It sounded like Champ. I didn't have time to think. Ducked past Sheriff Prazett, shoving him aside as he grabbed at my sleeve. Burst through the ranger station door and into the cold night air. The only light came from a single flickering street lamp near the parking lot. The rest was shadow. Deep, swallowing shadow. Champ, I shouted, my voice cracking. Another howl answered. Closer this time. I ran towards the sound, ignoring Sheriff Prazett's angry shouts behind me. Past the parking lot, the trees loomed. A solid wall of darkness. A flicker of movement in the shadows. Then I saw him, Champ. Limped, formatted with dirt, but unmistakably him. Relief flooded me as he pressed against my legs, whining, licking my hand. A second later, a chilling wail tore through the air. This time it was so piercing, so close, I felt it vibrate in my bones. I clapped my hands over my ears, trembling. Champ backed up, growling, hackles raised, facing the darkness beyond the street lamp's weak glow. Then a shape materialized, just beyond the edge of the light, a ragged figure. Arms elongated, unnaturally long, head tilted at a grotesque angle, the same gaunt woman I'd seen in the reflection in the shrine. Maura Keene. The Banshee of Shadow Valley, draped in her decayed shrub. Her features were skeletal, eyes sunk deep into black pits, jaw slack and trembling. As she moved, it was like her feet didn't even touch the ground. Her gaze locked on me. Behind me, I heard Sheriff Prazett shout, "Get away from her, Farang." But I couldn't move. Frozen. The Banshee, Maura, whatever she was, let out another eerie moan. And for a heartbeat, just a split second, I could see it. The raw infinite sorrow in her hollow eyes. She wasn't alive. She wasn't dead. She was caught in some dreadful in-between, fueled by the agony of those who had died in Shadow Valley. Suddenly, something bright flared to life, illuminating the night. Sheriff Prazett. He'd grabbed a flare from the ranger station's supplies. He tossed it towards the Banshee. Sparks showered red in the darkness. The Banshee recoiled with a shriek that rattled my teeth. Her form flickered like a dying flame, then she vanished, melted back into the shadows. For a moment, Sheriff Prazett and I just stood there, gasping for breath, hearts pounding. Champ pressed close to me, still trembling. The sheriff wiped sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. "That's about all we can do," he said, his voice hollow, defeated. "Drive it off for a while. But it'll come back." I wanted to scream at him, to demand answers, to ask how he could just accept this horror, this thing living in Shadow Valley. But then he sighed a long, weary sound and gestured towards his pickup truck. "Take it. Go. I know you won't rest until you report this. Just remember, some truths don't want to be found." I didn't question him. My priority was to get the hell out of Shadow Valley. With Champ beside me, finally safe, I scrambled into Sheriff Prazett's truck, slammed the door, and sped off. Half expecting him to shoot out a tire stop me, but he didn't. Maybe he was just exhausted. Exhausted from the charade, from the lies, from trying to contain the uncontainable. Maybe he realized that covering up Maura's death, and all the others, had become too heavy a burden to bear. The road was an endless ribbon of asphalt unwinding through the trees. Eventually I found an old highway, then signs of civilization. A small diner, its neon lights flickering like salvation in the darkness. I pulled in, my entire body shaking, adrenaline finally starting to drain away. Champ rested his head on my lap, a solid, warm weight, as if trying to ground me, bring me back to reality. Over the following days, I tried to report what I'd seen. Contacted local authorities in the nearest town. They listened politely, took down notes, promised to look into it. But nothing ever came of it. No mention of Maura Keene's body in the local papers. No word of a man named Somchai. It was like that entire nightmare had been swallowed by the rainforest, erased. I moved on. Physically, at least. Left Talland. Found a small apartment in another city, another country. Tried to return to normal life. Tried to forget. But my sleep was plagued by nightmares. Maura Keene's decaying face. Somchai's desperate, terrified eyes. The banshee's shriek echoing in the dark. Champ 2 would jolt awake at night, whimpering softly restless. I checked online news, local Thai obituaries, for any mention of missing hikers in Khao Sok. A few popped up, always. Accidents. Wandered off trail. Lost in the jungle. Tragic accidents. Chalked up to the wilderness. Part of me wanted to go back, demand an investigation, dig deeper, but I knew it would be futile. Shadow Valley protects its secrets. And those complicit in keeping those secrets, they make damn sure they stay buried. Then, last night actually, I woke up in my cramped apartment. To the sound of a low whistle of wind, even though my windows were closed tight. My heart pounded, goosebumps prickled my arms. Something felt off. Wrong familiar. I crept to the bathroom, flicked on the light, and stared at my reflection in the mirror. Sweaty hair plastered to my forehead, eyes wide, pupils dilated. Behind me, in the shadows of the hallway, something flickered. Just for an instant, I saw her, Moira, the banshee, draped in her decayed shroud, standing silently in the hallway of my apartment. Her lips parted as though to speak my name. I whipped around, heart hammering against my ribs, ready to scream. But nothing was there. The hallway was empty, just shadows, yet the sense of dread lingered. Heavy, oppressive. And in that moment, I knew. I hadn't escaped Shadow Valley. The valley's mark was on me, and she, the thing that haunted it, she might follow me for the rest of my days. I wish I could say this story ends me finding peace or justice or some kind of closure. But some stories don't end cleanly. The terror of Shadow Valley endures, silent, unrelenting. I can only hope that whoever stumbles into that place next heeds the warnings, if they ever get them. Or perhaps, like me, they'll learn too late that once Shadow Valley has your name, it never truly lets you go. My name is Ethan Hayes, and I just turned 34. This freaky stuff went down back in October 2022. I was done with city life. For years, I've been working crazy shifts as a paramedic in Chicago. Shoon too much, man. Too many car wrecks, too much violence, families getting ripped apart. It messed with my head. After my divorce, I just needed to get away from it all. No more sirens, no more drama, just peace and quiet, me and my dog Shadow, so I decided to go off-grid. Blackwood National Forest was the spot. Didn't know then that some kinds of messed up are way worse than anything you see in a city ER. First week of October when I got to Blackwood. Days were still warm, nights got chilly. My cabin was more like a solid shack, yeah, but I'd built it myself over a few weekends that summer. Sat in this little clearing, maybe 3 miles from the nearest logging road. Got solar panels on the roof, latrine dugout back behind some pines, rain barrels for water. Brought a rifle, plenty of ammo, fishing and hunting gear. Plan was to test this off, grid thing for a month or two, see if it was really for me. Shadow was my only company. He's a German Shepherd, pushing 5 years old. Smartest dog I ever met. Trained him in basic search and rescue back when I was an EMT, agile, protective. Think he knew I was stressed out. Never wandered too far from me. From day one, the forest was silent, like really silent. No cars, no electric hum, just wind in the trees and the rustle of leaves. But there was something else too. Felt like eyes on me, like I was being watched. Shadow was on edge too. Sniffing around the edge of the clearing, fur bristled up like he was expecting trouble. First real weird thing happened on my second night. Drifting off to sleep, Shadow starts growling. Low, deep rumble in his chest. I grabbed my flashlight, swung the beam around the cabin. Nothing. No raccoons, no squirrels, nothing moving. But Shadow was locked on the wall, staring like he could see right through it. I whispered his name, and he turned to me, eyes wide, like he was saying, "Heads up." Tried to tell myself it was just nerves. Wild place, right? Strange noises come with the territory. But next morning, footprints outside the cabin. Long like human feet, but with these thick, clawed toes. Thought maybe a big cat or a bear with a messed up paw. Seen weirder things. Still, it got to me. Fourth day, got a nasty reminder I wasn't alone out there. Gathering firewood, caught the stink of rot. Shadow whined, took off nose to the ground, pushing through the bushes. Stumbled on a deer carcass, torn to pieces, ribs showing, guts everywhere. First thought beer kill, maybe a wild hog, but the wounds, they were too clean. Too precise, like something with hands had peeled the skin and meat off. Shadow tucked his tail, whimpering. I got this cold dread in my stomach. Heard a rustle behind me, spun around, rifle up. Guy standing there, my age, maybe a bit older. Camo pants, beat up jacket, dark hair and a greasy ponytail. Hands up, showing he wasn't armed, at least not in the open. Easy, he says, voice low. Didn't mean to spook you. Lowered the rifle, but stayed on guard. Who are you? Name's Jed. Just out here hunting. He glanced at the deer carcass, frowned. Looks like someone beat me to it, but hunting. I thought, or something else. Deer was ripped apart hours ago, maybe less. Jed smelled like stale cigarettes and something else is something kind of gamey. He had this smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. You staying out here too? He asked. Yeah, I said. Built a small place near the creek. He nodded slow. Bad idea to be alone. People go missing around these parts. Locals usually don't come this deep. Wanted to ask more, but the air felt thick with tension, shifted my weight. I'm fine, I said. I know how to handle myself. His eyes flicked to Shadow. Nice dog, he said. Just be careful. If you see anything strange, do yourself a favor, pretend you didn't. He turned and walked off before I could say anything else. Something about that talk felt like a threat, or maybe a warning. Next few days, nothing much. Tried to get into the rhythm of off-grid life. Chopping wood, setting snares, fishing in the creek. But every night, Shadow's hackles would rise. Started hearing noises. Faint whispers, footsteps that stopped when I held my breath to listen. Couple times, thought I heard my own name, whispered from the woods. Around the 7th day, I decided to patrol the area. Had to figure out what was sneaking around my camp at night. Morning was crisp, sun just barely getting through the tall pines. Loaded my rifle, set out. Shadow trotted ahead, nose down. We circled north towards where I found the deer, deeper into the woods. Terrain got steeper, mossy rocks sticking out of the ground like broken teeth. Hour in, Shadow let out a sharp bark. I ran to him, pushing through thick brush, almost fell into an abandoned campsite. Tent was flattened, ripped, covered in leaves and pine needles. Moths fluttered up as I nudged the fabric of my boot. Inside, rotting sleeping bag, single boot, backpack with zippers torn open. Got clenched when I saw a dark stain near the tent entrance. Looked a lot like blood. Rummaged through the backpack hoping for ID. Found a small notebook instead. Blood-smeared pages. Flipped through it. Scrawled writing. Heard voices again last night. Sounded like my wife calling me, but she's dead. I know it can't be her. Something is outside my tent. Scratching. Found huge footprints. Like a man's foot, but long. Claws. God help me. It's still out there. Hands shaking as I read. Shadow sniffing at the corner of the tent. Followed his gaze. Shallow graves. Mounds of disturbed earth. Swallowed hard. Moved to check one, even though every instinct screamed no. Pushed aside some loose soil. Unearthed part of a human jawbone. Flesh gone, bone yellowed. Covered it back up fast, fighting down bile. Jesus, I whispered, heart hammering. Seen body parts before. Yeah, but not like this. Not so deliberate. Heard a noise behind me. Branches snapping, rifle up. Jed again. Same wary look on his face. Told you people go missing, he said quiet. You find what's left of them. Didn't answer. Mind racing. Was Jed involved in this? Or just another lost soul who'd stumbled into something nightmarish? He stepped closer. You should leave. Heard that before. Used to do business out here. People smuggling, drug runs, you name it. But we started finding things. Bodies torn up, tracks that weren't human. You see that big footprint yet? Nodded stiffly. Jed-eyed me. Not proud of my past, but there's something worse than men out here. Something hunts us. And if you think your dog's going to protect you, you're dead wrong. Bristled, but felt a chill run down my arms. He looked tired, almost desperate. You come out here alone for what? He asked. Peace, I said. Hasn't exactly been peaceful. His lips twisted in a half sneer, half smile. Then get out while you still can. He glanced around the campsite. Wouldn't mind if I grab anything useful. Shrug uneasy. Help yourself. He bent down. Started rifling through the backpack pockets. That was my cue to go. Last thing I wanted was to hang around with an ex, Con who'd admitted to human trafficking. Whistled for Shadow, hurried back, head spinning. That night, couldn't shake the feeling Jed was out there, circling my camp. Or maybe it was something else. Rifle stayed close. Around midnight, Shadow started barking like crazy. Jumped up, adrenaline pumping, swung open the cabin door. Flashlight beam swept across the clearing, standing at the tree-lined Shadow. Except Shadow was right beside me barking. For a second, my brain just stalled, then I saw it. Figure shaped like a dog, but the eyes, they reflected the light wrong. Almost human. It darted back into the dark. Whipped around to check on the real Shadow. He was trembling, teeth bared, every survival instinct screaming. Locked ourselves in the cabin, listened to random tapping on the walls till dawn. Each time I peeked out, just shadows. Next morning, decided I couldn't just wait around. Whatever was out there wanted me off balance. Had to be proactive. Secured supplies, food, first aid. Ammo decided on a bigger patrol. If I could find where this thing was nesting, maybe I could scare it off. Or kill it. Left Shadow at the cabin, water bowl full just to be safe. Didn't want him chasing after any illusions. Hiked north again, rifle ready. Few hours in, spotted footprints in the mud. Big, clawed like before. But also partial boot print. Human, looked fresh. Followed them to a rocky outcrop overlooking a narrow valley. The sight below made my blood run cold. Tucked away in the trees, makeshift campsite. Old tents, tarps, and piles of black trash bags, lots of them. Crept closer, quiet as I could. First bag I opened, fertilizer, chemicals. Hidden grow op, maybe. Second bag smelled rancid. Peel it open just enough to glimpse a rotting flesh. Snapped it shut fast. Human remains. Maybe multiple people. Heard a crunch behind me. Spun around. Jed Strickland standing there. Wild look in his eyes. Armed now. Hunting knife strapped to his belt, hand twitching near the handle. "You shouldn't have come here," he muttered. Pulse hammering in my ears. "What is all this?" I demanded. He spat on the ground. "Old trafficking drop point. I'm not involved anymore. But certain people still use it. You know how it goes. Rural county, no real oversight. Sheriff's on the payroll. Leaves us alone as long as things don't get too messy." Glared at him. Messy. There are bodies in those bags, Jed. Jed's eyes flickered. That's not my work. That's something else's. We used to lose people all the time. Drug runners, smugglers. They'd vanish at night. We'd find bones, bits of them in the morning. It's got a taste for blood, man. And you're in its hunting ground. Realized it then. Whole operation overshadowed by this unnatural threat in the woods. Predator that even hardened criminals didn't want to mess with. Gripped my rifle tighter. "If you're not with them anymore, why are you still out here?" He took a step closer, trying to find a stash. Hid money. Enough to disappear for good. "But you're messing around in things you don't understand. Why didn't you just mind your business?" Before I could answer, Jed lunged. Fist caught me on the jaw, stumbled back, almost dropped the rifle. Managed to bring the butt up, caught him in the ribs. He grunted, but quick. Wrestled the gun sideways, swung again, dodged, adrenaline spiking. Not used to hand like this. Ambulance. Seen violence, yes, but always had backup, sedation. Jed tried to yank the rifle free. Pulled the trigger, desperate. Shut went wide, echoed through the valley. Jed snarled in anger. Mind flashed, noise might attract the thing. Panicked. Shoved him back. Jed tripped over a root, went down. Pulled the gun back towards me. Shadow wasn't here. Alone. Jed scrambled to his feet, eyes blazing. "You brought the law on us, didn't you? Or you're gonna." Glanced at the black bags. "Can't let that happen." Reached for his knife. Heart pounding, leveled the rifle at his chest. "Don't," I yelled. Stood there, panning, staring each other down. Then Jed's eyes flicked behind me, choked gasp, face twisted in terror. "Oh, God." He breathed, glanced over my shoulder. Edge of the clearing. Silhouette of a creature. Shape of a man, but limbs too long. Same impossible footprints. And the face wrong. Couldn't see it clear in the shadows, but it reflected sunlight in a twisted, unnatural way. Let out a guttural hiss. Jed bolted. Ran so fast he almost tripped, crashed through the trees, gone. Creature didn't chase him. Instead, stepped into the clearing, inching closer. Hands shaking. Rifle aimed. Breathing ragged. Thing studied me, tilting its head at this weird angle. That's when I heard it, something impossible. My own voice. Coming from it. Softly repeating random words I'd said earlier, like it was practicing. Then it lunged, fired, shot clipped its shoulder, shrieked. Earth-splitting sound that made my hair stand on end. Vanished in the brush, terrifying speed. Smear of dark fluid on the ground. Ears ringing, mind struggling to catch up. Couldn't stay. Ran back to the cabin, fast as I could, expecting it to tackle me any second. Stumbled through the door, slammed it, shoved furniture against it. Shadow barked, anxious pacing, like he could smell the fear pouring off me. Locked in, listened to random tapping on the walls until dawn. Each time I checked, just shadows. Next morning, decided I couldn't just wait around. Whatever was out there wanted me off balance. Had to be proactive. Secured supplies, food, first aid, ammo, decided on a bigger patrol. If I could find where this thing was nesting, maybe I could scare it off. Or kill it. Left Shadow at the cabin, water bowl full, just to be safe. Didn't want him chasing after any illusions. Hiked north again, rifle ready. Few hours in, spotted footprints in the mud. Big, clawed, like before. But also partial boot print, human. Looked fresh. Followed them to a rocky outcrop, overlooking a narrow valley. The sight below made my blood run cold. Tucked away in the trees, makeshift campsite, old tents, tarps, and piles of black trash bags, lots of them. Crept closer, quiet as I could. First bag I opened, fertilizer chemicals. Hidden grow up, maybe. Second bag smelled rancid. Peel it open just enough to glimpse the rotting flesh. Snapped it shut fast. Human remains. Maybe multiple people. Heard a crunch behind me. Spun around. Jed Strickland standing there. Wild look in his eyes. Armed now. Hunting knife strapped to his belt, hand twitching near the handle. "You shouldn't have come here," he muttered, pulse hammering in my ears. "What is all this?" He spat on the ground. "Old traffic in drop point. I'm not involved anymore, but certain people still use it. You know how it goes. Rural county, no real oversight. Sheriff's on the payroll. Leaves us alone as long as things don't get too messy." Glared him. Messy. There are bodies in those bags, Jed. Jed's eyes flickered. "That's not my work. That's something else's. We used to lose people all the time. Drug runners, smugglers. They'd vanish at night. We'd find bones. Bits of them in the morning. It's got a taste for blood, man. And you're in its hunting ground." Realized it then. Whole operation overshadowed by this unnatural threat in the woods. Predator that even hardened criminals didn't want to mess with. Gripped my rifle tighter. "If you're not with them anymore, why are you still out here?" He took a step closer. "Trying to find a stash. Hid money. Enough to disappear for good. But you're messing around in things you don't understand. Why didn't you just mind your business?" Before I could answer, Jed lunged. Fist caught me on the jaw, stumbled back, almost dropped the rifle. Managed to bring the butt up, caught him in the ribs. He grunted but quick. Wrestled the gun sideways, swung again, dodged, adrenaline spiking. Not used to hand like this. Ambulance. Yes, seen violence, but always had backup, sedation. Jed tried to yank the rifle free. Pulled the trigger, desperate. Shot went wide, echoed through the valley. Jed snarled in anger. Mind flashed, noise might attract that thing. Panicked. Shoved him back. Jed tripped over a root, went down. Pulled the gun back towards me. Shadow wasn't here. Alone. Jed scrambled to his feet, eyes blazing. "You brought the law on us, didn't you? Or you're gonna." Glanced at the black bags. Can't let that happen. Reached for his knife. Heart pounding, leveled the rifle at his chest. "Don't!" I yelled. Stood there panting, staring each other down. Then Jed's eyes flicked behind me. Choked gasp. Face twisted in terror. Oh God, he breathed. Glanced over my shoulder. Edge of the clearing. Silhouette of a creature. Shape of a man, but limbs too long. Same impossible footprints. And the face wrong. Couldn't see it clear in the shadows, but it reflected sunlight in a twisted, unnatural way. Let out a guttural hiss. Jed bolted, ran so fast he almost tripped, crashed through the trees, gone. Creature didn't chase him. Instead, stepped into the clearing, inching closer. Hands shaking, rifle aimed. Breathing ragged. Thing studied me, tilting its head at this weird angle. That's when I heard it. Something impossible, my own voice. Coming from it. Softly repeating random words I'd said earlier, like it was practicing. Then it lunged. Fired. Shot clipped its shoulder. Shrieked. Earth-splitting sound that made my hair stand on end. Vanished into the brush, terrifying speed. Smear of dark fluid on the ground. Ears ringing, mind struggling to catch up. Couldn't stay. Ran back to the cabin fast as I could. expecting it to tackle me any second. Stumbled through the door, slammed it, shoved furniture against it. Shadow barked, anxious, pacing like he could smell the fear pouring off me. Locked in, listened to random tapping on the walls until dawn. Each time I checked, just shadows. That morning, I knew I couldn't just wait around. Whatever was out there wanted me off balance. Had to be proactive. Secured my supplies, food, first aid kit, ammo, and decided to do a larger patrol. If I could figure out where this thing was nesting, maybe I could scare it off, or kill it. Left Shadow at the cabin with enough water just to be safe. I didn't want him running after any illusions. I hiked north again, rifle at the ready. After a few hours, I spotted footprints in the mud, large and clawed like I'd seen before, but there was also a partial boot print, human. It looked fresh. I followed them to a rocky outcrop overlooking a narrow valley. The sight below made my blood run cold. Tucked away among the trees was a makeshift campsite, a couple of old tents, tarps, and an extensive array of black trash bags piled on top of each other. I crept closer, trying to stay silent. The first bag I opened had fertilizer and various chemicals, evidence of a hidden grow operation, maybe. The second had something that smelled rancid. I peeled it open enough to glimpse rotting flesh and snapped it shut immediately. Human remains, possibly multiple people. I heard a crunch behind me and spun around. Jed Strickland stood there, a strange, wild look in his eyes. He was armed with a hunting knife strapped to his belt, and his right hand twitched near the handle. "You shouldn't have come here," he muttered. My pulse thundered in my ears. "What is all this?" I demanded. He spat on the ground. "Old trafficking drop point. I'm not involved anymore, but certain people still use it. You know how it goes, rural county, no real oversight. Sheriff's on the payroll, leaves us alone as long as things don't get too messy." I glared at him. "Messy. There are bodies in those bags, Jed." Jed's eyes flickered. "That's not my work. That's something else's. We used to lose people all the time, drug runners, some of the smugglers. They'd vanish at night. We'd find bones, bits of them, in the morning. It's got a taste for blood, man, and you're in its hunting ground." I realized the entire operation was overshadowed by this unnatural threat in the woods, a predator that not even hardened criminals wanted to tangle with. I gripped my rifle. "If you're not with them anymore, why are you still out here?" He took a step closer. "I'm trying to find a stash. I hid money enough to disappear for good. But you're messing around in things you don't understand. Why didn't you just mind your business?" Before I could respond, Jed lunged for me. His fist caught me on the jaw, and I stumbled back, nearly losing my grip on the rifle. I managed to bring the butt of it up, catching him in the ribs. He grunted, but he was quick. He wrestled the gun to the side and swung again. I dodged, my adrenaline spiking. I wasn't used to direct combat like this. On the ambulance, I'd seen violent patients, but we always had backup or sedation. Jed tried to yank the rifle free. I pulled the trigger in desperation. The shot went wide, echoing through the valley. He snarled in anger. My mind flashed with the possibility that the noise might attract that thing. Panicking, I shoved him backward. Jed tripped over a root, and I pulled the gun back toward me. Shadow wasn't here to help. I was on my own. Jed scrambled to his feet, eyes blazing. "You brought the law on us, didn't you? Or you're going to?" He glanced toward the black trash bags. "Can't let that happen, Doc." He reached for his knife. My heart pounded as I leveled the rifle at his chest. "Don't." I yelled. We stood there panting, staring each other down. Then, abruptly, Jed's eyes flicked behind me. He let out a choked gasp. His face twisted in terror. "Oh God," he breathed. I risked a glance over my shoulder. Standing at the edge of the clearing was the silhouette of a creature. It had the shape of a man, but elongated limbs, the same impossibly large footprints I'd tracked, and to face it was wrong. I couldn't quite see it in the shadows, but it reflected the sunlight in a twisted, uncanny way. It let out a guttural hiss. Jed bolted. He ran so fast he nearly tripped, crashed through the tree line, and was gone. The creature didn't chase him. Instead, it stepped into the clearing, inching closer to me. My hands shook, but I kept the rifle aimed. My breathing was ragged. The thing studied me, tilting its head at an unnatural angle. That's when I realized I was hearing something that shouldn't have been possible, my own voice, coming from it, softly repeating random words I'd spoken earlier. like it was practicing. Then it lunged. I fired. The shot clipped the creature's shoulder, and it shrieked an ear-splitting sound that made my hair stand on end. It vanished into the brush with terrifying speed, leaving behind only a smear of dark fluid on the ground. My ears rang, my mind struggling to cope with what I'd just seen. I couldn't stay. I ran back to the cabin as fast as I could, expecting at any moment for the creature to tackle me from behind, but I managed to stumble through the door, slam it shut, and brace it with furniture. Shadow barked anxiously, pacing around me as if he could smell the fear radiating off my skin. Near dusk, a pickup truck rumbled up the logging road. It was the county sheriff, Ed Miller, gruff man, thick mustache, mid-50s. I was so relieved to see a normal human being that I practically threw open the door. But Sheriff Miller didn't seem at all surprised by my panic or my story. He just listened with that glassy stare. When I told him about the creature, about the abandoned campsite, the bodies, he just shrugged. "People go missing out here all the time," he said. He looked down, noticing some dark stains on my boots, probably the fluid from the creature I'd shot. I realized with a jolt that his boots had a similar stain, almost dry, and it struck me maybe he'd been out there too, dealing with the same monstrosity or letting it do his dirty work. "What exactly do you want me to do, Hayes?" Miller asked. "Call the feds. They'll come in and shut down half the county. Folks around here don't need that." I stared at him, disbelief twisting my stomach. "But there are bodies," I insisted. "People have died." He curled his lip. "I'll make a note of it. Put up a missing person sign if we find a name. But I suggest you head back to the city. This place isn't for you." Anger flared in me. "So you're just going to let this continue?" The sheriff tapped the butt of his sidearm. "Sometimes the easiest way to protect a community is to let certain problems stay contained. Ain't no reason to cause a panic." He paused, then gave me a long, meaningful look. "If I were you, I'd pack up now, before you get in over your head." Then he turned, walked back to his truck, and drove off. He'd barely been there 5 minutes, and I understood in that moment that there would be no help coming, at least not from the local law. If anything, he'd stand in my way. The night was torturous. Every noise outside felt like an attack. Shadow barked until he was hoarse. I was convinced that Jed might try to come back, or the creature might find a way in. The hours dragged on. Finally, near dawn, I dozed off in my chair, the rifle on my lap. I jolted awake to the sound of Shadow whining. The door was ajar. My heart hammered. I must have been so exhausted, I didn't hear it open. I raced outside, calling Shadow's name. Silence. The sky was gray with early morning light. My stomach's twisted. Frantically, I followed paw prints around the cabin. They led into the woods, along with footprints that were half human, half something else. I was terrified, but I couldn't abandon Shadow. I ran after them, ignoring the stabs of pain in my legs and chest as brambles cut at me. After a mile or so, I heard barking. Shadow. My relief was short-lived, though, because the bark sounded off, like it had been slowed down and distorted. Another bark came from a different direction entirely. Then the two barks overlapped, echoing through the trees. My mind reeled. I pushed on, stumbling over roots and fallen branches. Finally, I broke into a small clearing. Lying against a tree trunk was Jed Strickland's body, impaled on a jagged branch, chest torn open. His face was gone. I gagged, staggering back. It was as if something had peeled the skin from his skull and left it to the elements. I shook all over. This was the second human corpse I'd found in the past week. Then I heard Shadow whimper. I whirled around. A figure stood at the edge of the clearing, holding Shadow's limp body in its arms. My sweet dog, still breathing but unconscious. The figure's face looked half like a man's, half like a distorted mask of gristle and fur. Its mouth parted, revealing stained teeth. Its eyes locked onto mine. Rage overwhelmed my fear. I raised my rifle and fired, but the figure blurred away at impossible speed, carrying Shadow with it. I fired again into the trees, the shots echoing. Nothing. Silence, except for the pounding of my heart. Shadow was gone. For a moment, I just stood there, trembling, tears burning my eyes. Then I forced myself to move, to search the area. I found only a trail of dark droplets leading deeper into the forest. My dog was bleeding, or something was. Without thinking, I followed the trail. It led me to a cave opening hidden behind a massive boulder. More a hole in the hillside than a proper cave. The stench of decay wafted out. I heard a soft whimper from inside. I swallowed my fear and crawled in rifle first. Darkness inside the cave was total. Clicked on my flashlight. Floor littered with bones, animal and human, all jumbled together. My mind wanted to shut down. Then I saw Shadow, lying near a wall of wet stone, whimpering. Scrambled to his side, heart in my throat. He was alive, battered and bleeding, but he flinched away from me, like he didn't recognize me. Shadow. A voice echoed in the darkness. My own voice. I spun, flashlight beam dancing wildly. Then I saw a creature. Perched on a ledge, eyes reflecting the beam in a sickly yellow. It let out a raspy chuckle that sounded like me. It was mimicking my voice again. I steadied the rifle, hands shaking so bad I almost couldn't aim. The creature snarled, revealing sharp teeth, and lunged. I fired, hitting it in the torso. It screeched, thrashing against the stone walls. Bits of rock rained down, dust filled the air. I fired again, but it darted sideways and vanished into a narrow tunnel at the back of the cave. Its ragged breathing faded into the depths. I collapsed beside Shadow, checking his wounds. Deep gashes along his flank, possible internal injuries. Hang on, buddy, I whispered, tears burning my eyes. I was an EMT. I could treat him, but not here, not without proper supplies. Carefully, I lifted him, ignoring his pained yelp. Carried him out of that hellish cave. We made it back to the cabin by midday. Muscles burned, Shadow was going into shock. Gave him water, bandaged the worst wounds as best I could. He was barely conscious, but at least he was alive. I stroked his fur, whispered soothing words. Felt a surge of hope. If I could get him stable, maybe I could hike out to my truck, find a vet. We'd have to leave everything behind, but that didn't matter anymore. That's when I heard a truck engine. Sheriff Miller again. He parked, got out, hands on his hips. Heard more gunshots. Hayes, you out here causing trouble, boy? I need help, I said, stepping onto the porch. Something took Shadow. I found a cave full of bodies. Jed's dead, impaled on a tree. Just call the FBI or state police, something. Miller tipped back his hat, looking me up and down. Saw the blood caked on my arms and clothes. Sounds like a mess. Best if we keep it quiet. We don't want the feds crawling around, shutting down the county. People rely on these woods. There is a monster in these woods, I hissed, anger and desperation roaring in my chest. And you're worried about your county's reputation. You're a damned coward. He moved faster than I expected, drawing his sidearm and leveling it at me. My heart pounded. Watch your mouth, he said softly. I have a responsibility here. The folks with real money in this area don't like their business disturbed. You stumbled into it, and now you're bringing the devil down on us. Not everyone can be saved. I realized with dawning horror that he was willing to shoot me if it meant preserving the status quo. But then Shadow let out a weak bark from inside the cabin. Miller jerked his head in that direction. Your dog's hurt pretty bad, he considered. You can take him and leave. If you make it out alive, you keep your mouth shut. Understand. Fury coursed through me, but I had no leverage. Miller was the law out here, or at least he had the power to decide who lived or died. Fine, I muttered. Good. He holstered his weapon. Get your dog. Get out. Don't come back. He turned to leave, but then from behind me, I heard a low growl. Shadow stood in the doorway, unsteady but baring his teeth. The growl changed pitch, deepening into something almost human. My blood went cold. I could see Shadow's eyes. They were wrong, clouded, as if someone else was looking out from inside him. Shadow. I stepped forward. He twitched, jerked his head like he was fighting something inside him. Then his lips curled, revealing his gums. A voice rasped from his throat in a distorted version of Jed Strickland's tone. You should have left, Sheriff. Miller went pale. What the hell? Shadow lunged at him, faster than I'd ever seen him move. He clamped onto the sheriff's neck with impossible strength, jaws snapping bone and flesh. Miller screamed, firing his sidearm wildly. The shots tore through Shadow's body, but he didn't let go until the sheriff crumpled to the ground, blood pumping from his severed jugular, the air filled with gunpowder and coppery tang. I stood frozen, heart in my throat. Shadow, my dog, turned to face me, panting, muzzle dripping red. His eyes glowed with that unnatural emptiness. You should have left, he growled again in that same haunting mimic. Tears streamed down my face. My best friend was possessed by that thing. Had it happened in the cave. Was that why Shadow was alive in the first place? My stomach churned, legs nearly gave out, but I raised my rifle. My mind screamed in protest. How could I kill my own dog? Shadow snarled and sprang at me. I squeezed the trigger. The bullet hit him square in the chest, stopping him mid-leap. He yelped, collapsing onto the porch, his body convulsed, eyes rolling back. For a moment, I thought I saw his old self returning, the confusion in his gaze, the apology. Then his body flickered, like an image losing focus. For an instant, I saw a twisted, human-like face beneath his skin, mouth parted in a silent scream. And just like that, Shadow was gone. I dropped to my knees, sobbing. The love of my life, the only companion I trusted, was dead, and I had pulled the trigger. I heard the sheriff's ragged breathing as he clung to life, but it faded within seconds. Silence draped over the clearing like a funeral veil. Sunset came and went, and I sat there in shock, my cabin, my off-green, covered in blood, and the bodies of my dog and a corrupt sheriff. Eventually, a sliver of survival instinct kicked in. I needed to get out. If the local authorities discovered this scene, they'd assume I'd killed Miller, or maybe they'd cover it up in some other twisted way. Either way, my life here was finished. I packed a small bag of food, water, whatever ammo remained. Hands shook so hard I could barely function. I forced myself to do the practical tasks, ignoring the raging storm of grief. Then, as a final act of respect, I carried Shadow's body into the woods and buried him near the creek where we'd fished together. I placed a small stone marker, my tears never stopping. With that done, I stumbled toward the nearest trail that would lead me back to my truck. The forest was dark, full of shifting shadows and rustling branches. Every sound made me flinch. I half expected the shape of that creature, some twisted figure with Shadow's face, to leap out at me, but nothing did. After hours of trudging, I found the logging road. My truck was still parked where I'd left it. I fired up the engine, numb from exhaustion and trauma. As I drove, I passed a pair of deputy squad cars with lights flashing, heading deeper into the forest. Perhaps they were responding to the gunshots. If they tried to track me down, maybe they'd find only more carnage. I reached the highway around dawn. The weight of what I'd seen, what I'd done, crushed me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Shadow's final moments, or Jed's flayed face, or that monstrous silhouette in the cave. I drove until I couldn't stay awake, pulling into a deserted rest stop, shaking and delirious. I wish that was the end, but the nightmares followed me. Every night, and some of them. I'm still in that cave, the bones clacking around me as the creature's voice, my voice, whispers in the dark. In others, Shadow comes back to me, but his eyes are vacant, and he tries to speak with a dead man's voice. I tried to report it once to the state police. They took my statement politely, but I could see it in their eyes, the disbelief, the pity. No official investigation ever came of it, at least none that I know about. Maybe Sheriff Miller's replacements decided to keep the same code of silence he had. Maybe they found the bodies and sealed it all away under some hush-hush classification. I'll never know. I've spent months trying to rebuild my life away from the forest and its dark secrets. But every so often, late at night, I hear a distant bark that sounds like Shadow. And I remember how a shape with two long limbs and empty eyes once stood outside my cabin, mimicking the only friend I had left in the world. All I can do now is warn people don't go to Blackwood National Forest alone. If you do, don't stay after dark. And if you hear your own voice, or a loved one's voice, calling from the woods, run. Run and never look back. Because there's something there that shouldn't exist. Something that takes what we love and uses it against us. Something that knows how to wear our skin, our voices, our very souls. And if you see a dog with two human eyes staring at the edge of your camp, for God's sake, don't let it inside. My name is Mark Olson, and I'm 38 years old. What I'm about to tell you happened late last December, 2023. It went down deep in the Kizatchi National Forest in Louisiana. I've recounted this story so many times, and each time, it sounds more and more like I'm losing it. But I swear, every single word is true. I used to wrench on oil rigs out in the Gulf. Yeah, dangerous, deafening, and lonely as hell, but the pay was insane. Got married young, thinking money could patch up all the cracks in my life. Turns out, it can't. Divorce hit me like a rig falling over, followed by a few years where everything just felt hard. Eventually, I decided to just walk away. I craved quiet, a place where I could just be. That's how I ended up building a slapped together cabin on a dry patch of land I found tucked away in the swamp. Kizachi is this massive, sprawling wetland, choked with pines and cypress, draped in fog morning and night. It's the kind of place where you can vanish, whether you mean to or not. And yeah, you can definitely lose your mind out there too. I'd been living off grid for about a year when things started to go sideways. I was used to the quiet. No neighbors for miles, just me, my blue healer, Blue, and the constant whine of mosquitoes. Every couple of weeks, I'd head into the nearest town for supplies, mostly keeping to myself. Folks there gave me these weird looks, like a guy living out in the sticks with some kind of alien. I had one real connection out there, though Old Man Tiber, a local trapper. Wild Eyes, skinny as a rail, always wore this beat up camo jacket, and missing a couple of fingers on his right-hand alligator, or so the story went. He was the only person who didn't seem to judge my hermit lifestyle. Suits me fine, living alone. He'd raspy. Too many devils in the world anyway. We had this unspoken agreement. We kept our distance unless we absolutely needed something. The first real sign that things were going wrong showed up on a damp, gray afternoon. Blue and I were checking my lines for catfish along a narrow creek. I was walking downstream, eyes peeled for cypress knees, hoping for a decent haul to smoke. About halfway around a bend, Blue started growling, hackles raised. And then I saw it, the carcass of a deer strung up high in a pine tree. Like someone or something had hung it there like a trophy. Its eyes were gone and the body was dried out, the hide stretched tight over bone. It looked wrong, like it had been drained of something. I froze. My gut screamed that this wasn't natural. Blue wouldn't go near it. Just whimpered, tail tucked tight. After I finally calmed him down, we hauled ass back to the cabin. That night, sleep was a joke. That deer, it just kept replaying in my head. The next morning, I was brewing coffee over my little wood stove when I heard a voice. A woman's voice. So close it made me jump and spill my tin cup all over the floor. Mark, it said. My heart damn near leaped out of my chest. Barely anyone knew my name out here. I bolted to the window. Fog was thick as pea soup in the clearing around my cabin. No footprints, no figures, just the low drone of insects. By noon, I'd almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. Maybe a leftover dream. But as soon as the sun dipped below the trees, I heard it again. A soft, breathy whisper, calling, Mark, Mark. A Blue went rigid at the door, a low growl rumbling in his chest. My blood turned to ice. There yelled, voice shaking, silence. I threw the door open, rifle raised, but found nothing. Just muddy tracks on the porch, tracks that looked webbed, more like an alligator's hind foot than anything human. I decided I had to go into town the next day, report the deer, the tracks, talk to Sheriff Buckley. That was my first mistake, trusting Sheriff Hank Buckley. He was a tall, lean man with these deep-set eyes and a permanent scowl etched on his face. Everyone in town knew he was dirty on the take somehow. Rumor was he was pocketing cash from poachers and maybe even some small-time drug runners. But who else was I supposed to tell? I told Buckley what I'd seen. He leaned back in his chair, gave me this bored look, and scratched at his jaw. Deer die in the forest all the time, Olson, he drawled. Hawks drag them up into trees, or they get snagged in floods. Hawks don't hang deer like that. I shot back, trying to keep my voice level. Well, I'll send a deputy out there someday. He said, dismissive as hell. You should keep your head down, Olson. Ain't good to go poking your nose into every little thing out in the woods. It was clear I wasn't getting any help from him. I left the station and on my way out of town, I bumped into Old Man Tiber. He saw something was eating at me. What's got you all twisted up, boy? He asked. I told him about the tracks, about the deer. Tiber's face went pale. Mark, he whispered, grabbing my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. You best stay away from the deep woods. There's things out there, things that don't like being seen. I wanted answers, but Tiber just shook his head, his eyes darting around like he was afraid of being overheard, even on a deserted street. Then he just melted away between the buildings like a ghost. I drove back to my cabin with this heavy knot in my stomach. A few days later, I stumbled onto a different kind of trouble. I was scouting a new area for fish traps when I found this maze of cypress trees that formed a kind of natural tunnel. I'd never been this deep into the swamp before. As I paddled through, I caught sight of something unnatural, tarps stretched over wooden frames, half hidden by brush. Then I saw a makeshift dock, loaded with plastic barrels. A small motorboat was tied up there. Two men stepped out of the trees. Each one was carrying a shotgun. They saw me instantly. No turning back. One of them, lanky, greasy blonde hair, aimed his shotgun right at me. Stop right there, he barked. His brother, shorter, with these wild, darting eyes, racked the slide of his own weapon. I raised my hands, heart hammering against my ribs. Name's Mark Olson, I said, trying to sound calm. Lev near here. Just scouting for fish. Didn't mean to trespass. You got no business here, the taller one snarled. This is our territory. I'd heard whispers of drug operations out in Kazachi, but I never wanted to actually meet them. These had to be the Reeves brothers. Caleb and shit. I couldn't remember the other one's name. Word around town was they cooked meth or something out in the swamp. You see anything you shouldn't. The shorter one, Caleb, asked, eyes narrowed to slits. Don't even know what I'm looking at, I lied. Go. They exchanged a look. The taller one, maybe that was Seth, lowered his gun a fraction. You stay off this water, he warned. Otherwise, you ain't making it back. I didn't say a word. Just paddled like hell, my back prickling half, expecting buckshot to tear through me any second. Once I was a safe distance away, I steered the canoe back towards my cabin. I felt this weird relief, thinking, okay, that's the real threat. Drug runners, not ghosts or swamp witches. I was so damn wrong. That night, a storm blew in. Lightning lit up the swamp in flashes, and the rain hammered my tin roof. Wind howled through the pines. Sometime past midnight, Blue started barking like he'd lost his mind. I jumped up, grabbed my rifle. Lightning flashed through the window, and I saw something floating on the water near the bank. I ran out, ignoring the downpour, and found a half-submerged skiff, drifting, snagged on the reeds. Inside was a man. His body was bloated, skin gray and slick with rot. His face was twisted in this silent scream of terror. His arms were bent at impossible angles, and what was left of his torso was riddled with bite marks. My stomach lurched. Blue growled, low and menacing. I wanted to call the sheriff, but after Buckley's reaction earlier, I knew better. Still, a body was a body. Storm or not, I dragged the skiff onto higher ground. By the time I got a closer look, the man's jaw was practically hanging off. I pooped into the reeds. The stench overwhelming. I'd worked on oil rigs, seen gruesome accidents, but nothing like this. When the sun finally rose, I finally screwed up the courage to push the skiff back into the water and guide it downriver. Someone had to see this. But when I reached the nearest muddy boat ramp, it was deserted. Not even a fisherman in sight. My brain screamed at me to haul it straight to Sheriff Buckley's office, but that felt like signing my own death warrant. So, I left the boat and the body there. Then drove into town to find old man Tiber. If anyone knew what to do, it'd be him. I stopped by the little shack Tiber used as a home, tucked behind a boarded-up gas station. Empty. Inside, I found a lantern still lit, a pot of stew still warm on the stove. Tiber was gone. And then I noticed his rowboat was missing from the post he always tied it to. Later that day, Tiber's boat turned up, belly up in the swamp. Tiber was nowhere to be found. The same day, I tried one more time to talk to Sheriff Buckley. When I told him about the body, he stared at me, long and hard. Finally, he said, "We found it. Guy went missing from over in Natchitoches Parish. Best I can tell, could be Gator got to him. We'll take it from here." And that was that. He stared me down, a hint of threat in his eyes, like he wanted to be damn sure understood I should back off. "You do well to stay quiet, Olson," he added. I drove home in a daze. Maybe it was the Reeves brothers who killed that man. Maybe it was just a gator. But something deep down told me it wasn't that simple. My mind kept circling back to the deer hanging in the tree, the web tracks, the voice calling my name in the night. A few nights later, everything went sideways fast. I was dead asleep when a splash outside jolted me awake. Heart pounding, I grabbed my rifle and threw open the cabin door. And there she was, a young woman, stumbling out of the water. Her hair was plastered to her face, clothes ripped and hanging off her. She collapsed right there on my porch. I rushed over, kneeling beside her. "Hey, hey," I said, shaking her shoulder gently. "Are you hurt?" Her eyes fluttered open, bloodshot, unfocused. like she was miles away. Eleanor, she mumbled. My name Eleanor Bell. The name sparked a faint memory. Missing person posters. I'd seen them tacked up in town. Eleanor Bell, environmental activist. Disappeared months ago, vanished while looking at reports of pollution in Kizachi. My God, you're alive. I breathed, relief flooding through me. I scooped her up, brought her inside, wrapped her in a thick blanket. Boiled water for tea. She was shivering like a leaf in a hurricane, eyes rolling back in her head, muttering nonsense words that sounded foreign. Ancient maybe. When she finally focused on me, her eyes locked on mine, and she said, She's inside me. The hair on my arm stood straight up. Who? I asked, voice tight. She grabbed my wrist, her grip surprisingly strong for someone so weak. Griselda, she whispered. Mother Griselda, she drowned me. No, she left me to bring her more. Her head jerked back, and she let out this guttural moan, then just fainted. Went limp in my arms. Blue, who'd been watching from the doorway, whined, tail tucked tight between his legs, trembling. I was way out of my depth here. Way out. But I couldn't just leave her like that. I decided to wait until morning, then try to get her to the clinic in town. Maybe Doc Henderson could make sense of this. I dozed off in the chair, rifle across my lap. Next thing I knew, it was just before dawn and I heard movement behind me. I sprang up, heart hammering. Eleanor was standing in the center of the room, soaking wet again, but the blanket was dry on the chair. Her hair hung in dripping ropes, like she just walked straight out of the creek. You shouldn't have let me in, she whispered. Then her eyes, they went completely black. No pupil, no iris, just black, like staring into a hole in space. I lunged for my rifle, but she was on me before I could even shoulder it. Grabbed my arm, twisted it behind my back. The strength in her skinny frame was unreal, like she weighed nothing and everything all at once. She pinned me to the floor, my face mashed into the rough wooden planks. Pure terror, cold and sharp, surged through me. And then, just as fast as it started, she let go. Stumbled back, her eyes flickering, color bleeding back into them, hazel again. She looked down at her hands, horrified. Help me, she whispered. I didn't even have time to answer. She collapsed again, unconscious. Daylight came, and I knew I couldn't wait any longer. I laid Eleanor in the canoe, covered her with a tarp, and started paddling towards the dirt road that led to the highway. The trip was tense as hell. Cypress knees jutted out of the black water like jagged teeth, and every ripple, every rustle of leaves made me jump. About a mile downstream near a cluster of swamp oaks, I saw a beat-up old fishing boat. I recognized it instantly, Old Man Tiber's, tied to a low-hanging branch, drifting aimlessly. My breath caught in my chest, Tiber. I called out, my voice echoing across the still water. No answer. I pulled the canoe alongside and peered into Tiber's boat. He wasn't there, but what I did see made me recoil. The inside of the boat was spattered with blood. Thick, dried, black blood. And there were scratch marks gouged into the sides, like he'd fought something tooth and nail. My gut churned. I wanted to search for him, but Eleanor's condition, I had to get her help. I paddled on, pushing harder, faster. Not long after, I reached a muddy bank that led to an old dirt road. I knew it would eventually connect to the highway. I carried Eleanor on a solid ground, tied the canoe to a cypress trunk with a chain I kept for emergencies, and started trekking towards my truck, parked about a half-mile away. That's when I heard it, a truck engine, and then I saw them, 2 figures standing around my pickup, the Reeves brothers. My heart sank like a stone. They spotted me, and Seth Reeves let out a low whistle. Well, look who's wandered back into the wrong place. He called out, grinning, showing teeth that were just a little too sharp. I don't want any trouble, I said, keeping my hands visible. Just need to get this woman to a hospital. Caleb Reeves, the shorter, wilder-looking brother, peered over my shoulder at Eleanor, still unconscious on the ground. She don't look so good, does she? He sneered. Shoulda left her where you found her. They moved to block my path. I saw the shotguns racked in the back of their truck. My mind raced, trying to find a way out. Listen, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. This isn't about you or your business. If she dies out here, that's a problem for everyone. Caleb glanced at Seth. They exchanged that silent, creepy brother speak. A coldness settled in their eyes that made my skin crawl. We don't need no do-gooders or cops out here poking around. Caleb said, his voice low and dangerous. If she goes into town, the sheriff or worse, them feds might start looking closer at our operations. That's bad for business. I realized, with a sickening lurch, they were deciding right then and there whether to kill us. My pulse hammered in my ears. I shifted Eleanor gently behind me, trying to shield her. Her eyelids fluttered open. Don't let her out, she mumbled, delirious. Don't let her. Suddenly the air shifted, like the swamp itself drew a breath. And then a voice not Eleanor's, but a rasping, ancient voice came from her throat. The swamp chooses who it devours. It rasped, the words thick with something cold and wet. Will you join me, children? Caleb and Seth rose, shotguns half raised. Before anyone could react, Eleanor lunged at Seth. Slender arms locked around his thick neck. I swear to God, her feet weren't even touching the ground. She lifted him clean off his feet, shrieking like a banshee. Seth's eyes went wide with absolute terror as her hands tightened. I should have been horrified, but I was just paralyzed, watching. Stop. Caleb bellowed, but he couldn't get a clear shot. Blood spurted from Seth's mouth. His shotgun clattered to the ground. With a sickening crack, Eleanor snapped his neck. She dropped him like a rag doll. Caleb screamed, firing his shotgun wildly. I ducked, dragging Eleanor down with me. The shot flew over our heads, shredding pine needles. In Eleanor's eyes, I saw that unearthly blackness again. But she seemed stunned, like whatever had taken hold of her was reeling from the effort. She slumped in my arms, heavy and limp. Caleb, face twisted with rage, pumped the shotgun, ready to fire again. I did the only thing I could think of. I grabbed Seth's fallen shotgun, fumbled with it, aimed. We locked eyes for a split second. I thought we were both going to die right there. But then Caleb just screamed, "Murderers," and ran, stumbled, crashed, and vanished into the swamp. I let out a shaky breath, my heart hammering like a drum solo. I hadn't meant for any of this to happen. Seth Reeves' body lay twisted on the ground, eyes staring blankly up at the sky. Eleanor was limp, face pale. I had to get the hell out of there. Somehow I managed to load Eleanor into my truck and start driving towards town. I didn't even know where I was going to take her, probably the tiny clinic in town, but as we neared the highway, a patrol car sped up behind me, lights flashing. Sheriff Buckley. My blood turned to ice. I pulled over, carefully placed Seth's shotgun on the floorboards. Buckley got out of his cruiser, hand resting on his sidearm. 2 deputies flanked him, faces grim. Well, Olson? The sheriff drawled, his voice thick with menace. We got a call about gunshots. Care to explain why your passenger's covered in blood? I swallowed hard. She's sick. I stammered. Something possessed her. She killed Seth Reeves, sheriff. Self-defense. Buckley's jaw tightened. Reeves was a friend of mine, he said, each word clipped. We had a good arrangement. Now I got one man dead and you with your hands all over the scene. Doesn't look good for you, Olson. Adelina mooned, stirring in the passenger seat. Buckley motioned to the deputies. They yanked her out of the truck, rough as hell, ignoring her delirious state. One deputy, a thick-set guy with a Walrus mustache, started patting me down. Found the shotgun, of course. The sheriff shook his head, slow and deliberate. You've been real busy, Olson. Dead bodies floating in the swamp. Missing folk now, we find you in the middle of a homicide. I think you know more than you're telling. Another deputy shoved me, pinning my arms behind my back. Don't fight it, he hissed in my ear. I didn't. A cold dread settled in my stomach. Maybe they'd take me in, book me, follow procedure. Or maybe they'd just put a bullet in my head right here and bury the whole mess in the swamp. Before Buckley could say another word, a blood-curdling scream ripped through the night. It came from the deputy holding Eleanor. She'd come to, eyes black as pitch again, and she'd sunk her teeth into his arm. The deputy howled, staggering back, clutching his bleeding forearm. Buckley drew his sidearm, firing twice. Wild shots. One bullet hit Eleanor in the shoulder. She dropped to the ground, shrieking this inhuman wail that echoed through the trees. The moment she hit the dirt, the air around us went thick, heavy. Leaves rattled in the pines, even though there wasn't a breath of wind. A high-pitched whine buzzed in my ears. Eleanor lay there panting, eyes rolling back, blood blooming on her torn shirt. She's inside me, Eleanor gurgled, her voice weak. Sheriff Buckley, breathing hard, glanced from Eleanor to me. He jerked his head at his deputies. Cuff him both, he snapped, and keep a gun on the woman. The Walrus mustache deputy slapped cuffs on me, ignoring my protests. The other deputy, forearm still oozing blood, wrestled Eleanor's arms behind her back and cuffed her too. Buckley bent down, staring into Eleanor's face. You're coming with us, you hear. We'll see what Doc says. But I got half a mind to finish you right here and now. He turned to me, his eyes like chips of ice. You too, Olson. You're coming too. They shoved us into the back of the patrol car. I watched from the back seat, powerless, as they radioed for backup. One deputy took my truck. Another followed in Buckley's cruiser. And then they turned, headed back towards the swamp, not towards town. A cold, paralyzing dread spread through me. We weren't going to any clinic. We were going to disappear out here. The patrol car lurched down a muddy track, cutting deeper and deeper into Kizachi. We finally stopped in a small clearing, and that's when I saw them. A group of men waiting, more deputies, plus a handful of locals, rough-looking characters who were probably on Buckley's payroll. My mind whirled. Cover up. This was a goddamn execution. They were going to get rid of me. Maybe Eleanor too. My heart hammered against my ribs. They dragged us out of the cruiser. Sheriff Buckley gestured to the waiting group. We end this right now, he announced, his voice carrying in the still night air. Olson's stirring up trouble. That Reeves boy is dead. And this woman, she's some kind of lunatic. We end them both here. Bury him deep. Say Gators got him. Panic choked me. My mouth was bone dry, words trapped in my throat. Eleanor cuffed a wet, rattling sound. Blood stained her shirt. She looked at me almost lucid for a fleeting moment. I'm sorry, she whispered. Then the night erupted in shrill, echoing laughter. It came from everywhere, like the swamp itself was cackling. The men hesitated, guns wavering. The laughter rose, climbing to this spine-tingling pitch. And then shapes emerged from the shadows behind the cypress trees. I recognized one of them instantly, Caleb Reeves. Face pale, clothes soaking wet, eyes vacant. He moved with this jerky, unnatural motion. Beside him stood more figures, faces I didn't recognize. More of the swamp's lost souls, maybe. Some had open wounds, festering. Others were half-decayed, skin hanging off bone. All of them advanced in silence, except for that eerie laughter echoing through the clearing. What the hell? A deputy stammered, stepping back, fumbling to reload his weapon. Caleb opened his mouth, but the voice that came out wasn't his. It was the same rasping, ancient voice I'd heard from Eleanor. You do not belong here, it hissed, the words dripping with malice. The men opened fire. Bullets tore through the shapes. Some fell, collapsing into heaps of mud and bone. But others kept moving. Chaos exploded. I threw myself to the ground, cuffed hands digging into the mud. A bullet whizzed past my ear. Buckley was shouting orders, but it was all swallowed by the cacophony of screams and gunfire. Then I felt hands on me, hauling me upright. A deputy was trying to drag me away, deeper into the trees. But then, a flash of movement. Eleanor lunging forward. Her cuffs somehow undone. A knife seemed to materialize in her hand, and she slammed it into the deputy's throat. He gurgled, his grip loosening, and I fell hard, vision spinning. I scrambled in the mud, searching for keys, a weapon, anything. Gunshots still ripped through the night. One by one, the men in Buckley's little posse were either running, screaming, into the swamp, or getting torn apart by those things. The stench of blood and swamp water filled the air, thick and suffocating. Blue. My dog. I thought of him alone back at the cabin. I had to get out of here. Get back to him. Get the hell away. My fumbling fingers finally closed around a set of keys on the dead deputy's belt. My wrists were slick with mud and sweat, but I managed to unlock the cuffs. Then I found a revolver near one of the fallen men. I got to my feet, scanning the clearing. Smoke from gunfire drifted in the moonlight. Sheriff Buckley was backed against the cypress tree, face ashen, reloading his pistol. He spotted me. Hatred flared in his eyes.
Cute.
He fired twice. The bullets whizzed wide. I ducked behind a tree trunk. Another shot. Splinters of wood flew. Before he could fire again, something crashed into him from behind. A shambling figure. Jonah Tiber, the old trapper. His eyes were milky white, and a deep, ragged one gaped in his neck. He pinned Buckley against the tree, letting out this guttural, inhuman moan. Buckley screamed, and the sound cut off abruptly. I turned away, bile rising in my throat. I ran, or tried to. The swamp had felt alive, pulling at my feet, dragging me down. The ground was slick with mud and blood, roots snaking around my ankles. I stumbled through the brush, adrenaline pumping, driving me forward. At some point, the gunfire stopped. All I could hear was ragged breathing, my own, and the faint, fading echoes of dying men. I have no idea how long I wandered, lost in the blackness. When I finally stumbled out into the clearing around my cabin, Blue was whining at the door. Relief washed over me in a dizzying wave. "Good boy," I whispered, reaching out, letting him smell my hand. But he backed away, growling, hackles raised. I froze. Realized I was caked in blood and swamp scum. Maybe I smelled like death. I forced a shaky laugh. "It's me," I said. "It's Mark." He crouched low, a low snarl rumbling in his chest. Something was wrong. His eyes, they looked different. Wild. Empty. My heart clenched. "Blue." I took a step forward. He lunged. Teeth bared, snapping, sinking into my leg. Pain exploded. White hot. I yelled, tried to pry him off. His eyes, they were almost black. Like the blackness I'd seen in Eleanor. "No, no," I gasped. I still had the revolver clutched in my hand. I didn't want to do it, but he was locked on, tearing flesh. My leg buckled. Tears blurred my vision as I pressed the muzzle to his head and fired. He collapsed instantly. I fell back against the cabin steps, blood pouring from the wound in my leg. Everything spun. I screamed until my throat burned raw. Blue, my only companion, gone. I wrapped my leg in a makeshift bandage, ripped from my shirt. I wanted to bury my dog properly, but I was too dizzy, too weak from blood loss, sluggish. I must have passed out right there on the porch. When I woke, it was morning. I limped to my truck, fueled by a single thought: get away. I drove like a madman towards town, my leg throbbing, vision swimming. I almost blacked out twice, but I made it, pulled up in front of the clinic. Off, hoping for help. Instead, the moment I stumbled out of the truck, a wave of law enforcement vehicles surrounded me. County police, unmarked cars, men in suits, FBI, by the look of them. I collapsed to my knees, exhausted, delirious, hands in the air. Someone shouted. I raised my shaking arms. They dragged me into an ambulance. My consciousness flickered in and out. I recall bits and pieces. Agents talking in low voices, referencing bodies, drug operations, missing persons. They asked me questions about the Reeves brothers, about Sheriff Buckley. I was in no shape to answer. After the hospital stabilized me, the interrogation started. They accused me of multiple murders. Old Man Tiber, Seth Reeves, Adib, my dog. They said Kizachi had been declared a contamination zone. Some nonsense about toxic algae blooms. That's why the FBI was there, they claimed. The more I tried to explain about Mother Griselda, about possession, the more the agents just exchanged these knowing glances, writing me off as a lunatic. They concluded I'd gone on some kind of drug-fueled rampage. No mention was made of Sheriff Buckley or his men. No mention of Eleanor Bell. No mention of anything that actually happened. They locked me in a county jail cell. Days blurred into weeks, a haze of questions and sedation. None of my answers satisfied them. Eventually, a suited agent with a stoic face came to my cell. "Mr. Olson," he said, his voice flat and motionless. "We have reason to believe your story is incomplete. We're going to take you to a federal facility for further evaluation. This is bigger than you think." I just stared at him numb. A federal facility. Was that code for indefinite detention? Part of me wondered if I should be relieved or terrified. At least I'd be out of that cell. I had no fight left. On my last night in that dingy cell, sleep wouldn't come. My leg throbbed, and the memory of Bluebit just haunted me. The flickering overhead light hummed softly. Then, in the silence, I heard it again, her voice. A dry whisper, drifting through the vent near the ceiling. Mark, it breathed, drawing out my name, each syllable like a cold finger tracing my spine. I scrambled up onto the bunk, pressing my ear to the vent. "Who's there?" I hissed, heart racing. Silence. Then the voice, so close now, whispered, "You shouldn't have let me in?" My blood ran cold. My breath hitched in my throat. The vent rattled just for a second, like something was crawling through it. And then I caught a glimpse, a pale, wrinkled face pressed against the grate, the eyes black as tar, smiling at me. From behind the vent in the shadows, a face I somehow knew. Mother Griselda herself. Then it was gone, leaving only the faint echo of laughter in the air. I climbed down, shaking. I wished I could say it was a dream, but the latter it still rang in my ears, and I realized, with a sense of finality that chilled me to the bone, that it didn't matter where they took me. Wherever I go, the swamp and what lurks within it will follow. Because once you've let her in, she never truly leaves. That's my story. No one believes me, of course, and I don't blame them. But every night, even in this locked cell, I hear her. The old, vengeful spirit that haunts Kizuchi. She's always whispering my name, reminding me that the swamp never forgets, and it never lets go. My name is Sarah Jenkins, and I'm 28 years old. This happened back in August of 2023 at a place called Shadow Creek Lake, somewhere in the southern US. To this day, I still can't fully wrap my head around I got away or why I was allowed to leave. But every single detail is burned into my memory, a horror reel I wish I could erase. I went there with my boyfriend, Mark Thompson, and my best friend, Emily Carter, for what was supposed to be a chill weekend trip. Mark was obsessed with exploring abandoned places for his YouTube channel. He called it Paranormal Urban Exploring, which was a bit of a joke since we'd never actually caught anything even remotely supernatural. I always saw it as more of a quirky hobby than a serious life pursuit, but Mark was pushing hard to grow his audience. He was convinced Shadow Creek Lake was going to be our big break. This place is different, Sarah. He'd insisted, his eyes gleaming with that familiar manic energy. Dozens of rumors, unsolved disappearances, a half-submerged shack in the middle of the lake, no one even dares to go near it. But Emily, who was 25, wasn't exactly Mark's biggest fan. She thought he was reckless and full of himself, but she tagged along because, well, Emily and I were practically sisters. She was a vet, kind-hearted and patient, and she'd said she'd come just to make sure I didn't do anything too stupid with Mark's crazy ideas. When we actually arrived at the lake, I realized we weren't alone. We met this guy, Ben Carter. He was maybe 32, built like a linebacker, with this military posture and a shotgun slung over his shoulder. My first thought was park ranger or something, but he explained he was a local fisherman, ex-army, lived in a small cabin not far from the lake. He was out checking the water and said we'd picked a weird time to camp. Claimed the fish had been dying off like crazy. There was something about Ben that made me uneasy. Maybe it was the slight tremor in his voice, or the wary way he kept glancing at the dark water. He warned us that Shadow Creek Lake had a bad reputation, and that old half-submerged shack was even worse. According to Ben, people who went there had a nasty habit of not coming back. Mark just laughed, that cocky grin plastered on his face that I sometimes wanted to smack off. Mind if I hang around? Ben asked, his voice low. I don't think you realize how dangerous this place can be. Mark just shrugged, rolling his eyes like Ben was some kind of idiot. But I nodded. Emily hesitated, glancing nervously at Mark. I'd feel better if you did, I admitted. You know the area way better than we do. So Ben decided to stick around, at least for the night. We set up camp along the shore, maybe a few hundred yards from where the shack's tilted roof jutted out of the water. The smell near the lake was absolutely rancid. As we walked past the shoreline, I saw bloated fish floating belly up, their scales dull and lifeless. The forest was dead silent. No birds chirping, no insects buzzing. It felt like anything with wings or legs had just vanished. Maybe it's a chemical spill, Emily said, wrinkling her nose. These can't be natural. Mark waved it off dismissively. Whatever's going on, it's perfect for a creepy atmosphere. Our audience is going to eat this up. But as the sun started to set, even Mark got a little quieter. There was something oppressive about the twilight. The shadows among the pines seemed to stretch and deepen in a way that felt wrong. Ben built a fire and insisted we keep it blazing bright all night. I noticed he kept his shotgun within arm's reach, even when we were just roasting marshmallows. That's when we got our first taste of real trouble. Two guys emerged from the trees. Both were carrying pistols, and one even had a rifle slung across his shoulder. Their clothes were filthy, and the look in their eyes was colder than the night air. Vinning, the taller man said, his voice rough. You folks out here sightseeing. Nobody answered. Ben stood up slowly, his hand drifting towards his shotgun. The men sneered. Let's not do anything stupid. The shorter one said, his eyes flicking between us. We don't want trouble, but you shouldn't be here. Of course, Mark, ever the idiot, had to open his mouth. Open land, he said, puffing out his chest a little. We can camp wherever we want. Who are you? The taller man smirked, a nasty, humorless twist of his lips. We're nobody you want to meet. Word of advice. Pack up and go. You see us again, it won't be friendly. Ben must have sensed how quickly things could escalate. He cleared his throat, his voice calm but firm. We're just camping, couple of nights. We'll mind our own business. Both men studied us for a long moment, their eyes narrowed and calculating. Then, the shorter one stepped forward and pointed at Mark's camera bag. You recording? Mark shook his head, maybe finally realizing he wasn't in control of this situation. Not right now. I better not see myself on YouTube. The man growled, his hand tightening on his pistol. Then, in an instant, they were gone, swallowed by the darkness of the pines. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Emily's face was pale, her eyes wide and scared. Meth cooks. Ben muttered under his breath. They use these woods to hide labs. We need to keep a low profile. Mark, predictably, was pissed. We can't let those creeps drive us off. I'm here to get footage of the shack. I'm not leaving without it, Ba. I stared at him in disbelief. They're armed, Mark. They're serious. But Mark was stubborn to a fault. He insisted we'd be fine as long as we didn't go poking around wherever those guys had their little operation. Emily looked like she wanted to pack up and run right then and there. I know she only stayed because she didn't want to leave me alone with Mark's recklessness. That night, we slept in tense silence. Ben set his sleeping bag outside my tent, shotgun resting next to him like a loyal guard dog. I barely slept. The acrid stench of fish rot and decaying algae filled my nostrils, clinging to the back of my throat. Something about the water lapping against the shore felt off, like it had its own heartbeat, slow and heavy. By morning, Mark's mood had miraculously improved, like he'd completely forgotten about the armed thugs and the creepy lake. The rest of us, however, still felt uneasy. But Mark was insistent we were checking out that half-sunken shack. Ben and Emily both tried to talk him out of it, but when was Mark ever going to listen to reason? So, we ended up hiking along the shoreline with him, searching for a safe way to reach the structure. Most of it was submerged, but the front porch and part of what must have been the living room were still above water. We found a rotting wooden dock that led directly to the porch, the wood slick with algae and decay. The place reeked of mildew fish guts and something else, something far worse as something like old decay. We cautiously walked inside. The floor was slanting downwards at a crazy angle. Broken furniture and slimy debris were scattered everywhere. And then, in one corner, near an overturned table, we found a leather journal. The cover was covered in mold, the edges of the pages water-stained and crumbling. The handwriting inside was faded and spidery, dated 1978. One entry read, I hear her voice at night now. She calls me to the water. Everyone says to stay away, that she's been here for generations, feeding on those who wander too close. But I'm drawn to her. I'm losing myself. The final pages were just frantic scribbles, references to a name, Ignis, and repeated mentions of a witch or spirit that seduced people, drank their blood, and left their bodies to rot in the lake. The writer claimed to have barricaded themselves inside the shack to resist her calls. There was no conclusion, just half-finished lines that trailed off into madness. She's here, I can't. A chill ran down my spine, despite the humid August air. Emily's eyes were wide with alarm, and even Ben stood rigid, his gaze fixed on the still dark water. Mark, of course, acted like he'd just struck gold. This is incredible, he murmured, snapping pictures on his phone. People are going to eat this up. Ben said we'd seen enough. He insisted we leave now. And for once, Emily and I didn't argue. Mark huffed and rolled his eyes, but he trailed after us, finally shutting up for once. We returned to the campsite in silence, the journal's chilling words echoing in my mind. That evening back at camp, we huddled around the fire again. Ben cooked up some beans, but none of us were really hungry. There was just too much tension hanging in the air, thick and suffocating as the lake's stench. Emily eventually crawled into her tent early, claiming a headache, but I knew she was just freaked out. I stayed up restless, staring into the flickering flames. Ben sat across from me, methodically polishing his shotgun, the metallic click click a stark sound in the otherwise silent woods. "She's real, you know?" he said quietly, finally breaking the silence. He glanced out at the lake, the dark water barely visible beyond the firelight. "They call her a bruca around here, or something like that. My grandma told me stories about this shape, shifting witch when I was a kid. Old wives' tales, I always thought. Never imagined I'd see signs of anything like it myself." I didn't want to believe him, which is shape shifters. It sounded insane. But the journal, the rotting fish, the unnatural silence of the forest, it all felt too bizarre to just dismiss as coincidence. Have you seen it?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Ben shook his head, his gaze still fixed on the lake. "Heard noises on the water at night. Found bones along the shore sometimes. This place, it has a body count, Sarah. Good people disappear out here." I shuddered, wrapping my arms around myself, though the fire was blazing hot. I glanced over at Mark's tent. He was inside, probably already editing the footage, completely oblivious to the creeping dread that was settling over the rest of us. I tried to push away the anxious thought nagging at the edge of my mind that maybe we should just pack up and leave right now. But a part of me, a terrified, logical part, worried that we wouldn't even make it back to the car. Not with those meth dealers possibly watching, and whatever else was out there. I finally gave up and went to sleep sometime later, exhaustion winning out over fear. Maybe it was a few hours, maybe less. Then I heard it, a distinct splash from the lake, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps crunching on leaves and twigs just outside my tent. A muffled voice called out, too low to make out the words. Groggy and disoriented, I cautiously stuck my head out of the tent. Mark's tent was open and empty, the flap flapping gently in the night breeze. He was gone. And so was his camera bag, I realized with a jolt of panic. Ben was already stirring, sitting up quickly, his shotgun instantly in his hands. "Where's Mark?" he asked, his voice sharp and alert. I think I heard him by the dock. I whispered, my heart hammering against my ribs. He must have gone back to the shack, to film more. Ben cursed under his breath, a string of muttered expletives that painted a vivid picture of his opinion of Mark's intelligence. He woke Emily, shaking her gently. She sat up, blinking sleepily. Then her eyes widened as she took in the tense atmosphere. "What's going on?" she mumbled, rubbing her eyes. "Mark's gone to the shack," Ben said grimly, already grabbing his flashlight. Emily's face went from sleepy to furious in about 2 seconds flat. "He's insane," she hissed. "He's going to get himself killed." The three of us trudged down to the shore, flashlights bobbing nervously over the mossy rocks. The water was eerily calm, black as ink under the sliver of moonlight that managed to penetrate the dense tree canopy. The half-sunken shack was barely visible in the darkness, a jagged silhouette against the horizon. We followed the rotting dock, each step creaking ominously under our weight, bracing ourselves for the stench in the slick, treacherous wood. And then we saw them, or rather we saw him and her, Mark and a woman in white, standing in the doorway of the shack. She was tall, impossibly pale, wearing a threadbare dress that clung to her body like a wet shroud. Long black hair dripped water onto the warped porch floor. Mark was speaking to her in low, hushed tones, his posture stiff like he was completely entranced. The woman agged, something in my gut screamed, slowly looked up, her head tilting in our direction. Even from a distance, in the dim moonlight, I could see her eyes were wrong, pitch black, swallowing all the light. I felt my stomach twist into a cold knot of dread. "Mark," Emily shouted, her voice cracking with fear. "Get away from her." He turned, and in the beam of my flashlight, I could see this manic, feverish gleam in his eyes, a wildness I'd never seen before. He raised his hand as if to wave us away, but then, shockingly fast, he lunged at Emily, his movements jerky and unnatural. Ben reacted instantly. He fired a warning shot into the air, the sound deafening, echoing across the still lake like a thunderclap. It made Mark hesitate for half a second, his eyes flicking towards Ben, momentarily confused. But then, that feverish focus returned, and he attacked Emily with a strength I never knew he possessed. They crashed into the shack wall, the rotting wood groaning under the impact, water slushing around their ankles. Emily screamed a high-pitched, terrified sound, trying to push him off, but he was like a man possessed. His face was twisted, contorted into something unrecognizable, almost animalistic. Ben had no choice. He fired again, this time aiming low, hitting Mark in the leg. Mark let out a howl of pain, a raw, guttural sound that echoed across the water and collapsed onto the wet floor. But Agnes was already moving. Silent as a shadow, she glided forward and grabbed Mark by the arms, her grip surprisingly strong. She started dragging him deeper into the flooded part of the shack, her black eyes locking with mine. And in that moment, I felt it. A pull, like she was beckoning me to follow, an invisible cord tugging at my soul. Every instinct in my body screamed to run, to get as far away from this nightmare as possible. But I was frozen, paralyzed by fear and something else. Curiosity. Horror. I don't know. Ben shouted, pumping another shell into his shotgun, the sound snapping me out of my trance. He fired at Agnes, the blast erupting in a spray of splinters and water. But it was too late. She vanished beneath the surface, pulling Mark down with her. For a few seconds, the water frothed and churned, disturbed by the struggle. And then silence. All was still again, except for the echoes of Mark's screams replaying in my head, a gruesome soundtrack to the moonlit horror show. We stumbled back onto the shore, Emily trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Ben was panting, every muscle in his body tense, his shotgun still raised and ready. I stood numb, a cold, hollow dread gnawing at my gut. He's gone, Emily said softly, her voice barely audible. Ben didn't say anything. He just slowly lowered his shotgun. His gaze locked on the water where Mark had disappeared, as if willing him to somehow resurface. But we all knew deep down that Mark was gone, swallowed by Shadow Creek Lake and whatever unholy thing dwelled within it. We stumbled back to our campsite, moving like ghosts in a daze. Emily was a mess of sobs and shivers, and even Ben, who'd been so stoic all night, looked shaken as core. I just felt empty, numb, like all the blood had drained out of me, leaving behind nothing but cold, hollow dread. We have to leave. Emily choked out, her voice thick with tears. Right now, we have to get out of here. Ben and I both agreed, instantly. There was no question about it. We had to get away from Shadow Creek Lake, as far and as fast as humanly possible. But we still had to pack up our gear. The thought of going back into the woods, even for a few minutes, made my skin crawl. But we couldn't just leave everything behind. As we were hastily throwing things into bags, Ben suddenly stopped, his head cocked to one side, listening intently. "Wait," he said, his voice low and urgent. "Mark's camera might have caught something, and if we leave it, someone might come looking. Or those drug dealers." I hesitated. Part of me just wanted to run, to keep running until I was miles away from this cursed place. But the idea of leaving behind evidence of Mark's final moments, it felt wrong. And Ben was right. The camera could attract unwanted attention. We still had to call the authorities, tell them something. Maybe they'd even want the footage if it wasn't completely waterlogged. So, in a grim, silent haze, we trudged back towards the shack. We found Mark's camera bag half, buried in the mud near the porch entrance, like it had been tossed aside in a hurry. As Ben picked it up, Emily noticed something we'd missed before, a rickety looking wooden door in the back of the shack, half hidden in the shadows, leading down to what looked like a basement. I desperately wanted to ignore it, to pretend we hadn't seen it and just run. But Ben was insistent. "We have to check," he said, his voice grim. "We have to see if Mark could still be down there. We have to be sure." Emily and I exchanged a horrified look. "Are you crazy?" Emily whispered, her eyes wide with terror. "We are not going down there." But Ben was already pushing the door open, the hinges groaning in protest. The stench that wafted up from the darkness below was even worse than before, a thick, cloying mix of mildew, stagnant water, and something else, is something undeniably, sickeningly human. The basement was pitch black, the air thick and heavy. I fumbled for my flashlight, my hand shaking so badly I almost dropped it. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating damp, mossy stone walls and water stains that crept halfway up the rough, hewn timbers. And then Emily gasped, a sharp, strangled sound that echoed in the confined space. In one corner, illuminated by our shaky flashlight beams, there were piles of bones. Human bones. Some picked clean, bleached white by time and water, others still partially decomposed, scraps of fabric clinging to them like ghostly shrouds. The sight made my stomach lurch, bile rising in my throat. On a nearby overturned table, Polaroid photos were scattered like macabre playing cards, all water damaged and faded, but still recognizable. Faces of men and women, even children, stared up at us from the murky depths. Each photo was labeled with a date, scrawled in the same faded handwriting as the journal. Some dates were decades old, some were recent. My eyes snagged on one date, clear despite the water damage of 2020. We realized with a sickening lurch that we were looking at victims. A catalog of the missing, laid out for us like some kind of grotesque trophy collection. Emily covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks, silent sobs racking her body. She let out a choked cry when she found something nestled amongst the clutter, a delicate silver chain with a small, heart-shaped charm. She snatched it up, her hand trembling. This was my cousin's," she whispered, her voice barely audible. She vanished 2 years ago, without a trace. Emily had never believed the rumors. The whispers that her cousin had just run off, started a new life somewhere. Now she had confirmation of a far more horrifying fate. My mind reeled, struggling to process the sheer, monstrous scale of what we were seeing. I wanted to scream, to vomit, to do anything to release the crushing horror clamping around my heart. That's when Ben grabbed my arm, his grip tight and urgent. He jerked his head towards the stairs, his eyes wide and panicked. "We have to go," he hissed, his voice a harsh whisper. "No." We didn't need to be told twice. We scrambled back up the rickety stairs, forcing ourselves to leave that grotesque crypt behind. The images of bones and faded faces burned into our retinas. But as we stepped back onto the dock, flashlights bobbing nervously in the inky blackness, we heard voices behind us. Angry, hushed voices cutting through the silence of the night. The two armed men from earlier emerged from the trees, their figures menacing in the darkness. They must have seen us going in and out of the shack, realized we hadn't actually left. The taller one raised his pistol, aiming it directly at Ben's chest. The shorter one leveled his gun at me, his eyes narrowed and cold. "What did we tell you?" The taller man snarled, his voice low and dangerous. "We warned you to stay away." We found something," Ben said calmly, his voice surprisingly steady despite the gun pointed at him. "Something monstrous in there. This has nothing to do with you. We're leaving." The shorter man's face twisted with a mix of fear and rage. He spat on the muddy ground between us. "You're lying," he hissed. "Nobody's supposed to be near our lab. Did you see it? Did you see our operation?" "No," Ben lied, his voice unwavering. "We only checked this cabin for our missing friend. We're leaving. I swear. We don't know anything about your business. I don't know what might have happened next." If Ben's calm demeanor would have been enough to de-escalate the situation, or if they were just going to shoot us anyway. We were outnumbered, outgunned, and cornered. But then, a sound from behind us, a soft, liquid sloshing from the water's edge, stole everyone's attention. Ains. The Bruca. She stepped out of the shadows into a patch of moonlight that broke through the trees, her figure dripping and impossibly pale. Her eyes were dark as pitch, reflecting no light at all. The two men turned, startled. The taller one, momentarily forgetting about Ben, swung his pistol towards her. But in an instant, she lunged. With inhuman speed, she moved faster than I could even track, crossing the distance between them in a blur of white and shadow. She slammed into the taller man, knocking him off his feet with a sickening thud. The shorter man panicked, fired wildly, gunshots deafening in the still night, tearing through the silence. Ben seized the moment. He swung his shotgun around and fired at the second man, catching him in the shoulder. The man dropped his weapon with a cry of pain, clutching at his bleeding arm. But just as Ben turned to fire at Aggs, the first man, still scrambling on the ground, fired back. Crack. The gunshot ripped through the night, closer this time, too close. Ben staggered, stumbling backwards, a dark red stain blooming rapidly across his shirt. "Ben." I screamed, my voice raw with terror. Ben, even wounded, didn't falter. He fired again, point blank, and the first man collapsed to the dock, a wet, gurgling sound escaping his lips. But the damage was done. Ben's knees buckled, and he fell heavily to the rotting wood, his shotgun clattering beside him. Emily ran to him, dropping her knees beside him, pressing her hands frantically against his chest, trying to stanch the bleeding. It was too much. We both knew it, even in the chaos and terror. Meanwhile, Agnes wasted no time with the wounded, whimpering man. She grabbed him by the ankles and started dragging him, screaming and thrashing towards the water. The sound of his cries died quickly, abruptly cut off as he was swallowed by the lake's dark depths. I dropped beside Ben, tears streaming down my face, hot and useless. He looked up at me, coved, a wet, rattling sound, and grabbed my hand, his grip surprisingly strong despite the blood soaking his shirt. "Get out of here," he whispered, his eyes flickering towards Emily, who was still desperately trying to help him. "Save yourselves." Then his grip went slack, his eyes unfocused, and his hand went limp in mine. We lost Ben in that moment. I wanted to sob, to scream, to grieve for him, for Mark, for everything that had happened. But a new icy horror froze the tears in my throat. Emily had gone strangely still. She stood frozen, staring out at the lake, her eyes glazed as if in a trance. Her mouth hung slightly open, slack and lifeless. From the water's edge, Agnes's dripping figure reappeared, rising slowly from the depths. Her dark hair was plastered to her face, and her lips curled into a predatory smile, a chilling, triumphant expression that sent shivers down my spine. She stared directly at Emily, and then Emily began to move. Slowly, mechanically, like a puppet on strings, she started walking towards the water, towards Agnes. "Emily?" I screamed, scrambling to my feet, my voice hoarse with terror. I lunged forward, trying to grab her arm, to pull her back from the edge. She turned on me with a feral snarl, a sound that was nothing like Emily, nothing human at all. Her eyes burned black, just like Agnes's. She shoved me back, sending me sprawling backwards onto the rough, mossy ground. I felt rocks scrape against my palms, but I scrambled back to my feet, adrenaline surging through me. Emily lunged again, her face contorted with rage, her movements unnatural, jerky. She seemed stronger than she'd ever been, possessed by something ancient and vile. "Come with us," she hissed, her voice layered, echoing with something inhuman, something other. "Don't you see? She will give us life forever." I felt my heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the rising tide of terror. I loved Emily like a sister, but this wasn't Emily anymore. This was something else, something twisted and corrupted. My hand instinctively went to my pocket, closing around the small switchblade I always carried, a nervous habit from when I used to travel alone. My hand shook violently as Emily charged again, her possessed eyes burning into mine. I slashed out wildly, blindly, tears blurring my vision. The blade caught her in the side, a sickening rip of fabric and flesh, but she kept coming. She slammed into me, knocking me off my feet, the air whooshing from my lungs. Her hands closed around my neck, nails digging in, cutting off my air supply. Dark spots swam before my eyes, my lungs burned, screaming for oxygen. In desperation, with the last vestiges of my strength, I managed to twist my knife and plunge it upwards into her chest, right where her heart should be. Emily's entire body tensed, convulsing violently. Her grip on my throat slackened, her nails losing their purchase. A crimson stain bloomed rapidly across her shirt, spreading like a grotesque flower. She collapsed on top of me, her weight crushing the air from my lungs. For one fleeting second, her eyes reverted back to their normal, warm brown. A look of heartbreak and confusion flickered across them. "Sarah," she whispered, blood bubbling from her mouth. Then her eyes fluttered shut and she went still, the weight of her body suddenly, irrevocably lifeless. I sobbed, cradling her as best I could, my mind reeling with shock, grief, guilt, and a bone-deep terror that threatened to consume me. A faint movement in the water made me look up, my gaze drawn back to the lake against my will. Agnes stood there, motionless in the shallows, her pale face twisted in an eerie semblance of triumph. She had claimed another soul. Then, as if bored with her grim victory, she sank back into the dark water, disappearing once more, leaving nothing but ripples on the surface. I wanted to lie there forever, to join Emily in the cold embrace of death. But the chilling realization that I might be next, that Agnes might still be out there, waiting, forced me to act. I slipped free from under Emily's lifeless form, inhaling a shaky, shuddering breath of the putrid air. My entire body trembled, convulsing with cold and fear. I stared back at the shack, at the bodies on the dock, at the dark, hungry water of Shadow Creek Lake. If I stayed, I was dead. So I ran. I don't remember much of the escape. Just fragmented images, disjointed sensations. Sprinting blindly through the dense forest, flashlight beam bobbing wildly, heart pounding like a frantic drum in my ears. Every shadow seemed to writhe and twist, Every snapping twig made me jump, expecting Ags or the meth dealers or some new, unimaginable horror to snatch me from behind. When I finally stumbled out of the woods and reached my car, parked precariously on the side of the dirt track, I fumbled with the keys, my hand shaking so badly it took me 3 tries to fit the key in the ignition. The engine finally roared to life, a blessedly loud mechanical sound that broke the oppressive silence of the forest. I slammed the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel, and drove. I didn't stop driving until I reached the nearest town. A cluster of houses and a flickering gas station sign looked like a goddamn oasis in the middle of nowhere. I burst into the tiny, one-room police station at dawn, clothes torn, face streaked with dirt and blood, babbling incoherently about what had happened at Shadow Creek Lake. The local sheriff, a man in his late 50s with tired eyes and a world-weary expression, watched me with an unsettlingly cold detachment. He took my statement, writing everything down in slow, deliberate strokes, then told me to wait. I sat there for hours, shivering under a thin, scratchy blanket, sipping lukewarm coffee that tasted like chalk and despair. Eventually, a group of men in dark suits arrived, their faces grim and unreadable, FBI flashing badges with practiced efficiency. They asked me countless questions, their voices flat and emotionless. I told them everything. About the remains in the basement, about the Broca, about Ben being shot, the drug dealers, Mark's disappearance, Emily's possession. I poured out the whole horrifying story, every gruesome detail. They scribbled notes, exchanged glances, and then left me alone again in the cramped interrogation room for what felt like an eternity. When they finally let me go, hours later, the sheriff walked me out to the front steps of the station. He placed a heavy hand on my shoulder, his grip surprisingly strong. "Forget what you saw out there, Miss Jenkins," he said, his voice low and gravelly. "This place, it has a bad history. Best to just let it lie." I stared at him, speechless, my mind struggling to process his words. "What do you mean?" I managed to stammer out. He didn't answer. He just turned and walked back inside, the heavy wooden door shutting behind him with a resonant click that echoed in the empty morning air. A few days later, fueled by a desperate need for answers, for proof that I wasn't insane, I tried to return to Shadow Creek Lake. I packed my own camera, determined to document what I'd seen, to expose the truth. But the roads were blocked off, barricaded with official-looking signs. Local officials claimed there was a toxic algae bloom, some kind of environmental hazard, and the entire area was under quarantine. No sign of the meth lab, no sign of the shack, no sign of anything to corroborate my story. When I reached out to the FBI agent who'd interviewed me, I got the runaround. No record of any special investigation, no official statement on the bodies, on the remains in that basement. It was like Shadow Creek Lake had just swallowed everything whole, leaving no trace behind. Days bled into weeks, and my life started to unravel. I told my story again and again to reporters, to missing persons detectives, to anyone who would listen. They all came back with the same dismissive conclusion: Mark, Emily, and Ben. They drowned, tragically under mysterious circumstances. The 2 unknown men, never identified, case closed. The evidence was gone or inconclusive, they said. No one believed me. I became the crazy girl who told ghost stories about a witch in the water, a conspiracy theorist ranting about local police and the FBI cover-ups. My friends grew distant, their eyes filled with pity and unease whenever I started talking about Shadow Creek Lake. The sheer, unbelievable weight of my account seemed to drive them away, one by one. In my darkest moments, lying awake at night, staring at the ceiling, I even started to question my own sanity. Maybe it was all a delusion, a nightmare brought on by stress and exhaustion. Maybe I'd imagined the bones, the photos, eggs, everything. But then I remembered Mark's camera. I'd managed to salvage it from the mud, even though the memory card was waterlogged and corrupted. The footage was damaged, mostly static and digital noise beyond repair. But there were a few frames, fleeting glimpses that flickered across the screen. Frames of the shack, barely visible through the distortion. And in one of those frames, a faint, indistinct figure in white near the doorway. It wasn't enough to prove anything, not really. But it was enough to keep me from completely losing my mind. It was enough to remind me that I wasn't crazy, that what I'd seen, what I'd lived through, it was real. Months later, I heard rumors, whispers online. that a new group of YouTubers were planning to visit Shadow Creek Lake. They'd found the same local legends, the same creepy stories that had drawn Mark in. I tried to warn them, to reach out, to tell them my story, to beg them not to go. They laughed it off, of course, dismissing me as a hoaxer, a marketing gimmick for their own fearless exploration brand. They even blocked me, called me a troll. I know in my heart that they never came back. They disappeared without a trace, just like all the others. And the local news, predictably, chalked it up to another tragic accident. Another drowning at the cursed Shadow Creek Lake. The lake, I suppose, had claimed new victims. And somewhere in those dark, hungry waters, the broken eggs waits, smiling her predatory smile at the next foolish visitor who dares to answer her call. That's everything that happened. I've told you the entire story, no matter how unthinkable it sounds. If you're reading this or hearing this, you're free to dismiss it as a delusion, a nightmare, the ramblings of a traumatized woman. But please, don't go near Shadow Creek Lake. Don't listen to the call of that half-submerged shack. People say that the truth will set you free. I'm not so sure. In my experience, the truth is a heavy, suffocating burden, one that no one wants to believe. But I'm still alive, I escaped, and every night I wonder why she let me go. Sometimes in the deepest, darkest hours of the night, I dream of that shack, of Agnes beckoning me from the water, her black eyes promising oblivion. And sometimes I hear Emily's voice, faint and desperate, begging me to save her, even though I know, deep down, that Emily is gone, lost to the darkness of Shadow Creek Lake forever. If you're ever tempted to test the legends yourself, to seek out the thrill of the unknown, please think of my story. Think of Mark's last screams, think of Emily's eyes turning black, think of Ben's dying breath. Because some nightmares don't end when you wake up. They're just getting started. That's all I have to say. My name is Sarah Jenkins. I'm 28 years old, and I wish to God that this was nothing more than a cruel, twisted dream. But it's not. It happened in August of 2023, and I'll never, ever forget it. I can't. They call me Alex now, though that's not the name on my birth certificate. Doesn't matter anymore. Names feel flimsy after what happened. It was late October of last year, 2023. Joshua Tree. Yeah, that Joshua Tree. People go there for peace, for the desert vibes, for Instagram pics. I went to escape. City static had become a living thing, a constant hum of obligations and disappointments. I was chasing silence, the kind you could hear in your bones. My plan was simple: to carve out a life, off-grid, deep in the Mojave. Wind and sun, that was the soundtrack. Scorching days. Freezing nights, I was ready. I'd saved, planned, prepped. Solar, rainwater, survival skills honed from years of let's just say I knew how to handle myself. Physical labor, redemption and sweat, right? Tried to outrun the ghosts, the what is that clawed in my gut. Mistake number one in opening my mouth. Told a couple of old faces about my grand desert escape. One of them was this guy, Cade. Cade Briggs, we called him. Smooth talker, that kind of charm that felt like a wire stretched too tight, ready to snap into menace. Friend, maybe. But there was this itch under his skin, a restlessness that made you uneasy. Cade volunteered to help me settle in. Expertise in tough environments, he claimed. I hesitated. Building a homestead solo is brutal, even for a stubborn mule like me. But help sounded good. Days later, after I'd marked out my patch of desert dust, Cade rumbled up in a beat-up truck, overflowing with gear. Impressive gear. For a heartbeat, it felt good. Friendly face in the middle of nowhere. He flashed that tight grin. Looked like you could use a hand, Alex. I nodded. Didn't realize how hollow I was until he showed up, offering something that felt like human connection. For a week, we sweated, wrestled with foundations for a small cabin. Sun beat down like a hammer, relentless. But the work, it was a bomb. Cade, though, he was different. Desert wanderlust, he called it. Vanished after lunch, truck kicking up dust devils, or just walked off in the dunes, camera GPS thingy in hand. Exploring, he'd shrug when I asked. Place is empty. Fascinating. Then, late one afternoon, packing up tools, she appeared, woman. Tall, lean, long, dark, brain, a Yazzie. Local guide, she said. Took folks out, showed them the land, spun stories of its past, her family's myths. Friendly enough, maybe a little guarded. But there was this urgency in her voice when she warned us about night wanderings. Thank you. I told her. Cade just scoffed. Afraid of what, exactly? Dismissive tone, but Lena held his gaze. Desert has guardians, she said, voice low. Some welcome, some don't. Small nod, and she walked off towards this dusty SUV parked way off. After that days blurred into a kind of strained calm, then the weirdness started. Tools, namers, small stuff, vanishing, reappearing in odd spots. First, I wrote it off to desert fatigue, the wind. But it got deliberate. Set a wrench down by the foundation, come back, hour later, it's standing upright in the sand, like someone displayed it. One night woke to a sound. Faint carried on the wind. Coyote yelp, maybe, but human edge to it. Scream. Goosebumps crawled up my skin. Peered out of my tent. Nothing. Moonlit sand endless. Cade was up to, crouched at his tent flap. Questioning look, shrugged. Both went back down. Sleep came in jagged pieces. Next morning, Lena again. Face tighter now. Alex, she said, voice careful. Things disturbed, desert's restless. Cade suddenly there, lurking behind me. Disturbed how? I asked. Lena hesitated. Mile east, land dipped into a shallow gully. Morning sun sharp, highlighting tracks in the sand. Grotesque, deep elongated. Neither human nor animal. Jagged claw marks at the ends. Overlapping prints, like something paced, arms prickled. Even Cade, usually so smug, frowned. No way that's coyote. Lena knelt, finger tracing a print. Voice barely a breath. Red claw, she whispered. Storyson, once, shapeshifter, evil, wanders night looking for souls. Cade snorted derisive, but his eyes stayed glued to the prints. Local legends, he said, like that explained everything. Lena's gaze snapped to him, flicker of anger, but she said nothing more. Silent walk back, an easy air thick between us. Days after, more anomalies. Clumps of matted fur, half buried. Rabbit, jackrabbit remains arranged strangely. Desert itself felt resentful. Each find a cold shiver. Nights howls got closer, more frequent. Good, deep croak sometimes, nothing I'd ever heard. Work went on, strained. Cade's disappearances stretched longer, pressed him. He dodged. Geological samples, building sites scouting. Asked to tag along, grin, brush off, didn't like it. Survival focus, cabin against desert storm sun. 2 pairs of hands wasn't much. Then the outpost. Cade led me there. Before dawn, practically vibrating with excitement. LX, gotta see this. Gutted me far from camp. Our trudging dunes. Derelict building, half swallowed by sand. Graffiti smeared crumbling walls. Rusted wire fence, maybe a courtyard once. Inside, stale air, rot. Broken glass, scattered junk underfoot. Dark stains on the floor. Oh, something worse. Corner tattered backpack, single hiking boot. Unsettling. Bones, some half collapsed, heart slammed, human femurs, picked clean. Small pile. Nearly pooped. Stumbled back to courtyard, tried to breathe. Cade watched. Expression unreadable. Horrified. Curious. Demanded we call someone. He lowered his voice. Smart about this. Cops. Suspects. Heads down for now. Chilling logic. Fear clouded my head. Let him talk me down. Leave it. Undisturbed. His hand trembled, though. Not as calm as he played. Hurried out. Damage done. Bone images burned in my mind. Wouldn't let go. That evening, maybe. Lena again. Breathless. Eyes wide. Friend missing. Guide. Last seen near abandoned outpost. Same place. Told her. Lena's hand flew to her mouth. Tears fighting to break. Hate to go back. See if at anything of his. Cade from the shadows shook his head. Not safe. Tried to talk her out of it. But her face a raw grief, mirroring my own unease. Agreed. First morning. Next woke up, Lena gone. Truck's footprints leading into dunes. Struggle in the sand, drag marks. Scuffed prints, brief, violent. Mine went blank, yelled for Cade. Frantic. Nowhere. Grabbed flashlight, water hunting knife. Started searching. Clue. Then Cade reappeared, panting. Eyes wild. Spotted someone dragging Lena. Couldn't catch up. Lear. Furious, no time for blame. Followed tracks. Deeper desert, hours. Wind whipped up, dust devils danced, visibility gone. Panic clawed. How far? Evening fell. Rocky ravine. Tucked in its depths. Makeshift camp. Tattered tent. Scattered supplies. Bizarre symbol scrawled on rock. Dried blood. Heart hammered. Lena's watch on the ground. Torn strap. Spun around desperate. Then Cade's face. Expression triumphant. Before I could ask, he lunged. Slammed me against a boulder. Head cracked against stone. Barely kept it from splitting. Rage twisted his features. Words spilled out. Awakening old ways, harnessing Red Claw's power. Sickening rush. Cade's desert obsession wasn't about helping me cult. Something ancient dark. Skinwalker worship. Lenning standing in the way, Alex. Cade snarled. Needed Lena alive. Knowledge her people. You. Witness. Tried to fight free. Pistol. Small black. Waistband. Pointed at my face. Froze, movement in the tent, stomach twisted. Lena, unconscious ground, bruised face, arms tied behind her. Fury terror surged, lunged at Cade. Pistol whip. Darkness rushed in, blacked out, briefly. Next thing, Cade dragging Lena. Crude altar, flat rock Reverend Center. Tall candles, sickly yellow glow, chanting. Words not human. Calling out to Red Claw. Mind reeling, not superstition. Cade or thing in him believed. A natural croaker code. Ravine, blood ran cold. Figure stepped from behind boulder. Tall, jangly. Limbs bent wrong. Human-ish shape, face distorted. Protruding jaws, sunken gleaming eyes. Hands claws curved for arm length. Stench rolled off it. Gag! Red Claw. Cade turned reverent smile, incantation. Welcoming idol. Red Claw hissed. Low guttural. Then Cade's eyes rolled back. Body stiffened. Horrible voice ripped from his throat, raspy, layered. Multiple voices. Inhuman. Creature moved on Lena. Consciousness flickering back. Breathing terror. Summoned every scrap of courage. Staggered up, hip pounding. Tuck at Cade. Both hit ground. Gun skittered away. Overhead, Red Claws shrieked grotesque. Reverberated canyon walls. Cade's strength unreal. Fueled by that presence. Tossed me off. Landed hard shoulder. Distraction. Lena rolled away from altar. Red Claw lunged. Scramble for gun. Fingers closed around grip. Blur. Fired. Twice. Figure. Monstrous with jerk back. Deafening screech. Vision swamp. Beast recoiled. Cade roared. Fury. Possession. Rushed me again. Fired shot. Warned him off. Didn't flinch. Bullet grazed his side. Still coming. Snarl twisted his face. Lena behind him. Rock. Heavy. Sickening thud. Slam back of his head. Kick. Red Claw. Wounded. Stunned. Honeywell. Slilenos. Cut her arm dodged. Last bullet. Praying shot round. Echo rang ravine. Creature staggered. Collapsed. One knee. Form shimmered. Nauseatingly. Shift. Final snarl. Sank to ground. Limbs twitching. Dark fluid seeped from wounds. Couldn't breathe. Dying. Watched. Kaladi shriveward. Nothing left but tatters of skin identifiable. Lena's eyes filled tears. Hurried to my side. Clutching bleeding arm. Cade lay still. Blood pooling skull. Didn't matter. Bond with Red Claw monster. Willing. Stumbled out of ravine. Half-mad shock. Civilization. Help. Campsite first. Hours wandering darkness. Faint moon glow. Familiar landmarks. Dawn. Half-finished cabin. Phone. No signal. Lena. Satellite phone. Local police. Hours later, upload FBI badges. Statements. Jingly around site. Photos. Lena's bruises. My cuts. Scrapes. Stiff expressions. Preconceived notions. Ravine return. No creature trace. No Cade's body. Bizarre campsite dismantled. Hastily. Someone after us. Official line dangerous drifter. Wild animal. Stress Lena me seeing things. Polite questions. Pointed. Discredit us. Cover Red Claw. Ghost story. Desert full of them days. Lena vanished. Hurry gone. Didn't say where. Family fled. Ancestral secret safe. Nightmares. Taken again. Red Claw. Not dead. Husk too convenient. Disappearance. Me. Tried to stay. Cabin finish. Peace. Every night new horrors. Dreams. Inhuman howl echo. Fleeting shadows. Vision's edge. Mind tricks. Desert mocking. Never know. Stayed long enough. No one believed. Whispered rumors locals. Ravine bodies. Vanished men. Finally left. Packed savage. Drove from Joshua Triway hit. Pulled over. Sobbed. Nobody believed. Nobody wanted to. Authorities erased it. Evil unfathomable. Writing this now. White proof? Not insane. Scars on arms. Healed gash on head. Cade strike. Lena's tear. Streaked face. Ravine. Crawford. Desert. Remote. New Mexico. Joshua Tree. Wastland. Warnings. Land cruel. Legends real. Name whispered wind. Footprints shouldn't be. Don't linger. Things in that desert. Don't forgive trespassers. Red Claw wears skin of nightmares. My name is Alex Riley, and I'm 32 years old. October 2023, that's when it all went sideways. I landed in the heart of the Australian outback, fueled by a desperate kind of hope and a notebook crammed with ideas. I'd picked this isolated stretch of red dirt, miles from Alice Springs and its low hum of civilization, searching for peace and inspiration. My new book was about outback legends and the endless. Some baked plains promised silence, isolation, a perfect escape from the tangled mess of my past. But the outback I was about to learn had secrets buried deeper than just sand and rock. I'd rented a dinky little cabin, a shack really, clinging to the edge of a forgotten track. The wood was bleached gray, the floors groaned underfoot, like the desert itself was whispering stories through the timbers. My first day was the usual drill: unpacking, getting settled, a slow, cautious walk around the property. Red earth distant, hazy mountains, weirdly shaped cacti. I scribbled it all down in my journal. On the surface, it was the peaceful retreat I craved. That evening, perched on the sagging porch, watching the sun bleed behind jagged rock formations, a sudden chill knifed through me, despite the day's lingering heat. Temperature drop, desert thing, I told myself, but then I saw it. A shadow moving wrong. Not like an animal, not natural. A silhouette mirroring me. Heart hammering, I froze, convinced I'd imagined it. Just the isolation playing tricks. Next morning, I headed out with Kalen. Met him at a dusty gas station in the nearest blink. And you'll miss a town. Local guide, he said. Kalen was a man of few words, face leathered by the relentless sun. Offered to show me the Outback's hidden spots, places even locals steered clear of, he claimed. He was calm, steady, but there was something underneath, a current I couldn't place. Secrets he wasn't letting on. We bumped along narrow dirt tracks, past vast, empty scrubland and lonely rock outcrops. Keelan pointed out ancient Aboriginal rock art etched into canyon walls, whispering stories of the dreamtime, of spirits that walked this land long before us. I scribbled furiously, curiosity battling a growing unease that seemed to rise from the very ground. Hiking along an old trail, I noticed them. Footprints, oddly repetitive. Mine, or so I thought, but they veered off in directions that made no sense. I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. Kalen just chuckled, quiet and low, said it was the desert, playing tricks, mirroring your steps in the shifting sands. But his eyes didn't match his words. Dread prickled under my skin, growing with every step. Later that afternoon, we stumbled onto a narrow path, flanked by rocks carved with strange symbols. Spirals, claw-like marks, unsettling, like they pulsed with something hidden, something menacing. Kneeling to look closer, my hand brushed something cold, brittle, a medallion old, weathered. Inscribed with symbols I didn't recognize, but the intricate design sent shivers down my spine. I pocketed it, not knowing it was a token, a marker on a path to something cursed. Night in the Outback. Stars exploded across the sky, vast, beautiful, intimidating. I sat on the porch, medallion heavy in my pocket, journal open. Silence, thick and deep, broken only by the whisper of wind through the ghost gums. Then I heard it, a soft, haunting melody riding on the breeze, like a lullaby at first, but the tone disturbingly familiar. I followed the sound, drawn away from the cabin's fragile safety, until I reached a rocky outcrop. And there, in the dim starlight, I saw her. Reflection was my first thought. Mirror image, same dark hair, deep-set eyes, but something was horribly wrong. Her eyes were cold, empty. Her smile a cruel twist of my own. Later, I learned the stories. Zara, they called her. The evil twin. Whispered legends, hushed tones. No name of her own, just the dark echo, haunting those who dared disturb the cursed ground. Zara wasn't a trick of the light, not a figment of my imagination. She was real, malevolent, forceful. Back in the cabin, days blurred. Her presence was everywhere. Fleeting glimpses in window reflections, shimmering heat haze. Always at the edge of my vision, a few steps behind. Nights were restless, nightmares filled with her taunting whispers, echoing my own darkest secrets. Stress, isolation, tricks of the mind. I tried to tell myself, but a primal terror was taking root. My unease ratcheted up when Dr. Eris Thorne arrived. Folklorist, archaeologist, renowned for her work on Outback legends. Her visit was supposed to be collaboration, a chance to dive deeper into the myths. Eris was sharp, methodical, no nonsense, a stark contrast to my own unraveling emotions. Initially, she brushed off my Zara sightings as hallucinations, desert-induced. But as she started documenting the strange symbols, the evidence of violent histories etched into the landscape, her skepticism started to crack. One afternoon, Kalen and I were trekking deeper into a gorge. We stumbled upon a ghastly scene. Narrow, winding path, scattered belongings in the dirt. Half-buried wallet, broken watch, tattered clothes. Trail ended abruptly at a shallow grave. Partial remains visible, my heart hammered. Not random. Not the desert's harshness. Something sinister. Blood-stained earth, the grim finality of the remains' violence, cruelty. I documented everything with my camera, desperate for evidence, for answers to the legends, to my own mounting horror. Kalen changed after that day. His stories grew darker, more insistent. Secretive phone calls, hushed tones, words I couldn't catch. Eyes darting away when I asked about the past, about cursed twin spirits. My unease about him deepened, but I clung to the hope that his local knowledge was my lifeline in this darkness. Twilight bleeding into night. Alone in the cabin. Temperature plummeted. Lights flickered. Mirror. Zara standing behind me. For a moment, I didn't know where I ended, where she began. Whispered my name, each syllable laced with malice, with a chilling familiarity. Stumbled back, heart racing. Her form melted into shadow, sandy fraying. Frantic notes in my journal, desperate to record it all before I lost it completely. Days later, Eris called, panic in her voice, investigating ancient ruins nearby, inscriptions, symbols from the desert, linked to ritual sacrifice, a curse, bound an ancient doppelganger to anyone who trespassed on sacred ground. Zara, doomed to replicate Prion inner darkness, consume identities until nothing was left. The ritual sacrifice, living soul, inner turmoil exploited to unleash malevolence. That night, Chloe called. Close friend from Sydney, visiting, curious about my retreat, my book, spirited, optimistic. Beacon of light in the encroaching darkness, insisted on coming to the cabin, support. Welcome her presence. Brief reunion. Nightmare. Dead of night, Chloe vanished. Woke to find her things scattered in the hallway. Phone on the windowsill, screen cracked. Single message. They're coming for us. Hurt sank. Dread. Disappearance, not accident. Desert became a stage for escalating horrors. Zara's specter, always lurking. Rock formation's edge of vision. Every step shadowed by impending doom. Kaelin's suspicion grew. Shifting loyalties. Half-truths. More entangled than he let on. Rumors. Drug runners. Human traffic whispered among locals. Seemed increasingly likely my guide was connected. Operations, not just mundane crimes. Exploiting local superstitions. Legends. Control. Fear. Fateful afternoon. Confront Kaelin. Dilapidated settlement outskirts, abandoned trailers, front for illicit activities, face usually composed, itch with worry, phone in hand, demanded answers, secretive calls, disappearances, eyes flashed, guilt, diffambouche. Broad-looking men, intentions clear, not friendly chat. Escape. Keelan led the way, labyrinth of backtracks, heart pounding, gunfire, shouts echoing. Betrayal cut deep. Kaelin's voice, usually pragmatic, trembled, coursed. Local criminals, exploited his knowledge of the outback, wanted to lash out, no time, dangerous network, preying on vulnerable. Sights set on me, unthinkable, moonless night, desert's wrath converged, Eris. Deciphering inscriptions, victim. Sinister transformation, cabin, wrestling with torrent of emotions, clues, blood-curdling scream shattered silence. Raced outside a scene-defied explanation. Dupra, Murrit's earlier, rational alliance, eye volsing nearling back, possessed. Force beyond control. Blurred line. Nightmare. Reality. Figure emerged from darkness. Zara. Form and distinct shifting. Unholy influence. Possessed Eris. Lethal intent. Horror. Watched. Eris attacked Ranger Jed, solitary rancher. Offered shelter, guidance. Agony Cryocoat. Collapsed crimson stain. Weathered clothes. Once strong, protective. Crippled. Violent, inexplicable assault. Too much. Pulled Eris away. Shook her free image done. Jed motionless. Disbelief. Chaos. Possessed Eris. Mind lost. Maelstrom of dark visions. Mumbled incoherently. Rituals. Sacrifices. Impending doom. Inner turmoil. K. Unleashing Zara completely. Words icy blades. Portent of doom. Nightmare. Closed disappearance loomed. Clutched her phone. Writing cryptic message. They're coming for us. Terror and voicemail haunted me. Close fate intertwined with ancient curse. Sacrifice. Completing ritual. Binding Zara to this Forsaken land. Situation escalated. Local law enforcement. Strangely silent. Undercover FBI agent. Presence supposed to bring clarity. Instead, containing situation. Small team. Cover obfuscating evidence. Conspiratorial tone. Some things better left undisturbed. Institutions meant to protect is complicit. Weight of corruption, betrayal. Horror is not just supernatural. Human malevolence, desperate, terrified. Gather allies. Salvageable. Kaelin, racked with guilt. For consequences. Vow to help. Trust fragile. Desert's unforgiving darkness. Pleaded for forgiveness. Coursed into criminal network. Tried to warn me. Words lost in fear, nagging suspicion. Involvement deeper than coercion. Climax. Terror. Desert's wrath converged. Ancient ceremonial site. Crumbling ruin. Gathering place. Rites predating civilization. Moon high. Silent witness. Eerie light. Confronted Zara. Final desperate standoff, form fluid shifting, resembling me, questioning reflection. Taunted relentlessly, my voice, echoing buried secrets, fears, inadequacy. Consumed by darkness, losing myself, standoff, breaking point. Torn, remorse, fear. Fateful decisions, pressure local criminal bosses orchestrating events, shadows. Betrayed us, panic signaled. Unknown figures lurking, cornered, chaotic flurry, shouts, footsteps pounding hard earth, forcibly dragged away, desperate fight, captors overwhelming. Undisclosed location, dilapidated trailer, hidden settlement outskirts. Nexus, criminal operations. Trailer air heavy, stench of decay, desperation, groom room. Barred windows, flickering bulb. Prisoner, supernatural horrors, human treachery. Too much to bear, a night inner. Sound amplified, oppressive silenced. Every moment replayed, peaceful desert promise. Mounting unease, uncanny footprints, whispered voice. Chilling Zara encounters. But trust a million. Burned in pocket. Wait, curse. Clutched it tight. Found me. Find way out. Rescue Chloe. Exposed dark conspiracy. Desert graveyard of souls. Days later. Staged escape. Captor silenced me. Broke free. Hidden compound corridors. Senses alert. Sound shadow. Desert night unforgiving. Rustle of wind. Creak of metal. Heart over moment. Overed conversation. Confirmed worst fears. Local criminal network. Responsible for Chloe's kidnapping. Colluding. Corrupt officials. Suppressed supernatural horrors. FBI agent. Once hope. Savior. Accomplishing truth hidden. Powerful interest protected. Desperation fueled. Back to ruins. Final Zara confrontation. Kaelin Wade visibly shaken. Haunted confessed. Tried to help. Criminal network gripped too tight. Eyes brimmed regret. Forced to signal kidnappers. Closed terrified face. Dragged into darkness. Remorse palpable. Sliver of trust. Devised plan. Exposed conspiracy. In Zara's reign of terror. Desperate, dangerous. Last-ditch effort. Retrieve evidence. Locate Chloe. Fate linchpin. Cursed ritual. Labyrinth of rocky outcrops. Narrow canyons. Desert conspired against us. Zara appeared. Every turn eyes gleaming malevolence. Voice whispering oblivion. Final confrontation dawn. Ancient ceremonial site, time forgotten, faced full force, malevolent entity. Zara's presence overwhelming, force of nature. Twisted reality. Surge of determination. Clutched medallion, plea for release. Ancient words, heiress to Stayford. Delirious state, air vibrated, palpable energy. Zara's form faltered. Flickering flame. Climactic moment. Desert winds howled. Voices of damned. Curse not just Zara. Mirror of darkness within us all. Betrayal. Kidnappings. Corruption. Reflections. Deeper insidious horror. Final burst of courage. Confronted Zara head on. Voice merged with wind howls. Demanding cycle of violence, betruggle fierce. Battle not just physical strength. Wills. Keelan fought beside me. Guilt transformed. Fierce atonement. Chaos moment Zara lunged. Spectral ferocity. Regot clarity. Crumbling wall. Devastating impact. Iris fell lifeless. Eyes blankly unforgiving sky. Lost heavy blow. Fueled resolve. Chaos. Freed myself, Kaelin. Compounds hidden corridors. First rays of sun. Horizon. Long, haunting Sharon land. Watch despair. Keelan. Torn past betrayals. Hope of redemption. Apprehended. Forces he served. Whispered apology. Carried by wind. Final testament. Complex man. Darkness. Light. Gather evidence. Photographs of remains. Cryptic notations. Medallion. Pulsing ancient eerie energy. Fled. Endless desert. Every step struggle. Sinking realization. Forces uncovered. Not silenced easily. Chloe remained missing. Jet's fate sealed. Prayed. Exposing truth. Justice. Countless souls lost. Cursed land. Aftermath. Authorities arrived force. Earlier assurances hollow. Cover up. Smothered accountability. Evidence seized. Witnesses intimidated. Sinister network swept under rug. Power influence, yet truth out there. Buried deep. Red sands. Etched ancient stones. Desert. Continue to herite testori. Survival. Betrayal. Eternal struggle. Darkness. Supernatural. Human heart. Desert hides secrets. Institutions erase evidence. Never forget nightmare. Single haunting reflection. Shattering illusions. Fateful October scars. Flicker of movement. Corner of eye. Reminder. Zara. Shadow born of inner demons. Still watching. Soul depths. Desert keeps secrets well. Waiting patiently. Next cell. Brave. Foolish. Disturbed cursed legacy. Leave this account. Chronicle suffering. Warning. Desert not just barren expanse. Living, breathing entity. Echoes ancient rituals. Cries lost souls. Dark reflections. Dare venture too far. Lonely beauty. Be warned. Some shadows never chased. Some reflections never meant. My name is still Ellie Carter, though some nights, staring into the abyss of the Oregon wilderness, I feel like just a shadow of that name. 35 years marked on the calendar, and November of 21 branded into my soul. I'd sought refuge in the Blackwood Forest 3 years prior, chasing silence to drown out the ghosts of yesterday. Foolish hope that was. Turns out, the real specters were waiting here. My cabin, a crude sanctuary of pine logs in desperation, stood swallowed by ancient woods, so remote it was a ghost on any map. Buck, my German shepherd, was my only constant. He was more than a dog, he was my shadow, trained for every wilderness terror a man could conjure except, it turned out, the ones that glowed from beyond the edge of reality. It began, as nightmares often do, with a hunt. Cold, brittle morning, the sun a fractured blade through the fog, turning the woods into a half-formed dream. Buck and I tracked a deer trail for hours, the silence thick, broken only by the brittle crunch of leaves underfoot. Then Buck froze. His ears went taut, a low growl vibrating in his chest. Hog, beer, my mind supply automatic. Rifle up. Safety off, I moved forward, cautious. That's when I saw it. A shape slumped in the undergrowth, jeans and a faded hoodie clinging to it, but limbs twisted wrong. Unspeakably wrong. Living things don't bend like that. I froze, every nerve screaming. Buck whined, nose twitching, drawn to the silent horror. I crept closer, rifle raised, the air thickening with the cloying stink of copper and rot. It was a kid. 16, maybe 17, cropped brown hair plastered to his skull. Jess Price, I'd later learn. But then, he was just a thing. His face, frozen in a silent scream, eyes wide empty. Violently dead, skin on his arms ripped like claws had raked him. And the torso god, the torso. No, like something had feasted, messy and raw. My stomach bucked, bile rising. I retched behind a pine, the saute sharp in my mouth. Part of me screamed to run, drag the body, flee. But there was only one sane path left. Call it in. Off, great, yeah, but the sheriff's substation wasn't too far, maybe 15 miles down the logging road. Blackwood was notorious for dead zones. Signal-wise, 3 miles. That's how far I had to hike back to my cabin for a single bar of service. Heart hammering, I dialed the sheriff. Waited. An hour crawled by. Then a single patrol car crunched up my track. Deputy Harding stepped out. Same bored, dismissive look I'd seen in town. Nod, more warning than greeting. We hiked back to the body. I expected shock, rage. Harding just stared. Silent, jaw tight, eyes detached. That's Jess Price, he said, voice flat, standing over the remains. Went missing about a week ago. Folks feared the worst. Coroner, I said, the word thick in my throat. People need to know. Harding cut me off. Hold on. We'll handle this quiet. No need to rile folks up. Get the press involved. The deputy. A kid's dead. People need to be warned. He gave me a look, done with the conversation. I'm telling you, Carter will handle it. Best you keep out of this. You live out here, maybe time to think about moving on. Before you go missing too. Something cold flickered in his eyes. Something beyond small town cop bravado. He was used to shutting things down. Phone snaps, pictures. Called a dispatch. Stay put, he ordered, turning back to his car. Wait. I nodded, a knees twisting in my gut. He left. No backup. No coroner. No paramedics. No forensics. Just me. There was a growing dread. That night. Sleep was a battlefield. Jess's body, mutilated, flickered behind my eyelids. Buck went at the door, nails scratching wood. Raccoons, possums, usual night noises. But something in my gut screamed no. Don't let him out. Exhaustion finally dragged me under, only to be ripped awake by a whisper. Ely, my name. Whispered outside the cabin. Dream. Buck was on his feet, rigid, ears back. Low growl. Ella, help me. The whisper again, threading through the cracks in the walls. Flashlight, rifle, window. Black. Moon buried, forest swallowed by darkness. Door jerked open, beam slicing the trees. Who's there? My voice echoed, swallowed by the pines. Wind rustled leaves. Nothing else. Buck strained, wanting out. I held him back. Hearts pounding, we waited, silence. Door closed, sleep vanished. Days later, Silas Blackwood showed up. Drifter, ex-con, closest thing I had to a friend in this forsaken place. Bartered supplies, shared meals, yeah. He looked like hell. Pale, jumpy. No greeting, just leaned in, whispered. We gotta talk. Porch. Buck at my feet, ears twitching. Silas started rambling about local legends. Whispers of a thing in the forest. They called it the skin crawler. Not the devil, not exactly. Something older. Something hungry, like a Wendigo, he said, feeding on fear, isolation. Lily, Silas's voice trembled. I seen it, swear to God. Tall thing half rotted, like a walking corpse. Mimics voices. Lures people away. Some say it made a deal with locals. Keep the feeding ground open. Harding's detached stare flashed in my mind. Blood drained from my face. Locals. Silas glanced around, paranoid. Ain't saying names. But I seen men in uniform out here, dragging folks away. Folks who asked too many questions. Never seen again. Silence. Jess Price. Harding's rushed to bury it. Then Silas's next words chilled me to the bone. Tried telling the authorities once. Next day, my cabin burned down. Lucky I was out hunting. What do we do? I asked, voice hollow, shrug helpless. Stay alive. Get out of things hungry. And it's got help. That evening, Silas vanished back into the woods, promising to check in. Buck and I retreated inside, another sleepless night looming. Wind rattled shutters, footsteps outside. Crunching gravel, courage gathered, flashlight beam sweeping the dark, nothing. 2 days later, I found Silas again, or what was left. He hadn't checked in, usual path. Calling his name. Forest silent, holding its breath. Buck's hackles rose, nose twitching. Then we saw at Silas's camp. Tent ripped open, shredded fabric, blood spattered dirt. And near the burned out fire pit, his body. Torso caved in, ribs broken outwards. Eyes wide, frozen in a mask of terror, like Jess, eerily like Jess. Heart hammered. Bile choked me. I approached. Buck barked, sharp. Twig snapped behind me. Whirled, rifle up. Between two pines, a flicker. A figure gun. Blur of movement. Rasping breath, faint echo. Combat. I'd seen horrors. But this ancient, impossible evil. Knees hit the dirt beside Silas. Trembling hand closed his eyes, vow. I'd do something, didn't know what. But I wouldn't let him rot here. Engine rumble. Distance. Ducked behind a tree, Buck silent. Pickup truck. Rolled into camp. Cletus Barlow stepped out. Poacher. Rumored to deal in worse than game. Guns, drugs, whispers of people. Glance at Silas's body. Curse. Damn place, he muttered, glancing around, then a smile like he expected this. Skin crawled. Barlow grabbed a tarp. Approached Silas. Help. No. Disturbing calm. Spoke to the air. Got your fill, huh? No sense letting the coyotes. Chill. Talk in the woods. To something in the woods. Silas's warnings. Help from locals. Criminal authorities. Couldn't watch him drag sailors away like carrion. Stepped out, rifle aimed. Buck snarled. Barlow froze. Who might you be? Smirk. Amused, not afraid. Name. Back away from the body. Shrug. Mock surrender. Easy Carter. No drama. Answers. Demanded answers. Smirk widened. Skincrawler calls the shots here. Not me. I just supply meets demand. Keep it fed, it leaves us alone. Better strangers than good folks see. Rage, confusion. You feed people to that thing. Barlow's eyes gleamed, sick triumph. Transients. Runaways, folks nobody misses. And guess what? Deputies in on it. Years. You ain't the first to figure it out, not by a long shot. Trigger finger twitched. He moved fast. Lunged behind the truck. Fired, missed. Inches. Dove into the cab. Tires spitting gravel. Gone. Tension shattered, trembling. Anger. Cursing myself. Should it buried Silas in a clearing, stones. Wooden cross. Mind spinning. Conspiracy. How deep? Fury burned. Confront him. Force the truth. Supplies. Substation. Night falling. Harding's patrol car. Dim light. Marched inside, Buck in my heel. Harding behind the desk. Resected look. File closed. Jess Price. Minimal notes, no doubt. Cold smile. Should have stayed quiet, Carter. Hand slammed desk. Found my friend. Torn apart. Cletus Barlow told me everything. What are you covering up? Harding stood slow to him. Sit down. Didn't move. Snort. Truth? Fine. Truth is, we got an arrangement with the skin trawler. Long time ago tragedies. Kids. Families. Sheriff back then deal. Drifter troublemaker. Thing gets fed. Town stays safe. No more missing locals. Except folks nobody cares about. Jess Price was a local kid. Grief, anger, sharp stab. Harding's lip curled. Stuck his nose where it didn't belong. Tried recording video evidence. No choice. Blood bordered. For the truth. Voice trembling rage. Buck snarled closer to Harding. Harding laughed, short, bitter. It wasn't me personally. Skincrawler got him first, but helped cover it up. Told the sheriff keep the heat off. You got any idea how dangerous the thing is? Don't feed it, comes for us. Sacrifices Carter. Have to be made. Lunge across the desk. Grappled. Files radio floor. Harding strong. Head slammed wall. Vision blurred. Blood taste. Buck barked, teeth snapping. Harding let go, fending off the dog. Scrambled up, gasping. Standoff. Desk between us, Harding hand on gun. Buck, growling. Overhead light flickered. Radio crackled static, scraping outside walls. Rasping breath. Window. Brought it here, Harding whispered, eyes wide. Never comes into town at window. Tall, gone hollow eyes, shining in dark. Fear. Skin crawler. Front door exploded inward thing. Impossibly tall, flesh stretched bone tight. Mouth gape, jagged teeth, decay stink. Harding raised a gun, skin crawler moved. Unnatural speed. Throat. Gurgling scream. Harding's eyes rolled back, mouth open, voice changed. Deeper, deepering. Soul shoved aside. Harding stood. Possessed. Black eyes. Jerked forward. Smashed me aside. Inhuman strength. Buck lunged, biting Harding's arm. Possessed, deputying wild. Scrambled up. Rifle. Floor. Aimed. Harding's eyes. Left emptied. Shoulder. Bullet tore. Staggered. Didn't stop, charged. Vest. Wall. Slanted him. Rifle clattered. Buck rushed in again. Growling, snapping at Harding's leg. This time Harding thing lifted Buck. Scruff. Through him. Room. Sickening thud. Yelp. Heart clenched. Roared. Wooden chair. Smashed. Release me. Wheeling. Adrenaline haze. Black blood. Bullet wound. Skin crawler. Looming. Puppet master possessed Harding. Dirty work. Gaze fixed. Horrifying grin. Harding advance. Dodged. Corner by knife. Floor. Overturned table. Dove. Rolled. Feet. Blade. Harding's side. Driven deep piercing shriek. Multiple voices. Collapsed knees. Blackness drained from eyes. Tape. Breathing. Shallow. Rag. Slumped. Dead. Creature hissed. Disappointed. Vessel fail. Turn. Skin crawler. Her. Buck. Not moving. Crumpling, healing. Cabinet. Hopeless rage. Run to him. Skin crawler's eyes locked. Lips poised. Eerily mine. Eerily you can't save them. Breath caught. Flickering like gaunt face. Sunken cheeks. Steeled myself. Foot forward. Another. Dumb being afraid. Rushed. Rushed. Creed load hands. Creature arm. Pain exploded. Blood. Sleeve soaked. Stumbled back. Gasping. Skin crawler loom. Jaws open. Black saliva. Free hand. Harding's gun. Floor. Grabbed. Fired 3 times. Creature's torso. Scream. Unnatural. Walls shook. Forced myself up. Staggered door. Creature. No chase. Twisted. Contorted black ooze. Hurt. Not dead. Finish it. Rumors. Wendigo things. Fire. Despise fire. Substation. Frantic haze. Jerry can. Back storeroom. Back storeroom. Outside. No moon. No stars. Howling. Halloween. Bit. Back in. Pain. Arm stinging. Heart. Buck. Soaked floors. Guess. Tears blurring vision. Splashed skin crawler's twisted form. Lashing out claws. Air sliced. Barely dodged. Flare lit. Tossed. Flames rolling. Instantly. Skin crawler. Bun. Chilling screech. Fire engulfed it. Sparks. Walls showered. Smoke billowed. Staggered outside. Cuffing. Tears streaming knees. Mud. Exhaustion. Buck's body. Fire rage. Too fast. Couldn't get back inside. Last glimpse. Station crawler. Thrashing. Flames. Shrieking. Building collapsing. Somehow cabin before dawn. Arm caked half-dried blood. Gashes throbbing. Another attack. Eerie calm. Timer bought. Next day blur road. Dirt stumbling. Breath. Struggle. Blacked out. Hospital bed. IV. Head pounded. 2 men. Head body heavy. Dark suits. Door. Hovering. Await. Approached. No small talk. Clipped. Formal questions. FB something off. Guard at substation. Fire. Creature burned. Harding dead. Explained. Notes scribbled. No reaction. No condemnation. No reassurance. What they knew. Glances traded. Wrong place. Wrong time, Mr. Carter. Days. Repeatedly. Clytus Barlow. Others. Involved. Everything I knew. Told them. Thanked me. Left, doctor. Look me over. Discharge soon. No Buck. No substation fire. Answers dog. Skin crawler. Travis body. Jess Price's ID confirmed. Told nothing. Discharged. Late afternoon corridor. Fluorescent buzz. Nurse bag. Belongings. Below this. Turned to leave. Paused. Looked. Whispered. Tremulous voice. Sorry, Mr. Carter. Butsit knows your name now. Blood ran cold. Asked. Then heard off. Stark fluorescent hallway. Alone. Understood then. Heard it. Slowed it. Maybe gun. No. FBI. Whoever no one learned truth. Left Mississippi soon after, still looking over shoulder. Haunted. Some can't be killed. Bullets. Fire. Darkness. Desperate. Friends' highest places. Pine smell. Last fire flicker. Every night. Buck. Iko. My name. Whispered bad voice. Survived. Tell myself. Not sure. Part of me died woods. Whatever crawl Leaf River never leave me. Knows who I am. Maybe one day call me back. My name is Alex, and I'm 24. What happened back in July of 21, deep in Blackwood Forest, still claws in my sleep. Scars and nightmares are my unwanted souvenirs, a constant, chilling reminder that it wasn't just a bad dream. I grew up thinking I was unbreakable. Cancer took my dad when I was 9, showed me how fragile everything is. Since then, I trusted only myself. Not that I think people are evil, but luck, happy endings. Fairy tales. I plan for the worst, always. So, the irony bites deep that I let my guard down that one time and paid the ultimate price. It was supposed to be a reunion, a weekend camping trip. Sam, smooth-talking as ever, was the ringleader. He roped in Ben convinced Chloe, and Chloe, with her puppy dog eyes, finally wore me down. We were tight in college, a real squad, but life after graduation scattered us. Everyone craved a rewind, a chance to reconnect. A weekend in the wilderness, miles from cell service and deadlines. Sounded idyllic in theory. One sweltering afternoon that July, we crammed into Sam's beat, up truck outside my cramped apartment in the city. Sam, all broad shoulders and a military buzz cut, flashed his signature crooked grin as he wrestled my over-pack in the truck bed. "Glad you could make it," he said, his voice a low rumble. "We need you there, Alex." Ben, lanky and perpetually grinning, bounced out of the passenger seat. His grin was almost unsettling, never quite reaching his anxious eyes. He was fussing with the cooler, double-checking our beer supply like it was gold. "Adventure awaits," he yelled, gesturing me to the back seat next to Chloe. Chloe, the baby of our group at 23, was all bright eyes and restless energy, always chasing the next thrill. She had this boundless spirit that could light up a room, a stark contrast to my own cautious nature. Every time I tried to back out of the trip, she'd corner me. "Alex, please. We all need this escape." And eventually I caved. We drove north, leaving the city sprawl for winding back roads. Soon, I was half convinced we were hopelessly lost. Sam, our self-proclaimed wilderness expert, swore he'd found the perfect, secluded spot on some obscure online forum. No rangers, no crowds, no fees. That last part should have screamed red flag, but we were too caught up in the excitement to notice. On the way, we stopped at a gas station that looked like it hadn't been updated since my grandparents were kids. An old-timer, skin like dried leather and hair like wisps of smoke, stood behind the counter. He eyed our gear backpacks, sleeping bags, enough supplies for a small expedition. As Sam paid, the old man leaned in, his voice raspy and low. "You kids heading up near Blackwood." He shook his head slowly. "Don't go too deep. Some places they ain't safe." "Yeah, we'll keep that in mind," Sam replied, polite but dismissive, trying to brush him off. The man's pale, unsettling eyes slid over each of us in turn. "You think I'm talking about bears and coyotes? I ain't." He leaned closer, his breath smelling faintly of mothballs. "Stick to the marked trails, or you might wander somewhere you shouldn't be." I remember rolling my eyes at Ben, thinking, small town weirdo trying to spook the city kids. We left the station with a fresh bag of chips and a prickle of unease that I tried to ignore. We laughed it off as local color, weird folklore. But that was red flag number 2, waving frantically, and we just kept driving. The initial drive into Blackwood was deceptively beautiful. Towering trees formed a cathedral overhead, sunlight dappling through the leaves, the air thick with pine and damp earth. But after a few miles, the paved road dissolved into a rutted dirt track. Sam slowed to a crawl. The GPS on Ben's phone flickered and died, and the tattered paper map Sam had ripped from some dusty tourist brochure showed trails that seemed to have vanished decades ago. Finally, we stumbled upon an overgrown clearing just off a barely there trail, barely wide enough for Sam's truck. "We're here," Chloe announced, ever the optimist. I watched as Sam parked in the knee-high grass. The silence was heavy, almost oppressive. No ranger station, no designated campsite, just a hidden pocket swallowed by the woods. "You sure this is the right place?" I asked, a knot tightening in my stomach. Sam shrugged, forcing a smile. "Closest to what the forum said. Come on. It'll be an adventure." We set up camp near a cluster of ancient pines. By the time we wrestled the tents into place, the sun was bleeding into the horizon. That familiar unease settled deeper in my gut. I always get edgy in unfamiliar places. Chloe, oblivious, was already excitedly gathering twigs for a fire. Ben cracked open a beer, and Sam rummaged in the cooler for snacks. I tried to shake off the dread as we swapped college stories, cracked jokes about old professors, and teased each other. but the silence kept pulling at me. Usually in a forest, you hear something: birds, insects, the rustle of leaves. Here it was stifling, like the woods themselves were holding their breath. Our first real sign that something was deeply wrong came after midnight. The fire had dwindled to glowing embers. Ben was midway through a ridiculous story about a Kerr's dorm room when he suddenly stopped mid-sentence. "Did you guys hear that?" he whispered. His usual grin vanished. We all went silent, listening. I caught the faintest sound, like someone whispering, then a rustling, scurrying through the underbrush. I tried to tell myself it was just the wind, but the hairs on my arms stood on end. Sam clicked on his flashlight, the beam slicing through the darkness, hitting the tree limb. "Probably just a raccoon," he said, but his voice lacked conviction. Ben forced a laugh, but it came out thin and shaky. "Yeah, or a really gossipy possum." We kept the jokes going, clinging to them like lifelines until we felt marginally safer. Eventually, we crawled into our tents, the silence of Blackwood Forest pressing in around us. The next morning, sleep offered no escape, just a restless blur punctuated by phantom whispers. I woke before dawn, the forest still shrouded in a heavy, pre-light gloom. Sam was already up, poking at the cold campfire ashes, his face etched with a pale wareness. "Couldn't sleep," he mumbled, avoiding eye contact. "Had this weird dream about that old shack." We exchanged a look, a silent acknowledgement that weird dreams were the least of our worries. Before we could say more, Ben stumbled over, yawning wide, but his usual cheer was forced. "Yo, Sam," he said, his voice tight. "Can you come with me? I want to scout for a water source. Think we're running low." Something in his tone felt off, too urgent, too strained, but I let it slide. As the guys disappeared into the trees, Chloe and I were left alone at the campsite. She started folding her sleeping bag, her movements jerky and quick. "I got the strangest feeling last night," she began, her voice barely above a whisper. "Leak, someone was standing right outside my tent, just breathing." Her eyes were wide, reflecting the dim morning light, and a tremor ran through her hands. I tried to offer a reassuring smile, a dismissive laugh, but the words felt hollow even to my own ears. We were all ignoring the giant, shadowy elephant in the forest. Something was definitely, terrifyingly wrong out here. Hours crawled by, the sun climbing higher, but Sam and Ben remained missing. Chloe and I exchanged increasingly anxious glances. Finally, we couldn't take the waiting anymore. "We should go look for them," I said, my voice firmer than I felt. We followed the faint trail they'd taken, leading deeper into the woods. The path twisted and turned, the silence amplifying with every step. We reached a shallow stream about half a mile from camp. No sign of them. "We should head back," Chloe said, her voice trembling slightly as she scanned the dense undergrowth. I nodded, relief washing over me for a moment. But as we turned to retrace our steps, something snagged my eye, a torn scrap of fabric clinging to a low, hanging branch. It was unmistakable, a piece of Sam's plaid shirt. My stomach plummeted. "He might have gone further in," I said, the words catching in my throat. Logic screamed at me to turn back, to get out of Blackwood while we still could. But the thought of Sam and Ben, alone and possibly in trouble, I couldn't just abandon them. We pressed on, deeper into the suffocating silence, calling their names until our voices were hoarse. The woods just swallowed the sound, offering no reply. We almost missed it. Hidden by a curtain of overgrown grass, swallowed by the encroaching woods, was an old well. And beside it, lying half concealed in the tangled weeds, was Sam's flashlight. A few feet further, incongruous and chillingly out of place, lay one of his hiking boots, laces undone, as if it had simply fallen off. Chloe picked up the boot, her hand shaking so violently I thought she might drop it. "Oh my God, Alex," she whispered, her face draining of color. There was no blood, no sign of a struggle, just an abandoned boot in the middle of nowhere. Its owner vanished. Fear, cold and sharp, seized my chest. Sam was ex-military, tough, resourceful. If something could take him, a sudden rustle in the underbrush sent us spinning around, hearts leaping into our throats. "Sam! Ben!" we called, our voices cracking with desperation. Silence. Just the oppressive, watchful silence of the forest. A slight breeze rustled the leaves overhead, a sound that felt mocking in its normalcy. I grabbed Chloe's hand, my fingers digging into her skin. "We need to go back," I said, the words barely a breath. Back at the campsite, we found Ben, alone. He was pacing in frantic circles like a caged animal. When he saw us emerge from the trees, relief flooded his face, quickly replaced by a fresh wave of panic. "Where's Sam?" I demanded, my voice tight with barely suppressed terror. Ben swallowed hard, sweat beading on his brow despite the cool shade. "Well, we split up to look for a good water source," he stammered, his eyes darting around the campsite as if expecting something to jump out of the trees. Then we got separated. "I can't find him. He just vanished." A closed voice trembled, barely audible. "He left his flashlight in a boot behind." Ben's face went slack, his eyes wide with disbelief. That doesn't make sense." He shook his head faster and faster. Again, I heard him shout once, but it was distant. By the time I got there, he was gone. We bombarded him with questions, desperate for answers, for anything that made sense of this nightmare. But Ben had nothing more to give. He was a broken record of fear and confusion, teetering on the edge of a full-blown panic attack. Finally, I cut through his rambling. "We have to search for him," I said, my voice cold and sharp, masking the terror churning inside me. "He could be hurt." Ben nodded, his eyes pleading. Chloe, however, was shaking her head, her face ashen. "We should call the authorities," she whispered, pulling out her phone, her hand trembling so badly she almost dropped it. Blank screen. "No signal," she choked out. Ben tried his phone too, nothing. Dead air. Maybe the truck," Chloe suggested, her voice laced with a desperate hope. We stumbled back to the truck, the dread growing with every step. And then we saw it. The left rear tire, flat, slashed. Jagged tears ripped through the rubber. Someone had done this, intentionally. The air around us crackled electric with fear. We were trapped. We wasted the rest of the day screaming Sam's name into the indifferent woods, fanning out in desperate search patterns, always returning to the ravaged campsite, a grim anchor in our growing nightmare. Hours bled into each other, marked only by the deepening shadows and the knowing emptiness of our search. No sign of Sam. Just as the last sliver of sun dipped below the tree line, painting the sky in bruised purples and blood oranges, Ben's voice, raw and strained, sliced through the oppressive silence. "Guy's over here." Chloe and I scrambled towards his voice, our hearts hammering a frantic rhythm against our ribs. We found him standing rigid, staring up into the branches of a gnarled oak. My stomach twisted into a painful knot at the sight. A body, partially decomposed, swaying gently in the evening breeze, tied upright against the tree trunk with thick loops of barbed wire. The wire bit deep into the bloated flesh, a grotesque tapestry of decay and violation. There was no face left. Skin peeled away in strips, revealing a macabre grin of teeth, bone gleaming in the fading light. The clothes, what remained of them, were tattered rags, the original color lost to rotten time. Chloe gagged, stumbling back, retching violently into the undergrowth. Ben stood frozen, hands shaking uncontrollably. "Who would do this?" he whispered, his voice barely audible, a tremor running through him. A wave of nausea slammed into me. I'd seen death before in sterile hospital rooms, peaceful in its finality. But this was obscene, a desecration. It was too far gone to identify, but the implication hit me like a physical blow. This wasn't an accident, not an animal attack. This was deliberate, calculated murder. And if the killer was still out here, we have to get out of here. Choked out, my throat tight with panic. Sam could still be alive, but oh God. Chloe, tears streaming down her face, nodded mutely. What if he's next? Ben just stared at the gruesome spectacle, shell-shocked, unresponsive. "We can't just abandon him." He finally stammered, gesturing weakly at the corpse. "We won't," I said, forcing a firmness into my voice I didn't feel. I had no idea how we'd save Sam or ourselves, but panic was a luxury we couldn't afford. "But we need to be careful." I forced myself to approach the horrifying display, my gut screaming at me to run, to look away, to pretend this wasn't real. I had to find something, anything that could help us. Some clue in this member tableau. The barbed wire was cinched tight around the trunk, digging into the bark. Flies buzzed around the exposed flesh, a sickening symphony of decay. My eyes burned, my head swam. But I made myself search for a wallet, a phone, anything. Nothing. After a moment that stretched into an eternity, I couldn't stand it anymore. I stumbled back, heart pounding, bile rising in my throat. "We have to get to the authorities." I managed, my voice ragged. But the slashed tire. Ben let out a shaky breath, a flicker of something like resolve in his eyes. We can change it. I brought a spare. We scrambled back to the truck, half expecting to find the killer waiting for us, lurking in the shadows. The air itself felt charged, heavy, like a storm about to break. But nothing moved. Ben knelt beside the truck, his hands trembling so badly he fumbled with the jack. "I can't believe this is happening," he muttered, more to himself than to us. Chloe stood watch, her eyes darting nervously between the dense trees. I paced, clutching the heavy lug wrench, my mind a whirlwind of dread and adrenaline. Where was Sam? Was he alive? As I stared into the oppressive darkness of the forest, I wondered who else lurked out there, hidden in the shadows, watching us. Goosebumps prickled my arms. Just as Ben tightened the last lug nut, Chloe let out a sharp yelp, a strangled sound of pure terror. We spun around, adrenaline spiking, to see a figure stumbling out from behind a thick tree trunk. A man, dressed in torn camouflage, but it wasn't Sam. This man was older, gaunt with a matted, greasy beard. He was limping badly, one pant leg soaked crimson with blood. He collapsed at the edge of our campsite, a low moan escaping his lips. We rushed to him, instincts overriding fear for a split second. "Help," he rasped, his voice weak, breath rattling in his chest. He's still out there." We tried to examine his wound, but he flinched violently, panic flaring in his eyes. "Stay away," he choked out. "Who did this?" I asked, forcing a calm into my voice I didn't feel. "We can help you." He gazed up at me, eyes wide with a terror that seemed to claw at his sanity. "Elias Cade," he whispered, the name a venomous hiss. "He's a killer. Been out here for years." My heart thundered in my chest. Where is he now?" The man exhaled a shaky rag breath. "Shacked deeper in the woods. Truffes." He grimaced in pain, his body convulsing. "He hunts people. The corpse tied to the tree. Cade's doing." "And Sam. He has Sam," I murmured, the realization cold and sickening. "But we have to call for help." The wounded man gave a harsh, broken laugh devoid of any humor, only despair. "No good," he rasped. I tried. He cut my phone lines, truck tire is everything. Then his eyes rolled back and he sagged back against the tree, unconscious or worse. Chloe knelt beside him, her face pale but determined. "We need to stop the bleeding." She ripped open the first aid kit. "Ben, help me get some bandages." As they worked frantically on the wounded stranger, my thoughts spun wildly, a vortex of fear and disbelief. A real-life serial killer, out here, in Blackwood, hunting people. How many had he killed? Were those Polaroid photos in the shack pictures of his victims? Did he have Sam right now? And then a shuffle in the bushes, too heavy, too deliberate to be an animal. I froze, every nerve ending screaming. I spotted movement, a shape tall and broad-shouldered, stepping behind a thick tree. A cold wave of pure, primal fear washed over me. Ben heard it too. He snatched up the tire iron, his face a mask of stark terror. Chloe held her breath, her eyes darting wildly around the perimeter. But no one emerged. The forest fell silent again, the silence itself a threat, a promise of something unseen, something monstrous, lurking just beyond the edge of the light. I clutched the lug wrench, my hands slick with sweat, adrenaline surging through me. Part of me wanted to run, to hide, to curl up and disappear. But I forced myself to stand my ground, to watch, to wait. The wounded man let out another rag breath, then went completely still, unconscious. Finally, after an eternity that stretched into an unbearable, agonizing present, Ben spoke. His voice barely a whisper. "We have to move. We can't just stay here like sitting ducks." We carefully, desperately, loaded the injured stranger into the back seat of the truck, pressing makeshift bandages against his bleeding leg. I slid into the front passenger seat, clambered him back, Ben behind the wheel. The engine sputtered, cuffed, and miraculously roared to life. We tore off down the rutted dirt path, the truck bucking and swaying wildly. I glanced over my shoulder, trying to make sense of the chaotic landscape, of where we were going, of what was happening. Ben navigated blindly, cursing under his breath as the rough terrain battered the truck. Branches scraped against the sides, tearing at the paint, as we desperately tried to find a road out, any road out. Dust billowed behind us, a ghostly plume in the twilight. At first, I thought we were making progress, putting distance between us and him. But soon a chilling realization dawned. We were going in circles. The trees all looked the same, a suffocating green maze. Every path we took dead ended in thick brush, a fallen tree, an impassable ravine. Our fear escalated, morphing into a bone-deep dread. It felt as if the forest itself was conspiring to keep us trapped, ensnared in its malevolent embrace. The wounded man's breathing grew shallow, ragged. Chloe, her face pale and streaked with dirt and tears, frantically tried to keep him stable, whispering desperate words of encouragement. Then the truck lurched violently. Ben swore, a string of panicked curses. We'd hit something, a hidden ditch, something that tore at the undercarriage of the vehicle with a sickening metallic screech. The engine sputtered, coughed again, and then died. Silence. Dead. Heavy final silence. No, 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 no. Ben muttered, turning the key again and again, each click met with only the mocking silence of the dead engine. Nothing. Damn it, we were stuck. Truly, utterly, hopelessly stuck. I scanned the darkening woods, a sinking feeling in absolute, crushing doom overwhelming me. Even if we could fix the truck, we were lost, directionless, trapped in this nightmare. We'd burned precious daylight, and now darkness was creeping across the sky, swallowing the last vestiges of hope. Chloe started to cry silent, choked sobs that tore at my already frayed nerves. We have to keep moving, she whispered, her voice thick with tears. 1 foot. The wounded man stirred in the back seat, his eyelids fluttering open. He rasped, his voice a ghostly whisper. He'll find you, run, Haida. Then his eyes glazed over, and he went limp again. Every nerve in my body screamed to do something, anything. Sam was missing, possibly in the hands of that maniac. And we had no working vehicle, no phone signal, a dying man in our truck, and a forest that seemed determined to swallow us whole. After some frantic, whispered debate, we made a desperate plan. We agreed to try and carry the wounded man towards the main road, or at least what we hoped was the right direction. We grabbed essential supplies, water bottles, a couple of flickering flashlights, the pathetic first aid kit, and the last of our dwindling snacks. Then, with hearts pounding in our chests, we started trudging deeper into the suffocating darkness of Blackwood Forest, using nothing but gut instinct and a desperate prayer to guide us. The light was fading fast, turning the shadows long and distorted, twisting familiar shapes into monstrous figures. We moved slowly, awkwardly, half, carrying the unconscious man, his weight a dead, heavy burden. He groaned occasionally, a chilling reminder of the fragile life we were trying to save. Chloe kept checking his pulse, whispering soft, meaningless words of encouragement, as if she could somehow will him back from the brink. We hadn't gone far when a shriek ripped through the stillness. Everyone froze, paralyzed by the sheer, raw agony in that sound. It was faint, carried on the wind, but unmistakable. Someone was in terrible pain. My heart clenched. Could that be Sam thinking without even a word? I thrust the wounded man's arm into Ben's hands and bolted forward, crashing through the undergrowth, drawn by that horrifying sound. Chloe grabbed my wrist, her fingers digging into my arm. Alex, wait. We can't just run off. I hesitated, trembling, torn. If it was Sam, if there was even a chance he was alive, I couldn't abandon him. But the wounded man needed help, and we had no idea what horrors lurked in the darkness, waiting for us. Ben squared his jaw, his face grim. Chloe, stay with him. Keep him alive. Alex, you and I can check it out. But be careful. Chloe looked torn, her eyes pleading. Please don't go too far. She nodded reluctantly, fear etched on her face. Ben and I moved forward. Cautiously now, no longer running blindly, but creeping through the undergrowth, guided by the echoes of that horrifying scream. My gut twisted with every step. If it was Sam, I was terrified of what we would find. And if it wasn't, that meant someone else was dying out here, right now, in the heart of Blackwood Forest. My name is Sarah Jenkins, and I've always been drawn to the quiet corners of the world. City life never quite clicked for me. The noise, the crowds, the constant rush, it all felt like a sensory overload. So, when I landed a remote research position studying geothermal activity in Yellowstone National Park, it felt like a dream come true. A small, secluded cabin became available for researchers near Yellowstone Lake, and I jumped at the opportunity. The cabin itself is rustic but charming. Think log walls, a stone fireplace, and windows overlooking a dense pine forest that stretches down to the lake's edge. It's about a mile off the main road, down a winding dirt track that my old Jeep Wrangler handles like a champ. Complete isolation, just the way I like it. The first few weeks were idyllic. Days were spent hiking through geyser basins, collecting water samples, and marveling at the raw, untamed beauty of Yellowstone. Evenings were for data analysis by the fire, the only sounds the crackling logs and the wind whispering through the trees. It was peaceful, serene, everything I'd hoped for. Then things started to get weird. It began subtly. I noticed my trash cans were missing. We have two large, heavy-duty plastic bins for trash and recycling, kept right outside the back door. One morning they were just gone, vanished. I figured maybe a bear had gotten into them and dragged them off, though they were usually pretty good about leaving the bins behind, just scattering the contents. But there was no scattered trash, no sign of a struggle, just empty space where the bins should have been. Ooh. I muttered to myself, figuring I'd find them down the driveway or in the woods later. I didn't. I searched the immediate area, even ventured a bit into the trees, but no trash cans. It was odd, but I chalked it up to wildlife being more resourceful than I gave them credit for. I made a mental note to report it to the park rangers when I next went into headquarters, thinking they might have a protocol for rogue trash cans. The next trash collection day came and went, still no bins. Annoying, but not alarming. I started using heavy-duty garbage bags, placing them directly at the end of the driveway for collection. It wasn't ideal, especially with the ravens and squirrels around, but it was a temporary solution. Then came the handprints. It was a crisp morning, the kind where the air is sharp and clean, and the frost glitters on the leaves. I was heading out for an early hike, coffee in hand, when I saw them. On the large window beside the front door, at eye level, were handprints. Not just one or two, but several, overlapping, smudged against the glass. They were clearly human-sized, but off. They were too pale, almost translucent. Like they were made of dust or ash rather than dirt or grease. My heart did a little skip. Bears don't leave handprints. Deer don't leave handprints. And I certainly hadn't put them there. I live alone. I stared at them for a long moment, a prickle of unease crawling up my spine. Rational Sarah kicked in. Probably kids. I told myself, even though the nearest house was miles away, and who would be wandering around my isolated cabin in the pre-dawn chill? Still, kids were the most logical explanation. Mischievous teenagers, maybe out for a late-night prank. I sighed, grabbed a cloth from inside, and wiped the prints away. They came off easily, leaving no residue. The glass was clean again, but the unsettling feeling lingered. I glanced around the empty driveway, the silent woods, the still lake in the distance. Everything looked normal, peaceful, but the image of those pale, ghostly handprints remained burned in my mind. This is Yellowstone, I reminded myself. Strange things happen in Yellowstone. Geysers erupt, hot springs bubble, and maybe, just maybe, mischievous teenagers leave weird handprints on windows in the middle of nowhere. It had to be something normal. Right? The handprints bothered me more than I wanted to admit. I started locking the doors religiously, even during the day, which felt a little silly in the middle of nowhere. I also found myself constantly glancing out the windows, scanning the tree line, the driveway, the lake. Paranoia. Maybe. But the feeling of being watched, of something not quite right, was growing stronger. A few days after the handprint incident, I was working late, analyzing thermal data on my laptop. The cabin was quiet except for the hum of the generator and the occasional creak of the old log walls settling. It was well past midnight, and the fire had burned down to embers, casting long, dancing shadows across the room. Suddenly I heard it, a faint scratching sound coming from outside. Scratch, scratch, scratch. My head snapped up, my heart pounding. I froze, listening intently. Scratch, scratch, scrape. It was definitely coming from outside near the back of the cabin, close to the kitchen window. I slowly stood up, my chairly scraping against the wooden floor. The sound amplified in the stillness. Holding my breath, I crept towards the window, peering cautiously through the gap in the curtains. At first, I saw nothing. Just the dark shapes of trees against the moonlit snow, the faint shimmer of the lake in the distance. Then I saw movement. By the edge of the woods, just beyond the clearing behind the cabin, a figure was moving. It was tall and slender, vaguely human-shaped, but indistinct in the shadows. It seemed to be raking. Yes, that was it. The scratching sound was the sound of a rake being dragged across the gravelly ground. Raking, at midnight, in the woods. I squinted, trying to make out more details. The figure was facing away from me, its head slightly bowed. It was wearing something long and dark, like a cloak or a heavy coat. And then I saw it. Long dark hair, hanging down its back, almost to its waist. It was a woman. A woman was raking leaves in the woods behind my cabin in the middle of the night. That was unusual, to say the least, especially considering there were no houses anywhere nearby, and certainly no gardens or lawns to be raked in the dense forest. I watched her for what felt like a long time, my mind racing, trying to come up with a rational explanation. Maybe she was lost. Maybe her car had broken down the main road, and she was wandering around disoriented, but raking. Why would she be raking? As I continued to watch, the woman slowly turned her head, as if sensing my presence. Even in the dim moonlight, I could see her face. It was pale, strikingly pale, and her eyes were wide and dark, reflecting the moonlight like pools of ink. They seemed to fixate directly on my window, even though I was standing back in the shadows, barely visible. A jolt of pure, primal fear shot through me. It wasn't just her being there, in the middle of the night, raking leaves that weren't there. It was something in her gaze, something empty, yet intense. It was like she was looking through me, seeing something beyond the cabin walls, beyond the physical world. I instinctively recoiled from the window, stumbling back into the darkness of the living room. I pressed myself against the log wall, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I could still hear the faint scratching sound, even though I wasn't looking anymore. I stayed there, frozen, for what felt like hours, listening, waiting. The scratching eventually faded, replaced by the howling of a distant coyote, which suddenly sounded almost comforting in its normalcy. Slowly, cautiously, I peeked back out the window. The woman was gone. The woods were still, silent, bathed in moonlight. There was no sign of her, no sign of anyone ever having been there. Just the undisturbed snow, the dark trees, and the unsettling quiet of the Yellowstone night. I didn't sleep much that night. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle of leaves outside the window, sent shivers down my spine. When dawn finally broke, painting the sky in soft hues of pink and orange, I felt exhausted, drained, and profoundly uneasy. I needed to talk to someone. I needed to tell someone what was happening. But who would believe me? Missing trash cans, ghostly handprints. A woman raking invisible leaves in the dead of night. It sounded insane even to my own ears. Still, I knew I couldn't ignore it. Something was happening here, something strange and unsettling. And I had a feeling it was only just beginning. The next morning, despite my unease, I knew I had to get to work. Data collection waited for no one, not even ghostly women with rakes. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, so I made sure to check all the locks before I left, even the seldom used deadbolt on the front door. My research site was about a 45-minute drive deeper into the park. As I drove, I replayed the events of the past few days in my mind. The trash cans, the handprints, the woman each incident. On its own could be explained away. But together, they formed a pattern, a disturbing puzzle I couldn't quite piece together. When I arrived at the ranger station later that day, I decided to casually mention the missing trash cans. Maybe someone had seen something, or maybe it was a more common occurrence than I thought. The ranger on duty, a friendly woman named Emily with a name tag that read Ranger Wilson, listened patiently as I explained. Missing trash cans, she said, tapping a pen against her desk. Beers are usually the culprits, but you said there wasn't any scattered trash. No, nothing, I confirmed. Just gone. Both of them. Ranger Wilson frowned slightly. That is a bit odd. We haven't had any reports of bear activity in that sector recently, and like you said, they usually make a mess. Did you check thoroughly around the area? Wes, I did. Pretty extensively. She leaned back in her chair. Well, sometimes people misplace things. Maybe the wind blew them further than you thought, or another researcher borrowed them by mistake and forgot to return them. She offered these explanations with a clear lack of conviction in her own voice. It's possible, I guess, I said, though I highly doubted either scenario. I just wanted to report it in case it was something unusual. Appreciate it, Ranger Wilson said, making a note on a pad. We'll keep an eye out. Anything else? I hesitated. Should I mention the handprints, the woman? It all sounded so unbelievable when spoken aloud. I didn't want to sound like a crazy person, especially not to someone in a position of authority. No, that's it for now, I said, forcing a smile. Thanks. You take care out there, Sarah," Ranger Wilson said, returning the smile. "It's beautiful out there, but I can get a little isolated." There was a slight emphasis on the word, isolated, that I couldn't quite decipher. Was it just friendly concern or something else? Back at the cabin that evening, the isolated comment echoed in my mind. Isolated. That's exactly what it was. Beautiful isolation, yes, but isolation nonetheless. And in isolation, strange things can be amplified, magnified by the silence and the shadows. I decided to do some investigating of my own. If no one else was going to take the weirdness seriously, I would. I started with the trash cans. I went outside with a flashlight and systematically searched the area around the cabin again, this time expanding my search radius. I checked down the driveway, deeper into the woods behind the cabin, even along the edge of the lake, as far as I could safely go in the fading light. Nothing. No trash cans. It was as if they had been plucked from the earth, leaving no trace. Frustrated, I returned to the cabin. I needed a different approach. I thought about the handprints. They were on the front window, facing the driveway. If someone had come up the driveway to the cabin, they would have been seen from the road. But the road was rarely used, especially at night. Then I remembered the woman. She was by the lake behind the cabin in the woods. The woods stretched all the way down to the lake shore. Could she have come from the lake? It seemed unlikely. The lake was freezing cold this time of year, and there were no trails leading directly from the lake to my cabin, at least not that I knew of. But what if there was a path I hadn't discovered yet? What if she wasn't using a path at all? The thought sent a shiver down my spine. I grabbed my heavy coat and boots. It was getting dark, but I needed to see the lake shore behind the cabin. I needed to see if there was anything there, anything that could explain the woman, the handprints, the missing trash cans. Armed with a powerful flashlight, I ventured out into the woods behind the cabin. The trees were dense, the undergrowth thick with snow, covered bushes and fallen branches. The air was biting cold, and the silence was almost deafening. Every snap of a twig under my boots made me jump. As I pushed through the trees, the ground began to slope downwards. Soon, I could hear the faint lapping of water against the shore. The trees thinned, and I emerged onto the edge of Yellowstone Lake. The lake stretched out before me, vast and dark, reflecting the last sliver of the setting sun like a sheet of obsidian glass. The air here was even colder, the wind whipping off the water, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. I scanned the shoreline with my flashlight. Frozen pebbles, snow-covered rocks, gnarled tree roots reaching down to the water's edge. Nothing unusual. No sign of anyone, no footprints in the snow except my own. Disappointment washed over me. I had hoped to find something. Anything to make sense of what was happening. But there was nothing, just the cold, silent lake and the deepening shadows of the forest. As I turned to head back, my flashlight beam caught something glinting in the snow near the water's edge. I moved closer, curious. It was small, metallic, half buried in the snow. I bent down and brushed the snow away. It was a trash can lid. One of mine. The bright blue lid from my recycling bin, slightly dented and scratched, but unmistakably mine. My heart leaped. Finally a clue. But as I looked around, searching for the rest of the bin, a new wave of unease washed over me. Why was it here by the lake? How had it gotten here, so far from the cabin, without leaving any trace? And more importantly, why just the lid? Where was the rest of the trash can? And then I saw it. Just beyond the lid, partially submerged in the icy water, something else glinted in the flashlight beam. Something pale, almost white, just beneath the surface of the dark water. My breath hitched in my throat. Slowly, cautiously, I stepped closer to the water's edge, my flashlight beam fixed on the submerged object. The icy wind whipped around me, carrying the faint, chilling whisper of the lake. And as I leaned closer, peering into the dark, frigid water, I finally saw what it was. It wasn't just something pale. It was something pale and humanoid. Submerged just beneath the surface, barely visible in the murky depths, was a shape. A pale, indistinct shape, vaguely resembling a woman's form, with long, dark hair flowing around it in the water, swaying gently with the barely perceptible currents of the lake. And even though I couldn't see her face clearly, even though it was distorted by the water and the fading light, I knew, with a chilling certainty, that it was her. The woman from the woods. The woman with the rake. The woman with the eyes that saw right through me. She was in the lake, and she was watching me. My blood ran cold. The submerged figure, the pale shape in the dark water, it was undeniably her. The woman from the woods, now in the lake, just beneath the surface. Her dark hair swaying like seaweed. My flashlight beam trembled in my hand, casting erratic shadows on the water. I wanted to run. Every instinct screamed at me to turn and flee back to the cabin, lock the doors, and never look back. But a morbid curiosity, a terrifying fascination, rooted me to the spot. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the shape in the water. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the submerged figure began to move. Not swimming, not floating, but rising. It ascended from the depths with an unnatural grace, gliding upwards as if pulled by invisible strings. The water around it rippled, disturbed by its unseen ascent. My breath hitched. I backed away, step by terrified step, my flashlight beam still fixed on the rising form. The water grew shallower, and more of her became visible. Pale arms, long and slender, emerged from the depths, followed by her torso, draped in the same dark, shapeless garment I'd seen her wearing in the woods. Then, her face broke the surface. It was even more unsettling up close. Her skin was deathly pale, almost translucent, and stretched taut over sharp, angular features. Her eyes, those wide, dark eyes, were now fully visible, and they were fixed on me, unblinking, devoid of any discernible emotion. They were like black holes, sucking in all light and warmth. Water streamed from her hair and clothes as she continued to rise, her feet now touching the shallow lake bed. She stood there, knee-deep in the freezing water, facing me, utterly silent, utterly still. The only sound was the wind whispering across the lake and my own ragged breathing. Time seemed to stretch and distort. I stood frozen, paralyzed by fear, unable to move. Unable to speak, only able to stare into those empty black eyes. She didn't speak either. She didn't need to. The silence was more terrifying than any scream. Then, slowly, deliberately, she raised one hand, a pale, skeletal hand dripping with lake water. She extended it towards me, her fingers long and thin, beckoning me closer. That was the breaking point. The sight of that outstretched hand, that silent invitation into the icy depths, snapped me out of my paralysis. I whirled around and ran. I ran as fast as I could, stumbling over rocks and fallen branches, crashing through the undergrowth, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly through the trees. I didn't stop running until I burst back into the cabin, slamming the door shut and fumbling the locks, my hands shaking so badly I could barely work the deadbolt. I leaned against the door, gasping for breath, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. Safe inside, or at least safer. But the image of that woman rising from the lake, her hand outstretched, was burned into my mind. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that she wouldn't stay in the lake. She was coming for me. I didn't sleep a wink that night. I barricaded the doors and windows with furniture, though I knew deep down it wouldn't matter. If she wanted to get in, she would. I sat by the dying embers of the fire, clutching a heavy iron poker, listening to every creak and groan of the cabin, every rustle of leaves outside. Dawn eventually arrived, pale and weak, filtering through the gaps in the log walls. I was exhausted, terrified, and desperate. I knew I couldn't stay here. I had to get out. I had to get help. As soon as it was light enough to see, I grabbed my backpack, threw in a few essentials, and fled the cabin. I didn't even bother locking the door. What was the point? I drove like a maniac down the dirt track, my Jeep bouncing and skidding on the rough terrain. I didn't slow down until I reached the main road, and even then, I kept glancing in my rearview mirror, half expecting to see her, that pale figure, standing in the middle of the road watching me go. I drove straight to the ranger station, bursting through the doors breathless and frantic. Ranger Wilson was there, surprised to see me so early. "Sarah, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost." I have," I stammered, my voice trembling. "There's a woman in the lake by my cabin." I poured out the whole story, the missing trash cans, the handprints, the woman in the woods, the woman in the lake. Ranger Wilson listened patiently, her expression shifting from concern to something else. Something that looked like understanding. When I finished, she didn't dismiss me, didn't tell me it was just my imagination. Instead, she sighed a long, weary sigh. "Sarah," she said, her voice low and somber, "I think you've encountered the weeping woman of Yellowstone Lake." The weeping woman. I repeated, my blood running cold again. Ranger Wilson nodded. It's an old legend, a local story. They say she's the spirit of a woman who drowned in the lake a long time ago. They say she appears to people who are alone, isolated, drawn to the sadness and solitude. And she steals trash cans and leaves handprints. I asked, my voice laced with disbelief and a desperate hope for a rational explanation. Ranger Wilson shook her head. The trash cans, that's new. The handprints, some say she leaves them as a sign, a warning. But the lake of the lake is her domain. They say if you see her in the lake, beckoning you. She trailed off, her gaze distant. Beckoning me. I whispered, the image of that pale hand flashing in my mind. What happens if someone goes to her? Ranger Wilson looked at me, her eyes filled with a deep sadness. They say they never come back. A chilling silence filled the ranger station. The truth, or at least the legend, hung heavy in the air. The missing trash cans, the handprints, the woman in the woods, the woman in the lake, it all clicked into place, forming a terrifying, inexplicable whole. I didn't stay in Yellowstone. I packed up my research, requested a transfer, and left within days. I couldn't shake the feeling of those black eyes watching me, even miles away, even in the crowded city I'd once disliked. I still think about the weeping woman of Yellowstone Lake sometimes, especially when I see a lake or when the wind whispers through the trees. I think about her pale hand, beckoning me into the dark, icy water, and I know with a shiver of lingering fear that some mysteries are best left undisturbed, some depths best left unexplored. Some houses, no matter how beautiful or secluded, are just too close to the lake. My name is Sarah Jenkins, and I'm a seasonal park ranger at Yellowstone National Park. Most of my days are filled with the usual tourist interactions, trail maintenance, and the occasional wildlife sighting. Yellowstone is beautiful, majestic, but also vast and sometimes unsettling. You can get lost out here, truly lost, not just geographically, but in a way that feels deeper, like the wilderness swallows pieces of you whole. It was during a routine patrol in a less traveled section of the park, near the Obsidian Creek Trail, that I found it. An old wooden cabin tucked away in a dense cluster of pines far from any marked trail. It wasn't on any park maps, and I'd never heard mention of it in any ranger briefings. Curiosity, a park ranger's most reliable companion and sometimes worst enemy, pulled me towards it. The cabin was small, maybe one room, with a single heavy wooden door. The windows were boarded up from the inside, or at least it appeared that way from the thick layers of dust and grime coating the glass. It looked abandoned, forgotten. I tried the door, expecting it to be rotten and give way. It was solid, unyielding, locked. Hello, I called out, my voice echoing in the stillness of the woods. Silence. Just the rustling of leaves and the distant murmur of Obsidian Creek. I tried again, louder this time. Park ranger, is anyone inside? Still nothing. I circled the cabin, peering through the cracks in the boarded windows. Darkness. An unnatural, heavy darkness that seemed to absorb all light. There was a palpable sense of wrongness about this place, a coldness that seeped into the air around it. I should have radioed it in, marked it on my GPS, and left it for the higher-ups to deal with. But something held me there, an uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach, a whisper in the back of my mind that wouldn't let me walk away. Against my better judgment, I decided to try and get inside. I wasn't equipped for forced entry, not on a routine patrol, but I figured I could at least try to pry one of the boards off a window. As I reached for my multi-tool, I heard it. Faint, muffled, but unmistakable. A sound from inside the locked cabin. A whimper. The whimper was soft, barely audible, but it cut through the silence like a shard of ice. It was definitely coming from inside the cabin. My ranger instincts kicked in, overriding the creeping unease. Someone could be hurt, trapped. I had to get inside. I pulled out my multi-tool and started working on the boards covering the window closest to the door. The wood was old and weathered, but stubbornly resistant. It took me longer than I expected, the silence punctuated by the grating sound of metal on wood and my own increasingly ragged breaths. Finally, with a groan, one of the boards splintered and came loose. I ripped away the remaining fragments, creating a small opening just large enough to peer through. The darkness inside was even more profound than I'd imagined. It wasn't just the absence of light. It was a thick, suffocating blackness that seemed to press against the glass. For a moment, I saw nothing. Then, slowly, my eyes adjusted, and shapes began to emerge from the gloom. It was a single room, sparsely furnished. A cot in the corner, a small wooden table, a bucket in another corner that I didn't want to think too much about. Dust lay thick on every surface, undisturbed. And then I saw her. In the center of the room, huddled on the floor, was a girl. She was small, frail, and impossibly pale. Her clothes were ragged and dirty, hanging loosely on her thin frame. Her hair was matted and tangled, obscuring her face. She was curled up, knees to her chest, rocking slightly back and forth. "Hello," I said again, my voice softer this time. "Can you hear me? I'm a park ranger. I'm here to help." She stopped rocking. Her head slowly lifted, and she turned towards the window. Strands of hair fell away from her face, revealing eyes that were wide, dark, and empty. They weren't focused on me or on anything in the room. They seemed to stare inward, into some private, terrifying abyss. For a long moment, she just stared, unblinking. Then she spoke. Her voice was a whisper, raspy and weak, like dry leaves skittering across pavement. "Help," she croaked, the word catching in her throat. It wasn't a question, but a statement devoid of hope or expectation. "Yes," I said, my heart pounding in my chest. "I'm going to get you out of there. Can you tell me your name?" She blinked slowly, her gaze drifting away from the window and back into the darkness within the room, or perhaps within herself. Another long silence stretched between us, broken only by the whisper of the wind in the pines outside. Then, in that same fragile whisper, she spoke again. "I don't remember," she said. "You don't remember your name?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm and reassuring, even though a cold dread was starting to creep into my own mind. "That's okay. We'll figure it out. Can you tell me how long you've been in there?" She just shook her head slowly, her eyes still unfocused. "Long time," she whispered. "Always dark, always dark," I repeated, glancing around the cabin again. Even with the boarded windows, some light should have been filtering through. Unless she had been in here for a very, very long time. A terrifying thought began to form in my mind. "Are you hurt?" I asked. "Are you hungry? Thirsty?" She didn't respond for a moment, then her hand, thin and skeletal, moved slowly to her stomach. "Hungry," she whispered. "So hungry." "Okay," I said, trying to sound decisive even though I was starting to feel overwhelmed. "I'm going to get you out of here. Just stay there, okay? Don't move." I backed away from the window, my mind racing. I needed to call for backup, for medical assistance. This was way beyond my pay grade. But I couldn't just leave her in there, not now that I knew she was alive. I fumbled for my radio, my hands shaking slightly. As I was about to press the transmit button, I hesitated. What would I say? "Found a girl in a locked cabin in the woods, doesn't remember her name, says she's been there a long time." It sounded insane. And what if, by some miracle, she was telling the truth? How long had she been locked away, forgotten? Every second counted. Instead of calling it in, I made another, perhaps even more questionable decision. "I'll be right back," I told the girl through the window opening. "I'm going to get some food and water. And then I'll get you out, I promise." I didn't wait for a response. I turned and ran back towards the trail, towards my patrol vehicle, my mind a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts and emotions. I had emergency rations in my vehicle, water, a first aid kit. It wasn't much, but it was a start. As I ran, I couldn't shake the image of those empty eyes, that whisper of a voice. "Always dark." It echoed in my mind, chilling me to the bone. What had happened in that cabin? Who was this girl? And what was the secret that was locked away there in the heart of the Yellowstone wilderness? I reached my vehicle, grabbed the emergency supplies, and started back towards the cabin, moving as fast as I could. The woods seemed darker now, the silence heavier, the shadows deeper. It was as if the cabin itself was exerting some kind of influence, a malevolent presence that was seeping into the surrounding forest. When I got back to the cabin, the opening I'd made in the boarded window seemed to stare back at me like a dark, accusing eye. I approached cautiously, calling out softly, "Hello, it's me, the park ranger. I'm back." Silence. I peered through the opening again. The girl was gone. Gone. She was just gone. One moment she was there, a fragile whisper in the darkness, and the next the cabin was empty. My heart hammered against my ribs. Panic flared, hot and sharp. "Hello," I shouted, my voice cracking. "Girl, are you still there?" I scrambled to widen the window opening, ripping away more boards until I could squeeze through. I tumbled into the cabin, landing hard on the dusty wooden floor. The air inside was cold, stale, and carried a faint, musty odor that made my stomach churn. The room was exactly as I had seen it, except empty. The cot, the table, the bucket, all there, undisturbed. But no girl. "This isn't funny," I yelled, my voice echoing in the confined space, laced with a tremor of fear I couldn't quite control. I searched the small cabin frantically, looking behind the cot, under the table, even checking the bucket, though I knew, logically, it was impossible for her to have vanished into thin air. There was nowhere to hide. The door was still locked from the outside, the windows still boarded, save for the opening I had created. I ran to the door, fumbling with my keys, my hands clumsy with adrenaline. I unlocked it, threw it open, and burst out of the cabin, scanning the surrounding woods. Nothing. Just trees, shadows, and the relentless silence of the wilderness. "Girl," I called again, my voice hoarse. "Where are you?" Only the rustling leaves answered. It was as if she had never been there at all, a figment of my imagination, a trick of the light and shadow in the isolated cabin. But I knew I hadn't imagined it. I had seen her, heard her. That whisper, always dark. Shivers ran down my spine despite the exertion of my frantic search. This was wrong. Deeply, fundamentally wrong. I pulled out my radio, my hand no longer shaking, now cold and steady with a chilling certainty. Ranger Jenkins to dispatch emergency situation. Requesting immediate backup and medical assistance at Obsidian Creek Trail. Coordinates. I rattled off my location, my voice professional, detached, masking the turmoil inside. Backup arrived quickly, sirens wailing incongruously in the serene forest. Other rangers, paramedics, and even park police swarmed the area. The cabin became a scene of controlled chaos, flashlights cutting through the gloom, hushed voices, the crackle of radios. They searched the cabin, the surrounding woods, even Obsidian Creek itself. They found nothing. No sign of the girl, no footprints, no trace of her existence beyond my initial report. The cabin itself yielded few clues. Dust samples, wood analysis, all came back inconclusive. It was old, abandoned, as I had initially assessed. No signs of forced entry, no indication of recent habitation, except for the opening I had made in the window, and the lingering feeling of cold dread that permeated the air around it, a feeling that even the seasoned park veterans couldn't quite dismiss. Days turned into weeks. The investigation stalled. The girl in the locked room became a local legend, a whispered story among the rangers, a chilling campfire tale. Some speculated I had imagined it. Stress, isolation, the wilderness playing tricks on my mind. Others believed something more sinister had occurred, something the woods had swallowed whole, leaving no trace. I knew what I had seen, what I had heard, and I knew with a certainty that settled deep in my bones that the girl was real. She was out there, somewhere in the vast wilderness of Yellowstone, or perhaps somewhere else entirely. Sometimes late at night, when the wind howled through the pines outside my cabin window, I would hear it. A faint, chilling whisper carried on the breeze. A sound that echoed in the darkness, a sound I would never forget. Always dark, and I knew with a growing unease that the darkness was spreading. Not just in the woods, but in my own mind, a cold, creeping shadow that threatened to consume me, leaving me lost and alone, just like the girl in the locked room. It is true that I have sent 6 bullets through the head of my best friend, and yet I hope to show by this statement that I am not his murderer. My name is Mark Olson, and the man I killed was my closest companion, David Chen. We were inseparable since freshman year of college, bound by a shared love for the wild and the unsettling. That's what brought us to Yellowstone in late October, when the summer crowds had thinned, and a different kind of visitor roamed the park, the kind that preferred the whisper of wind through skeletal trees to the cheerful gurgle of geysers. We were seasoned hikers, always seeking out the trails less traveled. This time we aimed for the Beckler region, known as Yellowstone's Quiet Corner. We wanted to experience the park's raw, untamed beauty, the kind that postcards conveniently leave out. We set up camp near a thermal feature called Shady Spring, a place David had unearthed in some obscure Park Service document. It wasn't on any official map, which, of course, only heightened its allure for us. The first few days were exactly what we'd hoped for. Crisp air, stunning vistas of golden meadows framed by dark pines and the constant, low rumble of the earth breathing beneath our feet. We hiked, photographed, and felt that familiar thrill of being utterly alone in a vast, ancient wilderness. Then David started acting differently. It began subtly, almost imperceptibly. He became quieter, more withdrawn. He'd stare into the steaming vents for unnervingly long periods, a strange, almost hungry look in his eyes. At first, I chalked it up to the solitude getting to him, or maybe just fatigue. But then came the whispers. I'd hear him talking in his sleep, low, guttural murmurs that weren't English or any language I recognized. When I asked him about it in the morning, he'd just shrug it off, claiming he didn't remember a thing. But the whispers grew louder, more frequent, and they started seeping into his waking hours too. He'd mutter under his breath while we hiked, his eyes darting around as if he were listening to something I couldn't hear. The obsession with Shady Spring intensified. He insisted on spending hours there each day, claiming he felt drawn to it, that there was something calling to him from the depths of the earth. I tried to reason with him, to suggest exploring other areas, but he became agitated, almost hostile. It was like arguing with a stranger wearing David's face. Looking back, the first true crack in David's facet appeared on our 5th day. We were at Shady Spring, the air thick with the smell of sulfur and damp earth. The spring itself was a murky pool, ringed by sickly yellow moss, emitting a slow, rhythmic pulse of steam. David was kneeling at the edge, his hands submerged in the lukewarm water, a look of rapturous fascination on his face. "Mark," he said, his voice raspy. "Can you hear it?" I frowned, straining my ears. "Hear what? Just the spring, David." He shook his head, his eyes fixed on the bubbling water. "No. Listen closer. It's talking." That was the moment I knew something was profoundly wrong. And it was the beginning of the nightmare that led me to do the unspeakable to my best friend. "Talking," I repeated, trying to keep my tone light, masking the unease that was starting to coil in my gut. "David, it's just steam and bubbling water. Thermal features do that." He slowly turned his head, his eyes different. They were still David's eyes, brown and familiar, but there was something behind them, a cold, unsettling intensity that I'd never seen before. "You don't hear it, do you?" he whispered, his voice laced with a strange pity. "It's calling to me, Mark. It knows my name." I stood up, pulling him gently by the arm. "Come on, let's get back to camp. You're probably dehydrated. We should eat something." He resisted, his body suddenly stiff. "I need to stay here. It wants me to stay." "David, this isn't funny," I said, my voice sharper now. "You're creeping me out, bot." He finally relented, letting me lead him away from the spring, but the strange look in his eyes didn't fade. All the way back to camp, he was silent, his gaze fixed on the ground, muttering those unintelligible whispers under his breath. That night was the worst. I couldn't sleep. The whispers coming from David's sleeping bag were louder now, more insistent, like a chorus of voices just beyond the edge of hearing. They seemed to vibrate through the tent fabric, pressing against my eardrums. I lay there, frozen, listening to the unsettling symphony, the sulfurous scent of Shady Spring clinging to the air even miles from the thermal feature itself. Around 3 a.m., I was jolted awake by a blood-curdling scream. It was David. I scrambled for my flashlight, fumbling with the zipper of my sleeping bag, my heart hammering against my ribs. I shone the light on David. He was sitting bolt upright, eyes wide with terror, sweat plastering his hair to his forehead. "What is it? What happened?" He stared at me, his chest heaving, but he didn't seem to see me. "The whir inside my head," he gasped, his voice trembling. So many voices, cold, hungry. Voices. I asked. When kneeling beside him, trying to make sense of his terror, he shook his head, burying his face in his hands. I don't know. Just make them stop, Mark. Please, make them stop." I held him, trying to soothe him, telling him it was just a nightmare, the altitude, anything to calm him down. Eventually, he seemed to drift back to sleep, but the whispers continued, though softer now, a constant, insidious undercurrent to the night. The next morning, David was pale and drawn, dark circles under his eyes. He barely spoke, and when he did, his voice was weak and distant. He refused to eat, only picking at a granola bar. But when I suggested we cut our trip short and head back to civilization, he became agitated again, his eyes flashing with that unnerving intensity. "No!" he snapped, his voice suddenly regaining strength. "We can't leave. Not yet. I need to go back to the sprint, David." "You're not well. You need rest, maybe a doctor." I pleaded. The spring will heal me, he insisted, his voice taking on a strange, almost reverent tone. It's waiting for me. It has promises. Promises. What promises could a muddy, sulfurous spring in the middle of nowhere possibly offer? But arguing with him was like talking to a wall. He was fixated, utterly consumed. And that's when I realized, with a chilling certainty, that whatever was happening to David, it wasn't just in his head. Something was taking hold of him, something ancient and dark, emanating from the depths of Yellowstone itself. And Shady Spring was the epicenter. Against my better judgment, I agreed to go back to Shady Spring. I couldn't leave David alone in this state, and a desperate, foolish part of me still hoped I could somehow reason with him, pull him back from the edge of whatever abyss he was teetering on. The hike back to the spring was agonizing. David moved with an unnatural urgency, practically dragging me along, his eyes fixed on some unseen point in the distance. The whispers were constant now, a low, sibilant drone that seemed to emanate from him, yet also from the very ground beneath our feet. When we reached Shady Spring, the air felt heavier, colder than I remembered. The sulfurous smell was overpowering, acrid, and the steam rising from the murky pool seemed thicker, almost viscous. David immediately went to the edge, dropping to his knees like a supplicant before an altar. He plunged both hands into the lukewarm water, a sigh of what sounded like relief escaping his lips. He closed his eyes, and a strange stillness settled over him, a disturbing calm that was far more unsettling than his earlier agitation. David, I said tentatively, placing a hand on his shoulder. He didn't respond. His body was rigid, unyielding. I squeezed his shoulder harder. David, snap out of it. We need to leave. Now. Slowly, impossibly slowly, he turned his head again. But this time, it wasn't just his eyes that were different. His whole face seemed altered. His skin was paler, almost translucent, stretched taut over his bones. His lips were thin and drawn back in a grotesque parody of a smile, revealing teeth that seemed sharper somehow. And his eyes, they were no longer David's warm brown. They were black. Utterly, terrifyingly black, like bottomless pits that swallowed all light. A voice, not David's voice, but something cold and ancient, rasped from his throat. He is gone, little friend. There is only us. Panic seized me, cold and paralyzing. I stumbled back, my breath catching in my throat. Who, what are you? I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. The thing wearing David's face chuckled, a dry, rattling sound that sent shivers down my spine. We are the earth, little friend. We are the silence beneath the stones, the hunger in the deep, and we are taking root. It raised a hand, no longer David's hand, but something elongated, almost skeletal, with fingers tipped with what looked like black obsidian claws. It reached for me, and in that moment, pure, unadulterated terror lent me strength I didn't know I possessed. I scrambled back, tripping over a gnarled root, scrambling to my feet and running. I ran as I had never run before, blindly crashing through the undergrowth. The image of those black eyes burned into my mind. I didn't know where I was going, didn't care. I just had to get away from that thing. Behind me I could hear it moving, not running, but gliding, a rustling through the trees that was too smooth, too deliberate to be human. And the whispers were louder now, a triumphant chorus echoing through the silent woods. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs screamed, until I collapsed in a heap, gasping for breath, convinced it was right behind me. But the rustling had stopped. The whispers had faded, replaced by the pounding of my own heart and the frantic grasp of my breath. I was alone, or so I thought. I lay there for what felt like hours, huddled beneath the skeletal branches of a pine, listening to the silence of the woods. But it wasn't truly silent. Beneath the rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of a creek, there was something else, a low thrumming, a vibration that resonated deep in my bones. It was the earth breathing, or perhaps something else. When I finally dared to move, the sun was beginning to set, casting long, distorted shadows through the trees. I was miles from camp, disoriented and terrified, but one thing was clear: I couldn't go back. Not to the camp, not to Shady Spring, and certainly not to David. I stumbled through the woods, driven by a primal need to escape, to put as much distance as possible between myself and that place. I hiked through the night, fueled by adrenaline and fear, navigating by the stars, the chilling whispers seemingly fading with every mile I put between us. By dawn, I reached a ranger station, a small isolated outpost on the edge of the Beckler region. The ranger, a grizzled woman named Sarah, looked at me with concern as I poured out my story, a disjointed, frantic torrent of words about whispers, black eyes, and a thing in the spring wearing my friend's face. To her credit, she didn't dismiss me outright. She listened patiently, her expression shifting from skepticism to something akin to unease as I spoke. When I finished, she didn't offer platitudes or reassurances. She simply nodded slowly, her gaze distant. Shady Spring, she murmured more to herself than to me. Haven't heard that name in years. Places avoided. Local legends, legends. Of course, it always comes back to legends. I pressed her for details, and she reluctantly shared fragments, whispers of old stories, of a spring that takes things, of a darkness that sleeps beneath the earth and sometimes awakens. She spoke of disappearances, unexplained illnesses, a pervasive sense of dread that clung to the Beckler region like the sulfurous smell of the hot springs. Sarah made some calls, alerted the park authorities, and a search party was organized. I led them back towards Shady Spring, my heart a lead weight in my chest. We found our campsite deserted, undisturbed, save for the lingering scent of sulfur. We followed my tracks to Shady Spring itself, and there, kneeling at the edge of the murky pool, was David. He looked almost normal. Pale, gaunt, but recognizably David. He turned as we approached, a flicker of something in his eyes, something that wasn't quite human, but not the terrifying black abyss I had seen before. It was calculating, deceptive. "Mark," he said, his voice almost David's voice, but with a subtle, chilling undertone. "You came back." Relief washed over the search party. "David." "Thank God you're all right," Sarah exclaimed, approaching him cautiously. But I knew. I saw it in his eyes, in the unnatural stillness of his posture. It wasn't David. Not anymore. "Stay back," I yelled, my voice cracking with desperation. "That's not him. It's in him." They froze, staring at me, then back at David, confusion and disbelief etched on their faces. David just smiled that grotesque, unsettling smile. "Mark, what are you talking about?" he said, his voice dripping with false concern. I don't feel so good. I think I need help." They started to move towards him again, their skepticism warring with their desire to help a seemingly distressed hiker. I knew I had seconds. I knew if that thing got close to any of them, it would spread, infect, consume. I knew what I had to do. My hand moved almost of its own volition, reaching for the Glock tucked into my waistband. It was David's gun, ironically, the one he always insisted we carry for protection against wildlife. My hand tightened around the grip, the cold steel a stark contrast to the burning fear in my veins. "I'm sorry, David," I whispered, my voice thick with tears, though I knew David wasn't there to hear me. "I'm so sorry." And then I raised the gun, aimed, and fired. 6 times, point blank, into the head of the thing that wore my best friend's face. They say I saved their lives. They say I prevented something terrible from escaping Yellowstone, from spreading beyond the quiet corner. They call me a hero. But all I see when I close my eyes are David's black eyes and hear those whispers echoing in the silence. And I know deep down that even 6 bullets might not be enough to kill something that old, something that patient, something that is already taking root. And sometimes in the dead of night, I swear I can still hear it calling my name from the depths of the earth, from the darkness on the doorstep of my mind. My name is Alex, and I'm 26 years old. What I'm about to tell you happened last August, 2023, and honestly, it still messes with me every single day. It started when my boyfriend, Ben, suggested a weekend trip to Redwood County. He'd heard whispers about the Blackwood Forest there, famous for being creepy, and Ben was all about anything that promised a thrill. Ben was 28, built like a brick wall, and had this confidence that sometimes tipped over into arrogance. He thought there was a rational explanation for everything, We'd been together for 2 years, and in that time his need for adventure had dragged me to more back of nowhere places than I could count. Me. I'm naturally cautious, maybe even a bit anxious, but I'd picked up some basic survival skills just to keep up with Ben's wild ideas. For this Redwood trip, Ben roped in 2 others, his high school buddy, Marcus, who'd done a stint in the military, and my best friend Chloe, who was obsessed with anything spooky. Marcus was 30, ex-military, and seriously capable in the outdoors. He brought a sense of security that honestly I really appreciated. Chloe, at 27, was a total extrovert, always laughing, always able to crack a joke and lighten the mood, even when things got tense. The plan was to camp deep in Blackwood Forest, maybe near the old logging trails, try to spot some wildlife. And if we were lucky or unlucky, depending on how you looked at it, maybe get a little spooked by the local legends about, well, about something in the woods. I wasn't exactly thrilled, but Chloe was bouncing off the walls with excitement, and having Marcus along made me feel a little safer. We drove down on a Friday afternoon. It was humid, sticky, the kind of weather that just clings to you. The roads leading into Redwood County were all thick pine forests and swampy lowlands. When we finally rolled into the tiny town of Oak Cabin, it felt like stepping back in time. Faded storefronts, empty streets, and this heavy, earthy smell hanging in the air. Almost immediately, I noticed a sheriff's SUV tailing us. Ben pulled into a gas station, and the SUV parked right next to us. The driver's door creaked open, and out stepped this older guy, gray hair, kind of barrel-chested, with a sheriff's badge. "We all here for the forest?" he asked, his voice rough, like he'd seen our type a million times before. City folks, legend trippers. Ben just kind of scoffed. "More like a weekend getaway," he said, all casual. "And just heard there were some good trails." Sheriff, his name tag said Hart, but just stared at us, eyes narrowed. "This ain't a playground," he grunted. "Folks go missing out there. Stick to town if you know what's good for you." "Thanks for the tip, Sheriff," Ben said, all dismissive. Marcus just shrugged. Chloe gave a polite smile, and I tried my best not to let my anxiety show as I climbed back into Ben's truck. Sheriff Hart leaned in a bit closer. "You remember what I said," he repeated, his voice lower now. "If you go out there, stay safe." His words hung in the air, and they definitely unsettled me, but I kept quiet. Ben just laughed it off as we pulled away. "Just trying to scare the tourists," he said. We filled up the tank, grabbed some last-minute supplies from the dusty little gas station store, and headed out of town towards the forest. The deeper we drove, the narrower the roads got. The sun started dipping low, painting the sky in these crazy shades of red and orange that reflected off the still water in the ditches beside the road. My phone lost signal, typical for these remote spots, but it still made me feel uneasy. Finally, we found a decent pull-off spot near the edge of the woods. We parked and started hauling our gear out. Towering redwood trees gloomed overhead. The humidity was like a wet blanket. "This is it," Ben announced, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. "Perfect spot." Chloe gave this dramatic shiver. "Feels creepy already." "I love it." Marcus just grunted in agreement, all business, checking around for a good campsite. We hiked about a mile from the cars, deeper into the woods, until we stumbled on a small clearing near an old, broken-down fence. There was this rundown cabin at one edge of the clearing, roof half caved in, windows smashed. Looked totally abandoned. Perfect for Ben's idea of an authentic scare. We set up our tents close together, not too far from the cabin. By the time we got a fire going, dusk had settled in. Mosquitoes buzzed in thick clouds, and the air smelled like damp earth and rotting leaves. Chloe was already snapping pictures on her phone, giggling. Marcus was methodical, laying out supplies, rope, first aid kit, a couple hunting knives, and this old .38 revolver he always carried, just in case. I found myself unpacking flashlights and bug spray, trying to keep busy, trying not to think about the sheriff's warning. Dinner was simple, canned chili, and hot dogs cooked over the fire. Ben was in high spirits, going on about the legends of Blackwood Forest, while Chloe added all these dramatic sound effects. "These say there's something in the woods," Chloe whispered dramatically. "Something tall." "Just stories," but he was grinning. "Still, gotta admit, a good scare is nice once in a while, right? Keeps things interesting." Marcus just stared into the fire, his face serious. "I've seen enough weird stuff in my time," he muttered. "Sometimes the scariest thing you'll run into is other people." We'd soon find out just how right he was. We turned in around 10. The night insects were like a piercing chorus, and a thick mist drifted across the clearing. I shared a tent with Chloe, Ben and Marcus took the other. Exhaustion hit me hard, traveling always wore me out, but nerves kept me awake longer than usual. Eventually, I drifted off to the lullaby of frogs and crickets. A sharp snap of a twig jolted me awake. I glanced at my phone close to midnight. Chloe was breathing steadily beside me. Outside, I heard this low murmur, like a voice. I carefully lifted the tent flap just a crack, peering out into the darkness. By the dying embers of the campfire, something moved. For a split second, I thought it was Ben, but it was too tall, too thin. It swayed spindly like a shadow among shadows. I held my breath. Then, the figure just slipped away into the trees without a sound. My skin prickled. I almost woke Chloe, but decided it was probably just my imagination or a trick of the moonlight. Telling myself it was just a deer or some weird shadow play, I lay back down, eventually falling into a restless sleep. In the morning, I found Marcus examining his arm. There were these strange marks on his form 3 thin, parallel scratches. What happened? I asked. No idea, he said, frowning, touching them lightly. Could be branches, but he trailed off, looking unsure. Just then, Ben came bounding over, all fake cheerfulness. Hey guys, found something, he said, way too enthusiastically. We followed him around to the side of the cabin. There, in a patch of soft, muddy ground, we saw a cluster of bones. Some were still partly buried, others scattered around. They looked old, but not ancient, gnawed or broken in unnatural ways. Chloe's face went white. Are those human? Ben poked at one with a stick, shrugging. Could be deer bones, he said, but he sounded uncertain even to himself. Marcus knelt down, brushing away some dirt. He picked up something small and bonered. Nope, he said, his voice flat. He held it out. It was a jawbone, human jawbone, no doubt about it. We all recoiled. Ben tried to rationalize it like always. Could be some weird old burial site, he said. An animal bone that just looks human. He tossed the jawbone aside, refusing to admit it might be real. No reason to panic. Chloe just stared at him like he'd lost his mind. Are you serious? We need to report this, or something. But we had no signal, no way to call anyone. Marcus carefully placed the jawbone back where he'd found it. Let's just keep an eye out, he said. Let's not do anything rash. And that was how our weekend in Redwood County really began. We carried on that day, exploring the forest on foot. But the mood had definitely shifted. The thick trees and still, dark water made it almost impossible to keep our bearings. A couple of times, I thought I saw movement in the distance, glimpses of shadows between the trees. Once it looked like that same tall, spindly figure from the night before. Marcus noticed me jump and pointed out, could be hikers, or maybe wildlife. But then we heard distant gunshots echoing faintly through the trees, which added a different kind of weight to his words. Poachers, he muttered, or illegal hunters. The real trouble started in the late afternoon. We rounded a bend in the trail and came face to face with 3 guys decked out in full camo gear, rifles slung over their shoulders. The way they looked at us, it sent a chill right through me. One of them wary, with a nasty scar across his cheek, just sneered. Another, tall and broad, spat on the ground right at our feet. The third guy, Jeb, had this lazy eye that never seemed to focus on the same thing as the other. Jeb sized us up and down. Well, lost, he drawled. Ben tried to play it friendly, putting on this fake smile. Just out here camping, he said. City folks, The scared guy just sneered again. You need to move on, he spat. This is our territory. Marcus's jaw tightened. We're on public land, he said, his voice low and steady. All 3 of them just stared this cold, hard look that made my stomach clench. Finally, Jeb's lazy eye seemed to settle, sort of on Ben. Keep to your own space, then, he said, his voice like gravel. Don't wander around too much here. We backed off slowly and headed back to camp, that encounter leaving a really bad taste in my mouth. Ben tried to joke about it, of course. Just some backwoods rednecks, he said. No big deal. But Marcus looked genuinely concerned. They were scoping us out, he said quietly. Something else is going on. Chloe tried to lighten the mood by firing up the portable stove and starting dinner, but the tension just hung thick in the air, like the humidity. We debated packing up and leaving right then and there. Ben, naturally, was all about staying. If we let a few creeps scare us off, he argued, then they win. Chloe was torn. She hated confrontation, but she had come all this way for an adventure. Marcus just said we should at least think about moving to a different campsite, somewhere less exposed. But it was getting dark fast. We reluctantly decided to stay put for one more night. Looking back, that decision cost us everything. After sunset, the whole atmosphere of the forest changed. The crickets and frogs went silent, not all at once, but in waves like something was moving through the woods, silencing everything in its path. At one point, we heard this faint scream in the distance, too far to tell if it was human or animal. The darkness felt absolute, pressing in on our small circle of firelight. We all stuck close to the fire, none of us wanting to wander off alone. Around midnight, Chloe said she needed to find a private spot to pee. I offered to go with her, but she just waved me off with a grin. "I'll be fine," she said. "Just over there behind the trees." She never came back. We waited, at first patiently, then with this mounting dread that just kept tightening in my chest. After about 15 minutes, Marcus grabbed a flashlight. "Okay," he said, his voice tight. "Let's go find her." We started searching. We found her footprints leading into this small clump of cypress trees, just like she said. Then nothing. Just dead leaves and damp earth. I saw her phone, face down in the mud, the screen cracked. There was a smear of blood on the corner. No sign of Chloe. No footprints leading away from the area. Ben started yelling her name. "Chloe. Chloe." His voice echoed uselessly through the trees. Marcus took the lead, scanning the undergrowth, cursing under his breath. I could barely breathe. My heart hammering so hard I thought I might pass out. Panic was threatening to drown me, but I forced myself to focus, to just keep looking, searching for any clue. We found broken branches, signs of a struggle, drops of blood on a tree trunk high up, at shoulder height, like she'd been lifted, dragged. Still no footprints, just the cloying smell of stagnant water, and this faint, sickly stench something rotten. Marcus's jaw was set grim. He turned to Ben. "We can't split up," he said. "Too dangerous. Alex, stay close." We scarred the area for what felt like hours, calling Chloe's name until our voices were hoarse. Every rustle in the undergrowth made us jump. Eventually, we found a larger patch of blood on the ground, darker now, almost black in the flashlight beam. But Chloe was just gone. Fear was etched all over Ben's face. Maybe it's those hunters," he stammered. "Maybe they took her." "No," Marcus said quietly. He held up something small and torn, a piece of fabric from Chloe's shirt. It was splattered with mud and something that smelled metallic, blood. "An animal," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "Maybe." Suddenly, this inhuman shriek tore through the night. It wasn't quite an animal roar, but it wasn't human either. We froze. The shriek repeated, closer this time, mixed with this chilling sound like laughter. My blood turned to ice. It sounded too close, like it was circling us. "Run," Marcus shouted. We sprinted back towards camp, adrenaline pumping. Ben fired off a flare that Marcus had in his pack. For a brief, blinding moment, the twisted silhouettes of the redwood trees were lit up in this eerie orange glow. And in that flash, I saw it. A tall, gaunt shape perched on a low branch, staring down at us with hollow, black eyes. Then darkness again. A heavy thud made me jump, but when I swung my flashlight back, the branch was empty. I wanted to pack up. Leave now, but Marcus was adamant. "We'll wait for dawn," he said, his voice strained. "We can't navigate these woods at night." Ben looked like he was about to argue, but then we heard more howling in the distance, closer now. We huddled together by the dying fire, guns drawn, flashlights shaking in our hands. "Chloe," I whispered, choking back tears. Ben had his arm around me, trembling. Marcus just kept scanning the darkness, his eyes narrowed, focused. Then we heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps, someone approaching. Ben raised his flashlight and we saw him. Jeb, stepping into the clearing. He had his rifle cradled in his arms and he was grinning when he saw us. "Y'all missing someone?" He drawled. Ben stood up, gun raised, his voice shaking with rage and fear. "What did you do with her?" Jeb just shook his head, still grinning. "Aim you gotta worry about," he said. "You're trespassing. We got rules in these parts." Marcus cocked his revolver, the click echoing in the silence. "Where's Chloe?" Jeb let out a low whistle. "I figure either the woods got her by now," he said, "or something else." Something, and Ben just snapped. He lunged forward, jamming the barrel of his gun right against Jeb's chest. Jeb didn't even flinch. "Go on then," he said, that cruel grin spreading wider across his face. "But you'll be doing my job for me." I felt my stomach twist. "What do you mean?" I whispered, but he ignored me, keeping his eyes locked on Ben. Rounding up city folk for my buyer, Jeb continued, like he was just chatting about the weather. There's a market out there, see. People pay good money for captives. And out here, nobody ever finds the bodies. His grin widened. Usually that thing in the woods cleans up after us. Ben's face went pale, the anger draining right out of him, replaced by sheer horror. What the hell are you talking about? He stammered. We take folks like you, Jeb said, still grinning. Hand you over to traffickers, you might say. But lately he paused, glancing around at the dark woods. Lately we've had competition. Something else gets to folks first. Messes with our payday. Rage cold and sharp shot through me. I glared at him. You're insane. Insane enough that you should be real scared, Jeb snickered. Then he turned suddenly, his head snapping around as a branch cracked behind him. You hear that? He whispered, even he sounded on edge now. I spotted movement near the cabin. A tall, skeletal figure with sunken cheeks, black eyes reflecting our flashlights like marbles. Its limbs were unnaturally long, and it let out this low, guttural hiss. Jeb raised his rifle, but the creature, the thing I would later learn to fear more than anything, moved faster than anything I'd ever seen. With one impossible leap, it struck Jeb, sending him crashing backwards into the fire, scattering embers everywhere. He screamed, rolling away, desperately patting out the flames on his clothes. Ben fired 3 shots. The creature jerked, then twisted its head at this impossible angle and let out another shriek. Run, Marcus roared. We sprinted towards the trees, pure adrenaline driving us. Jeb stumbled after us, screaming, but the creature caught him, yanking him back into the shadows. The last thing I saw of Jeb was his terrified face as he disappeared into the darkness, his scream cut off by this sickening crunch. We barreled through the woods in blind panic. Tree roots snagged at our ankles, mud sucked at our boots. Ben nearly tripped, and Marcus hauled him back up. We could hear that eerie laughter echoing behind us, followed by more shrieks. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst. Eventually, we paused to catch our breath near a half-submerged log, gasping for air. I noticed movement behind us. Marcus whipped around, gun raised. 2 more armed men emerged from the trees. Poachers, or part of the same sick ring. They aimed their rifles right at us. Ben froze, dropping his gun, hands up in surrender. Drop your weapons. One of them snarled. We did. Powerless. They marched us deeper into the woods. I felt numb, my mind racing, flipping between images of closed phone in the mud and that creature's horrifying face. Where next, I kept thinking. They're going to sell us, or kill us, or the possibilities were too awful to even think about. We reached a small clearing where they'd set up a rough camp. A battered pickup truck was parked on slightly higher ground. Guns, tarps, and these ominous plastic containers were scattered around. The men shoved us down to our knees. One started patting us down, searching for valuables. Suddenly, the creature's screech echoed again, closer than ever. One of the men cursed and fired his rifle into the air. Damn thing's still here, he growled. Been circling all night. The tall man, who seemed to be in charge, looked around, sweat pouring down his face. We need to move these folks, he said urgently. Boyers will meet us by the old logging road. One of them yanked Ben to his feet. Ben, desperate, made them an offer. We have money, he gasped. If you let me go, I'll show you where our car is. It's got valuables. Maybe a few thousand in gear. I stared at him, disbelief turning into this cold, sick feeling in my gut. Ben wasn't even trying to negotiate for all of us. Just himself. Tears pricked at my eyes. He was so terrified he'd do anything to save his own skin. You serious? The tall man said, narrowing his eyes. Ben nodded furiously. Yeah, just let me go and I'll lead you right there. I opened my mouth to shout at him, to call him out, but Marcus just shook his head, giving me this look that said, let him talk. Maybe we can use this. My heart was pounding. Was Ben really abandoning us? Before the tall man could decide, it happened. The creature swooped in. I didn't see it clearly, just a flash of sickly white limbs and those hollow eyes. It crashed into one of the poachers, dragging him into the underbrush. The man's screams turned into gurgles. Then silence, blood splattered on the cypress roots. Chaos just erupted. Shots were fired wildly, muzzle flashes lighting up the swamp. Ben bolted. Just ran, leaving me and Marcus behind. The tall man tried to shoot after him, but the monster, it seemed to just appear behind him, snapping his neck with this hideous crack. I scrambled away, still bound at the wrists with a zip tie. Marcus, also bound, slammed his shoulder into last poacher, knocking him to the ground. The rifle flew from the man's hands. The creature lunged, jaws snapping. Marcus shoved me aside, and we just half ran, half crawled away. Behind us, the monster finished off the last poacher with this wet, tearing sound. We kept going, stumbling blindly until we reached an old dirt path. My wrists burned from the zip tie as I struggled to break free. Marcus managed to find a sharp rock, and we sawed at the plastic until it finally gave way. Then we freed his hands too. Fear hammered in my temples, but I forced myself to keep moving. Ben. I choked out, tears falling as the shock started to set in. He just ran. Marcus didn't say anything. I think he was wrestling with his own anger, the betrayal. But survival was more pressing. We stumbled on this old, half-hidden bunker, built into a small rise in the ground. The door was hanging open, rusted and creaking in the wind. Inside, it was dark and smelled like damp earth and decay. We found rotting wooden shelves, empty crates, and this single, working flashlight that flickered weakly. And then we found it. In the back of the bunker, a crate filled with old documents and files, stamped with FBI insignias. Marcus flipped through them, shining the flashlight over typed pages. They knew, he whispered, his voice barely audible. They knew about disappearances, dating back decades. He pointed to the files. All in this region, people vanish. Bodies never found. He paused, his eyes haunted. He tried to cover it up. The notes, they were insane. They mentioned a Wendigo-like entity, references to old Native American lore about cursed spirits that mimic voices, luring victims into the darkness. My hands started shaking as I read one folder. It even referenced local authorities helping to keep the story out of the press. A few scribbled notes indicated that higher-ups believed the creature should be contained, but local enforcement was uncooperative. Suddenly, we heard thrashing outside. We killed the flashlight, plunging us in near total darkness. Holding our breath, we listened. The door to the bunker let in a sliver of moonlight, and in that faint glow, we saw a silhouette pass by. It paused near the entrance, sniffing or listening. My entire body stiffened. The shape lingered, and I could almost feel its hunger. Then, after an eternity, it moved away. We exhaled in shaky relief. Marcus clutched the .38 revolver he'd managed to keep. We waited there for what felt like hours, silent, hearts pounding. Finally, when the silence stretched on too long, we dared to emerge. The forest around us was eerily quiet. We had to get back to the cars. But we also hoped we might find Chloe, or what was left of her. That guilt weighed on me, heavy and cold. By the time we reached our campsite, dawn was breaking, painting the sky in streaks of pale gray and pink. The place looked ravaged. Tents shredded, gear scattered, blood splattered across the ground. No sign of Chloe's body, no trace of the monster. We grabbed whatever supplies we could salvage: flashlights, a first aid kit, and a small hunting knife. As we turned to leave, I saw something propped against the cabin wall. I had to clamp a hand over my mouth to stifle a scream. It was Chloe. Alive. Bit ruined, missing an arm. She was slumped forward, eyes glazed, breathing shallowly. Marcus and I rushed to her. She looked up, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. Alex, she croaked. Blood staining her clothes, her skin deathly pale. She tried to say more, but only managed a trembling whimper. I held her face in my hands, tears streaming down my face. It's okay, I whispered, even though it was a blatant lie. She was too badly injured. She cuffed flecks of blood on her lips. It's whispered your names, she rasped. Then her eyes fluttered, going blank. I tried desperately to find a pulse, to do something, anything, but she was gone. I laid her gently on the ground, sobbing. Marcus just shut his eyes, whispering a prayer I couldn't quite hear. We had no time to mourn properly. A shuffling sound made us bolt upright. The creature was near. We ran, keeping to the dirt path, pushing ourselves until we finally saw a faint outline of the main road through the trees. Relief spiked my adrenaline, but that's when we heard it. Footsteps behind us, ragged breathing, and then a twisted voice mimicking Chloe's last words. Your names, it whispered. Your names. The whisper bounced among the trees, echoing, getting closer. Finally, we burst onto the road, panting, hearts hammering. Dawnlight revealed Ben's truck a short distance away, parked on the shoulder. The driver's door was open, the engine still running. My stomach lurched. "Ben," I yelled, approaching the truck. The interior was splashed with blood. No sign of him. Just torn pieces of clothing and scraps of flesh. I looked away, gagging. On the passenger seat, I saw his phone screen cracked. The keys were still in the ignition. "Let's just go," Marcus said, his voice urgent, scanning the edge of the forest. We hopped in, but the front windshield was spider-webbed with cracks, and the passenger window completely blown out, maybe from a gunshot. Or something else. Marcus tried to drive. The truck rattled and squealed, tires struggling against the muddy ditch, but he managed to get it onto the main road. As the sun rose, I just remember tears streaming down my face, a mix of horror, grief, and this grim relief that I was still breathing. About 2 miles down the road, we saw flashing lights, a sheriff's cruiser. My heart soared. Save. But when Sheriff Hart emerged, his face showed no surprise at our state. He walked over calmly, eyeing the battered truck. Marcus and I stumbled out, pleading for help, babbling about Chloe, the creature, the poachers, everything. Sheriff Hart just frowned, looking distant. "Let's get you patched up first," he said, his voice flat. We were ushered into his cruiser. I expected backup, something. Instead, he drove us slowly back to town, without a word. When we reached the station, this small, shabby building, he led us inside. I noticed a black SUV parked out front with dark tinted windows. Inside the station, 2 men in suits stood waiting. One was tall and stiff, the other bald and stocky. Sheriff Hart spoke quietly to them, and they nodded. Then the suits just escorted Marcus away, without a word of explanation. A wave of fear washed over me. "Where are you taking him?" I shouted, but they ignored me. I tried to follow, but the sheriff blocked my path. "You'll need to make a statement," he said, his voice cold. But some things are better left forgotten. I realized with this cold, sinking dread that we weren't being rescued. We were being contained. Just like the files in the bunker had suggested. This was a cover-up. They didn't want the story out. I glared at Sheriff Hart, rage and terror mixing into this potent brew. He gave me this level look, no emotion in his eyes. "You and your friends, you stumbled into something you shouldn't have," he said. "Be thankful you survived." A muscle twitched in his jaw. "The official story will be that your group went missing in a hiking accident." Flash flood. Quicksand. "Plenty of ways people disappear out here." My eyes stung with tears. "Why?" I demanded, my voice shaking. "That thing is killing people. Why not stop it?" He just sighed, looking suddenly older, defeated. "We've tried," he said. "It always comes back. You don't know what you're dealing with." A short time later, one of the suits returned and told me I was free to go. Marcus was nowhere in sight. I asked if I could see him, and they simply shook their heads. My heart pounded. Was Marcus gone too? Dead? A pang of guilt and anger shot through me. They practically shoved me out the door. I stumbled out into the sunlight, reeling from shock. They gave me a ride. One of the suits drove while I sat in the back seat, numb, mind racing. Finally, they left me at a local motel on the outskirts of town. I didn't bother asking questions. I knew they wouldn't answer. The man who dropped me off just said, "We have your statement. Don't talk to anyone about this." Then he drove away. I checked into a room, locked the door, and just sank onto the bed. I didn't sleep. Images of Chloe's broken body and that horrifying creature replayed in my mind on an endless loop. And worst of all, Marcus's fate was unknown. Ben was almost certainly dead. We'd all walked into this nightmare willingly, brushing off the sheriff's warnings like we knew better. In the morning, I decided I'd drive home and tell someone, anyone, what happened. But as I started my car, an old, unmarked sedan pulled up behind me. I recognized one of the suits inside, a not so subtle reminder that I was being watched. I knew then that any attempt to speak out would be silenced. Terrified and disgusted, I just drove away, tears burning my eyes. Even miles outside of Redwood County, I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. My nerves were on high alert, scanning the rearview mirror constantly. At a gas station, I noticed the same unmarked sedan parked across the street. Eventually, it broke off, and I managed to reach the interstate alone. I tried to calm myself, turning on the radio for background noise. But after a few miles, I heard something behind me. A faint whisper. It was Ben's voice. Or something trying to sound like Ben. Saying, "Alex, don't leave me here." My blood froze. I nearly swerved off the road, pulling over hard onto the shoulder. Heart hammering, I checked the back seat. Nothing. Just empty space. I sat there trembling, tears streaming down my face, unsure if I was losing my mind, or if that creature's mimicry could reach me even now. I wish I could say I went to the FBI or the media, but the local FBI presence seemed complicit, and no journalist would believe a story like mine without evidence. Everything we had was taken or destroyed. I'm telling this now only because I can't bear the weight of it alone. So that's it. My name is Alex. I'm 26 years old. This happened last August 2023 in Redwood County. I barely escaped with my life. Chloe is dead. Marcus is missing. Ben betrayed us in desperation. And I don't even know if he died quickly or if that monster kept him alive for a while. Sheriff Hart and some government suits made sure no official record would remain. But I remember. I see it in my nightmares, and sometimes, even when I'm wide awake, I swear I hear that twisted whisper behind me, calling my name in the voices of the dead. I've come to realize what's most terrifying isn't just the creature stalking the woods of Blackwood Forest. It's the people. Those who hunt humans for profit, those who look the other way, and those who will do anything to keep a secret. In the end, we discovered a horror that thrived in that place for years, maybe decades. And we found out just how far people would go to hide it. So, if you ever find yourself in Redwood County or anywhere near Blackwood Forest, remember my story. Remember that there are real monsters out there, both human and otherwise. And if you're smart, you'll stay far, far away. Because there are some places you just don't come back from. And for the ones who do, you're never the same again. I read it. Long-time lurker, first-time poster, and unfortunately, this is a story I wish I didn't have to tell. If you're looking for a reason to maybe rethink that cute cabin getaway in a national park, well, here it is. My name is Sarah, and last summer, my friend Mike and I decided we needed a break. City life in Chicago was grinding us down, and we both craved nature, fresh air, and, the whole unplugged experience. Mike, ever the planner, found this rustic cabin deep in Yellowstone National Park. Rustic was an understatement when we finally saw it, but more on that later. Mike is Mike. Picture your typical outdoorsy guy, beard, flannel shirts even in July, and way too much enthusiasm for hiking trails. He's a good friend, though always up for an adventure, maybe a little too fearless for his own good. I'm more of the cautious type, the one who reads all the reviews twice and packs extra bug spray. We balance each other out, usually. The drive to Yellowstone was incredible. Wyoming is seriously beautiful. Towering mountains, endless skies. It was exactly the escape we needed. We picked up groceries in a small town just outside the park, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone. And the general store sells everything from fishing lures to homemade pie. The locals were friendly, giving us that small town smile and enjoy your stay. But there was something in their eyes, a flicker of something. I couldn't place it then, but it felt a little like pity, or maybe warning. I shrugged it off as city-induced paranoia. Getting to the cabin was another story. Mike's GPS directed us down increasingly narrow roads, then gravel paths, and finally, what could barely be called a track through the trees. Rustic, right? We bounced along in my old Jeep, branches scraping the sides. Sunlight disappearing as the forest closed in around us. It was definitely secluded, too secluded, maybe. Finally, we arrived. The cabin was old, like really old. Log walls, most covered roof, and a porch that sagged in the middle. It looked straight out of a horror movie, honestly. But it was ours for the week. We hauled our bags inside. The air was instantly cooler and smelled faintly of damp wood and something elsey, something almost metallic. I opened a window, letting in a rush of pine, scented air, trying to shake off the weird feeling creeping up my spine. The inside was basic, a living room with a stone fireplace, a small kitchen, 2 bedrooms, and a bathroom that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 70s. Everything was dusty and a little worn, but it was clean enough. We unpacked, Mike immediately heading out to explore the trails, while I started making sandwiches for lunch. As I stood at the kitchen window, looking out at the dense woods surrounding the cabin, a shiver went down my back. The silence was intense, not peaceful silence, but a heavy, watchful silence. The kind where you feel like you're being observed, even though you can't see anything. The wind rustled the leaves, and a twig snapped somewhere deep in the trees, making me jump. It was just nature, I told myself, just the woods being the woods. But that feeling, that prickling uneasy, it wouldn't go away. Mike came back grinning, talking about a great trail he'd found that led down to a creek. He was oblivious to my growing anxiety, already planning our afternoon hike. I plastered on a smile, grabbed my sandwich, and followed him out onto the sagging porch. The Yellowstone wilderness stretched out before us, beautiful and vast, and for the first time truly unsettling. The hike started innocently enough. Sunlight filtered through the trees, dappling the forest floor. Birds chirped. Squirrels chattered, all the usual woodland sounds. Mike led the way, pointing out different types of trees and excitedly identifying animal tracks in the mud. I tried to relax, to let the beauty of Yellowstone wash away my earlier jitters. The trail wound downhill, following a small, gurgling creek. The trees grew denser, the sunlight dimmer. The cheerful bird sounds faded, replaced by a deeper, quieter hum of the forest. It wasn't silent, not exactly, but the sounds were muted, like the woods were holding its breath. We reached the creek, a pretty little thing with clear, cold water rushing over smooth stones. Mike, predictably, wanted to wade in. He kicked off his boots and plunged in, whooping as the icy water hit him. I declined, content to sit on a fallen log and watch. Something about the stillness of the woods was still making me uneasy. As Mike splashed around, I scanned the trees on the opposite bank of the creek. They were thick and dark, the shadows underneath them almost black, and then I saw it. Or thought I saw it. A flicker of movement deep in the shadows. Something tall and dark, shifting between the trees. I blinked and it was gone. Just shadows playing tricks on my eyes, I told myself. But my heart started to pound a little faster. See anything interesting over there? Mike called out, dripping and grinning. Just shadows, I said, trying to sound casual. Probably just a deer or something. He shrugged, unconcerned. Probably. Lots of wildlife out here. Bears, mountain lions, elk, you name it. He said it with a thrill in his voice, but I felt a fresh wave of anxiety. Bears and mountain lions were not exactly on my list of relaxing nature experiences. We continued hiking deeper into the woods. The trail became less defined, more overgrown. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. The feeling of being watched intensified. It was like the trees themselves were observing us, their silent branches like judging eyes. Then we heard it, a sound that definitely wasn't birds or squirrels. A low guttural growl coming from somewhere nearby, just beyond the thick undergrowth. It was deep and menacing, sending a shiver of pure fear down my spine. Mike froze, his usual bravado momentarily gone. What was that? He whispered, his eyes wide. I don't know, I stammered, my voice barely audible. Beer. The growl came again, closer this time, followed by the snapping of branches. Whatever it was big, and it was moving towards us. Okay, Mike said, his voice regaining some of its usual confidence, but with an edge of nervousness now. Okay, let's just back away slowly. We started to retreat, stepping carefully, our eyes fixed on the dense bushes where the sound had come from. The growling continued closer and closer. I could feel my breath catching in my throat, my legs trembling. Suddenly, the bushes rustled violently, and something dark and massive burst out onto the trail. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't a mountain lion. It was wrong. It was tall, impossibly tall, with long, spindly limbs and matted, dark fur. Its head was obscured by shadows, but I could see glinting eyes, burning with unnatural red light. It stood there, blocking the trail, its growl turning into a high-pitched, chilling shriek that echoed through the silent woods. We didn't wait to see what it would do. We turned and ran. Ran as fast as we could, back up the trail, away from the creek, away from the thing. Branches whipped at our faces, roots tripped us, but we didn't stop. We ran blindly, fueled by pure terror. The shrieking sound chasing us through the trees. We burst out of the woods, stumbling back onto the gravel track leading to the cabin, gasping for breath, hearts hammering in our chests. We didn't stop running until we were back on the porch, collapsing against the cabin walls, shaking and pale. The woods behind us remained silent. Too silent, as if they were listening, waiting. And I knew with a chilling certainty that whatever we had just seen, whatever had chased us, was not natural. And it was still out there. That was our first afternoon in Yellowstone, and things only got worse from there. We huddled on the porch, panting, staring at the tree line as if expecting it to burst out at any moment. The afternoon sun, which had seemed so welcoming just hours before, now felt weak and insufficient against the encroaching shadows of the forest. What was that? I finally managed to choke out, my voice trembling. Mike was still pale, but his initial shock seemed to be fading, replaced by a kind of grim determination. I don't know, he said, his voice low. But it wasn't a bear, or anything I've ever seen before. It was tall, I whispered, remembering the impossible height of the creature, the red eyes burning in the shadows. And that sound. Yeah, Mike said, a shiver running through him. That sound, I won't forget that anytime soon. We sat in silence for a long time, the quiet of the woods pressing in on us, no longer peaceful, but menacing. The sun began to dip below the trees, casting long, distorted shadows across the cabin and the yard. The air grew colder, the temperature dropping rapidly as twilight approached. We should go inside, I said finally, the thought of being out in the open as darkness fell feeling unbearable. Mike nodded, slowly getting to his feet. Yeah, we should. We retreated into the cabin, locking the door behind us, a flimsy wooden door that suddenly felt laughably inadequate. The inside of the cabin was dim, the late afternoon light barely penetrating the dusty windows. The air inside felt colder than outside, heavy with that damp, metallic smell I'd noticed earlier. I flipped on the lights, the weak bulbs casting a yellowish, flickering glow over the main room. It didn't help much. The shadows seemed to cling to the corners of the room, refusing to be banished. Okay, Mike said, trying to sound reassuring, but his voice still had a tremor in it. Okay, we're safe in here. Cabins are sturdy, right? I wanted to believe him, but looking around at the aged logs, the gaps in the walls, the single-pane windows, sturdy wasn't exactly the word that came to mind. We should call someone, I suggested. Park rangers, the police. Mike pulled out his phone. No signal, he said after a moment of trying. Of course, middle of nowhere, remember. Great, I muttered, just great. We were truly alone, cut off from the outside world, miles from civilization, with something lurking in the woods. We spent the rest of the evening in a state of tense unease. We made a fire in the fireplace, the crackling flames offering a small measure of comfort, but the shadows still danced beyond the firelight, and every creak of the cabin, every rustle of leaves outside, made us jump. We ate a silent, joyless dinner of canned soup and crackers, our appetites gone. The darkness outside deepened, pressing against the windows, making the small cabin feel like a fragile island in a sea of night. As full darkness fell, the sounds of the forest changed again. The usual night sounds, crickets, owls, were muted, almost absent. Instead, there was a different kind of sound, a low, rhythmic thumping, coming from somewhere in the woods surrounding the cabin. A slow, heavy beat, like a giant heartbeat in the darkness. Thump, thump, thump. It was faint at first, barely audible, but it grew steadily louder, resonating through the floorboards, vibrating in our chests. Thump, thump, thump. Do you hear that? I whispered, my voice tight with fear. Mike nodded, his eyes wide and fixed on the windows. Yeah. What is that? We listened, frozen, as the thumping grew stronger, closer. Thump, thump, thump. It felt like whatever was making that sound was getting closer to the cabin, stalking through the woods, its heavy steps shaking the earth. Suddenly, a new sound joined the thumping, a scratching sound at the door. A slow, deliberate scraping, like claws dragging across the wood. Scratch, scrape, a scratch. My breath hitched in my throat. I looked at Mike, my eyes pleading. He was staring at the door, his face pale and sweating, his eyes wide with terror. The scratching continued, circling the cabin now, moving from the door to the walls to the windows. Scratch, scrape, scratch. It was all around us, a relentless, probing sound, like something was testing the cabin's defenses, searching for a way in. Then the shrieking started again. The same high-pitched, chilling shriek we had heard in the woods, but closer now, much closer, right outside the cabin walls. It was deafening, ear-splitting, filled with a raw, animalistic rage that made my blood run cold. We clamped our hands over our ears, trying to block out the sound, but it was no use. It seemed to penetrate everything, vibrating through the wood, through our bones, into our very minds. The cabin shook, rattling on its foundations. The shrieking intensified, reaching a fever pitch of pure, unadulterated horror. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. Silence descended again, heavy and absolute. The thumping stopped, the scratching stopped, the shrieking stopped. Only the crackling of the fire remained, sounding weak and insignificant in the vast, oppressive silence. We stood there, frozen, listening, waiting. The silence stretched on, minute after agonizing minute. Had it gone? Or was it still out there, lurking in the darkness, waiting for us to make a move? Neither of us dared to speak, to breathe, to even move. We just stood there, in the flickering firelight, listening to the silence, waiting for the night to end. The silence, after the shrieking, was almost worse than the noise itself. It was a silence pregnant with dread, a silence that felt like a held breath, waiting to be released in another terrifying outburst. We stood motionless, listening, for what felt like hours. The fire in the hearth had burned low, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe and twist in the dim light. Finally, Mike moved. He took a shaky step towards the window, peering cautiously through a gap in the curtains. Anything, I whispered, my voice hoarse. He hesitated, then shook his head slowly. Nothing. Just trees. Shadows. But his voice was still tight with fear, and I knew nothing. Didn't mean safe. It just meant unseen. We stayed like that for the rest of the night, huddled by the dying fire, taking turns watching the windows, listening to the oppressive silence. Sleep was out of the question. Every creak of the cabin, every sigh of the wind, made us jump, our nerves stretched to breaking point. Slowly, agonizingly, the first hint of dawn began to creep into the sky. A faint gray light filtered through the windows, chasing away the deepest shadows, but bringing little comfort. The woods outside remained silent, still watchful. As the light grew stronger, we dared to move a little more, to stretch our stiff limbs, to whisper to each other without feeling like we were breaking some fragile, dangerous spell. The cabin seemed to breathe a little easier in the daylight. The oppressive atmosphere slightly lessened. But the fear remained, a cold knot in our stomachs. When it was fully light, we cautiously approached the door. Mike grabbed a heavy iron poker from beside the fireplace, holding it like a weapon. He slowly unbolted the door, wincing at the loud click in the silence. He pulled it open a crack, peering out. Anything? I asked again, my voice barely above a whisper. He scanned the porch, the yard, the tree line. Then he slowly opened the door wider, stepping out onto the porch, the poker held ready. I followed him, my heart pounding in my chest, expecting it to be there, waiting for us. But the porch was empty. The yard was empty. The woods at the edge of the clearing were silent and still, bathed in the pale morning light. There was no sign of anything. We stood there for a long moment, breathing in the cold morning air, our eyes scanning every shadow, every tree, every bush. Nothing. Just the woods, looking deceptively peaceful in the dawn. It's gone, I said, my voice filled with disbelief. Mike lowered the poker slightly, but his grip remained tight. Maybe, he said, his voice still wary. Or maybe it's just waiting. We spent the morning in a tense, uneasy calm. We checked the cabin, every room, every corner, searching for what? Signs of entry. Proof that last night hadn't been a nightmare. We found nothing. The cabin was just as we had left it, dusty, worn, and strangely empty. We even ventured out into the yard, cautiously circling the cabin, our eyes fixed on the surrounding woods. Still nothing. The only signs of disturbance were our own footprints in the dew-covered grass. By midday, a fragile kind of hope began to bloom in our chests. Maybe it was gone. Maybe it had been some kind of hallucination, stress, some weird animal we couldn't identify. We desperately wanted to believe it. We even started to talk about hiking again, about trying to salvage the rest of our vacation. The sun was shining, the sky was blue, the woods, in the daylight, looked almost inviting. But the feeling of unease wouldn't completely go away. The memory of the shrieking, the thump-ratching was still too vivid, too real. And the silence of the woods still felt heavy, watchful. In the end, we decided to leave. We packed our bags quickly, efficiently, without speaking much. We cleaned the cabin as best we could, leaving it as we had found it, old, dusty, and empty. As we loaded the Jeep, I looked back at the cabin one last time. It stood there in the sunlight, looking almost normal, a rustic cabin in the woods, nothing more. But I knew better. I knew what lurked in those woods, what we had heard, what we had felt. We drove away without looking back, bouncing down the gravel track, back towards civilization, back towards safety. We didn't talk much on the drive, both of us lost in our own thoughts, haunted by the night we had just survived. We never went back to Yellowstone. We never talked about the cabin again, not really. It became an unspoken thing between us, a shared nightmare we couldn't quite explain, couldn't quite forget. Sometimes, late at night, when the city is quiet, I still hear it. That low rhythmic thumping in the silence of my mind. And I remember the red eyes burning in the shadows, the chilling shriek echoing through the trees. And I know with a cold certainty that whatever we saw in Yellowstone, whatever chased us through the woods, is still out there, waiting, watching, in the silence of the wilderness. And sometimes I wonder if it's watching us, even now, even here, in the city lights, waiting for us to come back to its woods. So, if you're planning a cabin getaway in a national park, maybe rethink it. Maybe stick to hotels with room service. Because sometimes the wilderness is wilder than you can possibly imagine. And sometimes welcome to the cabin isn't really a welcome at all. My name is Johnny Blackwood, and I'm here to tell you about the stupidest camping trip of my life. Yellowstone in late October. Yeah, genius move, I know. My buddy Mark swore it would be awesome. Dude, no crowds, crisp air. The geezers will be steaming like crazy for Halloween. Mark's always got these grand ideas, usually involving minimal planning and maximum something, usually regret. Anyway, we drove in from Bozeman last Friday, set up camp near the Firehole River. Pretty spot, I'll give him that. Aspen trees all yellow and skeletal, with the river gurgling like it was talking to itself. And yeah, the air was definitely crisp. Freezing more like. By sunset, the temperature was dropping faster than my phone battery. We're not exactly wilderness guys. Okay, Mark's idea of roughing it is a hotel without room service. Me. I prefer my kutch and a pizza. But Mark's been on this get back to nature kick ever since his divorce. Said he needed to reconnect with the primal earth energies, or some other nonsense. I mostly came for the beer and to make sure he didn't do anything too spectacularly dumb, like wrestle a bison. First night, nothing much happened. Froze our butts off in our tents, ate some lukewarm chili, told some dumb jokes, the usual. Mark kept pointing out constellations, pretending he knew what they were. I just wanted to sleep. Second day, we hiked around Midway Geyser Basin. Grand Prismatic was, well, grand. All those crazy colors, the steam rising up like ghosts. Mark was in heaven snapping photos like a tourist on crack. I was mostly worried about falling into a boiling hot spring. Those warning signs with the skull and crossbones. Not exactly comforting. It was getting late afternoon when we decided to check out this smaller geyser. Mark had read about online something called The Whisper. Supposed to be off the beaten path. Hidden gem, according to some blog. Of course, off the beaten path, in Mark's speak means vaguely described trail that probably hasn't been maintained since the Eisenhower administration. We hiked for maybe an hour, the trail getting fainter and fainter. Sun was starting to dip behind the mountains, and the shadows were getting long and twisty. The air got colder, and this weird fog started rolling in, low to the ground, smelling faintly of sulfur and something else. Something metallic, maybe, hard to describe. Unpleasant anyway. You sure about this, Mark? I asked, pulling my jacket tighter. This feels off. Mark just waved his hand dismissively, pushing through a clump of pines. Relax, Johnny, come lately. The whisper is just around the bend. I can feel it. Famous last words, right? We rounded the bend and there it was. Not exactly grand, more like unsettling. It wasn't a geyser in the classic sense, not a towering spout of water. More like a low, bubbling pool tucked away in a small clearing. The water was dark, almost black, and it wasn't steaming like the others. It was whispering. Faint, sibilant sounds, like someone talking just below the threshold of hearing. Mark, of course, was immediately fascinated. He practically skipped over to the edge of the pool, peering down into the murky depths. Foo, check this out, Johnny, hear that? I did, and I really didn't like it. It wasn't just the whispering sound itself, but the way it made my skin crawl, like fingernails on a chalkboard, but deeper, colder. It felt wrong. Mark, maybe we should head back, I said, my voice a little too high-pitched. Sun's going down, and this place is giving me the creeps. He ignored me. Naturally. He was leaning closer to the pool now, his head practically over the black water, straining to hear whatever the hell it was whispering. I think it's saying something," he murmured, his voice hushed, almost reverent. "Saying what?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He straightened up slowly, his eyes wide, pupils blown out like he'd seen a ghost. And maybe he had. "Saying my name, Johnny," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the sibilant hiss of the pool. "It's calling my name." And that's when things started to get really, really weird. Mark just stood there, staring into the black water, a goofy grin spreading across his face. "It likes me. Johnny, it really likes me." I grabbed his arm, pulling him back from the edge. "Mark, snap out of it. It's just a geezer. And it's creepy as hell. Let's go." He shrugged me off, his eyes still fixed on the pool. "No, man, wait. Listen, it's telling me things. Telling you things. It's bubbling water, Mark. Sulfurous, probably toxic. Bubbling water." I was starting to sweat, even in the freezing air. This was bad. Mark gets fixated on stuff, but this was different. This was glazed eye weird. He took a step closer to the whisper again, and this time the whispering seemed to get louder, or maybe I was just imagining it. It was like a chorus of tiny voices, all murmuring at once, too low to make out individual words, but definitely directed. "Mark, seriously, I need to leave. Now." He didn't even look at me. He was swaying slightly, like he was hypnotized, his head cocked to one side, listening intently. "Knows my secrets, Johnny," he whispered, his voice breathy. "Things I haven't told anyone. Things I'd forgotten myself." My stomach's dropped. This was way beyond primal earth energies. This was full on crazy town. "What secrets?" "Mark, you don't have any secrets. You overshare everything, remember." "Divorce support group. TMI. Buddy, TMI." I was babbling, trying to break through whatever weird spell this gazer had cast on him. He chuckled low, unsettling sound that didn't sound like Mark at all. "Oh, Johnny, you think you know me so well, don't you? But you don't know the whispers in my heart, the things I truly desire." He took another step towards the pool, and this time I noticed something else. Something in the water itself. It was hard to see in the dimming light, but there was movement beneath the surface. Not just bubbles. Something shifting, like shadows swimming in ink. "Mark, stop." I yelled, lunging for him again. This time, I grabbed his jacket and hauled him backwards with all my strength. He stumbled, finally breaking his gaze from the whisper, blinking at me like he was waking from a dream. "Johnny, what's wrong?" He sounded confused, disoriented. The goofy grin was gone, replaced by a bewildered frown. "Wrong. Mark, you were about to jump into a boiling mud pit. And you were talking about secrets and whispers and stuff. You were freaking me out, man." He rubbed his eyes, shaking his head. "Boiling mud pit. Johnny, what are you talking about?" I was just listening to the geezer. It was interesting. He looked back at the whisper, a flicker of something longing in his eyes. "Interesting. Mark, it was calling your name. It said it knew your secrets." I was practically shouting now, adrenaline pumping through me. He laughed, a nervous, shaky laugh. "Come on, Johnny, you're imagining things. It's just the wind, playing tricks on your ears. And maybe I got a little carried away. You know how I get sometimes." Carried away. "Mark, you were practically in a trance. And those whispers, I heard them too. They were real." He sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Look, maybe it was a little weird. Yellowstone's got that vibe, right? Spooky, natural, whatever. But let's just forget about it. Okay, it's getting dark and I'm starving. Chilly back at camp." He clapped me on the shoulder, trying to act normal, but I could still see it in his eyes, that unsettling gleam, that lingering fascination with the whisper. I didn't want to argue anymore. The air was getting colder, the fog was getting thicker, and the shadows around us seemed to be deepening, twisting into shapes that weren't quite natural. Yeah, I was freezing and hungry and desperate to get back to the relative safety of our campsite. "Fine," I said, forcing a smile. "Chili sounds good, but we are sticking to the main trails from now on, got it? No more hidden gems." He grinned, that goofy grin back in place, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Deal. Main trails only, unless we just pop back to the whisper for one last listen. Just for a minute." "No, Mark," I said, maybe a little too forcefully. "Absolutely not. We are going back to camp. Now." He shrugged again, but this time he didn't argue. He turned and started walking back down the trail, but I could tell he wasn't really with me. His eyes kept flicking back towards the clearing, towards the whisper, and that unsettling grin still lingered on his face. As we walked, the whispering seemed to follow us, faint but persistent, carried on the cold, sulphurous wind. And I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't just the Jazer whispering anymore. It was Mark, or something inside Mark, something that the whisper had awakened. And I had a terrible feeling that our stupid camping trip was about to get a whole lot stupider, and a whole lot more terrifying. The hike back to camp was silent, except for the rustling aspen leaves and that damn whispering that seemed to cling to the edges of my hearing. Mark walked ahead of me, his usual bouncy gait replaced by a slow, almost shuffling pace. He didn't say a word, just kept glancing back over his shoulder, towards the direction of the whisper. Back at camp. The fire was almost out, just embers glowing faintly in the gloom. The fog had thickened, swirling around the trees like ghostly dancers. It was colder than ever, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones and settles there. I busied myself with rebuilding the fire, needing to do something, anything, to distract myself from the creepy silence and Mark's weird mood. I piled on more wood, coaxed the embers back to life, and soon had a decent blaze crackling again. The flickering light pushed back the shadows a little, but the fog just seemed to press in closer, watching from the edges of the firelight. Mark finally stirred as the flames grew higher. He sat down heavily on a log, staring into the fire, his face pale and drawn in the flickering light. "You okay, man?" I asked, handing him a beer. He took it without a word, just nodding slowly. He popped the top and took a long swig, his eyes still fixed on the flames. "You're still thinking about that gazer, aren't you?" I said, trying to keep my voice casual, like we were talking about the weather, not some potentially malevolent geothermal feature. He nodded again, taking another swig of beer. It was calling to me, Johnny. His voice was low, almost a whisper itself. I could feel like it knew me. Better than anyone. "Mark, it's a geyser. Hot water and gas. It doesn't know you. It doesn't call to anyone." I was trying to be rational, logical, but even my own voice sounded shaky to my ears. The atmosphere in the camp was thick with unease, and I was starting to feel it too. He shook his head slowly, still staring into the fire. "You don't understand, Johnny. It wasn't just water and gas. It was something else. Something ancient. Powerful, da. Ancient and powerful mud," I muttered, taking a swig of my own beer. It tasted tinny and flat, doing nothing to calm my nerves. "It offered me things," Johnny, Mark continued, his voice getting softer, more hypnotic. "Things I've always wanted. Things I thought were impossible. Offered you things like what? Eternal youth. $1,000,000. A date with Scarlett Johansson. I tried to joke, but it fell flat, even to my own ears. He finally looked up at me, and his eyes were different. They were still Mark's eyes, but there was something behind them, something cold and hungry. It sent a shiver down my spine. "More than that, Johnny," he whispered, his voice now barely audible above the crackling fire. "It offered me power. The power to have what I deserve, to take what's rightfully mine." "Mark, you're scaring me," I said, my voice barely a croak. "What are you talking about, deserve? Rightfully mine?" He smiled then, a slow, chilling smile that stretched his lips too wide, showing too much teeth. It wasn't Mark's smile. It was something else, something wearing Mark's face. "Don't you see, Johnny?" He leaned closer, his breath cold and smelling faintly of sulfur. Like the whisper itself, I've always been overlooked, undervalued. People take advantage of me, walk all over me, but no more. The whisper, it showed me how to change that. How to reclaim what's mine. Reclaim what? "Mark, you're divorced, you work in accounting, you drive a sensible sedan. What exactly is being kept from you?" I was trying to reason with him, but it was like talking to a stranger wearing my friend's skin. He chuckled again, that unsettling, wrong chuckle. "You really don't get it, do you, Johnny? You think life is just this mundane, pointless existence. But there's so much more, Johnny. So much potential. And the whisper, it can unlock it. For me. For anyone who's willing to listen." He stood up slowly, his eyes still locked on mine, that chilling smile still plastered on his face. He took a step towards the edge of the clearing, towards the darkness beyond the firelight, towards the direction of the whisper. "Mark, where are you going?" I asked, my voice trembling. "I'm going to listen to the whisper again, Johnny," he said, his voice almost dreamy, and has more to tell me. And this time, I'm going to listen very, very closely." And with that, he turned and walked into the fog, disappearing into the swirling darkness, leaving me alone with the fire, the whispering wind, and the terrifying certainty that my friend Mark was gone. And something else had taken his place. I watched him go, a dark shape swallowed by the fog, the firelight casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to mock my fear, "Mark." I yelled, my voice cracking in the cold night air. "Mark, come back." Silence. Only the crackling fire and the insidious whispering, now seeming louder than ever, slithering through the trees, into my ears, into my mind. Panic clawed at my throat. I wanted to run, to jump in the car and drive away, to leave Mark in this cursed place behind. But he was my friend. Stupid, annoying, divorce-crazed friend, but still my friend. I couldn't just leave him out there, in the fog, with whatever the hell was whispering to him. Taking a deep breath, trying to ignore the tremor in my hands, I grabbed my flashlight and stumbled after him. "Mark." Damn it, this isn't funny. The fog was thick, disorienting. The beam of my flashlight cut through it, but only for a few feet, the light swallowed by the swirling white. The trees loomed like skeletal giants, their branches gnarled and twisted, reaching out like grasping claws. And the whispering, it was everywhere now, a constant, sibilant murmur that seemed to come from the fog itself, from the trees, from the very ground beneath my feet. "Mark." I called again, my voice weaker this time, laced with fear. "Where are you?" No answer, just a whispering then, faint, but distinct, a chuckle. Mark's chuckle. Different, Darkholder. It seemed to come from ahead, deeper in the fog. I stumbled forward, pushing through the swirling mist, my heart pounding against my ribs. "Mark, is that you?" Another chuckle, closer now. And then a voice. Mark's voice, but twisted, distorted, like it was being filtered through something inhuman. "Johnny, is that you? Come closer, Johnny, I have something to show you." I hesitated. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to run, to get as far away from that voice as possible. But it was still Mark's voice. A part of me, a stupid, loyal, terrified part of me, still clung to the hope that he was still in there, somewhere, trapped beneath whatever influence the whisper had over him. So I kept going, pushing deeper into the fog, towards the voice, towards the darkness. The whispering grew louder, almost deafening now, a chorus of sibilant voices that seemed to be chanting, murmuring something. Something ancient, something evil. And then I saw him, or what was left of him. He was standing in a small clearing, bathed in an unnatural, sickly green glow that seemed to emanate from the fog itself. He was facing away from me, towards the whisper, which was now bubbling more furiously than before, the black water churning and swirling like a cauldron. But it wasn't just the green glow or the churning water that made my blood run cold. It was Mark himself. He was changing. His back was hunched, his shoulders broader, his limbs longer, more angular. His clothes seemed to be stretching, distorting, straining against a form that was no longer quite human. And from his back, something was emerging, slowly, grotesquely, pushing through the fabric of his jacket, tearing at his skin. Spindly black limbs like spider legs or claws. They unfolded from his back, jointed and sharp, twitching in the green light. I gasped, a choked, strangled sound that died in my throat. I wanted to scream, but no sound would come out. I was frozen, paralyzed by horror, watching as my friend, my buddy Mark, was being unmade. He turned then, slowly, deliberately, and faced me. And I saw in his face, it was still Mark's face in a way, but stretched, elongated, the features sharpened. The skin pale and translucent like stretched parchment. His eyes were black, completely black, no pupils, no whites, just empty, bottomless blackness. And from his mouth a long, thin, black tongue flickered out, tasting the air, tasting me. "Johnny," he'd said, the voice a grotesque parody of Mark's, a rasping, clicking, inhuman sound. "You came. I hoped you would. The whisper, it has so much to offer. For both of us." He took a step towards me, those black, spindly limbs clicking on the rocks, his black eyes fixed on mine, burning into my soul. And in that moment, I understood. It wasn't just the whisper that was ancient and evil. It was what the whisper served. What it summoned as cabal. The necromancer. The legend, the myth. The nightmare whispered in dark corners of forgotten libraries. He wasn't just a story, he was real. And he was here, in Yellowstone, using the whisper, using Mark Tough to what? To return, to unleash something even worse. I didn't wait to find out. I turned and ran. I ran like hell, stumbling, falling, scrambling through the fog back towards the camp, back towards the car, back towards any semblance of safety, any shred of sanity. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. But I could hear him behind me, not running, but moving. A swift clicking, inhuman gait, closing the distance with terrifying speed. And the whispering, always the whispering, closer now, louder, directed at me. Johnny, don't you want power? Don't you want to know your secrets? The whisper, it's calling your name too, Johnny. I reached the camp, fumbled for my keys, jumped into the car, slammed the door, and jammed the key into the ignition. The engine coved, sputtered, and finally roared to life. I threw the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel, and tore out of the campsite, back down the trail, back towards the main road, back towards anywhere but here. I drove all night, didn't stop, didn't sleep, just drove, the rearview mirror filled with the swirling fog, the whispering wind, the memory of those black eyes, that clicking gait, that monstrous smile. I'm in a modal now, miles away from Yellowstone, miles away from the whisper, miles away from Mark. If that thing can even be called Mark anymore. I don't know what to do. I don't know if I'm safe. I don't know if anyone is safe. Johanna's Cabal, he's real. And he's in Yellowstone. And the whisper is calling. I can still hear it, faint but persistent even here miles away in this anonymous modal room. Whispering my name, whispering secrets, whispering promises. And I'm starting to wonder maybe I should listen. Maybe power isn't such a bad thing after all. Maybe I deserve it. Maybe the whisper is right. No. I have to stop thinking like that. That's what it wants. That's how it gets you. But what if it's already too late? What if the whispering is already inside my head? What if I'm already starting to listen?